Chapter 1. The deafening roar of engines reverberated in his ears, and a powerful gust of wind struck his face. The pervasive ache throughout his body prompted Sun Yu, battered and bruised, to instinctively shift. With a Herculean effort, he opened his heavy eyelids, and his muddled thoughts swiftly returned to his corporeal form. Where am I? Sun Yu realized he was sprawled on the ground, with only a dim, overcast sky in his line of sight. A bird appeared to be soaring above, but as he noticed the elongated trail it left behind, he suddenly comprehended that it was not a bird at all, but rather an aircraft, or more accurately, an unidentified flying object. My heavens, what place could this possibly be? Panic-stricken, Sun Yu attempted to prop himself up, but as he swung his arm, he inadvertently brushed against a soft body. Upon closer inspection, he found a charming young girl lying atop him, her body spread in a large T shape. Her attire was peculiar and tattered. Surrounding him were numerous individuals lying haphazardly, reminiscent of a battlefield strewn with blood and corpses, an utterly horrifying sight. No way. I distinctly recall planning to meet a friend at an internet CAF to play Dragon Ball Xenoverse this afternoon. On my way, I encountered an elderly lady who had collapsed. I took an immense risk to help her. Sigh, it's rare to find a compassionate young man like me in this society. I remember a speeding car hurtling towards me at that moment. I thought I was done for. Yet here I am. With this realization, Sun Yu's eyes sparkled. He had not perished, nor was he in a hospital, which left only one possibility. He had crossed over. Suddenly, Sun Yu twisted his body to look behind him, where a fluffy tail swayed in the wind. His heart raced at the sight of it. While others might not grasp the significance of this tale, Sun Yu, an avid otaku and anime enthusiast, had been captivated by various Japanese animations since childhood. Particularly, he was well-versed in classics like Dragon Ball and Naruto, memorizing every character design. The tale was emblematic of a Saiyan. Having read numerous crossover novels, he never imagined he would become part of the universal trend of transcendence. A Saiyan. I've transformed into a Saiyan, Sun Yu exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. However, before he could revel in his newfound identity, the pain coursing through his body doused his exhilaration like a bucket of cold water. Yikes, that hurts! Sun Yu winced as he touched his right rib cage, realizing he had likely fractured 2 ribs. Nevertheless, such injuries were trivial for a robust Saiyan. Regaining his composure, Sun Yu contemplated the situation in the Dragon Ball universe, offering a rueful smile as he mused, "This Saiyan I inhabit is probably a mere cannon fodder. I wonder how much time remains before Frieza annihilates planet Vegeta. I should seize this opportunity to flee planet Vegeta. Yes, to Earth, where I can train and grow stronger." Clearly, he and other young Saiyans have been dispatched to this planet for a mission. Although he had seen several escape, the spacecraft he arrived in must still be located somewhere nearby. Saiyan spacecraft were typically single-pod spherical vessels, and perhaps he could use one to reach Earth. Just as Sun Yu was about to depart in search of a spacecraft, he noticed the girl who had been pinned beneath him. According to his memories, the Saiyan team had faced a fierce battle, and the girl had shielded him from harm with her own body. Sadly, this noble act had not saved her life, or else he wouldn't be here now. Sun Yu gently flipped the girl over and felt for her breath, detecting a faint glimmer of life. Looks like she's still alive. According to the memories of this boat's previous owner, your name is Lana, my cousin, and a remarkably talented intermediate warrior. Sun Yu furrowed his brow. In the lore of Dragon Ball, Saiyans were typically portrayed as cold-hearted beings who showed no sympathy for the weak. Why, then, did this cousin risk her life to save him? Perhaps this world differs from the Dragon Ball universe in some respects. Regardless, she sustained her injuries in an attempt to save me, and I cannot simply stand by and let her perish. I must perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Sun Yu would stake his honor on the fact that his intentions were purely altruistic. He was not motivated by the alluring appearance of his cousin. They were situated in a desolate, remote area devoid of medical equipment, and he had no choice but to proceed with artificial respiration. He trusted science and believed in his own integrity. As he turned Lana over, a device resembling glasses fell from her grasp. Sun Yu's heart leapt. It was the power level scouter featured in the Dragon Ball series. Stowing the scouter away, Sun Yu leaned down, pinching Lana's delicate nose with one hand while using the other to tilt her chin upward, parting her lips. He inhaled deeply and, with a firm kiss, blew into her mouth. Their lips met, and a soft sensation accompanied by the fragrance of the girl enveloped Sun Yu's senses. As a self-proclaimed otaku who had never even held a girl's hand prior to this, he found himself inadvertently bestowing his long-preserved first kiss. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his belief that he was merely saving a life. After administering several breaths, he reluctantly straightened up, preparing to perform CPR on his cousin. According to the textbooks from his childhood, CPR required placing one hand's palm over the back of the other and pressing down firmly on the patient's chest. However, upon glancing at Lana's chest, he couldn't help but swallow hard. She was only 15. True to their warrior nature, Scions developed at an astonishingly rapid pace. Her physique was remarkably mature, perfectly proportioned and toned, a strikingly beautiful visage reminiscent of an Eastern girl, truly a temptation beyond reason. Pushing aside any inappropriate thoughts, Sun Yu placed his right hand over his left, resting it against Lana's heart. Though she wore the specialized soft armor battlesuit from the Dragon Ball series, it did nothing to diminish the incredible elasticity he felt beneath his hands. With a furtive glance around, he applied a bit more pressure to commence CPR. At that moment, the previously unconscious girl suddenly coughed and slowly opened her eyes. Sun Yu froze in shock as her gaze rapidly transitioned from confusion to clarity. Upon noticing his hand resting on her, her face turned pale, and she instinctively slapped him, exclaiming, "Kyle, you pervert." Beep, beep, beep. Power level 874. The scouter suddenly announced Lana's combat strength. Consequently, Sun Yu was propelled 10 meters away by the force of his cousin's retaliatory strike. Oh no, how do I explain to her that I was merely performing CPR? The name Kyle, uttered by his cousin, was indeed Sun Yu's identity as a Scion. His full name was Khaleesi's, which meant bringer of death in the Scion language. Cough, cough, Lana, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Sun Yu stammered as Lana swiftly approached him, fearing she intended to deliver another beating. After all, he had often been on the receiving end of her wrath during their childhood. Oof, Kyle, I have no interest in those weaker than myself. If you truly wish to win my affection, you must train diligently. At the very least, you need to reach a power level of 3,000, Lana declared, attempting to elevate her chin in a show of superiority. Yet, the perceptive Sun Yu detected a hint of shyness and anticipation flickering in her eyes. 3,000 power level. Sun Yu's lips twitched. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a transmigrator, but his perspective extended far beyond the traditional Scion understanding of power levels. While Scions were inherently endowed with formidable physiques, their grasp of martial arts and mastery of ki were rudimentary at best. They adhered blindly to the survival of the fittest, which hindered their potential in comparison to the majority of species in the Universia, striking parallel to the Dragon Ball world. Thus, to better unlock his potential, Sun Yu had a journey to Earth, where he could seek out the Kaioshin as a mentor and learn to control his ki. Noticing Sun Yu's silence, Lana huffed and, with a hint of consolation in her tone, remarked, "Kyle, although you are a lower-class warrior, with diligent training, you might yet achieve a power level of 3,000. You must have confidence in yourself." Upon hearing Lana's words, Sun Yu smiled and shook his head, slowly responding, "Lana, I believe it's misguided to assess a newborn's potential solely based on their initial power level." "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lana frowned. "You're clearly envious of my status as an intermediate warrior, which is why you're saying such things." Sun Yu smiled gently and shook his head. Talent is a quality that is difficult to assess by a singular standard. It is often intricately linked to one's efforts, insight, and even fortuity. Perhaps some individuals are born feeble, yet through relentless learning and an unyielding spirit of combat, they can repeatedly transcend their limitations and become immensely powerful. Take, for instance, Sun Wukong from the Dragon Ball universe, who was born with a mere battle power of 2 to 3, derided as a worthless lower-class warrior. Yet from such a seemingly insignificant beginning, he continuously sought knowledge, relentlessly pursued his own strength, and ceaselessly surpassed himself, ultimately becoming one of the most formidable beings in the cosmos. While Sun Wukong's achievements were undoubtedly bolstered by the Saiyan bloodline that grows stronger in the face of adversity, how many of the Saiyans from planet Vegeta were able to shatter their own shackles and ascend to true greatness? Most, after all, fell as countless souls under Frisia's dominion. Thus, to become a true powerhouse, talent may account for a mere 30%, fortune for 70%, while the remaining 90% must be earned through one's own tenacity. Perhaps due to his Saiyan heritage, Sun Yu harbored an almost obsessive fervor for strength. He refused to be just an ordinary Saiyan, destined to share the grave of King Vegeta on planet Vegeta. He aspired to be a formidable force, a master of his own destiny. Regardless, upon your return to planet Vegeta, make sure to train diligently. Lana remarked with a smile. By the way, Sister Na, I noticed many people were evacuating. Why didn't they clear the battlefield before leaving? I find it hard to comprehend. To be honest, Sun Yu was reluctant to return to planet Vegeta, for with the escalating tensions between King Vegeta and Frisia, the latter's scrutiny of the Saiyans would only intensify, making any future escape far more challenging. Oh, regarding them, it's because they received news from planet Vegeta that King Vegeta has welcomed a son whose battle power is nearly 500 at birth. The king is celebrating with a grand feast, inviting all Saiyans to planet Vegeta for the festivities. As she spoke, Lana's eyes sparkled with a dazzling light, clearly envious of this newborn with such remarkable power. King Vegeta has a son. Sun Yu's heart trembled suddenly as a name floated into his mind. Indeed, it was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who possessed a battle power of 500 at birth and surpassed King Vegeta by the age of 8, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Sun Yu quickly recalled the Dragon Ball anime, where Vegeta was only 5 years old when Frisia obliterated planet Vegeta. This meant that the destruction of planet Vegeta was merely 5 years away. As Sun Yu was lost in thought, the battle power scouter in his arms suddenly emitted a series of alarming beeps. Beep, beep, beep. High battle power units detected ahead. 485, 397. There's a situation. Sun Yu and Lana immediately fell into a state of alert. Sun Yu returned the battle power scouter to Lana, swiftly picking up a scouter from the corpse of a fallen Saiyan comrade on the ground. Beep beep, no battle power units detected. Upon acquiring the scouter, Lana promptly placed it against her ear, searching for the enemy's position through the lens. However, this time, the scouter yielded no readings. What's going on? Kale, it seems this old-fashioned scouter is malfunctioning. We'll need to replace it with the latest model when we return, Lana grumbled, tossing the scouter aside. This outdated model had voice alert features, providing warnings about enemies within a certain range of the wearer. However, due to its short detection range and low accuracy, it faced the threat of obsolescence. Can she do anything about it? Chen Gu pondered for a moment, considering that learning martial arts from him seemed to be a commendable decision for enhancing his strength. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he extended his little finger towards the girl on the ground. You all can learn from me. I have no children of my own, so if you wish, you may call me grandfather. The old man squinted his eyes and smiled gently as he spoke. Grandfather, Chen Gu murmured softly. In his previous life, his grandfather had passed away early, and now he had acquired another grandfather in this life. Perhaps this was fate. From that moment on, the three figures gradually faded into the horizon. Chen Gu followed the old man to his residence. Upon entering, Chen Gu was taken aback. Isn't this a courtyard house? It was indeed peculiar to possess a traditional courtyard house in a world of advanced technology. Chen Gu began to wonder if the old man, like himself, had traversed from Earth. Inside, he observed a spacious area in the center, with a pile of wooden stumps on the right and some sandbags along with heavy-looking objects on the left, materials that appeared to be intended for training. After settling in the old man's courtyard, Chen Gu was eager to learn martial arts. The three of them arrived at the open square in the middle of the house, where the old man gazed at Chen Gu with a smile. Thinking to himself, this kid is quite impressive. Perhaps he can inherit most of my martial arts. Before we begin, I still do not know your names. The old man stroked his beard and said slowly. Chen Gu looked around and replied, I am Chen Gu. Then turned to the little girl, what about you? Ah, Oh, my name is Fong Duo. The girl seemed still startled, gazing curiously at Chen Gu. Are you an orphan? With nowhere to go, Chen Gu began to observe the girl closely. Although she resembled a beggar, her attire was surprisingly clean, and her skin smooth, unlike that of a typical beggar. No, I just sneaked out to play, and then couldn't find my way back. The girl said, tears welling in her eyes. How about this? I will post your information on the network. Once your family sees it, they will come to fetch you. Until your family finds you, you can stay here. The old man said, looking at Fong Duo with his profound gaze for a moment before shifting his attention away. The little girl blinked her big, pitiful eyes. Really? Can you help me find my mommy and daddy? Thank you, grandfather. Old man, didn't you say you would teach me martial arts? Let's begin. Chen Gu clenched his small fists in anticipation. The old man looked at Chen Gu with a smile, and after a while said slowly, when learning my martial arts, you must not use it for nefarious purposes. Why martial arts are powerful. If misused, they could easily harm the innocent. If you do not agree, I cannot impart them to you. Powerful? With your combat power of 120, how powerful can it be? Can it destroy this planet? Chen Gu's lips twitched, remaining silent. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and after a while, Chen Gu finally managed to utter, I promise. Thus, Chen Gu began his martial arts training under the old man's guidance. And a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Chen Gu stood on the stumps, perspiring as he tirelessly honed the martial arts taught by the old man. Growing increasingly formidable. On that day, Fong Duo's parents finally arrived to take her home. It turned out that Fong Duo's father was the leader of Fengshui technology, one of the most advanced rulers of this planet. And Fong Duo was his cherished little princess that he expressed his gratitude to the old man while completely disregarding Chen Gu. 5 years later, Chen Gu found himself at the old man's bedside, gazing at the frail figure who was on the brink of death, feeling a profound sadness within. It was as though the scene of his grandfather's passing in his previous life was repeating itself. The old man gently patted Chen Gu's head. Little Gu, I know you must come from a very distant place. I realized my physical condition 5 years. Find a successor for my martial arts before I depart. I am truly content that I have taught you everything I know. The rest is up to you to cultivate. Why ancestors possessed even more profound martial arts, but they have long been lost. Otherwise, you would surely reach even greater heights. Is the deeper martial arts related to the cultivation of qi? Chen Gu, despite training in the old man's martial arts over the years, had tried to sense the qi within himself, but to no avail. It seemed that without guidance, one could not even begin to grasp it. Chen Gu held the old man's hand, tears streaming down his face unknowingly. Foolish child, I'm already very happy to have you by my side in my twilight years. The martial arts of this planet have long been lost. If possible, do seek out other advanced martial arts planets. There, you may find higher-level martial arts traditions. The old man affectionately patted Chen Gu's small head. This is the star map I have gathered over the years. Unfortunately, I never acquired a spaceship, but I entrust this star map to you. If one day you possess a spaceship and this star map, you may find planets where martial arts traditions still exist. The old man produced a spherical metal object. Gazing kindly at Chen Gu, he said, the road ahead is for you to walk alone. With those final words, the old man departed from this world. Grandfather, Chen Gu stared at the spherical metal in his hand, tears flooding down. The next day, Chen Gu buried the old man's body according to the customs of his previous life. Finding a suitable resting place, he knelt before the grave. Bowing his head, Grandfather, I will remember your teachings. Chen Gu looked around at the towering buildings, suddenly feeling lost, uncertain of his next steps. Hours later, he reflected on his learning over the past 5 years. His combat power had reached 86 points, a slow increase, perhaps a result of the peaceful era for science. The old man's martial arts were extraordinary, akin to the techniques of the Earth's Master Rashi, not only enhancing physical strength, but also almost eliminating unnecessary movements during strikes. Now, at the age of 7, Chen Gu realized that Earth's Goku was merely 5, that it was still too early to return to Earth. The plot had yet to unfold. He decided to linger on this planet, perfecting his martial arts, for there were still occasional extraneous movements. Once he perfected all of the old man's techniques, it would not be too late to go to Earth. The old man's star map was not extensive, but it conveniently included the location of Earth, which put Chen Gu at ease. His gaze shifted toward the forest where he had first arrived on this planet. He resolved to train there for the remaining days, striving to complete his cultivation. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind as he glanced at his tail, murmuring, "Almost forgot about you. I certainly don't want you to be my downfall." He then began to train his tail, determined to overcome the Scion's fatal weakness that on a torrential afternoon, Chen Gu swung his fists in the rain, occasionally practicing some leg techniques. Chen Gu exhaled deeply, finally integrating the old man's martial arts. With a casual punch, ripples seemed to vibrate through the air. Pleased with the results, he erupted into laughter. Taking out his scouter, Chen Gu checked his combat power. 126 points. Suddenly, his smile faded. 0.5 years had passed since the old man's death, and now 12-year-old Chen Gu stood at a height of 1.60 m. However, since 3 years ago, his combat power had been growing at a sluggish pace. Chen Gu felt perplexed. Was it due to his current status as a lower-tier warrior? He did not quite understand. It's time to leave. Perhaps Earth holds the key to enhancing my combat power. Chen Gu looked up at the distant starry sky, a smile gracing his lips. Earth, here I come. Wait for me. He quickly located the spaceship where he had hidden it upon his arrival, pressed a few buttons on its surface, and the ship opened slowly. Chen Gu climbed inside, loaded the star map, and entered the destination, Earth. The screen displayed a message. Destination, Earth. Estimated travel time, 6 months. Wow, that is quite a while. Are you serious? Chen Gu leaned his head against his hand, but the thought of learning to freely soar through the skies with aerial techniques excited him immensely. Let us set off, Chen Gu declared, and the spaceship shot upwards towards the heavens. Unbeknownst to Chen Gu, as the spaceship was about to leave the atmosphere, a young girl with yellow hair, observing from the center of a distant planet, gazed at the screen displaying Chen Gu's rapidly ascending vessel and murmured, "So, you are finally leaving, aren't you?" A keen observer would notice that this girl was a grown-up version of Fong Duo, whom Chen Gu had rescued a decade ago. Unknown spacecraft detected. Should we engage? The machine before the woman emitted a voice devoid of warmth. Unbidden, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, and after a prolonged silence, she slowly uttered, "Release." Yet at that moment, Chen Gu was still lost in his yearning for Earth. 6 months later, Chen Gu gradually awoke from slumber, murmuring, "Have we arrived?" A mechanical text on the screen announced that they had reached their destination, Earth. They would enter the planet's atmosphere in 5 minutes. Gazing at the familiar azure sphere before him, Chen Gu couldn't help but recall the photographs of Earth brought back by astronauts in his previous life that, in comparison, witnessing it with his own eyes seemed infinitely more beautiful. With approximately a year and a half remaining before the narrative commenced, his current strength was akin to that of the turtle hermit. Should he recklessly enter Earth now, he would undoubtedly be detected by the celestial beings. Given his present abilities, he was no match for them. That if the celestial beings mistook him for an invader and eliminated him, that would be a grave misfortune. Oh, what a hassle, Chen Gu lamented, resting his head in his hands. Ultimately deciding against entering Earth immediately, it appeared that he should first seek out the turtle hermit. Though his strength was similar to that of the hermit, he was unfamiliar with the concept of qi. Learning about it from him would be advantageous. However, he was uncertain whether the hermit would accept him. Oh well, I shall go and see. With that, Chen Gu retrieved his detector and pressed a button. There's still quite a few with high combat power. Over 200. They must be celestial beings, he mused, directing his gaze northward. Next, he noted a presence similar to his own to the east, and another with a power level of 150 to the south. Whatever, let us locate the turtle hermit first. This one, with a combat power around 130, should be the turtle hermit. With that, he navigated the spacecraft toward his target. Half an hour later, Chen Gu spotted a small island that seemed to float amidst the ocean. The island housed a modest dwelling, and a turtle lazily sprawled on the ground. No, it was a sea turtle. Where's the turtle hermit? Chen Gu wondered. He noticed an elderly man inside the house, twisting his body while watching television. Suddenly, the old man froze, turning to look in Chen Gu's direction. As expected of the turtle hermit. Is this the application of qi? Truly impressive. Chen Gu couldn't help but admire him. As Chen Gu controlled the spacecraft, it landed with a thunderous sound on a larger, uninhabited island not far from the small one, he skillfully concealed the spacecraft. In truth, it mattered little whether it was hidden. Those who should have detected Chen Gu's presence had already done so, that he merely wished to prevent ordinary folk from seizing his ship for research. Chen Gu gazed at the Turtle Hermit's island. And at that moment, the hermit also cast his gaze toward Chen Gu. Beneath his sunglasses, his brow furrowed involuntarily as he murmured, "Who is this individual, possessing such formidable energy, nearly on par with mine?" After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, Chen Gu took the initiative to break the awkward silence. "Greetings, I am Chen Gu, a Saiyan. May I inquire if you are a powerful being on this planet?" His question was somewhat redundant, given that he had come specifically to seek out the Turtle Hermit, but appearances had to be maintained. This planet? Saiyan. It appears there are other races in the universe, remarkably similar to us. Except for the tail, the Turtle Hermit pondered in astonishment, realizing that he was indeed dealing with an extraterrestrial. "It seems he has come directly to me. I wonder what his intentions are. Nevertheless, I cannot show weakness. Indeed, I am considered a powerful being on this planet. What brings you to seek me?" The Turtle Hermit inquired, his gaze fixed on Chen Gu, understanding that the celestial beings were undoubtedly monitoring him. Chen Gu recounted his tale. "I was born on planet Vegeta, the home world of my Saiyan kin, but it was destroyed by an evil organization that I fled and eventually found refuge on Alpha Star, where an elderly gentleman took me in and imparted his lifelong teachings. He informed me that I could pursue martial arts on more advanced planets, and by chance, I arrived here, seeking to attain greater martial prowess." Chen Gu spoke with a steady heart and unflinching demeanor, not only for the Turtle Hermit's benefit, but also for the celestial beings listening, and he understood that to acquire knowledge of Qi on Earth, he must present a transparent and legitimate purpose. "And how did you find me upon arriving on Earth?" The Turtle Hermit scrutinized Chen Gu intensely for a prolonged moment. Chen Gu produced his detector from his pocket and presented it to the Turtle Hermit. "Because I possess this. It can detect a person's combat power. By the way, may I ask your name, esteemed elder?" Chen Gu inquired while the Turtle Hermit examined the detector. The Turtle Hermit instantly adopted a serious demeanor, clearing his throat. "You may call me Turtle Hermit. May I learn martial arts from you?" "Turtle Hermit?" Chen Gu asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on the elder. "The detector also reveals that our strengths are comparable. So, I don't believe I can teach you much," the Turtle Hermit replied, gazing into the distance. The wisdom of age. Had I not understood Qi, I might have truly been deceived." Chen Gu mused internally before continuing. "My grandfather once said that every martial arts master possesses their unique strengths. That I humbly request that you teach me, Turtle Hermit." With that, he performed a respectful bow. "That if you wish for me to teach you." "Let us first test your abilities," the Turtle Hermit declared, rushing forward. Chen Gu instantly met his charge, and the two figures danced across the small island, their movements creating a breathtaking spectacle against the backdrop of the evening sky. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the celestial beings, a figure clad in black stood beside one draped in green. "What do you think of him, Celestial?" the black-clad figure inquired, glancing toward the other. After a long pause, the Celestial replied, "His energy is not malevolent. Let us observe him further and see how far he can go. He may prove useful in the future." As the last rays of sunlight faded, a sea turtle on one of the islands gazed towards the two individuals who had been locked in combat for quite some time, Chen Gu and the Turtle Hermit. The two were panting heavily, yet laughing heartily. "I must admit, your strength is remarkable. Your grandfather must be quite a formidable martial artist. You have been well trained, exhibiting minimal superfluous movements. However, it seems you only excel in hand-to-hand combat. That I believe I can indeed teach you a few things. Would you be willing to train with me? At long last, the moment has arrived, the training of Qi." Chen Gu felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained an outward facade of nonchalance. "Why am I feeling so skeptical?" "Turtle Hermit, you merely match my strength. I am still uncertain if I wish to train with you. Then allow me to demonstrate my true power. Otherwise, you may not grasp my capabilities," the Turtle Hermit declared, shedding his shell. Instantly, his muscles swelled, and he placed his hands on his waist, beginning to gather Qi slowly. At that moment, Chen Gu was not engaged in his own Qi training. He could only sense the Turtle Hermit transforming in some indefinable way. An instinctive awareness gripped him. At this moment, the turtle hermit exuded an aura of danger. What followed was a scene that Chen Gu would never forget. The turtle hermit's hands glowed with a blue luminescence as he proclaimed, Kamehameha! A beam of blue light shot forth with the speed of lightning, resulting in a colossal explosion in the distance. When the light finally dissipated, a great mountain lay reduced to rubble. Glorp! Chen Gu's throat involuntarily emitted the sound of swallowed saliva. Although he had seen such power on television before, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. The magnitude of the destruction left him momentarily stunned. The turtle hermit cast a glance at Chen Gu, noting his astonished expression, and felt a swell of pride. Did you see that? That was my most powerful attack. Would you like to learn it? How could I not desire such power? Chen Gu instinctively replied, his eyes fixed on the turtle hermit as if he were gazing upon a treasure, fearing the elder might vanish. This lad possesses great potential. If I teach him Qi, he will surely reach new heights. I need not worry about a lack of successors, the turtle hermit mused, observing the gleam in Chen Gu's eyes. Looking into the distance, the turtle hermit continued, what I employ is called Qi, an intricate martial art. If you wish to master it, be prepared to invest considerable time. With thorough understanding, one can unleash several times their inherent strength. The technique I just demonstrated is known as the Kamehameha, a move I painstakingly developed over many years. Without extensive training, it cannot be learned. If one aspires to master a skill, it necessitates a considerable investment of energy and dedication. The turtle sage, methodically elucidating, grew increasingly proud as he spoke like a tea that moment. However, Chen Gu was not fully attentive to the turtle sage's words. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the turtle sage unleash the turtle school's Kamehameha, and it seemed he had felt a surge of energy. Something he had never experienced before. Perhaps it was Qi. Subsequently, he endeavored to mimic the turtle sage, attempting to channel the Qi he could sense into his hands, which were positioned at his waist, after concentrating for several seconds. Chen Gu felt ready and released his gathered Qi with a puff. Before him appeared a diminutive blue sphere of energy, which quickly dissipated into nothingness. Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. What could such a feeble display of Qi possibly achieve? Upon hearing Chen Gu's exclamation, the turtle sage swiftly turned to face him. Upon witnessing the blue orb that Chen Gu had conjured, a twitch of disbelief crossed his lips, almost causing him to lose his balance. After years of research on the turtle school's Kamehameha, this lad managed to grasp it at a mere glance. Chen Gu, witnessing the turtle sage's astonishment, felt a flicker of pride within him. Though it was promptly subdued, he had only just begun to perceive Chen could control but a minuscule portion of it. There was little merit in boasting. Chen Gu addressed the turtle sage, Master Turtle. I have been training for quite some time. Upon witnessing your display of the Kamehameha, I sensed a fragment of Qi within me. However, I can only control a tiny portion, and even that was nearly beyond my capacity. Indeed, managing to control even a small amount is commendable, but do not let it inflate your ego. You possess a vast reservoir of Qi within you. Only through relentless practice can you fully master it. From tomorrow onward, I shall formally instruct you in the ways of Qi. You may reside here with me. Feel free to choose any room, the turtle sage replied, shaking his head as he retreated to his quarters. That night, as Chen Gu lay in his room, he reflected on the myriad experiences he had encountered since arriving in this world, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. After nearly a decade of training, his power barely reached 126 points. If he were to confront Frisia in the future, he feared the tyrant would hardly deem him worthy of a fight. Starting tomorrow, I shall diligently learn about Qi. Once I have grasped its fundamentals, I must also master the art of flight. My life shall undoubtedly be extraordinary. Chen Gu resolved silently, gradually succumbing to sleep amidst his swirling thoughts until the break of dawn the following day. Chen Gu awoke from his slumber. After donning his attire, he dashed to the turtle sage's dwelling, exclaiming, Master Turtle, rise and shine. It is time to teach me the ways of Qi. Minutes turned into an eternity. Yet silence reigned within the room. Assuming the turtle sage was absent, Chen Gu ventured outside to commence his daily morning exercises. 2 hours later, he concluded his training session. Your martial arts regimen prioritizes raw power and speed. devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers. It is quite suitable for your training. The turtle sage's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Startled, Chen Gu thought, when did he arrive? I sensed nothing. The turtle sage, noticing Chen Gu's astonishment, explained, this is but one application of qi, to obscure one's own energy, enabling stealth. Master Turtle, Chen Gu respectfully called out. Yes, the turtle sage replied unhurriedly. Are you prepared? He inquired, fixing his gaze on Chen Gu. I am ready. Chen Gu answered without hesitation. The power of qi is immense. Once you grasp it, do not misuse it frivolously. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. When you attain substantial strength, you will often bear burdens that others cannot even fathom. Are you truly prepared, Chen Gu? The turtle sage intoned solemnly. Momentarily taken aback, Chen Gu realized, indeed, my previous pursuit of strength was merely for survival. I had not considered that greater ability entails greater responsibility. At times, I must take action in that instant. He felt a profound clarity wash over him. As if his mind had been liberated, as he gazed at the turtle sage, he perceived a depth in him that surpassed what he had observed in his past life. With unwavering determination, Chen Gu met the turtle sage's gaze. I am ready. The turtle sage nodded in approval. Then let us begin. Qi is the fundamental energy that resides within all living beings. Every creature possesses qi. Though it is often scarce in the average person, making it difficult to perceive as one's body strengthens, so too does their qi, making it easier to sense. Please have a seat that we will first practice sensing qi. Oh, I almost forgot. You have already begun to sense it. We will advance directly to the next stage, attempting to control the qi throughout your body, allowing you to direct it wherever you desire. The turtle sage then demonstrated by striking his fist towards the sea, creating a sizable indentation in the water's surface, an illustration of the enhanced power derived from concentrating qi into a punch. For the subsequent month, Chen Gu immersed himself in mastering the control of qi within his body. Whenever challenges arose, the turtle sage provided satisfactory guidance. Finally, after a month of dedicated practice, Chen Gu achieved perfect control over his internal qi. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage nearly choked on his tea in astonishment. In the days that followed, Chen Gu enjoyed a fulfilling routine, primarily dedicated to training. Each morning, he would bear the weight of the turtle shell for physical conditioning, while afternoons and evenings were devoted to refining his command of qi. After a month, he learned to conceal and diminish his qi, followed by 2 months honing the art of externalizing qi with minimal energy wastage. This was the Kamehameha. However, despite dedicating a year to honing his ability to sense others with qi, he could only perceive energies within a radius of 1,000 meters. It felt as though he had gained a third eye, enabling him to sense the environment without obstruction, a sensation Chen Gu relished. Yet, energies beyond 1,000 meters remained indistinct, and he could not ascertain their intensity. The turtle sage, unsure of the reason, advised Chen Gu to continue practicing. Eventually, the turtle sage found he had little left to impart to Chen Gu and summoned him. You have learned nearly all I can teach you, and at a pace that far exceeded my expectations that I asked for your issues with sensing energy, there may be a solution. Where? Chen Gu inquired, puzzled. The Kalen Sacred Land. It is a sanctuary for martial arts. Only by climbing the Kalen Tower unaided can one meet the sage residing atop and receive their guidance. Perhaps the sage above can assist you with your concerns. Years ago, I too climbed the Kalen Tower barehanded and received the sage's counsel, which paved the way for my current achievements. The turtle sage gazed into the distance, lost in reminiscence. After a considerable pause, he returned to the present and addressed Chen Gu. Your strength now surpasses mine. Based on your scouter's readings, you are nearing 160 points. It is time for you to journey to the Kalen Sacred Land. You may find it immensely rewarding. He gestured toward the northern horizon, indicating the path to follow. Where exactly is it, and how long will it take? Chen Gu asked, somewhat exasperated. The turtle sage scratched his head thoughtfully. I can hardly recall how long it takes. Perhaps a few months. Regardless, head in that direction. Why turtle has gone missing and may have lost its way. If you happen to see it, please return it to the sea. It will find its way back. Chen Gu's lips twitched in disbelief, inwardly lamenting, this is utterly unreliable. Thank goodness I have a scouter. Otherwise I would truly be led astray. a missing turtle. It seems the plot is thickening. The following morning, Chen Gu donned a specially crafted turtle school uniform, emblazoned with a prominent turtle character on the chest. This was the outfit he had requested from the turtle sage, designed to bear a weight of 50 kilograms. However, he had not anticipated the peculiar style. "Master Turtle, I am departing." Chen Gu bowed respectfully before sprinting northward. He had resolved to train along the journey to the Kalin's sacred land, as he traversed the path toward the northern sanctuary. A figure clad in a yellow training outfit could be seen racing northward, exuding an air of distinct charm, with a conspicuous turtle character on his chest. Where on earth could it be? Ever since a scouter had been damaged while he slept a month ago, he had been at a loss. Chen Gu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After 2 months of arduous travel and an additional month of aimless wandering, he still had not located the Kalin sanctuary. "Ah, my head aches," he sighed, just as he sensed a reaction of chi nearby, a gathering of energies. Stealthily, he approached and discovered a group of Native Americans encircling a fire, seemingly engaged in a dance, their voices rising in song. Native Americans? Could they be the guardians of the Kalin sanctuary? This suggests that the sanctuary must be in the vicinity. Best not to disturb them, he thought, quietly maneuvering around them and exploring the surroundings. After searching for nearly half an hour, he finally spotted a towering white pillar, reaching skyward, adorned with what appeared to be ancient runes, exuding an aura of sanctity. Such a feat, it seemed, could only be accomplished by a true celestial being. The wonders of the Dragon Ball world were indeed astonishing. Witnessing this pillar firsthand left Chen Gu utterly awestruck. He swallowed hard. Chen Gu hastened toward the base of the pillar, feeling increasingly that this structure was extraordinary. It stood at the center of a basin, encircled by mountains, resembling the nucleus of a grand disk, a truly divine stroke of artistry. Raising his gaze to the pillar piercing through the clouds, he resolved, "Come, let me see just how high you reach." With a fierce determination, he leapt onto the pillar, ascending towards the heavens with lightning speed. After what felt like half a day, night had fallen, and he clung tightly to the pillar, exclaiming, "I am so hungry." He realized that delaying his meal had drained his energy significantly. As he contemplated resting against the pillar, he unexpectedly succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. Suddenly, Chen Gu awoke in a state of weightlessness, alarmed to find himself in danger of plummeting. "Kamehameha!" he exclaimed, instinctively placing his hands at his waist and unleashing the Kamehameha, propelling himself upward with the recoil. Grasping the pillar once more, he resumed his ascent, muttering, "Not knowing the flight technique is troublesome. I must learn it for sure." His figure gradually faded from view. With the dawn's arrival, Chen Gu finally beheld the summit of the tower. Gazing at the circular pinnacle above, a smile unconsciously spread across his face. He had finally arrived. He swiftly darted into the tower's apex, panting heavily. "At last, I've made it." That moment, a large cat, its fur slightly yellowed, stood before him, its eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all things, sending shivers down Chen Gu's spine. The cat leaned against a staff resembling wood, quietly observing him, its fur dancing gently in the breeze. Despite its somewhat discolored coat, the creature emanated a sense of unity with nature, as if the Kalin sage before him embodied the very essence of the natural world. Is this the Kalin sage? Truly, celestial beings are not to be underestimated, Chen Gu mused inwardly. Although he recognized the sage, he feigned ignorance, gazing at the Kalin sage with a puzzled expression. "Greetings, are you the sage of this place?" The Kalin sage circled Chen Gu a few times, noting his lack of strength. Indeed, he seemed rather feeble, yet had managed to ascend the Kalin tower in such a short span of time. "I'm the sage of this realm. You may call me Kalin sage. Pray tell, who are you? Your power is quite lacking, yet you scaled the tower so swiftly." "Oh, I concealed my chi," Chen Gu replied, and then attempted to release his energy. Mimicking the way he had seen Goku unleash his power in his previous life, placing his hands at his waist and exclaiming, "Ah, ah." After a considerable time, he eagerly looked at the Kalin sage. "Behold, this is my true strength. Not too shabby, right?" The Kalin sage scrutinized Chen Gu for an extended period, as if regarding a fool. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke, "Are you certain you possess great strength?" Chen Gu's heart sank. Could it be that my combat power of nearly 160 fails to impress the Kalen sage? But wait, Goku was far weaker than I, and the Kalen sage regarded him favorably. Contemplating this, Chen Gu took a moment to sense his own chi more thoroughly. He scratched his head awkwardly. Kalen sage, I just exhausted my energy climbing the tower. Might you have something to eat? It would help me regain my strength. And then I could demonstrate my abilities to you. Inwardly, he thought, usually one receives a senzu bean upon arrival. I must take the opportunity to procure some. After all, senzu beans are miraculous healing items that I must secure some. On the surface, however, he remained composed, fixated on the Kalen sage, as if waiting for him to offer the beans. Meow. I do have some food, though it takes quite a while to eat, the Kalen sage replied, producing a green bean from seemingly nowhere and tossing it to Chen Gu. This is a senzu bean. It will restore your vitality. Chen Gu accepted the bean, examining it closely, yet found it to be rather ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he popped the senzu bean into his mouth, crunching it with gusto. The moment he swallowed, it felt as though he had consumed a divine elixir. All traces of fatigue vanished, and he felt revitalized, his strength even surpassing 160 now. Having personally experienced the benefits of the senzu bean, Chen Gu gazed at the Kalen sage with eyes aglow, almost as if he wished to devour him. Could you spare me a few more? The Kalen sage, feeling a chill from Chen Gu's intense gaze, replied, My supply of senzu beans is limited, but over the centuries, I've accumulated a fair number. Aside from satiating hunger, I haven't discovered any other uses that if you wish, I could part with some. But first, you must demonstrate your strength to me. I hadn't anticipated that this Kalen sage would also value strength. It seems I must diligently enhance my abilities. Otherwise, I may find myself unqualified for certain endeavors. Chen Gu pondered. Gathering his energy, he unleashed it at its peak, and the Kalen sage, adept at sensing chi, was immediately astonished by the intensity of Chen Gu's chi. The strength of this chi is nearing that of a divine being. The Kalen sage thought in shock, maintaining a calm facade as he remarked, Your strength is commendable. Your control over chi is quite proficient. You seem able to command your energy with remarkable finesse at this point. The Kalen sage's curiosity piqued. Who exactly are you? I do not recall such a remarkable young martial artist on earth. Chen Gu, merely 13 or 14 years old, possessed power exceeding that of Master Rashi. A feat quite impressive in the current ERA.MY master is the Turtle Sage of the Turtle School, who has imparted his entire strength to me. Yet, my range of chi sensing is limited to about 1,000 meters. My master mentioned that his cultivation derived from the Kalen Sage atop the Kalen Tower, which is you, and I hoped you might help me with my predicament, Chen Gu earnestly stated, bowing deeply. After all, the Kalen Sage stood as a celestial figure on earth, a benefactor to him, and Chen Gu felt compelled to show his respect. The Kalen Sage observed Chen Gu's bow and suggested, Release your Chand, sense your surroundings. Following the Kalen Sage's guidance, Chen Gu attempted to sense the chi around him, yet could still only perceive within a radius of about 1,000 meters. The Kalen Sage pondered for a moment. I believe I understand your situation. You have trained your body, but your spiritual strength remains insufficient. It seems you have not faced significant hardships. Typically, those with such formidable power have endured the vicissitudes of life. Their resolve unwavering, leading to a strong spiritual fortitude. Your spiritual strength, however, does not match your physical prowess, thus limiting your sensing range. The Kalen Sage shook his head. So, what solutions might you suggest, Sage? Chen Gu inquired. Pondering, surely, facing life's hardships isn't the answer. That seems rather undesirable. The Kalen Sage gazed into the distance, stating, There are two potential solutions. The first is to experience the tribulations of life, enhancing your mindset and spiritual power. Gradually, your sensing range will naturally expand, but that's far too time-consuming. I cannot afford to wait, Chen Gu thought, then asked, What is the second method? The second method, the Kalen Sage said, fixing his gaze on Chen Gu for a moment before fiddling with 3 jars filled with water, as if observing something. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, The second method involves seeking out a divine being and requesting their assistance. Perhaps they can resolve your issues. Chen Gu found himself deep in thought. Was the Kalen sage withholding the second method to assess my actions on earth, determining my worthiness for recommendation to a divine being? It seems I have indeed earned the Kalen sage's approval. Chen Gu inquired, "How can I meet the Lord of the Heavens?" "If you wish to see the Lord of the Heavens, it is not out of the question. However, you must first assist me with a certain task." The immortal Kailan replied with a mischievous smile. Chen Gu felt a flutter of unease in his heart and asked, "What is it that you need?" Kailan scrutinized Chen Gu for an extended period, only breaking the silence when he sensed Chen Gu's increasing discomfort. "Please help me procure some fish." Chen Gu nearly stumbled at the request, nearly losing his footing entirely. He began to suspect that Kailan had deliberately focused on a few jars for an extended time. Or perhaps from a very beginning, Kailan had intended for him to fetch fish. A smile crept onto Chen Gu's lips as he replied, "Very well, but I have a request that Dio share," Kailan said with curiosity. "You possess so many celestial beings. Would it be too much trouble to spare me a few jars?" Chen Gu probed. "After all, they'll only be squandered by Yakinob later. It would be better off with me," he thought to himself. "Agreed." Kailan did not hesitate for a moment as he handed over 3 jars of celestial beans to Chen Gu. For the next 3 days, Chen Gu scurried around the Kailan Tower, delivering the fish requested by Kailan. Enough to sustain him for several years. Chen Gu thought it prudent to gather a substantial amount now, intending to return to Kailan for trade once his celestial beings were depleted. "Kailan, you mentioned that the Lord of the Heavens could resolve my issues. How do I reach him?" Chen Gu casually inquired after consuming a celestial being. "Rest assured, I've already made arrangements for you. Your escort should be arriving shortly," Kailan replied, speaking with his mouth full of fish. Upon hearing this, Chen Gu ceased his inquiries and sat cross-legged in silence, focusing on cultivating his qi. As for the cross-legged position, he had simply emulated what he had read in numerous cultivation novels from his previous life. Approximately half an hour later, a figure clad entirely in black, emanating a faint glow, appeared on a platform, hands clasped behind his back, gliding towards them from a distance. The figure donned ancient attire and exuded an air of sanctity. "This must be Bobo," Chen Gu mused internally. Bobo surveyed Chen Gu for a moment, noting his attire reminiscent of Master Rashi, his neatly trimmed hair, and the tail that swayed naturally behind him. He then shifted his gaze to Kailan. "Kailan, the Lord of the Heavens has sent me to escort Chen Gu to him, stating that he can offer guidance in his cultivation. It seems the Lord of the Heavens has been keeping an eye on me for quite some time. It would be unlikely for him to so readily agree to teach me otherwise. Perhaps he perceives potential in me to defeat the future Bic and wishes for my assistance in vanquishing him." Chen Gu contemplated as he regarded Bobo, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Bobo, sensing Chen Gu's confusion regarding his identity, spoke in a deadpan manner. "My name is Bobo, and I am a servant of the Lord of the Heavens." "Very well, Mr. Bobo. Let us be on our way. The Lord of the Heavens awaits," Chen Gu replied. With that, Bobo prepared to lead Chen Gu towards the heavenly palace. "Kailan, I shall leave my 3 jars of celestial beans in your care for now. I will return to retrieve them once my training is complete," he declared, before leaping onto a flying carpet. The carpet was soft, its material unknown to him, yet it felt remarkably stable throughout the journey. Bobo remained silent, deftly maneuvering the flying carpet without uttering a word. Chen Gu took the opportunity to observe the scenery along their route. The carpet first soared away from Kailan Tower, then ascended vertically. Not long after, they entered what appeared to be a bubble-like entrance, revealing a heavenly palace far grander than any he had seen on television in his past life. At the entrance of the heavenly palace stood an elderly Namekian with wrinkled skin, wearing a garment adorned with the character for God, as if to ensure no one could mistake his divine status. It appears the heavenly palace is not situated on Earth, but in a different dimension. Truly remarkable, Chen Gu pondered, his mind racing with thoughts. Once the carpet came to a halt, Chen Gu disembarked alongside Bobo. "Lord, Chen Gu has arrived," Bobo announced. Indeed, the Lord of the Heavens responded nonchalantly, observing Chen Gu with a contemplative gaze. His chi appears quite upright, yet his heart is not entirely pure, harboring many thoughts. "Greetings, Chen Gu. I am the Lord of the Heavens of Earth. You may refer to me as such," he said calmly. "Such strength, the sensation of chi exceeds at least 200. However, it carries a sense of weariness." he may not be able to unleash his full combat potential. Nevertheless, he should not be underestimated. Chen Gu assessed, forming a decisive conclusion that I have heard that you are encountering difficulties in your cultivation. Pray tell what issues you face. Perhaps I can assist. The Lord of the Heavens said, kindly. Indeed. My perception of Qi only extends to a radius of 1,000 meters. Beyond that, it becomes quite vague. Kylan suggested you might possess a solution. Chen Gu replied earnestly. The perception of Qi is intrinsically linked to mental strength. To enhance your range of perception, you must correspondingly strengthen your mental capacity. Typically, the enhancement of mental strength is a gradual process. Do you seek a more expedited method? The Lord of the Heavens mused. Chen Gu felt a flicker of surprise at this revelation. Indeed. Might you possess a method? The Lord of the Heavens contemplated for a moment. There is indeed a method, but I cannot impart to you free of charge. I have a request. What is it that the Lord desires? As long as I am able, I shall endeavor to fulfill it, Chen Gu replied. Maintaining his composure, though internally he thought, if it proves perilous, I shall make my escape. First I shall learn. In the future, should Earth face great peril and you possess the capability to assist in its protection, not only will I resolve your issue, but I shall also teach you the art of flight. What say you? The Lord of the Heavens fixed his gaze upon Chen Gu upon hearing the mention of flight. Chen Gu first felt puzzled, wondering if it were not called the sky dance technique instead, but then he was overcome with joy, which he suppressed deep within. To an outsider, it appeared as though Chen Gu was in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he managed to stifle his excitement and replied, very well. The Lord of the Heavens stated, the most effective way to enhance mental strength is through meditation. By continuously improving oneself during meditation, one also reaps significant benefits from martial cultivation, and the art of flight is closely related to mental strength. The art of flight indeed contingent upon possessing formidable mental strength. Chen Gu interjected, recalling that, to his knowledge, the sky dance technique did not require mental strength. Could I have misremembered? Not entirely. There are two types of flight techniques. Point one relies on mental strength to control one's body for movement, while the other utilizes Qi to counteract the gravitational pull of Earth. However, these two methods differ significantly. The former demands a greater mental capacity, resulting in increased speed and control, though it is taxing on mental reserves. The latter, often referred to as the sky dance technique by the next generation, consumes Qi for flight, the Lord of the Heavens elucidated. Thus, the second method would be more suited for those with strong Qi. The stronger one is... The faster one can fly. And no wonder the warriors in my previous life predominantly practiced the sky dance technique. Initially, they had only been exposed to that method, and later on, they found the use of Qi far more practical than mental strength. After careful consideration, Chen Gu resolved to learn both techniques. The mental strength flight technique would complement his meditation, allowing for rapid enhancement, while the sky dance technique would serve as a practical option for everyday use. In the event of excessive Qi depletion during battle, he could resort to mental strength for flight, achieving a harmonious balance. Lord, I wish to commence with meditation first, that I wish to learn both methods of flight afterward. Chen Gu declared resolutely. That is certainly agreeable. Since I promised you, I shall teach you both, the Lord of the Heavens affirmed gently. Time flowed steadily within the heavenly palace. In a matter of days, Chen Gu mastered meditation, after which he diligently engaged in meditation to enhance his mental strength. Due to the initial stages, meditation could be quite taxing on his mental reserves. Thus, he opted to begin learning the sky dance technique. The sky dance technique involved dispersing the Qi within his body to various parts, allowing him to control it for movement. Given his prior training under Master Rashi to control his internal Qi, the learning process was significantly easier. And after 2 days, he found himself able to float gently into the air. When Chen Gu first took to the skies, he noticed that there was no wind or turbulence surrounding him, unlike the experiences of Biddy Li. Due to Chen Gu's exceptional control over Qi, there was minimal leakage. A month later, around the Temple of the Divine, a striking young figure could be seen rapidly soaring through the air, frequently shifting between various postures. Through a month of diligent practice, Chen Gu had finally mastered the art of aerial dance, and upon experiencing the exhilarating sensation of flying freely in the sky, he found himself utterly captivated. Once he had thoroughly enjoyed his time, Armed with the experience of aerial dance, he swiftly learned to fly using his mental energy. In the following year, Chen Gu did not neglect his physical training. Each day, he immersed himself in exercises, meditation, and the cultivation of mental flight, gradually enhancing his strength without even realizing it. Meanwhile, on a distant island, two small figures were tirelessly practicing while carrying enormous turtle shells. One of them, like Chen Gu, possessed a fluffy tail, while the other was a noseless bald head, none other than Sun Wukong and Krillin, disciples of the turtle hermit. When the turtle hermit first laid eyes on Wukong, particularly noting the tail that only Chen Gu had, he speculated about a possible connection between them, perhaps originating from the same planet. However, upon learning that Wukong had been raised by Sun Gohan, the turtle hermit dismissed this notion, yet he remained suspicious of Wukong's extraordinary talent for cultivation and his distinctive tail that on this particular day, in the open space before the Temple of the Divine, a young man sat cross-legged in midair, his eyes tightly shut, exuding an aura of effortless power. This individual was none other than Chen Gu, who had been honing his skills at the temple for a year. Over the course of that year, he diligently improved himself daily. His combat power had now reached 180, a rate of improvement that astonished the divine beings, further affirming their belief in the correctness of their previous decisions. Chen Gu could now sense the Qi within a 10-kilometer radius, and contemplated that if he continued to practice the meditation techniques imparted by the divine, his mental prowess might reach astonishing heights. However, he soon realized that the mental flight technique offered diminishing returns in terms of training his mental energy, and its speed paled in comparison to aerial dance, leading him to focus solely on meditation for the enhancement of his mental faculties. Simultaneously, his affection for aerial dance grew stronger on this day. Gazing into the distance, Chen Gu felt it was time to meet Wukong and the others, to become acquainted with them, and subsequently obtain Bulma's universal capsule. It seemed that the plot of the Dragon Ball world had already commenced, and being with the protagonists could only be advantageous. I could see that moment. The divine being slowly approached from behind. Are you ready to depart? Yes. It is time to relax in the mortal realm. Prolonged cultivation can be quite taxing, Chen Gu replied, still gazing into the distance. Divine being, could you assist me in locating the turtle hermit's whereabouts? I did not mark my way when I arrived, and am unsure how to find them. Chen Gu inquired, turning to the divine being. Of course, the divine being closed his eyes and concentrated for a while before opening them again. The turtle hermit is quite far from here, and there are two other strong presences nearby. They seem to be participating in a competition known as the World Martial Arts Tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament? It appears Wukong has indeed become a disciple of the turtle hermit. Chen Gu bowed deeply to the divine being, expressing gratitude for a year of guidance, and felt it was time to return to meet his master. The turtle hermit, from here, head south, and, at your speed, you should arrive in about 2 hours, the divine being pointed southward. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Chen Gu leaped from the side of the Temple of the Divine without looking back. Approaching the summit of Korin Tower, he employed aerial dance to stabilize his body before gently descending outside the tower. Korin sensed Chen Gu's arrival immediately. Chen Gu, it has been over a year. Is this the aerial dance? He squinted, noting the significant improvement. Indeed, I've grown a bit stronger. Chen Gu floated outside the tower, his right leg bent naturally and his left leg extended, smiling as he scratched his head. You are leaving, aren't you? Did you come for the senza beans? Korin observed Chen Gu. Nothing could escape Korin's keen perception. Indeed, he was preparing to depart. The divine being resolved my queries and guided my cultivation. I am grateful for your past recommendations, Korin. Chen Gu replied sincerely. This is our transaction. There's no need for thanks. Please wait a moment while I fetch the senza beans for you. Korin turned to retrieve the beans. Korin, could you give me just one bag for now? The rest can you store for a while longer? It's quite inconvenient for me to carry so many senza beans at the moment. Chen Gu said apologetically. Korin chuckled. I to be your warehouse now. Very well, I shall store them for a little longer. But if you fail to collect them next time, I won't keep them for you. Chen Gu understood Korin was jesting and chose not to respond. Shortly after, he received a bag containing approximately 20 to 30 senza beans, expressed his thanks, and flew off into the distance. Thank you. Corinne. Corinne gazed after Chen Gu for a long while, his eyes narrowed, as if contemplating something. It was not until Chen Gu vanished from sight that he slowly turned to resume his tasks. Rather than rushing southward at full speed, Chen Gu maintained a comfortable pace, gliding smoothly towards his destination. Along the journey, he admired the landscapes of Earth, remarking, "What a wonderful feeling it is to possess strength." The sensation of soaring freely through the air, going wherever one pleases, is simply sublime. Ah, the future is indeed promising. At that moment, a farmer working on the earth suddenly heard a resounding laughter from above. Scratching his head, he listened carefully, but the sound faded away. Am I too tired? Am I imagining things? How could there possibly be laughter in the sky? Never mind, I'll head back for a rest. As Chen Gu observed the vast plaza below, surrounded by spectators, a smile crept upon his lips. I have finally arrived. After a 5-hour journey filled with exploration, he reached the skies above the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sensing 3 particularly prominent chi signatures below, one belonging to the Turtle Hermit, while Wukong and Krillin's were comparatively weaker, Chen Gu's heart surged with excitement. Finally, I am about to meet the miraculous Wukong. With that thought, he began to glide toward the Turtle Hermit's chi. Fortunately, it was already dark and no one noticed Chen Gu descending. Otherwise, they would surely have been astonished, exclaiming about the appearance of a monster as Chen Gu neared the residence of the Turtle Hermit and his disciples. The Turtle Hermit keenly sensed Chen Gu's chi, standing by the window to gaze in his direction. Strange, this chi is quite powerful. How could such a strong presence suddenly appear? Wait, this chi's... The Turtle Hermit initially furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, revealing a hint of a smile. Sun Wukong and Krillin, observing the Turtle Hermit peering out of the window with a curious grin, couldn't help but approach the window to see what had captured his attention. Before long, a figure swiftly approached and hovered outside the window, suspended a meter from the ground. Donned in a blue training outfit adorned with a subtle divine character on his chest, standing at approximately 1.60 meters. And sporting a slight smile, Chen Gu exuded an air of vigor. Wukong and Krillin regarded Chen Gu with trepidation. Although they had yet to master chi, the overwhelming presence emanating from Chen Gu caused beads of cold sweat to form on their brows. After a moment of silence, Chen Gu broke the stillness. Turtle Hermit, it has been quite some time. The Turtle Hermit gazed at Chen Gu for a moment before expressing his satisfaction. You have made remarkable progress over this past year. Initially, I was taken aback by your chi, wondering how such a strong individual could exist. It wasn't until I sensed that familiar presence that I realized it was you. Wukong and Krillin listened in bewilderment as the conversation unfolded. Krillin was astonished, thinking, how can this person fly? How can someone without wings soar through the air? And what is this chi they speak of? From the Turtle Hermit's tone, it seems they are acquainted. Meanwhile, Wukong focused intently on Chen Gu, his fighting spirit igniting. Such a powerful individual. I wish I could have a match with him. After a few fortunate encounters, I've grown quite strong. With that, Chen Gu floated into the house and gradually stood in the room. The Turtle Hermit, with his sharp eyes, recognized the divine character on Chen Gu's chest and pieced together the situation. He addressed Wukong and Krillin. This is my senior disciple, Chen Gu, the one I have often spoken of. You have always doubted my claims about his strength, and now you may feel it for yourselves. Chen Gu also took the opportunity to observe them, noting that while they bore slight differences from his previous life, the changes were not significant. Continuing on, Chen Gu greeted the two. Hello, I am Chen Gu, your senior brother. I have trained under the esteemed Master Rashi for over a year, and he is truly formidable. I am Wukong, son Wukong. I am Krillin. Wukong's admiration for Master Rashi grew even stronger, while Krillin regarded the master with skepticism. Wukong stared at Chen Gu for quite some time before uttering something astonishing. Chen Gu, are you my brother? Chen Gu nearly fell over in shock, coughing lightly. Wukong, why would you think that? Because you have a tail like mine. You're the first person I've met apart from myself who has a tail. You must be my kin. Wukong pointed at the tail behind Chen Gu. Chen Gu met Wukong's gaze earnestly and replied, Wukong, I do share a connection with you, but I am not your brother. When you grow stronger, I will reveal everything to you, all right? All right, Wukong said nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Master Rashi squinted his eyes, internally astonished. Could it be that Chen Gu knew Wukong long ago? No, that's not possible, as Chen Gu has never encountered Wukong. Could it be that Wukong also hails from the same planet as Chen Gu? Chen Gu noticed Master Roshi's unease and added, upon seeing Wukong, I was certain we must come from the same place. Perhaps both having fled to this location. However, I will share the specifics with you later, if that is all right. Master Roshi scrutinized Chen Gu and remarked, when the time is right, you can tell us. As knowing early may not always be beneficial, why don't you share your experiences from the past year, including your flying skills? They bear a striking resemblance to a technique used by one of my former disciples. Thus, Chen Gu began to recount his experiences over the past year, including his encounters with the immortal Kylin and the gods. After all, they would inevitably come to learn of it, and sharing sooner rather than later would not be detrimental. The three listened in shock as Chen Gu spoke of immortals and gods, and when he described his own powers and techniques like the void technique, Wukong and Krillin's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they were eager to become powerful immediately. Chen Gu could empathize. Had he heard such tales for the first time, he too would have reacted similarly. The night slipped away unnoticed amidst their conversation. The following day marked the occasion of the 21st martial arts tournament. Chen Gu, fortunate enough to sleep in until after 8, decided to take a break that day since Wukong and the others were competing. He accompanied Master Roshi and the others to the dining hall for breakfast, and on the way, Wukong looked at Chen Gu and asked, Hey, senior brother, are you participating in this tournament? The others, hearing Wukong's question, turned their curious gazes toward Chen Gu. Chen Gu scratched his head. I think I will sit this one out. Besides, the registration period has already passed, hasn't it? That's true. Then let us spar more in the future, Wukong said, his large eyes fixed on Chen Gu, sparkling with enthusiasm for martial arts. All right, but we must wait until you fully grasp Qi before we spar, Chen Gu replied slowly to ITSA promise. Wukong exclaimed with delight. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from a distance. Hey, Wukong! Chen Gu looked up to see a girl running toward them, one who was hard to ignore, with her flowing blue hair and striking blue eyes. She appeared exceptionally charming, donned in a pink dress with a small bag containing universal capsules at her waist. Chen Gu found himself momentarily entranced. Before he knew it, the girl had approached. She stole a glance at Chen Gu, captivated by his refined, short hair and handsome appearance, the alluring scent of masculinity emanating from him gradually enchanting Bulma. They exchanged gazes for what felt like an eternity, as if each had recognized the other as their counterpart. At that moment, Yamcha had completely faded from Bulma's mind. Suddenly, a figure appeared between them, interrupting their silent exchange. What are you two doing? Bulma, I'm starving. Senior brother, we should go eat. Wukong directed his gaze at the two. It was as if they had awakened from a dream, realizing they had been mesmerized by each other, but the sensation was quite wonderful. Ahem. Hello, I am Chen Gu, Wukong's senior brother. With that, Chen Gu flashed a sunny smile, leaving Bulma utterly spellbound. Hello, I'm Bulma, she replied, her cheeks gradually warming. He is so handsome. Bulma's heart had already succumbed. With introductions complete, they all made their way toward the dining hall. Along the way, Bulma seized the spot next to Chen Gu, nudging Wukong aside. Wukong complained, What are you doing, Bulma? Just move over. I need to talk to your senior brother. Bulma dismissed him. Chen Gu chuckled inwardly, finding Bulma somewhat adorable and rather quirky. So you're Wukong's senior brother? Why haven't I seen you before? Bulma inquired curiously. Chen Gu looked at her and replied warmly with a smile. Oh, I joined Master Roshi's training before Wukong. But then I went out to train on my own and only recently returned. It's not surprising you haven't seen me. Bulma melted at Chen Gu's smile, as if she were entirely enchanted. Throughout their walk, Bulma bombarded Chen Gu with questions, and he answered each one. I won't delve into matters of the heart just yet. Let us become familiar first. After all, I may need Bulma's universal capsules in the future, Chen Gu reassured himself. Though he was unsure if he was merely making excuses, as they approached the entrance to the dining hall, a young man with long hair waved at them. Bulma, Wukong. Yet, Bulma paid him no mind. Engrossed in conversation with Chen Gu, while Wukong acknowledged him, Yamcha, observing Bulma chatting merrily with someone even more handsome and charismatic than himself, felt a wave of dejection wash over him. "I sent someone greeting you. Shouldn't you respond?" Chen Gu gestured toward Yamcha. Bulma seemed to just realize this, glancing at Yamcha. "It's fine. I don't need to acknowledge him. Let us continue our chat." Chen Gu couldn't help but chuckle at her response. The group then approached Yamcha. "Hello, I'm Chen Gu, Wukong's senior brother." "Hello, I'm Yamcha, also a martial artist," Yamcha replied, a slight sweat forming on his brow, feeling the overwhelming presence of Chen Gu. Chen Gu did not suppress his chi. Firstly, it was only a bit over 180 and not particularly strong, so there was no need to restrain it. Secondly, he worried that if he did suppress it and something went awry, he wouldn't be able to handle it in time. Upon entering the dining hall, the group indulged in a hearty meal. The plates before Wukong and Chen Gu piled high, leaving others astounded. Just one Wukong was already impressive enough, and now with Chen Gu. The spectators felt that these two were indeed worthy of being brothers. Little did they know, it was merely their Saiyan physiology that allowed them to eat so much. After the meal, they gradually made their way to the tournament venue. Wukong and the others, along with Master Roshi dressed as Jackie Chan, headed off to participate, leaving only Chen Gu and Bulma behind, both feeling a sense of quiet joy. "Shall we go to the audience seats to watch the matches?" Chen Gu suggested to Bulma. "Aren't you participating in the tournament?" Bulma asked, puzzled. Chen Gu smiled. "I just arrived last night, and the registration period is closed. I can only participate next time." Bulma, thinking Chen Gu might not be as strong as the others and fearing embarrassment, comforted him. "It's all right. Not everyone is as exceptional as they are. This is also quite good." Chen Gu chuckled, not bothering to correct her, and followed Bulma to the audience seats. Not long after they settled in, the announcer's voice resonated. "Welcome everyone to the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. The event is officially underway." Chen Gu found the earlier matches quite dull and started chatting idly with Bulma. Initially, she was excited, believing the competitors would be on par with Wukong, but upon realizing that most were rather ordinary, her interest waned. After some time, Bulma, feeling the tedium, tentatively suggested, "Chen Gu, shall we go shopping or grab a bite instead?" Chen Gu paused, then smiled. "Sure, let us come back to watch the semifinals." Bulma was pleasantly surprised by Chen Gu's agreeable nature, jumping with joy as she grabbed his hand and ran out. Chen Gu glanced at their interlocked hands, feeling a wave of happiness surge within him. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all. The two spent the day eating and shopping, returning later hand in hand, chatting and laughing together. Compared to before, their intimacy had significantly deepened as the crowd emerged from the competition. Observing the two holding hands and returning amidst laughter and chatter, a myriad of expressions adorned their faces. Goku wore a dissatisfied expression, exclaiming, "Brother," after the match, "you vanished." Meanwhile, Master Roshi was preoccupied, gazing around at the beautiful women nearby. Krillin stood by, grinning, and Yamcha wore a bitter smile, surely feeling the pangs of disappointment, as a chance to win over his would-be girlfriend had been snatched away by another. Chen Gu, eyeing the crowd, apologized. "I'm sorry, the preliminaries were rather dull, and I grew hungry, so I sought Bulma's company for a meal." Bulma felt a wave of emotion at Chen Gu's selflessness, knowing full well it was she who wished to dine out. Not wanting Chen Gu to bear the brunt of everyone's complaints, she suggested, "How about I treat everyone to a grand feast after the competition? Consider it a compensation for today's events." "All right," Goku responded joyfully. "Sounds great," and the others nodded in agreement. As night fell without further incident, dawn arrived, ushering in the finals. The contenders in the grand finale were none other than Jackie Chan, disguised as Master Roshi, Son Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha. After drawing lots, they awaited the results. Soon enough, it was announced that Wukong would face Krillin, while Yamcha would go up against Jackie Chan. Chen Gu and Bulma found their seats in the audience. Eager to witness the matches, the semi-finals of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament begin now, declared the host, accompanied by the striking sound of a gong, prompting the crowd to erupt in enthusiastic applause. The first bout featured Son Wukong against Krillin. As the host called the two fighters to the stage, Krillin leaped up eagerly, landing firmly in the center. Wukong, not to be outdone, followed suit without hesitation. At the sound of "begin," They swiftly engaged, their movements so rapid that ordinary spectators could scarcely perceive their forms. Catching only fleeting glimpses, observing their prowess, Chen Gu contemplated. Their current strength is somewhat lacking. I must devise a means to enhance their abilities swiftly, ensuring they can outmatch their adversaries in every encounter. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, the match concluded with Krillin being bested and falling to the ground. Wukong promptly approached, extending a hand, which Krillin grasped to rise. They exchanged smiles of camaraderie. Next came the match between Yamcha and Jackie Chan, where Yamcha eagerly took to the stage, while Jackie Chan took his time, crawling slowly, evoking laughter from the audience. However, as they began to engage seriously, the laughter faded, replaced by an intense focus. Chen Gu, who do you think will win? Bulma tilted her head, glancing at him, barring any surprises. Jackie Chan will likely emerge victorious, Chen Gu replied with a smile, noting the stark disparity in their abilities. Master Roshi's strength was nearly double that of Yamcha, coupled with his mastery of Qian combat tactics. He could easily dominate the match, though Chen Gu suspected Master Roshi might be holding back to mentor Yamcha. I have a feeling Yamcha might win. After all, that old man is quite advanced in years. Bulma remarked skeptically. Chen Gu chuckled. Time will tell. They exchanged glances before returning their attention to the stage. As time passed, Yamcha appeared to realize he was outmatched, calling out, "Old master, your skills are formidable. Allow me to show you my final technique." With a wolf-like stance, he charged at Jackie Chan, who calmly sidestepped the attack, delivering a precise chop that knocked Yamcha unconscious. The gap in strength truly this vast. Yamcha lamented inwardly before succumbing to darkness. Thus, the semi-finals officially concluded. After lunch, Wukong expressed his confusion. Master Roshi, I 1T be going easy on you this afternoon, so I hope you 1T hold back either. Master Roshi, caught off guard, replied, Wukong, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Wukong smirked. I've known for a while. You are Jackie Chan? RNTU, Master Roshi. The crowd suddenly looked enlightened, realizing that Jackie Chan was indeed Master Roshi. Why did such a strong contender suddenly appear? Chen Gu chuckled. Come on, Master Roshi, just drop the act, So you two figured it out long ago. Well, I shall no longer hide it from you. Master Roshi laughed awkwardly. The crowd exchanged disdainful glances, recognizing that Wukong and Chen Gu had exposed him, leaving him with no choice but to reveal his identity. However, their respect for Master Roshi's prowess had only grown deeper. Afternoon arrived, and everyone, except Wukong and Master Roshi, gathered in the audience to witness the finals. The host took to the stage. Welcome, everyone, to the 21st Martial Arts Tournament Finals. Let us welcome our two finalists. Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan, in his Master Roshi guise, stepped onto the stage, locking eyes with one another. When the host shouted, "Begin!" they vanished from sight in an instant, leaving the audience bewildered as their eyes struggled to keep pace with the ferocity of the battle, only the occasional bang resonating through the arena. Among the spectators, only Chen Gu, Krillin, and Yamcha could discern the movements on stage. Krillin and Yamcha were awestruck by the intensity of the fight, their spirits ignited by the display of strength. Bulma, observing the three, inquired, "Can you see where they are?" "They've been on stage the whole time," Krillin replied, puzzled. "Why can't I see them?" Bulma huffed in frustration. "It's because their speed is too great for the naked eye to follow." "It's quite normal," Chen Gu patiently explained. "Who do you think will win?" Bulma asked, her gaze fixed on Wukong. Krillin instinctively answered, "Of course it's Wukong. He is incredibly strong." Chen Gu glanced at Krillin, thinking, no wonder they're such close friends. They hold Wukong in such high regard. He then spoke slowly. Master Roshi's is significantly stronger than Wukong's, and Wukong struggles to control his own chi. However, Wukong possesses remarkable stamina, suggesting that Master Roshi has the upper hand unless what? Yamcha pressed. "And what do you mean by chi?" Krillin inquired. Chen Gu furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he focused on the match, contemplating, "I remember this tournament coincides with a full moon. I hope nothing goes awry." The three, noticing Chen Gu's intense expression, assumed he was reluctant to answer and refrained from pressing further. After a moment of thought, Chen Gu remarked, "Qi is a form of energy within the human body. Only by mastering Qi can one unleash their full potential." Once this tournament concludes, I shall explain it in detail. With that, Chen Gu turned his attention back to the stage, deep in thought. Wukong's current fighting power is around 60. If he transforms into a great ape, it could soar to over 600. Who could withstand such a force? I must remain vigilant to prevent that transformation. On stage, the two battled fiercely, with Master Roshi deftly maintaining control while Wukong struggled, his stamina waning under the relentless assault. After a brief respite, Wukong placed his hands on his hips and declared, Kamehameha. A beam of blue light surged toward Master Roshi, who, gathering his chi, deflected the attack effortlessly into the sky. Watching it fade into the distance, seizing the moment while Master Roshi was preoccupied, Wukong dashed toward him, attempting to catch him off guard. Yet Master Roshi proved too formidable to be easily felled, and their exchanges resumed. After half an hour of relentless combat, Wukong lay on the ground, unable to rise, prompting Master Roshi to finally cease his assault. Just as the host was about to declare the results, Wukong's chest began to thump violently. Chen Gu immediately recognized the telltale sign that the moon had emerged. Without hesitation, he executed a swift aerial maneuver, appearing above the stage, summoning all his chi. Assessing the moon's position while avoiding direct sight of it. Fearing his own transformation, Chen Gu began to gather chi, then shouted, Kamehameha, a beam of blue light, more than 3 times that of Wukong's, shot toward the moon. Moments later, the moon vanished from sight. Chen Gu silently rejoiced, thankful that the moon was but a diminutive orb. Otherwise, with his meager energy, he feared he might meet his demise today, but he could not help but lament that he was still too weak. Floating in the air, a tail swaying nonchalantly, he gazed into the distance, resolutely vowing to himself, After this, I must strive harder in my training. Otherwise, it won't just be Vegeta. Even Piccolo might easily dispose of me. The others finally reacted, while Goku had succumbed to unconsciousness. Aside from Krillin and Master Roshi, the rest nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. One person pointed at Chen Gu, exclaiming, "Look, is that person floating in the air?" "It seems so," came a tentative reply from the crowd. Not only they, but even Bulma and Yamcha were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Yamcha thought, "He is so strong. That last Kamehameha made me sense the breath of death. It's terrifying. He can even fly. Is the turtle school this formidable? I want to join." Bulma, starry-eyed, exclaimed, "Wow, I never imagined Chen Gu could fly. I thought he wasn't as strong as Goku. It appears he is even more powerful than them." Wow, wow, wow. Observing the myriad expressions on their faces, Chen Gu gently descended, retrieving a senzu bean from his bosom to feed to Goku. In an instant, Goku's injuries healed rapidly, and he opened his eyes, jumping up in surprise. "Huh, I'm better." Chen Gu smiled and tossed another bean to Master Roshi. Witnessing Goku's swift recovery, Master Roshi consumed his bean as well, feeling his lost energy restored in an instant. Chen Gu turned to the announcer. "Well, can we declare the champion now?" The announcer, trembling, stammered, "The champion of this martial arts tournament is contestant Chen Gu." Upon hearing the announcement, Chen Gu soared toward Bulma, lifting her into his arms, and then called out to Krillin and Yamcha, "See you in the cafeteria." With that, he flew away, leaving Bulma flushed, while Chen Gu gazed into the distance, and Bulma gazed at him. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Chen Gu gently set Bulma down, and noticing her dazed expression, waved his hand in front of her face. "Bulma, do you not recognize me?" No, I do," Bulma stammered, flustered. "I am still the same. I'm merely a bit stronger than Goku, and possess a broader range of abilities." Chen Gu said, gently, "Yes." Bulma nodded vigorously. Chen Gu ordered a lavish spread at the cafeteria and remarked, "Did you not say after the tournament you would treat them to a meal? Why not make this the one?" Right. That works," Bulma replied, regaining her composure. Shortly after, Goku and the others arrived, and upon seeing Chen Gu, they displayed expressions of reverence for strength, which made Chen Gu feel somewhat out of place. "Please, take a seat. Weren't you all curious about what I discussed with Master Roshi regarding energy?" Chen Gu smiled, conjuring a sphere of white light in his hand. "This is energy. It is a form of energy within the human body. Once you learn to harness your energy, you will become even more powerful. The technique I use to fly is called Sky Dance, which is a manifestation of energy. As for the Kamehameha, it is also a utilization of energy. Chen Gu proceeded to recount his journey from Korin Tower to the Grand Kai, primarily for Bulma and Yamcha's benefit, as the others were already aware. After everyone finished their meal, Chen Gu focused on Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, asking, "What do you plan to do next?" The three fell into contemplation. Chen Gu suggested, "With your current strength, ascending Korin Tower should pose no challenge. If you can receive training from Korin, your abilities will undoubtedly improve." Their eyes brightened, clearly finding Chen Gu's idea appealing. However, Goku interjected eagerly. "Senior brother, before we go, I have a request. You wish to spar with me?" Chen Gu inquired, noticing the fierce determination in Goku's eyes. Goku clenched his fists. "Indeed." Chen Gu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "A spar is fine, but you alone would not be my match. Let the three of you come at me together." With that, Chen Gu stepped outside. The trio exchanged glances before swiftly surrounding Chen Gu. Goku, brimming with fighting spirit, asked, "Senior brother, are you sure? We're coming at you with all three of us." "Enough chatter. Let us begin." Perhaps influenced by Saiyan genes, Chen Gu felt a surge of excitement. The three launched their attacks from different angles. And Chen Gu, adopting a playful stance, effortlessly countered their blows with a punch, an elbow, and a kick. The three's assaults came in rapid succession, but Chen Gu remained calm, deftly evading their strikes at the T that moment. A fist sped towards the back of Chen Gu's head. Without turning, he executed a swift kick, sending Goku tumbling back, using only a fraction of his strength. After all, he still needed Goku as a training partner. "How is that possible?" Yamcha exclaimed in disbelief, as it seemed Chen Gu had eyes in the back of his head. After nearly half an hour of combat, Chen Gu continued to guide the trio on their weaknesses while facing their combined onslaught, aiming to enhance their skills, as they would be his future companions. However, after half an hour, Chen Gu grew bored. "That's enough. I shall no longer play." In a flash, he accelerated, appearing behind Yamcha, delivering a swift chop that left Yamcha incapacitated on the ground. "First one," he muttered. Moments later, he continued, "Second." After a short while, with one hand casually in his pocket, he murmured, "Third." With the three unable to move, Chen Gu fed each of them a senza bean, restoring them to their former selves. Upon sensing their energy, he noted that all three had improved, with Goku showing the most significant increase, surpassing 80. Chen Gu silently acknowledged, "Indeed, a Saiyant's battle power increases upon recovery from injury. If that is the case, perhaps someone can assist me moving forward." After the spar, the trio recognized the disparity between themselves and Chen Gu. Though a sense of reluctance lingered in their hearts, it was eclipsed by an earnest desire for martial prowess. Goku declared fervently, "Senior brother, at the martial arts tournament 3 years from now, I will not lose to you. I'm always ready." Chen Gu replied with a slight smile. The three then set off toward Korin Tower. Once they departed, only Chen Gu, Bulma, and Master Roshi remained. Master Roshi inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Bulma looked at Chen Gu with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Chen Gu met Bulma's gaze, contemplating a visit to her home, an opportunity for abundant provisions, access to the Capsule Corp, and a chance to explore the gravity training apparatus. Most importantly, he felt an undeniable connection to Bulma. Bulma, noticing Chen Gu's intense stare, felt her heart race and impulsively suggested, "How about you come to my house?" Chen Gu cleared his throat, pondering, could Bulma possess mind-reading abilities? He feigned deep thought, locking eyes with Bulma. "All right, I have some questions that I need your help with." Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson under his gaze. Chen Gu continued, "I need to make a quick trip to Korin Tower to retrieve some items. Then I will come find you. Is that acceptable? You still need to go to Korin Tower?" "How long will that take? You promised to come to my house, and you better not back out," Bulma complained. Chen Gu found her adorable demeanor while complaining endearing, thinking, "What a charming girl. I truly cannot resist her. If I fly, I should reach your house in about 2 days, but I am unsure of your exact location." Chen Gu said, scratching his head awkwardly. "That's easy to fix," Bulma replied, pulling out a small capsule and handing it to Chen Gu. "This contains some food and my home address. When you arrive, just press this and it will activate .0, and this is called a Capsule Corp." She demonstrated how it worked. Chen Gu had been searching for a reason to borrow a capsule when Bulma presented it. Taking the capsule, he declared, Perfect. He then soared toward Korin Tower. Spotting Goku and the others running along the way, he waved at them before accelerating towards his destination, A.S. Wukong, and his companions gazed upon Chen Gu soaring freely through the skies. They quickened their pace, seemingly adopting Chen Gu as their target, yearning to grow stronger at a rapid pace. Chen Gu, maintaining a state where his chi recovery surpassed its consumption, flew towards the Korin Tower, arriving after a 6-hour journey. The Korin sage, observing Chen Gu, remarked, "Chen Gu, you returned in just 2 days." Chen Gu scratched his head and replied, I came to collect some senza beans from you." He then produced the universal capsule that Bulma had given him, pouring out a multitude of fish he had prepared along the way. The Korin sage, looking at the copious amount of fish, regarded Chen Gu with an expression of approval and promptly handed him 3 jars of senza beans. After placing the beans into the universal capsule, Chen Gu was about to ascend and seek the god of the heavens when he seemed to recall something, turning back to say, "Korin sage. A few months from now, 3 individuals will attempt to climb the Korin Tower. Should they succeed and pass your trials, I hope you will introduce them to the god of the heavens. After all, the stronger the martial artists on earth, the better. As long as their hearts are not wicked, it shall not be a problem," the Korin sage replied nonchalantly. "Thank you, Korin sage," Chen Gu said, then shot upwards towards the heavenly palace. Before long, Chen Gu found himself once again at the heavenly palace. The god of the heavens, appearing to have anticipated Chen Gu's arrival, stood at the edge of the palace and addressed him. "I am already aware of your intent. I will diligently guide them in their training. However, do not forget our agreement." Floating in the air, Chen Gu smiled. "Of course, point one of them is named Sun Wukong, that if the god of the heavens can teach them well, they may be able to resolve your issues. Rest assured, I will uphold my promise." With that, Chen Gu opened the universal capsule, retrieving a device reminiscent of a mobile phone, locating the direction of West City, and flying towards Bulma's residence. After approximately 4 hours of flight, Chen Gu finally beheld the remarkably developed city of West City. Closing his eyes, he sensed Bulma's chi amidst the throng of people in the city. Discerning a familiar yet faint chi proved to be quite challenging. Moments later, Chen Gu's eyes shot open. Found it. He then sped towards Bulma's direction, and within minutes he arrived at an extraordinarily large establishment marked with the words Universal Capsule. Observing its vast expanse, Chen Gu couldn't help but smirk. This is simply too grand. Bulma's family must be excessively wealthy. He reminisced about his past life, where he toiled endlessly for a meager sum, often burning the midnight oil coating, and sighed at the melancholy of life, grateful that in this lifetime he was spared such tribulations, lest he truly be driven to despair. Descending towards Bulma's home, Chen Gu knocked on the door. A mechanical voice responded, "Please state your name." Taken aback by the sophistication of the artificial intelligence, he replied, "Chen Gu, here to see Bulma." Moments later, a girl clad in denim shorts and a white t-shirt burst forth, exclaiming, "Chen Gu, you actually came? I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. I mentioned I'd be here in 2 days, so I wouldn't be late." Chen Gu chuckled. "Come in, let's talk," Bulma said, pulling him inside as they walked. Chen Gu admired the eclectic technological marvels of Bulma's home, finding himself in awe of the myriad peculiar devices. After a brief tour, he inquired, "Bulma, where are your parents?" "Oh, my dad is likely engrossed in some bizarre research. And my mom might be out shopping." "What's the matter, Chen Gu? Are you looking for my dad?" Bulma replied, "That my father is a renowned scientist, and there are very few problems he cannot solve. However, I am the more brilliant one here. So feel free to ask me anything," Bulma declared proudly. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Gu said, "I do have some matters I would like to discuss with your father. However, since you've offered, could you assist me with a few tasks?" "Of course, I'm a genius, after all," Bulma assured him without hesitation. Chen Gu pondered for a moment, then said, "Firstly, I hope you can help me construct a gravity chamber. Secondly, I wish for you to modify a spaceship, enlarging it to accommodate the gravity chamber inside." A gravity chamber? What is it used for? Could you elaborate? Bulma immediately adopted the demeanor of a meticulous scientist. "The gravity chamber can amplify the gravitational force within, allowing me to accelerate my training. I wonder if you can manage this." Chen Gu expressed his concerns, fearing Bulma might struggle with the task. After a brief pause, Bulma replied, "As for the spaceship, I can modify it once I acquire it. However, I need to build the gravity chamber first. Regarding the gravity chamber, I currently lack any ideas. Why don't we consult my father together? He might have a solution. All right, Chen Gu readily agreed. Bulma then led him to Dr. Brief's laboratory. Upon meeting Dr. Brief, he smiled warmly at Chen Gu, saying, "So, this is Chen Gu. He seems quite promising. Bulma can be quite mischievous, and you may have your hands full." Chen Gu was momentarily taken aback, pondering if this was akin to meeting a future father-in-law. Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she quickly interjected, "Dad, Chen Gu is here seeking your assistance." Upon hearing that Chen Gu needed help, Dr. Brief's demeanor shifted, and the three of them engaged in an intensive discussion about the gravity chamber that lasted until evening, concluding only when Mrs. Brief returned home. Upon seeing Mrs. Brief, Chen Gu greeted her. "Good evening, Mrs. Brief." Mrs. Brief, upon spotting the handsome young man, immediately smiled. "Chen Gu, you are quite handsome. We should go on a date sometime." Chen Gu's expression turned awkward, as it mirrored his memories from his previous life. Regarding the gravity chamber, I have only a preliminary idea, and it is estimated that it will take 3 to 5 years to produce a finished product. Are you in a hurry? Dr. Brief inquired after some contemplation. No rush, as long as you can develop it, Chen Gu replied, elated that Dr. Brief was indeed capable. He thought to himself, I should probably wait until my combat power approaches 1,000 before utilizing the gravity chamber. Otherwise, I might not survive the experience. There is still some time, so there's no need to rush. Bulma, could you craft me a sturdy belt that can hold many universal capsules? It would make my outings much more convenient. Chen Gu requested, feeling somewhat guilty for continuously imposing on Bulma. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma replied, "No problem. I'll get it done for you." Thus, under the guise of friendship, Chen Gu settled in, dedicating his mornings to weighted training, afternoons to refining his control over chi, and evenings to honing his mental strength. Occasionally, he would relax and spend time with Bulma, and their bond deepened over the months, culminating in their official status as a couple. Dr. and Mrs. Brief seemed quite supportive of their relationship, which left Chen Gu feeling somewhat bashful. One afternoon, a spirited young man stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, clad in a simple training outfit. His youthful physique was fully on display. We should be leaving. We can't keep them waiting," a melodic voice called from behind. Turning, he saw a graceful girl emerge. The young man wrapped his arms around her, a playful smirk on his lips. "What's the rush? We have plenty of time." He gazed at the girl in his embrace, as if he wished to devour her whole. The girl blushed deeply as they locked eyes. The young man and girl were none other than Chen Gu and Bulma, both visibly more mature and alluring than they had been 3 years prior. Bulma playfully chided, "You're so bad." Chen Gu tightened his hold on her, teasing, "Am I that bad? Do you like it, darling?" "I do like it," Bulma murmured shyly, burying her face in Chen Gu's chest. He gently kissed her forehead before leaping off the balcony, leaving Bulma standing there alone. After a moment of silence, Bulma blinked, realizing Chen Gu had vanished, and stomped her foot in frustration. "Chen Gu, you are so naughty." The distant sound of Chen Gu's laughter echoed. "Then come and hit me." Not far away, in a villa, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief exchanged glances, remarking, "These two children are quite mischievous," before returning to their own tasks. Shortly thereafter, the couple boarded a jet and set off towards the venue of the martial arts tournament. In a bustling city, seagulls gently called out along the shoreline, where the azure sea met the sky, evoking a deep fondness for the scenery. I could see that moment. In one part of the city, a gathering of people hinted at the significance of the day. Indeed, it was the day of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and those congregated were individuals who recognized their own martial prowess, eager to showcase their skills. The AS discussions of martial arts filled the air. A jet slowly descended onto a nearby flat area, and a striking couple emerged from the aircraft, Chen Gu and Bulma, with Bulma busying herself with the jet's capsule. While she stowed it away, she queried, "Chen Gu, are you not participating in the competition this year? Why not join? It could be quite enjoyable, and there may be unexpected rewards." A slight smile graced Chen Gu's lips. "Unexpected rewards? What might those be?" Bulma raised an eyebrow. Chen Gu, feigning profundity, replied, "What was originally misfortune has now transformed into fortune because I am here. How can I possibly believe that?" Bulma retorted skeptically. Chen Gu took her jibe in stride. following her as they strolled towards the registration site for the tournament. Upon arrival, the registration personnel recognized Chen Gu and exclaimed, "It's you. May I have your name? I will assist you with your registration immediately." Chen Gu, puzzled, inquired, "You know me? Of course. 3 years ago, your extraordinary flight technique and that move that obliterated the moon are still vividly etched in my memory." The individual gazed at Chen Gu with admiration. Chen Gu understood. He had made no effort to conceal his actions when he had used to destroy the moon. Thus it was no surprise he felt indifferent. Perhaps he had gained fame from that incident. As Chen Gu surveyed the surroundings, he noticed he could not sense the key of Goku and the others, which piqued his curiosity. Why had they not arrived yet? Registration was nearing its end. However, he did detect 4 other strong key signatures. One belonged to Master Rashi, while the others must belong to Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Master Crane. At that moment, Bulma interjected, "Chen Gu, can you sense where Goku and the others are? Let us go find them." Just as Chen Gu was about to respond, 3 powerful key signatures surged towards him. Before long, 3 individuals clad in yellow training uniforms descended gracefully in front of him. Upon meeting, the 3 exchanged smiles with Chen Gu. As he sensed their ki, he estimated Goku's at around 160, Krillin's at about 140, and Yamcha's just shy at 130. While Chen Gu was gauging their energy, they too were assessing his. When they realized that Chen Gu's was comparable to Goku's, they were momentarily taken aback. Noticing Goku's missing tail, Chen Gu curiously asked, "Goku, where is your tail?" "It was removed because it was the reason I transformed into a giant ape. I had the god help me get rid of it." Goku replied, candidly, "And no need for that." Chen Gu shook his head, confident that the tail had its uses for transforming into a giant ape. The moon had already been destroyed by him, so he just needed to be cautious. "Have you been slacking off these past 3 years? Your ki hasn't grown stronger," Goku observed. With a mysterious smile, Chen Gu replied, "Do not be deceived by appearances. Some matters cannot be judged solely on the surface. You will understand this in time. By the way, if you do not register soon, you may lose your chance." Suddenly, the 3 remembered and rushed to register. The registration staff, nearly wide-eyed at the sight of them arriving by flight, respectfully assisted them with their registration. Once completed, Chen Gu led Bulma and Master Rashi to the cafeteria for dinner. Goku looked at Chen Gu and remarked, "Brother, it seems you haven't changed much over the past 3 years. Have you not grown stronger?" "You will see soon enough," Chen Gu replied with a sly smile, engaging Bulma in conversation. The others, upon hearing him, ceased their inquiries. Just as they were about to head to the cafeteria, they encountered a tall, robust young man over 6 feet tall, notable for having 3 eyes. Chen Gu sensed a combat power of 180, while beside him stood a pale, zombie-like small figure with a power level nearing 100. "So, this is Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. They seem rather formidable," he thought at that moment. An elderly man with a crane-like hairstyle approached from behind the duo, casting a disdainful look at Master Rashi. "Well, old turtle, you still alive?" "Humph, if you're still alive, how could I die so soon?" Master Rashi retorted defiantly, these are the disciples of the Turtle School. They don't seem impressive at all. This time, I have brought our most talented disciple, Tien Shinhan. Tien, once you step into the arena, don't hold back. Strike them down with all your might," Master Crane instructed, gesturing towards the tall young man. "There's no point in exchanging mere words. Let's settle this in the arena." Master Rashi squinted his eyes, ready for the challenge. Goku and the others, having learned to harness their ki, felt a surge of fighting spirit upon sensing Tien's energy, prompting Goku's eyes to gleam with excitement. Chen Gu glanced at Goku, shaking his head at his enthusiasm. As Tien Shinhan observed the Turtle School disciples, his gaze fell upon Chen Gu, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Chen Gu, smiling, suggested, "Why don't you join our Turtle School? We have plenty of powerful fighters here, and we can have many sparring sessions." "What a jest!" Tien Shinhan, taken aback, pondered the implications of Chen Gu's words. Chen Gu, with a slight smirk, added, "You will change your mind," and led the group towards the cafeteria. Once they departed, Kaiatsu turned to Tien, frowning. "Tien, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. That person who spoke to me gave off a very dangerous vibe." Tien Shinhan replied, still troubled. "Impossible. You must be mistaken, Kaiatsu countered skeptically. I trust my instincts. We must remain vigilant around him, Tien declared resolutely. The following day marked the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament. Chen Gu, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tenshinhan, and Kaiatsu all successfully advanced to the top 8, while two other competitors, one named Jappa and the other Kashi, caught Chen Gu's attention only briefly. Soon, they moved on to the draw for matchups. Before long, the results of the top 8 matchups were revealed. Goku would face Yamcha, Krillin against Kaiatsu, Tien against Jappa, and Chen Gu versus Kashi. Yamcha lamented, "How unfortunate. I have to face Goku in the first match." As the moon hung low and the wind whispered coolly, Chen Gu turned to Bulma. "Bulma, if one day I were to leave you for a long time, what would you do?" "Leave? Chen Gu, where are you going?" Bulma asked anxiously. "I'm just speaking hypothetically. What if I went away for training one day?" Chen Gu chuckled lightly. Bulma replied firmly, "Then I will go with you, no matter where." Chen Gu gazed at Bulma's resolute expression. The words he had intended to say caught in his throat. With a sigh, he looked into the distance, his thoughts drifting far away. The night passed in silence, and as the sun ascended slowly from the east, the morning glow heralded a bright and clear day ahead. Chen Gu stood on the balcony, admiring the dawn, and murmured, "Peaceful days are wonderful, but the days to come may prove quite challenging." "Chen Gu, you mustn't go," came Bulma's soft voice from behind. Turning around, he saw Bulma sprawled on the bed, mumbling something quietly. Chen Gu felt a surge of emotion. He approached her gently and planted a tender kiss on her forehead before returning to enjoy the morning light. Just then, a faint smile graced Bulma's lips. 2 hours later, Chen Gu arrived at the martial arts tournament cafeteria, with a still sleepy Bulma in tow. Upon observing that Wukong and his companions had already arrived at the cafeteria, Chen Gu greeted them with a nod before taking a seat beside them. Bulma, still in a daze, began to eat her meal, just as the atmosphere grew lively with everyone enjoying their food. 3 figures entered the cafeteria, Master Roshi and his 2 companions. Chen Gu fixed his gaze on Tianjin Fan, wearing a subtle smile. In contrast, Tianjin Fan regarded Chen Gu with the wariness of one facing a formidable adversary. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. "Tianjin, what's the matter?" Jiaozi inquired, puzzled. Nothing, Tianjin Fan replied with forced nonchalance. Though internally he was quite taken aback, Chen Gu had merely exerted his mental energy towards Tianjin Fan, testing the effectiveness of his prolonged training. Observing Tianjin's reaction, Chen Gu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Master Roshi, hidden behind his sunglasses, displayed a look of astonishment, contemplating, when did Chen Gu's mental prowess become so formidable? After finishing their meal, the group made their way to the competition venue. As they scrutinized the match schedule, a muscular man slapped Chen Gu on the shoulder, leeringly saying, "Hey, you must be my opponent. Chen Gu. I suggest you surrender early. Otherwise, I might leave you in a sorry state." "Is this your girlfriend? She's quite lovely." Chen Gu glanced at the match schedule, then at the man who had just placed his hand on his shoulder, and replied in a low voice, "Your name is Kashio, am I correct? I advise you to refrain from looking at my girlfriend in such a manner. Oh, quite the proud one, aren't you? Let's see how you maintain that pride in the arena. Given your slight build, I'll let you off easy this time." Kashio slowly withdrew his hand and strolled toward the corner. Little did he know, in that fleeting moment, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. "It's fine, don't mind him," Bulma reassured. Chen Gu continued to watch Kashio's departing figure, as if gazing at a ghost. In his previous life, he had always detested those who dared to cast their attention upon his girlfriend, and Kashio's gaze had undeniably provoked Chen Gu's ire. The first match was between Sun Wukong and Yamcha. The two had frequently sparred during their training at the Heavenly Temple, and it didn't take long for Wukong to secure victory. The second match pitted Krillin against Jiaozi. While Krillin excelled in physical combat, Jiaozi was skilled in supernatural abilities. After enduring Jiaozi's powers for some time, Krillin ultimately triumphed, exploiting Jiaozi's mathematical shortcomings during a moment of confusion. In the third match, Tianjin Fan unsurprisingly emerged victorious, his opponent collapsing before even 2 seconds had elapsed. Fortunately, Tianjin Fan had been gentle enough, merely rendering his opponent unconscious. Observing the ongoing matches, Chen Gu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Is it finally my turn?" He then ascended the stage, only to be greeted by Ka Xiu's taunts. Hey, you haven't fled yet. I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape later. Chen Gu remained silent, coldly locking eyes with him until the host announced, "The match begins." In an instant, Chen Gu vanished from the arena, reappearing directly in front of Ka Xiu. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch that sent Ka Xiu soaring into the sky. Almost immediately, Chen Gu vanished again, reappearing beside Ka Xiu, whose eyes were filled with terror. Before he could plead for mercy, Chen Gu kicked him back onto the stage. After a few exchanges, Chen Gu grew weary of the game and delivered a powerful kick that sent Ka Xiu crashing against a nearby wall. Noticing the faint breath of Ka Xiu against the wall, Chen Gu sauntered over to Bulma and whispered, "I've avenged you." The onlookers couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Was it really necessary to be so ruthless? The results of the semifinals drew near, with Sun Wukong facing Tianjin Fan and Chen Gu pitted against Krillin. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan fought for quite some time, ultimately leading to Tianjin Fan's victory. Though Wukong's abilities had notably improved, both fighters were left exhausted, with Wukong tossing a senzu bean to Tianjin Fan before consuming one himself to regain his strength. Chen Gu, observing Wukong's senzu beans, deduced their origin from Master Kalen. Chen Gu initially exchanged a few blows with Krillin, ultimately securing victory as well. The final match awaited in the afternoon to the host command. Chen Gu and Tianjin Fan swiftly approached each other, engaging in a flurry of punches and kicks at breakneck speed. Initially, Chen Gu found himself at a disadvantage, realizing that his combat experience was significantly lacking, given that their fighting power was evenly matched. He resolved to use Tianjin Fan to hone his own combat skills. As Chen Gu observed the rapidly approaching fist, he began by relying solely on his sight, slowly realizing that his body struggled to keep pace. Gradually, he learned to sense Tianjin Fan's attacks with his ki, ultimately reaching a point where he could almost predict them. He transitioned from a defensive strategy to a more aggressive one, with his moves growing increasingly fierce, leaving Tianjin Fan in a state of astonishment. Eventually, Tianjin Fan was forced to create distance, quickly ascending into the sky. Floating above, Tianjin Fan smirked, "You can't fly. Let's see how you handle this. This is my master's ultimate technique, the Kikaho. I will obliterate the entire stage, so if you wish to live, you should jump off." With that, he began to prepare for the Kikaho. Wukong and the others watched Tianjin Fan with bewildered expressions. Chen Gu, however, merely smirked, then watched closely. He leisurely floated upwards until he reached the same altitude as Tianjin Fan, then came to a gentle halt. With a playful flick of his tail, he seemed to taunt. "What, only you can fly? Impossible! How could you possibly know the Kukong technique?" "That is a unique skill of my master," Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his surprise palpable. "Not only do I know it, but several down below do too. What do you say? Care to join us? If you do, I'll share the secrets." Chen Gu grinned mischievously. "Humph. What of it? Prepare yourself," Tianjin Fan retorted, realigning the Kikaho towards Chen Gu, with his hands resting on his waist in the signature pose of the Kamehameha. Chen Gu gathered the majority of his ki into his palms. After a brief moment of concentration, both combatants unleashed their techniques simultaneously, resulting in two powerful energy blasts colliding with an explosive force that illuminated the sky. Though it was daytime, the heavens shone brighter than ever. Minutes later, the sky gradually returned to its original hue. Chen Gu, carrying the unconscious Tianjin Fan, returned to the stage and consumed a senzu bean before offering one to Tianjin Fan as well. He then tossed Tianjin Fan to Jiaozi, saying, "What I said still stands out. If you wish to train together, feel free to seek us out." With that, Chen Gu tossed a communicator to Jiaozi and turned back to rejoin Bulma. Bulma, bubbling with joy, tugged at Chen Gu's sleeve, exclaiming, "Yay! My Chen Gu is the best." Chen Gu affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair and smiled, declaring, "Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a feast. Let's eat to our heart's content." "Yay!" Everyone cheered in unison. "Chen Gu, why are you so keen on recruiting Tianjin Fan? He doesn't seem like a good person," Krillin remarked, causing the group to fall into a sudden silence. All eyes on Chen Gu. "The heavenly god once made an agreement with me. From his tone, I inferred that disasters may soon befall Earth. Therefore, the more powerful martial artists we have, the better prepared we will be Chen Gu pondered for a moment before responding. The group fell silent, contemplating his words. Seeing their reaction, Chen Gu spoke up. This is merely my conjecture. No need to panic. Let's focus on enjoying our meal. As the mention of food rejuvenated their spirits, they eagerly clamored to head out for a meal. Wukong, do you have a Dragon Ball with you? Chen Gu inquired, directing his gaze towards Wukong. Wukong rummaged through his belongings and eventually produced a 4-star ball, stating, yes, this was left to me by my grandfather. So I brought it back. How did you know I had a Dragon Ball? I saw it on Bulma's Dragon Radar. Can I take a look at it? I'll return it after I study it. Chen Gu requested, his eyes fixed on the 4-star ball. That IT was his first genuine encounter with a Dragon Ball, and it emanated a divine aura, as if it belonged to another realm, yet it existed in reality. Of course, if it's what you want, Wukong replied, handing the 4-star ball to Chen Gu. As Chen Gu held the Dragon Ball, he found it to feel fragile yet unbreakable, a peculiar paradox, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The group ventured out to find a restaurant, ready to indulge in a hearty meal. Hey, do you have the Dragon Balls? An unwelcome voice suddenly pierced through the jovial atmosphere from the entrance of the restaurant. The attention of the crowd was drawn to the sound at the door, where an entirely green creature, adorned with various spotted markings and sporting 2 wings upon its back, made its entrance. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the creature's formidable presence, sensing an aura of strength that rivaled that of Wukong. Hey, am I invisible here? This esteemed being is a subordinate of King Piccolo. Do you all wish to perish? The figure at the entrance continued to advance step by step. Just as Krillin was about to respond, 2 more silhouettes emerged at the door, revealing themselves to be Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Chen Gu glanced at Tianjin Fan, a slight smile gracing his lips. Tianjin Fan, what brings you here? I had a falling out with my master and decided to come see for myself, Tianjin Fan replied, his expression betraying a hint of reluctance, having previously insisted he would not come. Perfect timing. Care to join us for a meal? Chen Gu invited. Before Tianjin Fan could respond, a discordant voice interjected. Am I to be disregarded entirely? This esteemed being is a subordinate of King Piccolo. Do you truly wish for your demise? Master Roshi gasped in shock. What? You serve King Piccolo. Does that mean he has broken free from his seal? Ah, quite knowledgeable, aren't we, old man? Damblin was about to continue. Hey, Tianjin Fan, are you interested? I could pass this one off to you. Can you handle it? Chen Gu pointed at Damblin. Tianjin Fan assessed Damblin's aura and replied gravely. I might not be able to kill him. My fighting power is not significantly greater than his. No worries. Strike as hard as you can. I'll handle the rest, Chen Gu declared confidently. Damblin, feeling ignored as they discussed their prey, see that at the audacity of the 3-eyed creature who claimed to be nearly his equal and the one with the tail who seemed even more arrogant. Without a moment's hesitation, Damblin launched himself at Tianjin Fan, who was well prepared as Damblin charged. Tianjin Fan surged his energy to its peak, engaging in combat with Damblin. Observing the duel, Chen Gu silently shed his weighted clothing and set it aside, feeling an immediate sense of lightness envelop him. He mused, I wonder how much my battle power has increased. As he watched Tianjin Fan and Damblin clash fiercely, the furniture in the room lay in ruins. Chen Gu positioned himself protectively near Bulma, while Krillin, Wukong, and other martial enthusiasts were fixated on the battle, as if they could glean unparalleled insights from the conflict. With each blow, Tianjin Fan grew increasingly astonished. Who is this guy? His strength is astounding. I was just bested by Chen Gu, and now another powerful foe has appeared. This is infuriating. The battlefield gradually ascended into the air, prompting the crowd to follow and observe from a distance. Damblin, equally astonished, thought, when did such a formidable martial artist emerge on Earth, aside from Lord Piccolo? This is troubling. I must report to Lord Piccolo at once. Suddenly, Damblin's eyes emitted a crimson laser aimed at Tianjin Fan, who deftly evaded the attack using the instantaneous movement technique. By the time he turned back, Damblin was already fleeing dead on the ground. Chen Gu elevated his energy to its maximum, employing the instantaneous movement to pursue Damblin. There was no way he would allow such a powerful creature to escape. In an instant, he confronted Damblin, unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes aimed at annihilating him without delay. as Damblin realized he could not keep pace with Chen Gu's speed. He attempted to flee, yet he was no match for Chen Gu, who observed Damblin teetering on the brink of defeat, taking his time to gather his energy. Within mere moments, a blue kung surged forth from Chen Gu's hands, striking Damblin, whose form disintegrated in the air until he vanished completely. Meanwhile, far away, an elderly deity, marked with a prominent demon engraved upon his chest, sensed something amiss and erupted in fury. "Who dares to kill my child?" Yet no one answered him. Chen Gu, witnessing the dissipating energy, allowed a sigh of relief and took a few deep breaths. Gauging his energy to be approximately 250, he frowned, muttering, "Is the increase in battle power for Saiyan during peaceful times truly so sluggish?" However, it seems essential to accumulate S cells for transforming into Super Saiyans during times of tranquility. Perhaps becoming a Super Saiyan is more critical. It appears I must engage in rigorous training afterward. As Chen Gu pondered, Wukong and the others arrived, and upon sensing the absence of that malevolent energy, Tianjin Fan inquired, "What about that demon Damblin? Did he escape?" "No, I killed him," Chen Gu replied, raising an eyebrow at Tianjin Fan's evident skepticism regarding his prowess. Tianjin Fan paused in surprise, then sensed Chen Gu's energy and fell silent, realizing it far surpassed his own. Noticing the astonished expressions on their faces, Chen Gu remarked, "Did you all truly believe I spent these past 3 years idly? The weighted training was merely a preliminary effort. It seems I must seek alternative methods." Hearing this, Wukong and the others began to contemplate their own training strategies. At that moment, Master Rashi spoke up. "That was merely a subordinate of King Piccolo. The true King Piccolo is far more terrifying." "What a calamity this is," Chen Gu reassured them. "Fear not. With so many of us, King Piccolo's strength cannot be overwhelmingly formidable. He is likely in his twilight years and should not surpass my own power. There may yet be hope." Just as Chen Gu was about to continue, a harmonious voice resonated in their ears. The gentle voice said, "I presume you have encountered Piccolo's minion, while you have vanquished a subordinate. The strength of King Piccolo himself is considerably formidable." As Master Rashi and Bulma pondered the identity of the speaker, Wukong exclaimed, "Ah, it is Lord Kami." The group gasped, realizing it was indeed the deity. "Chen Gu, do you remember our agreement?" the benevolent voice continued. The others displayed expressions of confusion. It seemed Chen Gu had made a pact with Lord Kami. Ignoring their reactions, Chen Gu replied, "Of course I remember. What is it that you require from me, Lord Kami?" Kami fell into a contemplative silence, as if weighing his words, before finally stating, "I wish to implore you to eliminate Piccolo." He then recounted his relationship with Piccolo, emphasizing that failure to eradicate him could result in his dominion over Earth. "But Lord Kami, if my senior brother kills Piccolo, wouldn't you perish as well?" Wukong questioned. Kami responded slowly, "This is a sin I committed long ago. I must atone for it." Chen Gu turned towards the direction of Kami's palace and stated calmly, "I accept your request." However, he was fully aware that agreeing to this would not genuinely concern him. If Kami were to perish, the Dragon Balls of Earth would become useless, and he would lose a valuable ally, an insufferable loss indeed. Far away in Kami's palace, Popo stood beside him, a hint of sorrow in his tone. "Kami, are you truly prepared to do this? I should have taken this step long ago, shouldn't I?" Kami replied with resignation. "But what will happen to your position once you depart?" Popo pressed. Kami contemplated for a moment. "You may test the warriors who have come to train at Kami's palace. If any prove suitable and pass the trial, the position of Kami will not remain vacant." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Chen Gu and the others. Observing their solemn expressions, Chen Gu turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, please return to West City for now. Once I resolve this matter, I will come find you, all right?" "No, I want to stay with you," Bulma insisted resolutely. In response, Chen Gu swiftly knocked her unconscious with a precise strike. Turning to Master Rashi, he said, "Master Rashi, could you please take Bulma back using her flying vehicle?" Master Rashi nodded solemnly as he watched them depart. Chen Gu turned to Wukong and the others. "Aren't you all leaving?" "What are you talking about? Since a formidable foe is present, we naturally want to witness what the legendary King Piccolo is truly like. Kellen inquired, "But how are we to find Piccolo?" Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "There's no need for us to seek them out. We shall simply wait for them to come to us. I possess the Dragon Balls that Piccolo desires, and they will undoubtedly come to claim them. We will merely lie in wait." Chen Gu smiled faintly. The group adjusted themselves to their optimal states, and Chen Gu performed a few simple warm-up exercises. Observing the serious expressions on his companions' faces, he couldn't help but say, "Do not be tense. Piccolo's combat power will certainly not exceed mine at this moment. So, I'm confident. You will only need to deal with his subordinate's point one is named Dolum, with a combat power of approximately 190. The other is Sinbaru, whose power is merely 120. Tianjin Fan and Wukong will handle Dolum together. While Kellen and Yamcha can take on Sinbaru, Jiaozi, use the super abilities you've been given to assist. This time, do not linger in battle, but we must strive for a swift resolution, as our opponents are not to be underestimated. The information I acquired was just moments ago from Damblin." Chen Gu added, not wishing to appear as if he had received the information without reason. That it became evident that Chen Gu had overthought the situation, as no one paid any heed to the source of the news. "All right," the group responded in unison. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a massive spacecraft could be seen slowly approaching from the distance, eventually hovering in mid-air. 3 green figures floated down from the craft. The leader bore a striking resemblance to the god of Earth, though a character for demon was inscribed before him, flanked by 2 figures of varying sizes. One stout and the other lean. "Dolum and Sinbert, so you're the one who killed Damblin." The aged Piccolo gazed at Chen Gu, his voice measured. Chen Gu quietly instructed everyone, "Adhere to the plan we discussed. When I make my move, you must act promptly." "Indeed, it was I," Chen Gu replied, a light smile gracing his lips. "You are Piccolo," he continued, not feigning ease, for he found solace in knowing Piccolo's power was only 230. Yet, he remained cautious, for overconfidence often leads to peril. In light of your voluntary admission, hand over the Dragon Balls and follow this Demon King. Perhaps I shall spare your life." Piccolo, in desperate need of the Dragon Balls to regain his youth, regarded Chen Gu with reluctance for battle. However, Chen Gu was unperturbed, boldly declaring, "If you possess the capability, then come and take them." He then employed the sky dance technique and charged at Piccolo, simultaneously, as per their plan. Tianjin Fan and Wukong surrounded Dolum, while Kellen and Yamcha engaged Sinbaru. "It seems you were prepared well in advance," Piccolo remarked, observing the unspoken coordination among Chen Gu's group. Chen Gu, disinterested in banter, swiftly struck at Piccolo with a punch, which Piccolo casually deflected. However, Piccolo was abruptly thrust backwards, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How is this possible? Who are you, to possess such strength?" Seeing Piccolo staggered, Chen Gu pressed the attack, determined to seize the advantage. "While he is vulnerable, I must not hesitate," Chen Gu thought, intent on resolving this encounter swiftly. Piccolo, now focused on Chen Gu's relentless advance, unleashed a beam of energy as Chen Gu approached, catching him off guard and sending him hurtling backwards. Sustaining significant injury, Chen Gu muttered inwardly, "How cunning. This fellow is even more devious than I anticipated." Quickly recovering, Chen Gu closed the distance, and the two engaged in a furious exchange of blows, despite Piccolo's age. His experience surpassed Chen Gu's, and compounded by Chen Gu's injury, he found himself on the defensive. "I cannot allow this to continue. I must not perish at the hands of this ancient foe," Chen Gu resolved inwardly. Meanwhile, Piccolo was taken aback. In such a brief span, Earth has produced such formidable beings, and it appears his companions are no slouches either. "I must dispatch them quickly. My aged body cannot endure this for long." As the battle raged on, both combatants utilized every available means to inflict damage upon one another, employing hands, elbows, knees, and legs, yet most of their attacks were skillfully parried. After a time, they momentarily separated, each fixing their gaze on the other. Seeking the right moment to strike, they caught their breath. Chen Gu diverted his attention to observe Wukong and the others. He noted Sinbaru faltering under the assault from Kellen and Yamcha, likely unable to withstand much longer. Turning his gaze to the other side, he saw Wukong and Tianjin Fan barely holding their ground against Dolum, Although the situation was precarious, Chen Gu remarked with a calm demeanor. Piccolo, it seems your situation is rather dire. As long as he could stall, Chen Gu's chances of victory would increase significantly. Piccolo, realizing Chen Gu's intent, escalated his assault. Chen Gu, now fully invested, engaged fervently in combat. Their clash intensifying as their energies surged, causing destruction to the surrounding flora and structures. The intensity of their battle escalated, and while Chen Gu initially felt pain coursing through his body, the fervor of the fight transformed it into a sublime sensation. As if his muscles were undergoing a metamorphosis, Chen Gu noticed a marked change in his physique, signaling an evolution of sorts. Consequently, he began to provoke Piccolo, taunting him. Piccolo, are you not the so-called Demon King? Is this truly all the strength you possess? Your punches feel rather feeble. Have you forgotten to eat? Humph. Piccolo growled in response, augmenting his energy and intensifying his counterattacks, just as Chen Gu reveled in the sensation of his evolving muscles. Piccolo abruptly halted. Chen Gu, irritated, followed Piccolo's gaze to see that Sinburo had been swiftly dispatched by Kellen and Yamucha, who, despite their victory, were now too exhausted to continue fighting. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Piccolo rushed towards Kellen and Yamucha. Chen Gu, sensing the impending threat, dashed forward to intercept him. However, mid-charge, Piccolo suddenly pivoted and unleashed a demon beam at Wukong and Tianjin by the time Chen Gu arrived. Tianjin Fan had sustained severe injuries from Piccolo's ambush. Time was of the essence. While Dolam was battered, Wukong was also significantly drained, raising the likelihood that he could not withstand Dolam's assault. Chen Gu, feeling the weight of the situation, clenched his teeth and asked, Wukong, can you hold on? Absolutely. Leave it to me, Wukong affirmed, determination etched on his face. Chen Gu then turned his attention back to Piccolo, disregarding any physical changes he had felt previously. He could not afford to linger. The potential for their complete annihilation loomed, a fate Chen Gu refused to accept. Piccolo grinned malevolently. Did you expect otherwise? It seems you find yourselves at a disadvantage now. Spare me the banter, Chen Gu retorted, frustration mounting as he silenced Piccolo with a punch, fully focused on delivering a decisive blow. After approximately 15 minutes of combat, Chen Gu heard a piercing scream. Realizing Dolam had succumbed to Wukong's Kamehameha, while Wukong himself lay incapacitated from severe injuries. Brother, the rest is in your hands, Wukong murmured before losing consciousness. Chen Gu, unperturbed, acknowledged his own responsibility, his gaze fixed on Piccolo. He contemplated how to surmount this challenge, a realization dawning upon him that compelled him to curse, damn, I cannot allow it to end here. Thus, Chen Gu pressed on, engaging Piccolo in close combat, as their battlefield transformed under the strain of their conflict. Chen Gu observed the ominous clouds above, a realization striking him. This is bad, he exclaimed, abandoning all else and concentrating his energy, condensing it into his right fist, aside from what was necessary for the sky dance technique. Gazing at the darkened sky, he surmised that Piccolo was preparing to unleash the explosive demon wave. Chen Gu cursed inwardly. Curse it, for this technique posed a significant threat to his current state, and he was uncertain if he could withstand its formidable force. This technique is likely more powerful than a small nuclear explosion. With this thought in mind, Chen Gu made no further hesitation and flew straight towards Bic. As Bic observed the approaching Chen Gu, a subtle smirk graced his lips. Come to meet your demise. Perfect. I have prepared a splendid gift for you that you are sure to appreciate. Following this, Bic unleashed the ki he had gathered throughout his body in an instant, executing his most formidable move, the explosive demon wave. Facing Bic's overwhelming assault, Chen Gu concentrated all his in his right hand and thrust it forward with great force. Simultaneously accelerating towards Bic, Bic regarded Chen Gu's outstretched fist and perceived him as a mere insect attempting to stop a moving vehicle. As Chen Gu drew closer to Bic, only when his fist was mere inches from Bic's chest did panic strike Bic. Alas, it was far too late. Chen Gu pierced through Bic's torso and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bic, looking down his own chest, suddenly seemed to recall something. With a convulsive motion, a white egg slowly emerged from his throat. And shortly thereafter, he completely lost his breath, the egg vanishing without a trace. The Demon King Bick had met his end. Time passed, and eventually, Chen Gu's consciousness began to return. He gradually opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Chaozu, all staring at him in wide-eyed astonishment. In a feeble voice, Chen Gu implored, "Please hand me a Senza bean. I have a capsule containing some on my belt." Goku found a Senza beans on Chen Gu and promptly fed one to him. After a few slow chews, Chen Gu swallowed it, and a surge of ki erupted from him. Far more potent than before, he sensed that his power had increased to at least 800, more than tripling his previous strength. Indeed, the Saiyan physiology was extraordinary. The greater the injury, the more formidable the recovery. Turning to his companions, he noticed their gazes were filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation, as if they were observing a monster. Chen Gu then produced the remaining Senza beans, distributing 20 to each of them for precaution. Without pretension, they consumed the beans, and waves of powerful radiated from them. Chen Gu gauged their newfound strengths. Goku at 510, Tien at 250, Krillin at 160, and Yamcha at 150. Chaozu, having sustained minimal injuries, displayed no significant change. It seemed that the phenomenon of enhanced battle power post-recovery was not exclusive to Saiyans, though it was particularly pronounced in them. As they exchanged glances, expressions of relief and survival washed over their faces. This increase in power, albeit hard one, felt like a rebirth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their silhouettes grew imposing in its golden glow. Chen Gu, feeling the surge of his newfound strength, yet struggling to control it, formulated a plan in his mind. "Let us make our way to Bulma's home," he suggested. "We should rest and discuss our next steps." Plans for the future? Could it be that Bick still lives? Krillin pondered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Even if he survives, it's of no concern. Goku and Tien can deal with him. Not to mention Chen Gu. Yamcha mused. Laughter erupted among them. Chen Gu first flew to Bick's spacecraft, retrieving the Dragon Balls Bick had collected before returning to the ground. The group employed their flight techniques to soar towards West City. Along the journey, the relationships among them seemed to subtly shift, barriers dissolving, replaced by a profound sense of camaraderie born from surviving a harrowing ordeal. Before long, they arrived at Bulma's residence. Chen Gu descended first and, upon seeing Bulma's worn visage, felt a surge of compassion. Without a word, he scooped her into his arms. As her tiny fists playfully pounded against his chest, her voice a blend of tears and laughter as she scolded. "You mustn't take me away again." Master Rashi, witnessing the safe return of the group, gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. "Chen Gu, is it true that the Demon King Bick is truly dead?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Gu, the only one who had faced Bick in their final confrontation. "Bick the Demon King is indeed dead," Chen Gu affirmed, although he withheld the knowledge that Bick too had survived, a potential future threat that must remain undiscovered for now. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, but Chen Gu's next statement reignited their tension. "That I sense that in 6 or 7 years, Earth may face a significant calamity." The group gasped in astonishment. Observing their reactions, Chen Gu solemnly continued, "You must have noticed by now that I possess a tail, as did Goku before it was removed by the Supreme Kai. Our tails signify our heritage as scions from a planet called Vegeta. Our world was decimated by the malevolent Frisia Force, and we were compelled to scatter for survival. The Frisia Force are intergalactic criminals who conquer planets and sell them at exorbitant prices. I fear that Earth may soon become their next target, but why don't I remember any of this?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. "Did you suffer a head injury during your childhood, leading to your amnesia?" Chen Gu inquired knowingly. "Yes. How did you know, brother?" "My grandfather told me I fell off a cliff and hit my head, and afterwards I couldn't recall anything," Goku replied, astonished. The others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their disbelief. A childhood fall had seemingly left no lasting effects, highlighting the Scion's remarkable resilience. Chen Gu continued, "In truth, very few Scions escaped. Only 3 others aside from us. However, they have aligned themselves with Frisia, and their battle powers are formidable. Thus, I intend to first adapt to my newfound strength. Once I have fully mastered it, I will embark on a journey to hone my skills. I wish to know your plans moving forward." Chen Gu inquired of them, Wait a moment, brother. How strong is Frieza and his army? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Gu slapped his forehead, realizing Goku's naivety. As for Frieza's exact power, I'm uncertain, but most of his troops range from 2,000 to 5,000 in battle power, with mid-level warriors exceeding 5,000 and elite warriors surpassing 10,000. I chose not to disclose Frieza's strength or that of the Ginyu Force, fearing it would instill despair. As anticipated, fear washed over Tin and the others' faces. Yet, rather than despair, a sense of urgency emerged. Chen Gu intended for them to feel the pressure, as it would accelerate their growth. Meanwhile, Goku's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. What excites you? Chen Gu asked. Brother, can we become that strong too? Goku's gaze was fixed on Chen Gu, and the others followed suit. Chen Gu assured them, while we may not reach Frieza's level of power, with dedication, we can achieve battle powers exceeding 10,000. I possess methods to enhance your strengths. But first, you must focus on your training and establish a solid foundation, for that will yield greater advancements in the future. The group lit up at the prospect of Chen Gu's ability to elevate their powers. Now, having said so much, what are your plans moving forward? Chen Gu reiterated. After a moment of silence, Goku declared, I will continue to seek guidance from the Supreme Kai for my training. Tien wore a puzzled expression. Prompting Krillin to explain, we will also go to the Supreme Kai. Krillin and Yamcha stated without hesitation that I'll join too. And you, Chaozu? Tien asked, looking for confirmation. Chaozu replied flatly, wherever Tien goes, I will follow, observing their resolve. Chen Gu smiled. You all must train diligently. I have my own plans. Once I return, we can make further arrangements. The following day, they set off towards the Supreme Kai's realm using their flight techniques. As they vanished from sight, Chen Gu murmured, I hope your battle powers increase significantly, so you can face the impending challenges. Then, turning to Bulma, he suggested, let us see how your father's gravity chamber is progressing. Bulma nodded obediently, but couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Chen Gu, where will you be training next? Chen Gu paused, a pang of realization striking him. Indeed, I still have Bulma with me. It seems I must alter my plans. He then gazed at Bulma gently and replied, I may train with King Kai for a while. Who is King Kai? And how long is a while? Bulma inquired. Tears incessantly welled up in Bulma's eyes. Chen Gu gently stroked Bulma's head and remarked, the king of the other world is a deity above all gods. As for time, he cautiously glanced at Bulma, perhaps 3 to 4 years that I understand. Bulma, far from throwing a tantrum as Chen Gu had imagined, responded with remarkable understanding. Chen Gu enveloped Bulma in his arms and tenderly assured her, do not worry. I will return as swiftly as I can. Bulma buried her head against Chen Gu's chest. The two then proceeded to Dr. Brief's laboratory, where Chen Gu inquired, Dr. Brief, what is the progress on the gravity chamber? Dr. Brief initially furrowed his brow before stating, I have a concrete plan, but it will take at least 2 years to complete. There are many aspects that require testing. Chen Gu breathed a sigh of relief and replied, fortunately, that is still ample time. He then engaged in casual conversation with Dr. Brief. Half a month later, a dark cloud slowly ascended above Bulma's residence, followed by the appearance of a colossal green dragon hovering in the sky. Over the past month, Chen Gu had solidified his strength, and now it was time to train under the king of the other world. As he beheld the dragon radiating a divine aura, he swallowed hard. The dragon opened its mouth and proclaimed, state your wish. I can grant any desire you may have. Chen Gu was awestruck by the grandeur of the dragon, which was his first encounter with such a magnificent being. Bulma coughed lightly beside him, snapping Chen Gu back to reality, and he smiled sheepishly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Gu calmly stated, please transport me to the side of the North Kao. He then awaited the dragon's response in silence. After a moment, the dragon spoke, that is quite simple. A golden light enveloped Chen Gu, who waved farewell to Bulma as he vanished from Earth the instant of Chen Gu's disappearance within the heavenly temple. The deity observed the direction from which he had vanished and slowly spoke. Ah, the king of the other world, I wish you success. The others behind the deity also lifted their heads to gaze at the direction of Chen Gu's disappearance before returning to their martial training. In the blink of an eye, Chen Gu found himself on a diminutive planet. Before him lay a solitary path, a house, and a car, while a gorilla pounded its chest in front of him. Turning around, he recognized the tail of Snake Wei. Surveying his surroundings with a smile, Chen Gu mused, "Is this the King Kai's planet? It appears rather unimpressive." He then plummeted directly towards the King Kai's domain. "Ah!" Chen Gu's screams echoed as he half-buried himself in the ground upon arrival. His lower body completely submerged, while only his upper torso remained above the surface. He attempted to extricate himself, but could only manage a slight movement, unable to free himself entirely. How unfortunate. I just remarked on its simplicity, and now this. That dragon must have done this on purpose. Chen Gu complained, continuing to struggle in vain to make a tea that moment. A small gorilla approached him, laughing uproariously at the sight of Chen Gu stuck in the ground. Chen Gu, feeling utterly humiliated, was mocked by a gorilla. After a while, a figure with antennae and a flying grasshopper approached Chen Gu. The individual, clad in sunglasses and a blue King Kai uniform, observed Chen Gu. Chen Gu thought to himself, "Is this the North Kai? Whatever, I won't dwell on it." The North Kai stared at Chen Gu for a moment. Astonished, "Oh, a Saiyan. How did you end up here, and you're still alive? Wait a minute, I thought Frisia exterminated your race, leaving only a few survivors. How are you also a Saiyan?" Raising an eyebrow, Chen Gu replied, "With so many questions, can't you ask them one at a time?" Yet, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, he continued, "Greetings, North K. I.M. My name is Chen Gu, and I am indeed a Saiyan. However, I escaped to another planet before Frisia annihilated planet Vegeta, thus evading the catastrophe." The North Kai expressed surprise. "Your ki possesses no hint of malevolence. Truly an unusual Saiyan. But what brings you here? I have heard that the North Kai is a master of martial arts, and I wish to request your guidance in my training." Chen Gu earnestly stated, bowing deeply to the North Kai. "Why should I teach you?" The North Kai questioned, puzzled. Chen Gu's planned quip was swiftly thwarted by the inquiry, and he thought, this isn't following the script. However, he was not one to concede easily. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I hail from Earth, and I know that you harbor a deep resentment towards Frisia and his ilk for their rampant tyranny across the cosmos." As Chen Gu spoke, he sensed a tremendous pressure emanating from the North Kai, causing him to sweat profusely. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, Chen Gu declared, "If you guide me in my training, I could assist you in dealing with Frisia, even his entire race." Finally, Chen Gu exhaled, having voiced his thoughts in one breath. The North Kai withdrew his oppressive aura, looking at Chen Gu with disdain. "Defeating Frisia? You truly have audacity, ignoring your battle power of less than 1,000. Even if you were trained diligently, I know that the highest battle power of a Saiyan is merely over 10,000. You believe you could confront Frisia with such power? Ignorance breeds no fear. I am aware that Frisia's peak battle power exceeds 120 million, Chen Gu asserted firmly. The North Kai raised his antennae, seemingly intrigued. "Oh, this is the first time I have heard such a specific figure. However, knowing Frisia's battle power of 120 million, do you truly believe you can defeat him?" "Ordinary Saiyans certainly cannot," Chen Gu admitted. "Are there extraordinary ones, then?" the North Kai inquired nonchalantly. Chen Gu smiled slightly. "Indeed, ordinary Saiyans possess battle powers of merely over 10,000 because they do not know how to harness their inherent strength. You must understand, North Kai, that Frisia sought to eradicate the Saiyan race partly because he feared the Super Saiyans among us. His ancestor was slain by one of our Super Saiyans. I have heard whispers of that, but Super Saiyans are merely legendary beings. What makes you think you can become one?" the North Kai said slowly, hands clasped behind his back. "I am confident I can become a Super Saiyan." Chen Gu locked eyes with the North Kai, speaking resolutely that a silence enveloped them. Yet Chen Gu understood that he could not falter in this moment. Otherwise, he might lose his chance to make the tea last. After a prolonged silence, the North Kai declared, "Very well, I agree." Chen Gu had hoped to persuade the North Kai to teach the Dragon Ball warriors as well. But he understood that he needed to take things step by step and build rapport first. Once he did, everything would fall into place. "However, I have one condition," the North Kai stated firmly. Chen Gu, unfazed, replied, "No problem. I am prepared." He then retrieved a universal capsule from his belt and pressed it, causing a plethora of joke books to appear on the ground. The North Kai disregarded everything else, hastily gathering the books before darting towards his room, exclaiming as he ran, "Once I finish these, I will teach you." Chen Gu watched the North Kai's retreating figure, his mouth twitching as he thought, "Is this North Kai truly reliable?" For the following month, Chen Gu adjusted to the gravity of the King Kai's planet. The tenfold gravity of Earth was no trivial matter. It took him nearly half a month to ensure he could walk on the surface. Now, after a month had passed, he could only guarantee that he could run on the surface of the North Kai's planet, occasionally practicing, yet he struggled to utilize the instant transmission technique as if he were firmly glued to the ground. 3 months later, Chen Gu could easily catch Bubbles and Gregory and had forged a strong friendship with them. One day, as Chen Gu was sweating profusely, the North Kai silently approached him from behind and announced, "From today onwards, I shall guide your training." "Great," Chen Gu exclaimed joyfully. "I have observed your basic understanding of ki usage over a period of time, and you have done quite well. Your application is impressive, and there is little I can teach you. However, your strength is lacking. I have developed a unique set of martial arts techniques that can significantly enhance your power in a short time, albeit at a considerable strain on your body. Would you like to learn?" the North Kai inquired. "Absolutely," Chen Gu replied without hesitation. "What a jest! I venture to the North Kai's realm for 2 reasons. First, the tenfold gravity enhances training efficacy. And second, it is none other than the Kaioken technique that beckons me. As for the spirit bomb, Chen Gu does not yet believe he possesses the pure heart necessary to master it." The North Kai then remarked, "This technique I practice is called Kung. Allow me to elaborate on its intricacies." Time flew by like an arrow, and Chen Gu spent countless days and nights on North Kai's planet. There a young man with a commanding presence floated 10 meters above the ground, fiercely swinging his fists. While his technique was not particularly refined, each strike exuded a palpable force of destruction. This young man was none other than Chen Gu, and unbeknownst to him, for years had elapsed. Throughout these years, he had tirelessly honed his skills, managing to sustain the Kaioken at 3 times its multiplier for a while. However, beyond 4 times, his body could scarcely endure, observing Chen Gu in the sky. The North Kai was astonished, contemplating. In just 4 short years, his battle power has reached 12,000, and he has mastered the Kaioken remarkably well. Perhaps he truly has the potential to become the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet he could not resist a chuckle, self-mocking. "When did I become so naive? It is merely a legend." Noticing the North Kai's gaze upon him, Chen Gu ceased his training. Since a month prior, his growth had plateaued, and he surmised that the gravity of North Kai's planet was no longer sufficient for his training. Gently descending to the ground, he addressed, "North Kai." "Yes," replied the North Kai, unhurriedly. "Chen Gu, training requires a balance. Prolonged high-intensity workouts may not yield swift results and could lead to physical exhaustion." After a moment of reflection, Chen Gu acknowledged it was time to depart, stating, "You are right, North Kai. Having spent 4 years here, I should return and see how things are." Upon glancing up, he caught the North Kai's expression of approval, leaving him momentarily speechless. An hour later, Chen Gu donned a new outfit conjured by the North Kai, which was similar to his previous attire but bore an additional character Kai. With a slight twitch of his mouth, he pondered the quirks of these celestial beings. Bowing to the North Kai, he expressed, "Thank you for your guidance over these past 4 years. Don't be in haste to thank me. I await the day you transform into a Super Saiyan to vanquish Frisia." The North Kai remarked with a wry smile. Disregarding the North Kai's jest, Chen Gu continued, "To be honest, I have a fair level of confidence in achieving the Super Saiyan form, though I cannot guarantee success. However, I have someone even more capable to recommend to you. After all, strength lies in numbers." "What do you mean?" inquired the North Kai, his antennae twitching. Chen Gu organized his thoughts and replied, "There is another Saiyan on Earth who possesses a pure heart and is likely to become a Super Saiyan as well. Additionally, there are several martial artists on Earth akin to myself. I hope you can guide them. You see, North Kai's planet seems rather lonely. How about I bring them over for your instruction?" "Humph. Chen Gu, do not push your luck. I have yet to address the depletion of my food supplies caused by your presence. And now you wish to send more mouths to feed. Be cautious, or I shall deal with you." The North Kai exclaimed in anger. Chen Gu first gathered a white aura around him and then swiftly executed the instant transmission technique towards Snake Way, exclaiming, "Rest assured, North Kai, I will ensure they bring their own provisions." Once Chen Gu had flown some distance along Snake Way, the North Kai muttered, "That rascal. I hope to be pleasantly surprised when we next meet." After flying for a considerable time, Chen Gu, observing the seemingly endless path, lamented, "If only I could teleport. How long must I endure this flight?" Gradually, he slowed his pace, deciding to take it easy. 2 days later, as Chen Gu beheld the changing scenery, he could not help but rejoice. "At last, we are nearing the end. This has been exceedingly dull." Gradually, he spotted the long-awaited serpent's head and soared directly through it. As Chen Gu prepared to continue his flight, he suddenly halted, realizing he no longer recognized the way back. Or rather, he understood that his current abilities rendered it impossible to return. While floating in the sky, pondering his predicament, a ghostly messenger below pointed and exclaimed to his companion, "Look, that is a corporeal being. A living person. Hurry, report to Lord Yin Wang." Upon hearing this, the other messenger hurriedly rushed off to inform Lord Yin Wang, who, in turn, became infuriated. A formidable aura emanated from him, causing the souls and messengers of the underworld to tremble, as if they might shatter under its weight. As Chen Gu despaired over how to escape the underworld, he sensed the powerful aura approaching. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered to himself, "It appears the heavens are favoring me." He then flew towards the source of the aura, soon coming upon an unusually large palace, with the characters Yin Wang inscribed upon it. Chen Gu remarked, "Impressive, truly worthy of the Lord of Hell." "Impudent," a thunderous roar echoed from within, causing Chen Gu's soul to quiver slightly. Is this the power of Yin Wang? Does even a living person fall under its influence? His heart raced with astonishment. Realizing he had no other choice but to enter, he ventured inside. What met his eyes was the origin of the formidable aura, a being of extraordinary size seated at a desk, where a machine resembling a computer lay, flanked by several guards, diminutive in comparison to Yin Wang. Chen Gu scrutinized Yin Wang, relieved to find the aura manageable. Meanwhile, Yin Wang appraised Chen Gu as well. At last, one of the ghostly messengers broke the silence, declaring loudly, "Impudent living being, how dare you trespass in the underworld?" Chen Gu shifted his gaze from Yin Wang to the messenger, who felt as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, breaking into a cold sweat before collapsing to the ground. Chen Gu, exasperated, turned back to Yin Wang. "Who are you?" Yin Wang demanded. "Why have you intruded upon the underworld?" "Lord Yin Wang, I am Chen Gu, a scion from Earth. That I did not trespass. I was training under the North Kai and recently returned, only to find myself lost and unable to return to Earth. By chance, I encountered you," Chen Gu replied candidly. Yin Wang's expression changed. "North Kai?" Chen Gu nodded affirmatively. Yin Wang cleared his throat. "What proof do you have to substantiate your claim of coming from the North Kai?" After a moment contemplation, Chen Gu inquired, "Do you require proof, Lord Yin Wang?" Yin Wang nodded. "Then prepare yourself," Chen Gu proclaimed. He swiftly elevated his aura to its peak and unleashed a twofold Kaioken, enveloping himself in a crimson blaze. The very walls of Yin Wang's palace trembled, while the souls and messengers collapsed to the ground, immobilized by the sheer force. Is this the Kaioken?" Yin Wang inquired, observing the fiery aura before him. "Very well, I acknowledge your origins. Now, please contain your energy." Upon receiving the command, Chen Gu retracted his aura, suppressing it to a level of 2,000. "Lord Yin Wang, may I request your assistance in contacting the Guardian of Earth to facilitate my return?" With a wave of his hand, Yin Wang replied, "No problem." Meanwhile, in the Temple of the Earth, the Guardian observed Goku and the others making significant progress in their training, breaking into a satisfied smile. Since the last World Martial Arts Tournament, they had exerted themselves greatly. He had long imparted all he knew, and their power had grown remarkably, much to the Guardian's delight. Suddenly, the Guardian appeared to have encountered a momentous event, hastily entering a chamber within the temple. Disappearing from the sight of Goku and the others, who were left in utter bewilderment, Goku turned to Bobo, asking, "Bobo, what is the matter with the Guardian?" Bobo, uncertain, replied quietly, Seeing Bobo's confusion, the others resumed their training. The guardian rushed to the underworld, and upon reaching Yin Wang, he respectfully stated, "I am the guardian of Earth. I was informed you sought me. It is not I who sought you, but he." Yin Wang gestured towards Chen Gu. Chen Gu waved at the guardian, exclaiming, "Ah, it has been a while. Dear guardian." The celestial being gazed upon Chen Gu, his green visage seemingly suffocating to the point of turning purple. After a moment of struggle, he managed to utter, "Who are you? Do you know me? What do you seek?" Chen Gu was taken aback, pondering, is this celestial being akin to a goldfish with such a poor memory? He replied, somewhat exasperated, "My esteemed celestial lord, I am Chen Gu. Do you not recognize me? Chen Gu, you truly are Chen Gu. You vanished for 4 years. How?" The celestial being scrutinized Chen Gu for a while before launching into a torrent of words. "Enough. If you wish to converse, do so elsewhere. Do not disrupt my work here," came the authoritative voice of the King of Hell. Yes, we shall take our leave." The celestial being, resembling a startled child, grasped Chen Gu and began to retreat. As Chen Gu prepared to follow, he suddenly recalled something and turned to the King of Hell, saying, "Lord King of Hell." "What is it?" The King of Hell inquired, puzzled. "It is regarding any martial artists who may arrive from Earth seeking to train under the Lord of the Realm. I kindly ask for your assistance, esteemed King." Chen Gu articulated. The celestial being interjected, "You must not be disrespectful to the Lord King of Hell. How could Hell allow the living to enter freely? That would be a violation of the rules." The King of Hell pondered for a moment and replied, "I can permit them to be escorted to the serpent path, but the remainder of the journey must be undertaken by themselves." "That is precisely my intention. Thank you." Chen Gu waved at the King of Hell. The celestial being observed the exchange between Chen Gu and the King of Hell, his mouth agape, yet he fell silent, thinking, this fellow, how is it that even the King of Hell is willing to make an exception for him? He becomes increasingly inscrutable to me. Chen Gu turned to the seemingly dazed celestial being, waved his hand in front of him, and said, "My esteemed celestial lord, we must take our leave." The celestial being, as if awakening from a deep slumber, replied, "Oh yes, let us go." Thus Chen Gu and the celestial being vanished from the King of Hell's domain. The King of Hell gazed at the spot where Chen Gu had disappeared and murmured, "This fellow is rather intriguing." Upon opening his eyes, Chen Gu found himself in a small room, the floor adorned with intricate symbols resembling some form of array. "Let us go and meet everyone. You should share your experiences from the past 4 years," the celestial being suggested, as if he had just emerged from a great ordeal, finally exhaling a sigh. Chen Gu stepped out of the room, only to realize he was in the celestial palace. As he exited, he sensed several presences that were not inferior to his former self. The others, too, immediately felt the familiar yet strange aura. Chen Gu, sensing the presence nearby, smiled and remarked, "The strength of this aura indicates that Goku has reached 1410. Quite impressive. Tien seems to be around 1250, while Krillin and Yamcha are just above 1000. Doria is at 610. Not bad. There's hope." Just as Chen Gu was about to proceed, he let out a soft hum. Upon detecting an aura that closely resembled that of Demon King Piccolo, however, it lacked the malevolence, registering around 850 in strength. Chen Gu murmured, "It must be Piccolo Jr., but why is he so strong? Has something occurred that I am unaware of?" At the instant Chen Gu made his appearance, all trainees within the Celestial Palace abruptly halted their activities. Goku exclaimed, "What a powerful aura! How can it be so strong? Who is this person?" "Tien, this is terrifying," Doria remarked. Tien and the others turned their gazes toward Chen Gu, remaining silent. In the distance, a young green figure, Piccolo, was watching Chen Gu, thinking, has he finally arrived? I have awaited you for so long. I must defeat you. With that, he returned to his training. The celestial being was the first to step out from the Celestial Palace. As the others prepared to inquire about the source of the aura, a handsome young man, with a subtle smile and a tail casually swaying behind him, cheerfully announced, "Hello, everyone, it has been a while." "Ah, senior brother," Goku exclaimed joyfully. The others instantly relaxed, their faces lighting up with smiles. "And why, esteemed celestial lord, could you prepare some food for me? I am quite hungry." Chen Gu addressed the celestial being. Let us all dine together. It is just about noon, he added. The group gathered around a large table, and after 2 days without food, Chen Gu pounced upon the feast before him, stuffing his mouth voraciously. Where have you been these past 4 years? How did you become so powerful? The celestial being inquired. Chen Gu, chewing on meat, replied, It's a long story. I was training under the Lord of the Realm that I will elaborate once I finish eating. The celestial being seemed to shudder, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Chen Gu, are you certain it was the Lord of the Realm? What is the matter? Who is the Lord of the Realm? Goku asked, confused. The celestial being slowly exhaled. The Lord of the Realm is a deity above me, truly magnificent. Indeed, the Lord of the Realm guided my training. My actual power is currently 6 times what I have displayed, excluding the Kaioken. Chen Gu mumbled, his mouth full. Tien broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, 6 times? How is that possible? The training under the Lord of the Realm is that effective. Can we also go? The others brightened at the prospect. The celestial being looked at them, shaking his head. That is impossible. The Lord of the Realm has no time to instruct you. He is exceedingly busy. That Chen Gu received guidance from the Lord of the Realm is already a rare occurrence. Hearing this, the group's spirits dampened. Chen Gu observed their disappointed expressions and smiled. Do not worry, I have already spoken with the Lord of the Realm. As long as you traverse the serpent path to reach him, he will guide your training. Is that true? Chen Gu, can we become as strong as you? Krillin asked excitedly. As strong as me? No. Chen Gu shook his head. Krillin sighed. So it really isn't possible. I haven't finished. I meant to say that it is not impossible for you to surpass me. The gravity on the Lord of the Realm's planet is 10 times that of Earth, which is highly beneficial for training. I see that most of you have been training with weighted clothing, but that only strengthens the body. It does not develop the internal organs. Increased gravity will enhance the fortitude of your internal organs as well, leading to exceptional training results. Chen Gu continued. Looking up, Chen Gu noticed the group's puzzled expressions and stated, in short, the effects are particularly remarkable, and the training speed is exceptionally rapid. By the way, prepare yourselves. Soon, the celestial being will transport you to hell, and you can proceed directly to the Lord of the Realm from there. Chen Gu added, Senior brother, could we wait a moment? I need to return home first. Goku said, scratching his head awkwardly. Chen Gu looked on with curiosity. Return home? Yamcha chuckled. Goku got married at the martial arts tournament a year ago. He now has a family. He has a child named Gohan, who, like you, Chen Gu, has a tail. Hey, don't say that. Yamcha, Goku replied bashfully. Chen Gu then recalled that during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku and Chi-Chi had wed, and it was surprising to hear that Gohan had been born. After a moment of thought, Chen Gu remarked, You may decide when to leave, and then have the celestial being escort you. He turned back and called, My esteemed celestial lord. The celestial being, still absorbed in Chen Gu's words, seemed to be contemplating the arrangements with the Lord of the Realm regarding the training of Earth's martial artists, and why esteemed celestial lord. Chen Gu called again. The celestial being snapped back to reality, responding, Yes, I am here. What is it? The group looked at him curiously. The celestial being, embarrassed, replied, I understand now. Once you are ready, come find me, that I will safely escort you to hell, and the rest will depend on you. After Chen Gu had satisfied his hunger, he addressed the group. I shall take my leave now. It has been a long time since I last saw Bulma, and I truly miss her, and I wonder if she will be furious. With that, he employed the instant transmission technique to ascend into the sky. Just as he was about to descend, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, Oh, I suggest you bring Piccolo with you. He may become a significant ally for us in the future. With that, he flew away. Chen Gu descended directly, halting his flight near Corinne Tower, and gently floated outside at that moment. The wise Corinne looked at Chen Gu and smiled. Ah, Chen Gu, you're back. You've been gone for quite some time. Indeed, it has been a while. Corinne, Chen Gu greeted warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned and soared toward West City. Half an hour later, Chen Gu gazed upon the familiar yet strange city. Detecting Bulma's aura, his lips curling into a slight smile as he quietly floated above her room. The voice of Bulma resonated from within. Stinky Chen Gu, it's been 4 years, still no sign of you returning, nor any indication of where you've been gallivanting. You claim to be training, yet you don't send me a single message. Humph. Chen Gu couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, though he was unable to suppress his longing. Quietly, he slipped into the room, appearing behind Bulma and wrapping his arms around her. Chen Gu noticed Bulma's body instantly stiffened. "Chen Gu, is that you?" Bulma's voice trembled slightly. "Did you miss me?" Chen Gu inhaled the fragrance from her hair. As she turned around, she saw the tall and handsome young man standing at 178 cm and playfully punched him while scolding. "Stinky Chen Gu, you finally remembered to come back." The morning sun was particularly beautiful. Chen Gu opened his eyes groggily, gazing at the dawn outside the window, murmuring, "This life is truly wonderful." Observing the disheveled bed and the tired Bulma beside him, he bent down and gently kissed her cheek, slowly taking in her lovely face and savoring her fragrant breath, offering a soft smile. It seemed as if Chen Gu had roused Bulma from her slumber. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly before she gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Gu gazing at her with deep affection, memories of the previous night's revelry flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. "Why are you looking at me?" "Because my girlfriend is so beautiful." Chen Gu replied with a mischievous grin that Bulma's face reddened further. Chen Gu embraced Bulma, who softly murmured, "Are you leaving again?" Chen Gu paused, tenderly stroking her hair, and replied, "I won't leave anymore. From now on, I won't go anywhere without you." "Yes," Bulma nodded earnestly. Chen Gu then began recounting his experiences and training over the past 4 years. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. He lifted Bulma from the bed, and after they freshened up, they shared a breakfast lunch. Bulma announced, "My dad has finished the things you asked him to make." Chen Gu exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" "Yes, the most challenging issue was resolved by my dad just a couple of days ago." Bulma continued. Chen Gu's heart skipped a beat. "Could there have been a problem with the spaceship?" He inquired. "What problem could have taken your dad so long?" Bulma glanced at Chen Gu's serious expression and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, saying, "Well, the main issue was figuring out the placement of the speakers. Eventually, he installed a surround sound system for you." Chen Gu facepalmed. Was that truly the pressing matter? After their meal, Chen Gu and Bulma made their way to the spaceship equipped with a gravity chamber. Crafted by Dr. Brief, gazing at the enormous vessel before him, Chen Gu felt a twinge of awe. Despite being born on Vegeta, he had never encountered such a large spaceship. Dr. Brief explained, "The gravity can now be adjusted between 1 to 300 times. This is the current limit of our capabilities, though it may be increased in the future. However, this is the best we can achieve with today's technology. That's more than sufficient. Can I give it a try?" Chen Gu asked excitedly. "You can, but Chen Gu, don't push yourself too hard. It can be quite dangerous," Dr. Brief cautioned. Chen Gu quickly ran into the spaceship, shutting the door behind him. He meticulously examined the interior, discovering that the vessel was divided into 3 levels. The bottom level, where Chen Gu currently stood, housed a dedicated gravity chamber, which required the upper door to be closed for operation. Ascending to the 2nd level, he found the dining and resting area. The uppermost level contained a relatively small control room where the spaceship's flight and navigation were managed. Chen Gu couldn't help but feel immense satisfaction at how his once tiny spaceship had transformed into such an impressive craft. Returning to the 1st level, he sealed off the upper passage and adjusted the gravity to 10 times. Much to his delight, the effects mirrored those experienced on North Kai's planet. Next, he cranked the gravity up to 15 times, the limit of what he could endure at present. Feeling the pressure enveloping him, Chen Gu smiled contentedly before shutting down the gravity system and exiting the spaceship. Observing Chen Gu's ease even at 15 times gravity, Dr. Brief remarked in astonishment, "I can't fathom how your body is trained. To withstand such high levels without issue is remarkable." Chen Gu chuckled. "The results are excellent." "Thank you, Dr. Brief." Dr. Brief looked at his creation and replied, "As long as it works well, that's all that matters." Dr. Brief, should Goku's spaceship also be in working condition, would you be able to modify it to be similar to this one? Chen Gu asked cautiously. Knowing he had just received a new spaceship, Dr. Brief responded, "As long as the core hardware is intact, it can certainly be done. I wonder when you'll need it. I haven't had the chance to study the core hardware of your ship thoroughly, but this time I intend to examine it closely." Chen Gu pondered for a moment and said, "Take your time. As long as it's completed within 3 years, that will suffice." "Absolutely," Dr. Brief replied before returning to his research lab. Chen Gu and Bulma then set off for Baozi Mountain. Their journey through the scenic landscape finally led them to Goku's spaceship 2 days later. Bulma inspected it and said, although it's in such a state of disrepair, the core components are still intact and functional. Chen Gu sighed in relief. As long as it works, that's all that matters. After placing Goku's spaceship into the Universal Capsule, the pair leisurely boarded a jet and returned to Bulma's home. By the time they arrived, several nights had passed. After handing over the damaged spaceship to Dr. Brief, they enjoyed dinner together. Observing Bulma happily eating, Chen Gu said, Bulma. Bulma looked up in confusion. Chen Gu slowly continued. Would you like to travel to the universe? Bulma instinctively responded, sure. After a moment of realization, she exclaimed, what did you say? Travel to the universe. Really? Yes, indeed. I previously heard Lord Kai mention that beings in the universe possess all sorts of abilities. I want to visit a planet called Yardrat, where the inhabitants are said to possess a skill known as instant transmission. I wish to learn that ability that I promised before that no matter where I go in the future, I will always take you with me. Chen Gu spoke earnestly, secretly thinking, North Kai, I guess I have to place the blame on you now. Bulma, aware that Chen Gu had trained with a being known as Kai before, had no suspicions, especially upon hearing his final words, which made her heart flutter. She embraced Chen Gu and declared, great, let's go together. Chen Gu felt a surge of happiness at having the lovely girl in his arms. However, he soon added, but first, I need to prepare everything required for our journey. Spaceship fuel, food, water, and so forth. We must ensure everything is ready before we can embark. Bulma suddenly regained her composure, transforming into a scientist as she meticulously analyzed everything. Chen Gu found himself reflecting that without Bulma, he might not have been able to navigate a journey through the cosmos alone, especially with the modified spaceship crafted by Dr. Brief, which he was not very adept at operating. A week later, a massive spaceship landed in Bulma's backyard, emblazoned with the words Universal Capsule Company. Chen Gu and Bulma stood before the vessel, accompanied by Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, who were puffing on their pipes. Chen Gu took a deep breath and declared, let us set off. Hooray! Off we go, Bulma exclaimed, raising her hand in excitement. Moments later, Dr. Brief watched as the spaceship slowly ascended into the sky, soon disappearing from view. He remarked in surprise, wow, that speed is truly impressive. The universe, always dark yet enchanting, held a white spaceship soaring at an inconceivable speed toward distant realms. This was the vessel of Chen Gu and Bulma, bearing the emblem of the Universal Capsule Company. In the lowest compartment of the ship, Chen Gu was performing handstand push-ups, murmuring to himself as the gravity controller displayed a reading of 55 times. Chen Gu and Bulma had been away from Earth for nearly 4 months. Meanwhile, on the path of the serpent, a group of travelers continued their journey using the instant transmission technique, having flown above the yellow-clouded serpent road for nearly 4 months. Due to insufficient strength, Chaos was seated atop Tension and shoulders. That moment, Chaos suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, ah, it seems we've reached the end. The others appeared to awaken from their stupor, and Krillin shouted, really? I can see the tail of the serpent road. Suddenly, the crowd halted at the end of the serpentine path, gazing intently ahead. Before them appeared a diminutive planet, upon which stood a blue-skinned individual observing them intently, accompanied by a small gorilla and a grasshopper. Had Chen Gu been present, he would undoubtedly recognize his 2 old friends, Baburus and Gilagili, as well as the North K. As they beheld this peculiar planet. Wukong was just about to speak when an immense gravitational force emanated from the planet, pulling Wukong and the others directly onto the surface of the Kai's planet. The North Kai, observing the heap of individuals sprawled on the ground, mused silently. What an extravagant greeting! How embarrassing! He chuckled. Oh, such a grand display of respect. How amusing! I truly am a genius of laughter. While the Kai laughed, he also scrutinized the group, reflecting, so these are the individuals Chen Gu spoke of who possess potential. Why is this Saiyan lacking a tail? This aura, it genuinely radiates innocence. It seems Chen Gu has not deceived me after all. My spirit bomb shall have worthy successors. Piccolo's face turned an ashen shade, overwhelmed by the excessive gravity. The astonishment of the others was no less profound, rendering them nearly immobile. With great difficulty, Yukong managed to ask, "Are you the North Kai?" "Esteemed sir, we are martial artists from Earth seeking your guidance." "Ah, Earthlings, I understand," the Kai replied. "That scoundrel Chen Gu has mentioned you. Did you bring any food?" The North Kai, suddenly recalling something, inquired. The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the purpose of food. Noticing their bewilderment, the North Kai realized that Chen Gu had forgotten to mention it and chastised. "That rascal Chen Gu. I shall deal with him next time. It was agreed that I have certain rules for teaching." The group felt a chill run down their spines at the mention of rules. Recognizing the need for compliance, the North Kai continued, and that is, the crowd leaned in attentively. The North Kai exhaled slowly. "You must first tell me a joke." Instantly, the group collapsed, their prior fear of the North Kai dissipating into thin air. Thus began the formal training of the Dragon Ball warriors under the North Kai's tutelage. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship where Chen Gu was situated, he muttered, 9998, 9999, 10,000, phew, finished. With that, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as though the oxygen supply were insufficient. After resting for a while, Chen Gu gradually propped himself up, approached the control panel, and remarked, 4 months at 40 times Earth's gravity, my battle power is nearing 55,000 if I can maintain this pace. By the time Raditz arrives on Earth, I should be able to reach over 300,000 battle power. However, instant transmission remains crucial. Strength must be cultivated gradually. Subsequently, Chen Gu reset the gravity chamber to Earth's standard and opened the passage to the second level. He stepped onto the automatic elevator, which ascended slowly. Bulma, observing Chen Gu's ascent, complained, "Chen Gu, you always train for so long. I'm nearly bored to death." Chen Gu glanced at the disarray filling the room, cluttered with books and clothing, sighed, and replied, "Bulma, let's at least tidy up a bit." Bulma seemed to snap back to reality, apologizing, "I was just busy researching the navigation routes." Upon hearing this, Chen Gu helplessly waved his hand, thinking, Bulma can be so great, but sometimes she's a bit lazy. He began to organize the mess. "How much longer until we reach Yardrat?" he inquired. "According to the star chart on your ship, we should arrive in 1 to 2 days. Bulma responded, accessing the ship's navigation records. Before long, Chen Gu had tidied the chaotic room. He then took a hot shower, relishing the soothing sensation of warm water cascading over him. Chen Gu mused, Wukong took nearly a year to master instant transmission. I wonder how long it will take me to. I hope it won't be too long. Otherwise, dealing with Frisia could become quite troublesome. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. I lack Wukong's protagonist aura. After finishing his shower, Chen Gu emerged from the bathroom to find Bulma reclining on the bed, engrossed in an unfamiliar book, her long shirt draping elegantly. Captivated by the sight before him, Chen Gu stealthily approached Bulma and enveloped her in an embrace, leading to sounds of an indescribable nature resonating in the room. Hours later, the two reluctantly separated, with Chen Gu holding Bulma close, saying, "We may have to stay on Yardrat for a while. Bulma, will you miss Earth?" "As long as I'm with you, I'm fine," Bulma replied. Chen Gu leaned in, preparing to kiss Bulma, when suddenly a mechanical voice interrupted, announcing, "We have arrived at the destination planet. Shall we enter the planet's atmosphere?" Chen Gu halted mid-sentence, a mischievous grin forming. "It appears our moment must wait." "Humph, who said I wanted to continue?" Bulma retorted, though the blush on her cheeks betrayed her excitement. Bulma then turned and ascended to the ship's third level, with Chen Gu following suit. Bulma commanded, "Entering the atmosphere, find a suitable landing spot." The machine responded in a monotone voice, "Understood." Bulma glanced back at Chen Gu, advising, "It will be turbulent when we enter the atmosphere. Sit down and fasten your seatbelt." Chen Gu was about to assert that his strength would suffice, but as the powerful turbulence hit, he quickly grasped the handrail and secured his seatbelt. After a period of jostling, the spaceship successfully penetrated the atmosphere and landed steadily in a desolate wilderness. Bulma instructed, "Detect gravity and atmospheric composition." Moments later, the machine reported, "Gravity is similar to Earth's. Atmospheric composition is suitable for human habitation." With that, Bulma opened the spaceship's door. Stepping outside, Chen Gu observed the sunlight, reminiscent of Earth, and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "The air on this planet is delightful. I was nearly suffocated inside the ship, just as Bulma was about to exit. Chen Gu sensed something amiss and shouted, "Bulma, don't come out." Turning abruptly, Chen Gu noticed several oddly shaped beings brandishing weapons, aimed at him and Bulma at the spaceship's entrance. He refrained from making any sudden movements, carefully scrutinizing them. The figures possessed red skin, oversized heads atop diminutive bodies, clad in matching white shirts and black belts, with red garments resembling skirts adorning their lower halves. Crucially, Chen Gu had not sensed any energy from them until that moment, leading him to surmise that they had employed instant transmission, revealing themselves as the Yardratians. Raising his hands, Chen Gu spoke slowly, "I hope you can understand me. I mean no harm, but I come from Earth to learn skills from you." Silence enveloped the scene as no one responded. Chen Gu sighed. "Is there a language barrier? What should we do now?" An awkward stillness lingered. After an indeterminate time, one of the Yardratians, appearing to be a leader, stepped forward and addressed Chen Gu. "I sense your intentions are not malicious, but you should refrain from any reckless actions." "Ah, so you understand the language." That essay relief, Chen Gu thought, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. "Very well. I wish to meet the leaders of your planet," he stated candidly. The Yardratian regarded Chen Gu with a mixture of suspicion and scrutiny before responding. "All right." Following this, Chen Gu embraced Bulma as the Yardratian placed a hand on Chen Gu's shoulder, plunging him into darkness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a spacious chamber filled with Yardratians, their skin a shade of red to purple, all staring intently at him and Bulma. Finally, the elder seated at the head of the assembly spoke. "Young man, you appear to be a Saiyan." Chen Gu's heart raced. "Do they harbor animosity towards Saiyans?" Just as he was about to respond, the elder continued, "No, that can't be right. Saiyans typically exude malevolence. Why does your energy feel devoid of wickedness?" Chen Gu suppressed a retort. "Of course, I haven't lived my life steeped in slaughter, maintaining a cordial demeanor." He replied, "I am a Saiyan, but I hail from Earth, and I am not affiliated with those Saiyans." Upon hearing Chen Gu's admission of being a Saiyan, the faces of those present displayed expressions of hostility. However, upon learning that he was not affiliated with those individuals, their countenances shifted to one of perplexity. Chen Gu observed the fluctuations in their expressions with a look of confusion directed at the elder seated at the top. The elder let out a soft sigh and remarked with a smile, "Are you curious as to why they reacted in such a manner? Please enlighten me, esteemed elder." Chen Gu replied solemnly, "The reputation of the Saiyans precedes them. They conquer planets and sell them off, committing heinous acts without remorse. Many of our allied planets have fallen victim to their brutality, hence the animosity towards the Saiyans. However, it is said that the Saiyans were destroyed due to a planet collision. Since you claim not to be one of them, might I inquire why you do not align with their ilk?" The elder continued, "You may call me Kashu. I am the leader of this planet." Chen Gu then recounted his experiences, affirming his disassociation from the Saiyans. After listening intently, Kashu shook his head and said, "It is evident that you are an upright martial artist. What brings you to Adratstar?" With a flutter of apprehension, Chen Gu responded, "I wish to learn your technique of instant transmission." Kashu fell silent for a moment before responding, "To acquire such a skill through mere empty hands, that seems rather complex." Following this, Chen Gu amplified his ki to its maximum, unleashing a threefold Kaioken that propelled his combat power to an astounding 165,000, enveloped in a red aura that exuded an air of danger. Kashu was taken aback. "You possess such formidable strength." The Adrat Star inhabitants around him gazed at Chen Gu in sheer astonishment. Subsequently, Chen Gu dispelled the Kaioken, suppressing his ki to a mere 5,000, and stated, "You must have sensed my strength and my continuous progress. Should Frisia's minions ever descend upon your planet to wreak havoc, I can assist you in vanquishing them, that if my power surpasses Frisia's by that time, I can help thwart him as well. What do you think of this proposition?" Kashu turned to the assembly of elders, who exchanged glances before he slowly declared, "Very well, I accept your offer. I hope you will indeed fulfill your promise." "To the best of my abilities," Chen Gu vowed. After a brief silence, as if he were contacting someone, Kashu soon introduced a figure resembling him but bearing a more amiable demeanor. "This is my brother, a master of instant transmission and adept in other skills. You shall train under him from now on. Kashu then looked at Kadin and added, I've already briefed you on the specifics. The rest is in your hands. Ah, quite remarkable. I believe you have a great chance of mastering instant transmission swiftly, Kadin observed after scrutinizing Chen Gu for a moment. Chen Gu inquired, how can you be so certain that I will succeed? Kadin chuckled lightly, avoiding a direct answer, and instead said, Are you ready? If so, we shall depart. Noticing Kadin's evasion, Chen Gu took Bulma's hand and replied, We are ready. With that, Kadin placed his hand on Chen Gu's shoulder. And in an instant, the three found themselves in a seaside villa. This is my training ground and residence. Feel free to choose 2 rooms, or even just one, Kadin said, casting a knowing glance at Chen Gu. Chen Gu's lips twitched at the implication. Thinking to himself, I didn't expect him to be so shameless. Kadin addressed Chen Gu. As you have just arrived, I understand you have many questions. For today, rest, and tomorrow come to me. I will commence your training. Without waiting for a response, he vanished from the room. Chen Gu, holding Bulma's hand, selected a room on the 2nd floor overlooking the sea. Bulma gazed at the picturesque view and exclaimed, This place is wonderful. I want to go swimming. Chen Gu smiled. Sounds great. On the beach, Chen Gu reclined under the blazing sun, admiring the beauty of the planet, particularly Bulma's alluring figure as she frolicked by the water. The vibrant sun paired with a youthful, handsome man, and the gentle sea accompanied by a stunning beauty, formed a captivating tableau. The following day, Chen Gu rose early and quietly covered Bulma with a blanket before heading to Master Kadin's chamber. Kadin sat in a meditative posture, seemingly in deep concentration, his legs crossed and eyes gently closed. Chen Gu marveled. Meditation? Kadin slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Oh, you're familiar with this practice? Without pretense, Chen Gu replied. Indeed, on Earth, there are celestial beings who taught me meditation to enhance mental fortitude, that I make time for it periodically to maintain inner peace and ensure I do not lose myself in the pursuit of power. Kadin smiled approvingly and then said, Are you not curious why I mentioned you could learn instant transmission? It is because mastering this technique is intricately linked to canned mental strength that IT requires a robust mental acuity to control a unique method to perceive others' ki clearly, allowing one to traverse space to another side. Thus, to learn instant transmission, one must first master the control of ki, which should be manageable for anyone who is trained in it. The next requirement is a strong mental power and mastery over it. Only those who can concentrate their mental energy will can sense the ki of others. Am I correct? Chen Gu nodded. Indeed. Kadin affirmed, Excellent. Ultimately, as long as I convey the principles of instant transmission to you, combined with your mental prowess, it should not be difficult to master. The distance you can travel will depend on the strength of your mental energy. Chen Gu's expression transformed to one of enlightenment as he added, I have one more question to ask. Go ahead, Kadin replied nonchalantly. Chen Gu gathered his thoughts and asked, Previously, I noticed that Kashu remained silent for a moment before you appeared. Did he contact you due to his strong mental power? Yes and no. Kadin paused before elaborating. He was able to reach me through a capability known as telepathic communication, which is also a manifestation of mental power. Generally speaking, any ki you can sense can be used to communicate directly with another's mind through telepathic communication. It essentially constructs a mental bridge between you and another, allowing for mutual communication. Thus, it does not necessitate exceptionally strong mental power. Chen Gu's heart leaped with joy. Isn't this akin to Lord Ko's ability? He then inquired, Master Kadin, could you teach me this as well? Kadin smiled. As long as you can learn it, I am more than willing to impart my knowledge. However, Kadin did not believe Chen Gu could master telepathic communication, as it was significantly more challenging than instant transmission. Currently, only himself and Kashu possessed this skill on Adrat Star. Yet, Chen Gu remained blissfully unaware, reveling in the prospect of acquiring both abilities. Time flew by swiftly. One day, Chen Gu suddenly appeared behind Bulma, then vanished. Reappearing atop one of the Adrat Star inhabitants, he continued to teleport to various locations, ultimately reappearing before Kadin. But now he sported a bird on his head, his clothes tattered, and a foul odor emanating from him, resembling someone who had just emerged from a garbage heap. Unfazed by his disheveled appearance, Chen Gu grinned and declared, Master Kadin, I have finally mastered it. It took me 3 months. Is that slow or fast? Cadden maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "Not bad, but you still struggle with controlling your arrival points and timing. You must practice more." Chen Gu responded, "I will remember." Then, focusing his attention, he placed a finger on his forehead and vanished in an instant. Cadden, witnessing Chen Gu's disappearance, could no longer contain himself, the corners of his mouth twitching as he chuckled. What a freak! To master instant transmission in just 3 months. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. Indeed, 3 months had passed since Chen Gu and Bulma arrived on Adrat Star. And today marked the day Chen Gu finally mastered instant transmission. 3 more months later, as Master Cadden was in meditation, an individual appeared silently before him, having concealed even their presence. The keen spirit of Ka Dun seemed to sense something, and he abruptly opened his eyes to find a handsome young man smiling at him. The Ka Dun reciprocated with a smile, remarking, "Not bad, in just 3 months, you've become quite adept at utilizing instant teleportation, even managing to conceal your presence." Unable to contain himself, Ka Dun teased Chen Gu. Chen Gu replied, "It's mainly because Master Ka Dun taught me well." "Master Ka Dun, can you teach me mental communication next?" Ka Dun was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chen Gu had grasped instant teleportation so swiftly. He then responded, "Chen Gu, the difficulty of mental communication is not on the same level as instant teleportation. It took me in Kashio over a decade to master this skill. Are you truly determined to learn?" Chen Gu was momentarily stunned. Had Ka Dun really spent over 10 years? However, he seemed to come to a realization and nodded firmly. "Yes, very well. I shall explain it to you in detail. Mental communication consists of 3 steps. The first step is to perceive the aura of the person you wish to connect with, which you have already accomplished." Upon hearing this, Chen Gu couldn't help but smile, thinking, "It seems I have succeeded a third of the way." Ka Dun appeared to sense Chen Gu's thoughts and remarked, "The first step is something everyone can achieve. The second step involves connecting with another's mental energy. The third step is establishing a mental bridge to communicate thoughts and souls. Both the second and third steps are quite challenging. If you believe you have succeeded in the first step, allow me to inform you that it took me 10 years for the second step and 8 years for the third." Immediately, Chen Gu's good mood dissipated, replaced by a cloud of despair. However, Ka Dun reassured him, "It's not that you won't be able to learn it. With effort, you can certainly master it." He then shared the principles and some techniques of mental communication with Chen Gu. Chen Gu diligently took notes and asked various questions, to which Ka Dun responded one by one. A day later, Ka Dun concluded, "This is everything. I hope you can learn it soon." Chen Gu closed his eyes for a moment before opening them and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Ka Dun." He then vanished in an instant. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Chen Gu did not place his fingers between his brows before disappearing. He simply vanished. Chen Gu, feeling dissatisfied, studied the technique for half a year without much progress. Thus, he contacted Leader Kashio and brought the spaceship to the location where he and Bulma resided. During the day, Chen Gu practiced inside, while at night, he focused on the second step of mental communication. Another 6 months passed, and the once pristine Universal Capsule spaceship had lost its luster due to the ravages of time. Yet within, one individual continued to throw punches, with the gravity set to a staggering 100 times. If Dr. Brief were present, he would surely be too frightened to speak. After completing his final set of training, Chen Gu gazed at the gravity reading, feeling his combat power nearing a formidable 120,000, and could not help but smile in satisfaction. Yes, he enjoyed a comfortable warm shower. He calculated, considering the time left, there's about a year until the Saiyan saga begins, and Raditz will arrive on Earth. 2 years later, Vegeta will also come to Earth. These are minor matters. Frieza will be a different challenge. No, I must train even harder. I could see that moment. Bulma entered, looking at Chen Gu, and asked, "Chen Gu, how much longer will we stay on this planet?" Chen Gu chuckled. "Missing home?" Bulma replied, "It's just that it's too boring here. I want to go back to Earth." "All right, we'll return to Earth tomorrow." Chen Gu affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair. She had been by his side for over a year. Initially, he intended to use instant teleportation to send Bulma back to Earth, but Bulma insisted on staying with him. Bulma exclaimed in delight. "Really? Indeed," Chen Gu affirmed. Bulma then queried. But you haven't team mastered mental communication yet, have you? Everything that needs to be taught has already been imparted by Master Kadan. The rest is up to me. And it doesn't team matter where I learn it, Chen Gu replied. The following day, in the morning, Chen Gu and Bulma donned the distinctive attire of Planet Yardrat and approached Master Kadan. Chen Gu announced, Master Kadan, we are preparing to leave. Kadan replied, it's fine. There is no rush for mental communication. Take your time. Just then, he was taken aback, exclaiming, how could this be possible? Master Kadan transitioned from comforting to astonished, his mouth agape. Chen Gu sighed, it's been half a year, and I've only managed to connect with others' mental energy. However, establishing the mental bridge remains elusive. It is quite frustrating. I wonder how much longer it will take to master it. After speaking, he gazed toward the distant sky, as if genuinely sorrowful. Master Kadan trembled with anger, ultimately shouting, get out of here. You've learned in half a year what took me a decade, and you still pretend to be distressed. Chen Gu chuckled, then took Bulma's hand and, in a flash, appeared before Leader Kashio. Leader Kashio, sensing the young man's mental energy, exclaimed, in just over a year, you've grown to this extent. If the geniuses of our planet possessed even half of your talent, I wouldn't have to worry at all. Chen Gu humbly responded, you flatter me. Leader Kashio, I have come to bid farewell. It's time for me to return. At that moment, the visibly agitated Master Kadan also appeared before Leader Kashio. Noticing Kadan's distressed demeanor, Leader Kashio inquired, what's wrong? After exchanging glances, Chen Gu distinctly sensed as if the two had established a genuine mental bridge, though he felt as if he were grasping at shadows. Before long, Leader Kashio regarded Chen Gu with a gaze akin to that of a monster. Chen Gu intuitively understood what had transpired between Kashio and Kadan and directly expressed, Master Kadan, thank you for your guidance over this past year. Leader Kashio, should Frisia's army arrive, please contact me directly using mental communication. With that, he embraced Bulma and vanished in an instant from Planet Yardrat. Leader Kashio gazed at the spot where Chen Gu had disappeared, remaining silent for a long while before slowly remarking, the youth is formidable. In the distant northern galaxy, a blue planet glided along its orbit. On this planet, a green Namekian stood upon a floating, circular platform, gazing into the distance, as if reminiscing, murmuring, I wonder how Goku and the others are faring with King Kai. And that brat Chen Gu, who has been missing for nearly 2 years. Where could he be? This place was none other than the Earth's supreme, Kai's temple, and the one lamenting was indeed the supreme Kai. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before the supreme Kai, startling him into a stupor. The pair wore strange attire, clearly not from Earth. The man appeared robust, a black tail swaying in the wind, exuding an aura of incredible power, while the woman was strikingly beautiful. The duo comprised Chen Gu and Bulma, who had returned to Earth via instant teleportation. Chen Gu, observing the familiar sights and figures before him, wore a faint smile. Ah, Supreme Kai, it's been a while. Bulma also turned to the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai scrutinized Chen Gu closely and finally spoke. Chen Gu, I find myself unable to see through you. Seems you've had some fortunate encounters in the universe. Supreme Kai, Chen Gu casually remarked. The Supreme Kai sighed in relief, replying, currently, Earth faces no crisis, so I have no cause for concern. After chatting for a while, Chen Gu suddenly used instant teleportation to leave, only to return shortly after. The Supreme Kai and Bulma looked at him in confusion, unsure of his actions. Chen Gu bid farewell to the Supreme Kai with Bulma in tow and then descended to Corinne Tower. From a distance, Chen Gu spotted 2 figures that he thought, oh, someone is climbing Corinne Tower. Wait, I don't recall anyone climbing it this time. And that aura, it's 170. With that thought, he flew closer to Corinne Tower. As Chen Gu approached, his earlier doubts vanished upon recognizing one of the figures. None other than the infamous Yajirobe, the one who squandered the sacred beans. Yajirobe, noticing the person hovering outside Corinne Tower, sprang to his feet in shock, thinking, this person exudes an irresistible presence, and he can fly. However, he quickly drew his sword, demanding, who are you? Why are you here? Observing Yajirobe's wariness and actions, Chen Gu mused. If it weren't for this guy's lazy demeanor, he might have actually become a formidable fighter. Dismissing such thoughts, he replied, "I'm here to seek Master Korin. Yakinov has decided to give up, refusing to answer my questions, and instead sought out that fellow Kylan, saying, 'Is Kylan the immortal someone you can simply meet?'" Chen Gu couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow seems to consider himself the master of this place. In his arms, Bulma inquired, "Who is this person?" After a moment's thought, Chen Gu replied, "A rather talented sloth." "Oh," Bulma responded with a hint of disinterest, burying her head in Chen Gu's embrace. Chen Gu then shouted, "Kylan the Immortal, I brought you some fish. Do you not want it?" Moments later, a figure leaning on a cane rushed out with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, it's Chen Gu. Where's the fish?" Chen Gu, with a helpless smile, retrieved a universal capsule from his belt and tossed it to Kylan the Immortal. Kylan squinted at Chen Gu, saying, "Your strength is becoming increasingly opaque to me." Chen Gu replied, "To be honest, my strength is still rather modest. There are far too many powerful beings in the universe." Kylan nodded solemnly, remarking, "Fortunately, Earth has you all." Chen Gu smiled in response, remaining silent. Then, as if struck by a thought, he cautioned, "Kylan the Immortal, I must take my leave now. Your talent is commendable. If possible, please strengthen yourself further, for Earth requires more warriors to safeguard it." With that, he gestured towards Yakinov. "Well then, I must be on my way. Until we meet again, Kylan the Immortal." Without waiting for a response, he and Bulma vanished before Kylan's eyes. Watching their departure, Kylan gazed into the distance. Murmuring, "I wonder how far you can grow," he cast a glance back at Yakinov, shaking his head in resignation. Chen Gu, cradling Bulma, materialized before Dr. Brief. "Daddy, I'm back," Bulma called out. Dr. Brief lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Bulma, his furrowed brow relaxed into a smile. "Ah, it's my dear Bulma. How was your journey through the cosmos?" "It was exhilarating," Bulma replied, and the two began to converse about their experiences in space. Chen Gu stood by, smiling quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement. They continued their conversation until evening fell. Dr. Brief then turned to Chen Gu, saying, "I still wish to further study that spaceship. Are you in a rush?" Chen Gu, "Not at all. As long as it can be used in 2 years, that's sufficient," Chen Gu responded with a smile. After dinner, he took out the universal capsule and extracted the spaceship, entering it and setting the gravity to 101 times, commencing his next phase of training. Time passed swiftly, and 6 months quietly slipped away. Under the influence of the gravity chamber, Chen Gu's strength grew exponentially, now reaching a battle power of 162,000. The gravity chamber had to be set to 160 times to accommodate his training. However, he found himself perplexed regarding the third step of spiritual communication. It felt as if he were on the verge of understanding something, yet the method remained elusive. One day, after finishing his training, Chen Gu strolled through the streets, seeking a moment of tranquility to reflect on his recent gains. As he approached a footbridge, he suddenly sensed several weak chi signatures beneath it. For Chen Gu, these chi were generally feeble. Yet upon closer inspection, he discovered one emanating approximately 10 points of battle power, while the others, encircling this singular source, possessed merely 4 to 5 points. This piqued Chen Gu's interest. He stealthily approached the edge of the bridge, unknowingly standing on a nearby branch not far from them. Chen Gu observed a boy around 15 or 16 years of age at the center of the encirclement, surrounded by a group of 7 or 8 bodyguards, evidently trained professionals. The bodyguards quickly advanced towards the boy, who remained calm, adopting a posture reminiscent of Tai Chi, skillfully maneuvering among the crowd. However, it was apparent that he was injured, gradually succumbing to the pressure, occasionally struck by the bodyguards' attacks. Eventually, the boy could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood and supporting himself with one hand on the ground. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, wiping the blood from his mouth with the other hand. He fixed his gaze intently on the bodyguards before him. Chen Gu seemed moved by the boy's unwavering determination. In an instant, he appeared before the boy, and the surrounding bodyguards, caught off guard by his sudden emergence, realized they were facing someone formidable. One of them warned, "You'd best not meddle in our affairs." Disregarding their threat, Chen Gu turned to the boy and asked, "Do you wish to live?" The boy's eyes sparkled with a fierce light as he stifled the blood in his mouth and replied resolutely, "Yes." Without hesitation, Chen Gu unleashed his chi, sending the bodyguards flying away. Once he sensed their diminished chi, he turned back to the boy and inquired, "Can you get up?" "No problem." The boy affirmed with determination, observing the boy's tattered clothes and dirty face. Chen Gu was reminded of his own past, recalling the girl Fong duo he had rescued on Alpha Star, wondering how she was faring. Perhaps she was doing quite well. Noticing Chen Gu lost in thought, the boy quietly introduced himself. "My name is Saito. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life." Chen Gu seemed to snap back to reality, responding, "You're welcome. Saving you was mere coincidence." Noticing Sato's hesitant demeanor, Chen Gu continued, "If you have something to say, just say it." "Can I follow you?" Saito asked, seemingly expending all his energy. "Follow me? For what purpose?" Chen Gu questioned, perplexed. Saito met Chen Gu's gaze. "Big brother, your speed was incredible just now. I want to learn martial arts from you. My martial arts were taught to me by my grandfather, but he passed away a year ago. Those people were trying to steal the martial arts legacy he left me, which I can share with you." Seeing the boy's resolute eyes, Chen Gu felt as if he were looking into a mirror of his past. "I don't need it. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to follow me. And I have no intention of taking on a disciple. However, if you truly wish to continue learning martial arts, I can offer you some guidance." "Thank you, big brother," Saito exclaimed, filled with joy that if you wish to further your training, you can head north. There lies a towering pillar with an immortal named Kylan who can guide your cultivation. Chen Gu advised. He then retrieved a universal capsule from his belt and handed it to Saito, saying, "Inside, you'll find some food, necessities, and my thoughts on training, which might be helpful to you." With that, Chen Gu turned and soared into the sky using his flight technique. Saito watched in awe as Chen Gu took to the air, his eyes glimmering at the universal capsule in his hands. "Big brother, I still don't know your name." "I am Chen Gu," came the voice from afar. Upon returning to Bulma's home, Chen Gu resumed his training. He pondered the reasons behind his decision to guide Saito, ultimately concluding it was because the boy resembled his former self, and perhaps it was the strength of Sato's unwavering gaze that had influenced him. Since arriving in this world, he had been fortunate to become a Saiyan, but if he were merely an ordinary human, would he possess the same tenacity as Saito? Chen Gu found himself uncertain that a transformation seemed to stir within Chen Gu, though he could not quite grasp its nature. In the days that followed, he continued his rigorous training regimen. Intense workouts in the gravity chamber during the mornings, meditation to enhance his mental acuity in the afternoons, and attempts at the third step of spiritual communication in the evenings, with Bulma as his subject for connection. Time flew by, and before he knew it, another 6 months had passed. One day, clad in a loose-fitting training uniform, Chen Gu stood in Bulma's home, gazing at the distant sky, murmuring, "Has it finally come? Raditz?" He then suppressed his 500. Meanwhile, far away in the heavenly temple, the Supreme Kai sensed the malicious chi emanating from above, murmuring, "Where does this wicked chi originate? Its intensity surpasses that of Goku's chi from 3 years ago." Not far off, a spacecraft descended onto a farm, the immense force creating a deep crater in the ground. A muscular man with long hair and a tail emerged. None other than Raditz. Spitting on the ground, he activated the scanner on his eye, pressing a few buttons. "What is going on with Kakarot? Why are there so many people on this planet? Damn it!" A hunter, armed with a rifle, stared at Raditz and stammered, "Who are you?" Raditz glanced at the hunter and pressed the scanner button again. Scoffing, "A battle power of only 5. Pathetic." He then directly killed him, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Raditz promptly pressed a few buttons on the scouter. After a moment, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, Kakarot is not on Earth. There's another power here. Not weak at all. A strength of 500. Let's go take a look. Perhaps I can inquire about Kakarot's whereabouts." With that, he soared towards Chen Gu's direction. Sensing Raditz's energy moving towards him, Chen Gu turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, I'm stepping out for a moment. A Scion has arrived." With that, he flew directly towards the outskirts. Bulma instinctively murmured in agreement, then realized, gasping, "W? A Scion?" She then shouted towards the direction Chen Gu had flown. "Be careful!" Meanwhile, Raditz observed Chen Gu's swift movement and muttered to himself, "This energy is moving at high speed. Let's see where you think you're going." Chen Gu found a patch of countryside and, feeling Raditz' energy continuing to approach, smiled in satisfaction. He then retrieved a universal capsule from his waist, pulled out a barbecue grill, and leisurely began grilling the lamb he had previously packaged. After approximately half an hour, Raditz finally arrived at the spot where Chen Gu was grilling. Hovering in the air, he called out to Chen Gu, who was engrossed in his cooking and had yet to notice him. "Hey, Earthling, I need to ask you something. Answer me honestly." Chen Gu seemed to just then notice Raditz in the sky, calmly raising his head with a puzzled expression. "Are you speaking to me?" "Of course. There are only the two of us here. If I'm not speaking to you, who else could I be addressing?" Raditz's typical Saiyan temper flared up instantly. Chen Gu glanced at Raditz, contemplating. His battle power is around 1500. His long hair does resemble that of Super Saiyan 3. He then looked at Raditz again and couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder some jest in the past claimed Raditz's demise was due to his hair being too difficult to draw. Raditz, seeing Chen Gu laugh in the face of his threat, immediately hurled a yellow energy sphere towards the ground near Chen Gu, the force of the energy causing a gust of wind to whip around them. Raditz laughed menacingly. "Did you see that? Earthling, if you don't answer my questions properly, I'll ensure your annihilation." Observing Raditz's threat, Chen Gu suddenly realized that laughing might not have been the best response. He cleared his throat twice and replied seriously, "Talking while you're up in the sky isn't very convenient. Come down." He then redirected his focus back to the meat he was grilling. Raditz, noticing Chen Gu's battle power of 500, descended beside him. Chen Gu, without lifting his head, said, "Ask your questions. I may not have all the answers, but I will do my best to accommodate you. You should understand that a weakling must adopt a weakling's posture. Don't think for a moment that I wouldn't kill you. I only spared you because I still have questions to ask." Raditz retorted angrily, observing Chen Gu's demeanor. Only then did Chen Gu raise his head slowly and say, "I must correct two of your misconceptions. First, I am not an earthling." With that, he revealed the tail behind him. Raditz, astonished at the sight of Chen Gu's tail, exclaimed, "How can this be? There are only the three of us Saiyans and my brother Kakarot. Who are you? How can you be a Saiyan?" Chen Gu did not respond to his question, but continued. "As for your second mistake, it is indeed true that a weakling should exhibit a weakling's demeanor." In an instant, Chen Gu began to elevate his energy gradually. The readings on Raditz's scouter fluctuated rapidly, his forehead dripping with cold sweat, until the number reached 16,000 and then halted. He then slowly diminished his energy down to 5. 000. Raditz swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "How is this possible? Your battle power cannot be this strong. No, it must be a malfunction. It can't be. This is nearly on par with Prince Vegeta. It's impossible." Chen Gu looked at the trembling Raditz with sympathy, sprinkling some cumin and chili powder on his grilled lamb and casually beginning to eat. But he glanced at Raditz, who was staring at him, and asked, "Want some?" Raditz shook his head vigorously, his body still quaking. "Who exactly are you? How can you possess such formidable battle power? It's impossible to be so unnoticed." Raditz managed to stammer out after a long pause. Chen Gu took a bite of his lamb and replied nonchalantly, "As I mentioned before, I'm a Saiyan. I was merely sent to a remote planet as a child due to my low battle power. Managing to evade the destruction of planet Vegeta. I know you have many questions. First, summon your Saiyan companions. There are matters regarding the destruction of planet Vegeta that I need to discuss with you all," Chen Gu said, eyeing the scouter on Raditz's face. When Raditz showed no reaction, Chen Gu snatched the scouter from Raditz's face and put it on himself. After pressing a few buttons, an impatient voice came through. "Raditz, what is it?" "Raditz is with me. Tell everyone to come to Earth." With that, he crushed the scouter beneath his foot that on a distant planet in the universe, a bald man spoke to another person who was about 1.6 meters tall. "Prince Vegeta, is it that useless Raditz?" The two were Nappa and Vegeta. "Yes, that Raditz is more of a hindrance than a help. That he has even been captured, and now someone is threatening me to rescue him." "Ridiculous," Vegeta fumed. Nappa shrugged indifferently. "Indeed, that useless one can die without concern. Let us head to Earth. Whether Raditz is dead or alive is of no consequence, but this person dares to challenge my dignity. Unforgivable. Moreover, there are those Dragon Balls. I must obtain them." With that, Vegeta boarded a spaceship, setting the destination to Earth, followed closely by Nappa. Back on Earth, Chen Gu observed the still-dazed Raditz and pondered for a long time, failing to devise a suitable approach to handle him. Raditz, believing that Chen Gu was about to kill him, dared not move a muscle. After a prolonged silence, Chen Gu, feigning ignorance, asked, "What brings you to Earth?" "To assist Prince Vegeta in locating the Dragon Balls and my brother Kakarot," Raditz replied truthfully. Chen Gu responded bluntly, "Forget about the Dragon Balls. However, I can take you to meet your brother Kakarot." "Do you know where he is?" Raditz regained a bit of composure. "Yes, he is in the afterlife," Chen Gu casually remarked. Raditz immediately froze, his body trembling uncontrollably. Observing Raditz's reaction, Chen Gu realized he might have misspoken. He misunderstood. Yet, Chen Gu had no intention of clarifying. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Raditz and smirked slyly. "Let us go. I'll take you to meet your brother." Feeling Raditz's strong resistance, Chen Gu shouted, "If you resist any further, I will kill you right now." With that, Raditz ceased his struggle. Chen Gu sensed the energy of King Kai and promptly transported himself and Raditz to King Kai's planet. King Kai, upon seeing Chen Gu suddenly appear, yelped and fell to the ground. The others who were training heard his shout and turned their attention. They soon beheld Chen Gu and Raditz materializing before them. Chen Gu waved to the familiar faces before him. "It's been a long time, everyone." "Ah, it's Senior Brother." Goku was the first to react. Seeing that it was Chen Gu, King Kai awkwardly stood up. Glaring at him, "You little brat. Every time I see you, it's nothing but trouble." "Hey, my apologies, King Kai. I promise it won't happen again." Chen Gu replied, feigning remorse. The others gathered around, and Chen Gu observed those training on King Kai's planet. After feeling their energy levels, he noted Goku's at 32,000. The effects of gravity training seemed promising. Piccolo had reached 30,000. It was unexpected that he had caught up and no longer bore the energy of the Demon Clan. Tien had 31,500, suggesting that the three-eyed race's lineage was still quite potent. Krillin, boasting 24,000, truly lived up to the title of the strongest Earthling. Yamcha was at 23,500, which was commendable, and Kairatsu stood at 12,000, which was acceptable. It seems everyone's strength has increased significantly compared to the original storyline. I must find a way to maintain this advantage, Chen Gu pondered internally, while the others sensed Chen Gu's energy level at merely 5,000. They did not dare underestimate him, for they were aware he had previously suppressed his energy. Although they didn't fully understand the situation, King Kai glared at Chen Gu and scolded, "You brat. Where's the food? My pantry is truly empty this time. I was even preparing to send Goku and the others back to Earth." Chen Gu, taken aback for a moment, then recalled his previous promise to bring food. And with a cheerful smile, he looked at the North King and said, "Lord King, please do not be angry. It was simply an oversight on my part last time." The North King, not overly concerned, inquired, "Is this your version of the instant teleportation technique used by the Yatarat aliens?" Chen Gu chuckled and replied, "Indeed, nothing escapes the keen observation of Lord North King. I am genuinely curious about your strength now." The North King gazed at Chen Gu, and the others fixed their attention on him, their intentions unspoken. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Gu asked, "Are you certain you wish to know?" The crowd nodded affirmatively. Even Piccolo conceded. With a sigh, Chen Gu said, "Very well, but do take care." He then gradually increased his ki, causing the surrounding plants to rustle in response. His ki continued to rise. 20,000, 40,000, 80,000, 160,000, 220,000, finally stabilizing at an impressive intensity of 220,000 T present. Without employing the King's Fist technique, my combat power stands at approximately 220,000. As you can feel, Chen Gu stated he intended to continue by mentioning his slow progress and the time spent mastering instant teleportation and telepathy. However, upon observing the astonished expressions on the faces of Tianjin, Fan, and Krillin, he chose to remain silent. Raditz, trembling in the corner, was pointed out by Yamcha, who inquired, "Chen Gu, who is this individual you brought along? He also appears to be a Saiyan." Slapping his forehead, Chen Gu replied, "Almost forgot to introduce him. This is Raditz, a surviving Saiyan and Goku's elder brother. I brought him to Earth this time, did him? Why, brother? Goku asked with curiosity. Chen Gu nodded. Indeed. However, he's been working under Frieza alongside the other two surviving Saiyans. His ki feels rather sinister. Dumpling interjected. Thus, I thought it best to bring him here. Leaving him on Earth could lead to unforeseen troubles. Chen Gu shrugged. You take me for a refuge. The North King exclaimed in indignation. No. In the future, dealing with Frieza could be a valuable asset. Chen Gu chuckled. Raditz was taken aback, thinking he actually intends to confront Lord Frieza. Piccolo scoffed. With that mere 500 ki? Goku chimed in. Let us not be so dismissive. We were weak once too. It took us 3 years to grow stronger. My senior brother must have his reasons for arranging this. Piccolo huffed in response, falling silent. Then, as if struck by a thought, Piccolo asked, Who is Frieza? Goku and the others turned their attention to Chen Gu. Chen Gu glanced at the North King and said, Lord North King is likely more knowledgeable about Frieza than I am. Perhaps he should explain. The North King looked into the distance, his hands clasped behind his back. Frieza! What a terrifying name. He claims to be the Emperor of the universe, belonging to the race of frost demons, which is particularly rare. They're born with exceptionally high combat power, making them nearly invincible throughout the universe. However, they are notorious for their malevolence. Earth, being a low-level planet, has temporarily escaped Frieza's wrath, but will inevitably fall. Frieza is indeed a significant headache for us kings. Yamcha interjected, How strong is he? Is he stronger than us? By far, the North King replied. Be frank. You all are even weaker than Frieza's elite force, the Ginyu Force. They have been Frieza's most efficient aids in conquering other planets. In fact, it can be said that half of Frieza's dominion has been established by the Ginyu Force. The North King inhaled deeply. And how strong are they? Tianjin Fan asked. Frowning point, 3 of them possess combat powers exceeding 40,000, but their captain, Ginyu, boasts a staggering 120,000, but they also possess various peculiar abilities. For instance, one named Guldo, while significantly weaker than his comrades, possesses the ability to pause time, making him quite challenging to deal with. However, a well-placed ambush could potentially take him out swiftly, Chen Gu added. The group gasped, without resorting to the king's fist. It seemed that only Chen Gu stood a chance against them. Yet, with the king's fist, they felt some reassurance. Observing their nonchalant expressions, Chen Gu continued, In addition to the Ginyu Force, Frieza has countless subordinates with combat powers around 30,000. Do not underestimate the pressure you face. The light-hearted atmosphere instantly shifted to one of tension. Goku's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked Chen Gu, Senior brother, just how strong is Frieza? The others, feeling somewhat disheartened, displayed expressions of intrigue. Frieza's base combat power is 530,000. Chen Gu revealed, That's not too bad. It seems he can be defeated. Yamcha sighed in relief. Chen Gu shook his head. Frieza can transform. His base form merely suppresses his true combat power, that he possesses 3 transformation stages, culminating in a final form that likely exceeds tens of millions in strength. Krillin awkwardly chuckled. Chen Gu, since you plan to confront Frieza, is there a way to avoid it? Piccolo shot him a disdainful look. You can choose not to go. Krillin scratched his head in confusion. Observing their reactions, Chen Gu reassured them, Worry not. I have methods to enhance your strength. Frieza's subordinates should pose no issue, but Frieza himself is a different challenge, one that requires Goku's assistance. There may be a way to deal with him. He then turned to Goku. Goku smiled. Sure, no problem. I am eager to face such a formidable opponent. Krillin tugged at Goku. Hey, Goku, do you realize how strong he is? Tens of millions in combat power. We are only in the thousands. Are you truly willing to fight him? Only by confronting stronger foes can I become stronger myself, Goku declared resolutely. The others looked at him, seemingly defeated by his determination. Chen Gu turned to the North King. Lord King, how has Goku and the others been progressing in their training? I have taught them everything I could. The rest is up to them. Goku's talent is quite remarkable. He is progressing at a pace far surpassing yours back in the day, the North King replied with a smirk. Chen Gu felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking, Must you belittle me? Goku is the protagonist. Who could possibly match his talent? He replied, "Indeed, I was the one who highly recommended Goku. Otherwise, how could the North King have received such an outstanding disciple?" Seeing the North King remain silent, Chen Gu continued, "I plan to take them back to Earth. Why recent surge in strength is due to my training methods, and I wish for them to experience it as well." "Very well, go ahead. Take Goku's brother Raditz with you. I do not wish to have someone with such sinister lingering around me," the North King huffed. "All right, I shall take him with me," Chen Gu conceded, raising his hands in surrender. Turning to the others, he announced, "You all have been here for 3 years. Let us return to Earth together." Suddenly, the group fell silent, as if just realizing how long it had been since they last returned to Earth. Goku scratched his head. Chi-Chi might be furious. I really ought to hurry back and check on her. Laughter erupted among them. Chen Gu continued, "Everyone, hold hands and form a circle. I will take you back." Upon his command, they joined hands in a circle, though Piccolo and Raditz were somewhat reluctant. Eventually, Piccolo placed his hand on Goku's shoulder, while Raditz, intimidated by a glance from Chen Gu, complied obediently. Chen Gu waved goodbye to the North King, smiling, "Until next time, Lord North King." With that, he swiftly vanished along with Goku and the others from King Kai's planet. Gregory watched their departure with a hint of melancholy. "I do miss them," but a glimmer of sadness flickered in the North King's eyes behind his sunglasses as he murmured, "That little brat still owes me food. He better not forget next time." On Earth, it was still a bright and sunny day. Bulma was engrossed in her research on a spaceship when suddenly a flurry of figures appeared before her. Startled, she screamed and stumbled backward. Quick as a flash, Chen Gu rushed forward and caught Bulma, preventing her from falling. The others, witnessing the scene, realized they had arrived at Bulma's home. Krillin exclaimed with delight, "Chen Gu, your technique is truly convenient. We arrived on Earth in no time." Others shared a similar sentiment. Chen Gu smiled and said, "If you wish to learn, I can recommend some resources. But how long it will take you to master it, I cannot say." "How long did it take you, senior brother?" Wukong inquired. "Our Chen Gu managed to learn it in just 3 months. Impressive, isn't it?" Bulma boasted. The others seemed intrigued, as if they were contemplating learning as well. After a moment of thought, Chen Gu replied, "My rapid learning stems from my prior training in mental fortitude. As for you all, I cannot predict your progress." Piccolo scoffed. "With such weak abilities, instead of focusing on improving your strength, you waste time on frivolous matters. Let us see how you deal with Frisia when the time comes." The group appeared to have an epiphany, realizing they had strayed from the true goal. Chen Gu chuckled and then shifted the conversation. "My recent surge in power is primarily due to the gravity chamber. I am unsure if it will yield the same results for you, but it has been highly effective for me." He then turned to Bulma, asking, "Bulma, is the gravity chamber available for use?" "Indeed, that I've repaired both your ship and Wukong's," Bulma replied. Chen Gu proceeded towards Wukong's ship, explaining as he walked, "Wukong's vessel is the one he arrived on Earth in as a child, albeit significantly damaged. I had Dr. Brief, Bulma as father, modify it and add a gravity chamber." "It seems you were well prepared," Piccolo remarked, scrutinizing Chen Gu as if seeking something deeper. Chen Gu smiled subtly. Once they reached the gravity chamber, Bulma stated, "I want to be joining you. I lack your extraordinary physique." Chen Gu shook his head, and after the others entered the chamber, he closed the ship's door and gradually activated the gravity mechanism, setting it to 10 times Earth's gravity. "I've adjusted it to 10 times the gravity, equivalent to that of North Kai's planet. Do assess whether the effects are similar." The group felt the change, and indeed, it mirrored the gravity of North Kai's planet, yet they barely noticed it, having long since acclimatized to that environment. Krillin remarked, "Is this truly effective?" Chen Gu silently ramped up the gravity to 50 times, and in an instant, everyone except him was flattened against the ground, reminiscent of their experience on North Kai's planet. Unable to move, Raditz seemed to adhere to the ground like a magnet. Chen Gu gazed at the prostrate group, smiling. "How does this feel? It took Wukong a half hour to slowly rise. One must admit. Scions possess remarkable adaptability. That it was only after an hour that Chen Gu finally deactivated the gravity chamber. Do you feel any differences?" he asked. Wukong was the first to respond. "It seems to be quite effective. My strength has significantly increased." Chen Gu remained silent, knowing the gravity chamber indeed amplified Saiyan power. Tianjin Han shook his head. There is some effect, but the strain on my internal organs and body is too great. This method may not be suitable for me. It could leave lasting injuries. Krillin and Yamcha also shook their heads, and the others echoed similar sentiments. Chen Gu sighed, so it truly doesn't work for everyone. It appears physical constitution makes a substantial difference. He then observed the group in silence for a moment before stating, "Let's allow Wukong to take charge of his ship for training." He turned to Wukong. "Raditz is your brother, so it's up to you to manage him, but ensure he doesn't cause trouble." He then stored the ship in a capsule and handed it to Wukong. "No problem. Senior brother," Wukong replied. Chen Gu continued, "In a year's time, the remaining Saiyans will arrive on Earth. I hope to see a stronger group then." The others nodded in agreement, and Piccolo shot Chen Gu a glance before flying off. Krillin, Tianjin Han, and the others followed suit. Noticing Wukong lingering, Chen Gu asked, "Aren't you in a hurry to see Chi-Chi?" Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. "Senior brother, do you have any senza beans? If you do, my training speed will increase significantly." Chen Gu smiled, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a bag and handing it to Wukong. "Wukong, there are about 50 senza beans here. Make good use of them. Train diligently, as it seems we're the only ones capable of facing Frisia." "Why? Didn't you say there's a way to enhance our combat power?" Wukong asked, perplexed. Chen Gu sighed. "While it's true we can enhance our strength, I suspect we still may not be Frisia's match. There's a legend among Saiyans about a Super Saiyan who can defeat Frisia. If one could become a Super Saiyan, there would be a chance to triumph." Raditz, overhearing, was taken aback. Since hearing Chen Gu's intent to confront Frisia, he thought him mad, and now he was speaking of an unfamiliar Super Saiyan. Wukong, however, was unwavering in his belief. "So, can we become Super Saiyans? As long as we train hard, it's definitely possible. Moreover, your chances are greater than mine." Chen Gu asserted, "Don't worry, senior brother. I will train diligently," Wukong promised. After Wukong departed, Chen Gu embraced Bulma and gently said, "Bulma, shall we marry?" Bulma seemed to have awaited this question for an eternity, tears streaming from her eyes as she nodded fervently. Chen Gu affectionately patted Bulma's head, whispering, "Once we resolve the Frisia situation, we shall wed." A year slipped by unnoticed, and clad in a white training uniform, Chen Gu was in the gravity chamber, continuously throwing punches and moving his feet. His punching style differed from Wukong and the others, resembling that of free combat or boxing. Meanwhile, the gravity chamber's reading had already maxed out at 300 times. After a while of training, Chen Gu paused, deactivating the chamber, and softly remarked, "The gravity chamber has reached its limit. It seems this method is no longer suitable for me. Perhaps I should seek a new training approach." Just then, Bulma's voice called from outside, "Dinner's ready." Coming, Chen Gu tidied up and stepped outside with purpose. "Bulma, the Science Key is approaching. They should arrive tomorrow. Would you like to join us?" Chen Gu asked, devouring a chicken leg. Bulma rolled her eyes and shook her head. "I want to be going. They look just like you, and I can't fight that IT would be pointless. However, I will join in confronting Frisia." Chen Gu paused mid-chew, then resumed, "All right, I will protect you." After finishing dinner, Chen Gu refrained from further training and sought out Wukong's key. After a while, he exclaimed, "Found it!" With a whoosh, Chen Gu vanished from his spot. T-Baozi Mountain. Two figures were engaged in an intense battle. Their ki matched, as Wukong and Raditz intentionally suppressed their energy to train their martial arts. Just as their fists were about to collide, a white figure appeared between them, catching both punches with his hands. Chen Gu smiled. "Is this how you welcome me?" After sensing Raditz's energy, he noted a significant reduction in its sinister aura. He then suppressed his own ki to match Wukong's strength and said slowly, "Come at me together." "Oomph! Don't underestimate me," Raditz bellowed. The two then charged at Chen Gu, surrounding him. The three engaged in a fierce exchange, battling from the forest to the sea, then soaring into the sky, causing the beasts near Baozi Mountain to scatter in fright as if faced with an unprecedented calamity. After about 2 hours, the trio, panting heavily, concluded their skirmish. Chen Gu exclaimed, "What a thrill! Senior brother, your fighting style is quite peculiar. It doesn't resemble the techniques taught by Master Roshi or Lord Kai, but rather follows a completely different path." Yet you can withstand our combined assault. How is that? Wukong asked curiously. Chen Gu retrieved a capsule from his belt and took a sip of water. My approach indeed differs from yours. I eliminate unnecessary movements in my attacks, with each strike being a direct counter aimed at the target. The three continued to exchange martial techniques, discussing until dusk fell. Wukong, dinner's ready. A female voice called from afar. Senior brother, join us for dinner. Wukong invited. Chen Gu, feeling no need for pretense, smiled. Sounds good. The trio soared towards Wukong's abode. Upon their arrival, they beheld a strikingly beautiful woman awaiting the return of Wukong and his companions at the entrance. Chen Gu, upon glancing at her, instantly recognized her as Wukong's wife, Chi-Chi. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Chen Gu and Chi-Chi, they stepped inside Wukong's spacious residence. Chi-Chi called out, Gohan, it's time for dinner. After a considerable interval, a young boy with a student haircut appeared before Chen Gu. Gohan seemed quite bashful upon noticing Chen Gu, speaking little and merely bowing his head to eat. Brother, this is my child with Chi-Chi, named Sun Wufan, Wukong introduced. Chen Gu smiled and nodded, turning his attention to Wufan. How old are you this year, Wufan? Wufan lifted his head to gaze at the unfamiliar older brother and replied, I am 5 years and 6 months old. Chen Gu continued, Wufan, you are remarkably astute to remember that so clearly. Wufan's cheeks flushed, and he fell silent. Chi-Chi remarked, Wufan is destined to become a scholar. Such a question is trivial for him. ISNT that right. Wufan's face reddened further. Chen Gu retrieved a prepared universal capsule from his pocket and handed it to Wufan. Gently patting his head, Wufan, this is a gift from your older brother. Should you ever wish to learn martial arts, feel free to seek me out. Wufan glanced at Wukong and Chi-Chi before shyly accepting the capsule, saying, Thank you, big brother. After their meal, Chen Gu spoke solemnly, I sense the presence of Saiyan. They will likely arrive on Earth tomorrow. With that, he cast a glance at Raditz, who felt a chill run down his spine under Chen Gu's gaze. Chen Gu then smiled, I will do my utmost to win over the Saiyans when they arrive tomorrow. After all, they are individuals of great potential. If persuasion fails, we shall reconsider our approach. Hearing this, Raditz felt a wave of relief wash over him, harboring no doubts if Vegeta were to oppose Chen Gu. The consequences could be dire. However, considering Vegeta's temperament, Raditz began to worry. I hope Vegeta does not act foolishly, he mused. Subsequently, Chen Gu closed his eyes and, after a moment, utilized mental communication to connect with Piccolo, Tianjin Han, and others. The Saiyans will arrive on Earth tomorrow. I shall take you with me. Listening to the words resonating in his mind, Piccolo grinned wickedly. Chen Gu, I'm truly curious about the other abilities you have yet to reveal. Ah, how impressive. What sort of technique is this? It feels as if the voice is emanating directly from my mind, exclaimed Chaos, astonished from a distant location. Tianjin Han remained silent, his expression complex, lost in thought that on came House. Krillin, who had been training, suddenly paused, looking towards the horizon. Have they finally arrived? The Saiyans? He clenched his fists. Kame Sennin observed Krillin's abrupt stillness and muttered, the new generation is indeed pushing the old aside, before shaking his head and returning to his television. In a bustling city, Yamcha, engaged in a match, shrugged in exasperation upon hearing Chen Gu's voice. Is this really happening? It's truly disrupting my life. After concluding his mental communication, Chen Gu felt a delightful sensation, akin to sending thoughts across vast distances. That he greeted Wufan, who had been peeking from behind, and said, Wukong, I must take my leave for now. I will return to fetch you all tomorrow. With that, he vanished in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, his abrupt disappearance ignited within Wufan a burgeoning curiosity and yearning for power. The next day, the sun rose as it always did, and life continued for the people, blissfully unaware of the impending disaster awaiting Earth. Fortunate to have the Dragon Ball Warriors Point 2 spaceships pierce the atmosphere, with Naba remarking, the scenery of this planet is quite splendid. Vegeta's voice followed, that fellow will pay dearly as the two ships landed. They left 2 massive craters in their wake. When Vegeta opened the hatch, a group of individuals appeared seemingly from nowhere, garbed in various hues, 2 of whom sported tails, one being Raditz, and the other a stranger. Vegeta's vigilance surged to its peak, alarmed. How did these individuals appear without my notice? The group was none other than Chen Gu and his companions. Sensing the approach of two powerful and malevolent presences, Chen Gu had utilized instant transmission to gather everyone together. As soon as Vegeta touched down, Chen Gu led his companions before him. The assembly scrutinized Vegeta closely, with one bald, noseless individual remarking, "He doesn't seem all that strong." Another clad in a yellow training suit, Wukong, added, "Indeed, he appears significantly weaker than I was a year ago." Vegeta, the proud prince, had never before been regarded in such a manner. His irritation flared instantly. Nevertheless, being a seasoned warrior, he activated his scouter to gauge the battle power of those before him. To his astonishment, the readings displayed a uniform strength of 5,000. Vegeta relaxed, deeming them mere weaklings unworthy of his concern. He then taunted, "Raditz, your power has increased remarkably. You're almost catching up to Nappa. But tell me, why are you mingling with them? How shall I punish you?" Raditz cast a furtive glance at Chen Gu and whispered, "Vegeta, it would be wise for you to surrender. You cannot defeat them. Do you honestly believe a group of individuals with only 5,000 power levels can stop me? I shudder to think of how your mind works." Vegeta continued his derision. Chen Gu, amused by Vegeta's ridicule, struggled to contain his laughter, realizing that he typically suppressed his power to 5,000, yet, upon gathering them, their strengths were all around that mark, and he couldn't help but smirk. Recognizing their dubious nature, Raditz frowned, having once been belittled by Vegeta, now enduring his scorn once more. Yet he remained silent, acutely aware of his recent growth and strength. His years of wandering the cosmos had imparted a deep understanding of the significance of power, and aligning with his brother promised to bolster his own. The atmosphere grew tense as both parties fell into silence. Vegeta and Nappa viewed Chen Gu and his companions as naive, unaware of their true strength, while Chen Gu and the others regarded Vegeta with amusement, contemplating how best to address the situation. After a prolonged silence, Chen Gu broke the ice. "Who wishes to engage first?" Vegeta suppressed his fury. "You're the one who threatened me a year ago, aren't you?" "Nappa, go and bring me his head out, of course," replied Nappa, cracking his knuckles as he advanced towards Chen Gu. However, as Nappa approached, he found Chen Gu standing calmly, merely observing him. Just as Nappa's fist was about to connect, a long-haired giant seized it, stating, "Allow me to take a turn." The individual who caught Nappa's fist was Raditz. Nappa roared, "Impossible! You, a mere low-class warrior, can catch my punch?" What ensued was a fierce exchange, their battle escalating into the skies, the very air crackling with their ferocity as if they might rupture the atmosphere itself. Observing Raditz gain the upper hand, Chen Gu turned to Wukong. "You've taught him well. How is his strength now?" Wukong bashfully scratched his head. "Yes, doing quite well. After I taught him about Ki, he has been utilizing the gravity chamber, resulting in rapid growth in his power." Meanwhile, Vegeta noticed Nappa faltering, checking his scouter to find Raditz's power level at 8,000. That how can this be? Do these earthlings possess some hidden secret? He exclaimed incredulously. In that moment, Nappa found himself overwhelmed by Raditz and was swiftly sent crashing to the ground, unconscious. Vegeta glared at the fallen Nappa, cursing useless before turning his gaze towards Chen Gu. Chen Gu spoke up. "Vegeta, do you wish to continue this fight? Allow me to inform you that Raditz is the weakest among us." Vegeta seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Are you trying to deceive me? Though I am perplexed as to why you too are Saiyan. It is laughable that a mere band of lowly warriors believes it can triumph over me, the prince of all Saiyans. Allow me to enlighten you. My battle power is an astonishing 18,000. With your paltry thousands, you are beneath my notice." Chen Gu, recognizing the necessity of demonstrating the vast chasm between them, chose to remain silent and turned to inquire, "Who will step up? Try not to kill him. I might find him useful." Piccolo scoffed, not interested. The others similarly shook their heads, expressing their disinterest. Goku stepped forward, addressing Chen Gu. "Brother, let me take this on." Chen Gu regarded Goku with a measured gaze and replied, "Very well. However," he pondered, "are these two fated to clash at last?" Goku raised his energy to match Vegeta's 18,000, declaring, "Now my power rivals yours." Come at me. As Goku amplified his energy, the readings on Vegeta's scouter soared until they stabilized at 18. Vegeta, astounded, exclaimed, "How is this possible? I'm a prodigy among Saiyans, yet one of my kind matches my strength." Chen Gu, sensing Goku's energy, asked Raditz, "How strong is Goku now?" Raditz paused before responding, "Based on my key sensing, if he were to unleash his full power, it would be approximately 80,000. The others paused in disbelief, reflecting, has he grown this powerful in just a year? Chen Gu nodded. A fivefold increase in battle power over the year was likely due to Raditz's training in the gravity chamber. Otherwise, the growth would have been even more substantial. Goku and Vegeta ascended into the skies, with Vegeta glaring fiercely at Goku, asserting, "You are merely a low-level warrior. How could you ever hope to defeat me?" The two immediately engaged in fierce combat. Chen Gu observed Goku's techniques, noting distinct changes that seemed to blend his own martial skills with Goku's original moves, a seamless fusion of styles. Chen Gu marveled inwardly, truly, Goku possesses a rare talent. The onlookers fixated on the titanic clash above, as if witnessing a rare opportunity to enhance their own abilities. The two exchanged blows. Chen Gu felt an overwhelming urge to join the fray, but suppressed it, standing resolutely in place while entering a state of meditation, musing, is this the nature of the Saiyan bloodline? So combative. Their battle stirred the very heavens, dark clouds gathering above, crackling with lightning as if to express discontent with the two warriors, yet rendered powerless to intervene. After a fierce exchange, both fighters were left panting and battered. Krillin complained, "Why does Goku insist on sparring? Can't he just finish him off?" Chen Gu thought, this is Goku's nature. He does not bully the weak unless it's a matter of life and death. As the fight wore on, Vegeta realized something was amiss. He was rapidly depleting his energy, while his opponent seemed inexhaustible, growing more invigorated with each exchange. Sensing his imminent defeat, Vegeta retreated from Goku. He removed his scouter and produced a shimmering object from his pocket, tossing it into the sky, where it transformed into a small artificial moon. Meanwhile, Chen Gu closed his eyes, mindful of his tail, wishing to avoid the loss of his sanity to a primal transformation. Goku, having had his tail removed, remained unaffected. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a colossal ape, declaring, "In this form, my battle power increases tenfold. Let us see how you contend with me now." Raditz too morphed into a gigantic ape, his consciousness clouded as he sought to wreak havoc. Sensing Raditz's heightened energy, Chen Gu escalated his own to 100,000, swiftly incapacitating the mindless Raditz, who then reverted to his human form. Goku, noting Vegeta's 180,000 battle power, smirked. "Oh, is that so?" For reasons unknown, Vegeta sensed a foreboding shift. Suddenly, a tremendous energy surged from Goku, whose power skyrocketed to 80,000. With a thunderous roar, Goku proclaimed, "Double! Kaioken!" A crimson aura enveloped him, instantly doubling his strength to 160,000. Piccolo scoffed, feeling a twinge of irritation. Only he and Kaiotsu could not learn the Kaioken technique, and witnessing Goku utilize it stirred a sense of discontent within him, though he refrained from expressing it too strongly. Goku, observing Vegeta wreaking havoc and growing larger, decided the fight was no longer necessary. He declared, "Triple Kaioken." His red aura intensified, tripling his strength to 240,000. With the power of the threefold Kaioken, Goku gazed at Vegeta, a sly grin forming on his lips as he vanished from sight, just as Vegeta searched for him. A light-hearted voice rang out from behind. "Vegeta, I'm right here." Transformed into a massive ape, Vegeta spun around, only to be met with Goku's fist, sending him crashing to the ground. After a moment, Vegeta struggled to rise, shaking his head defiantly as he charged at Goku. Yet, Goku continued to pummel him into submission, and despite his injuries, Vegeta slowly stood again, bloodied and bruised, insisting, "Continue. As the prince of all Saiyans, how could I be defeated by you? A mere lowly warrior?" Before he could finish, Goku sent him flying once more with a powerful kick. Chen Gu, sensing Vegeta's energy waning, turned to Tien Shinhan, instructing, Tien, shoot down the artificial moon. Tien complied, launching an energy blast that obliterated the moon, causing Vegeta to shrink back to his normal size. Once assured that the moon was gone, Chen Gu slowly opened his eyes, observing Vegeta, battered yet unyielding. Rising once more, Chen Gu felt a surge of admiration. As Vegeta returned to his human form, Goku dismissed the Kaioken, his energy now reduced to a mere 60,000, leaving him gasping for breath. Vegeta's gaze hardened as he locked eyes with Goku, and the two resumed their fierce battle. Goku unleashing his full strength, swiftly knocking Vegeta down again. Chen Gu tossed a Senzu bean to both Raditz and Goku, then approached Vegeta, speaking softly. Now, do you comprehend our strength? Goku alone surpasses you by a significant margin. Vegeta scoffed. I see only Kakarot as being stronger than me. What is there to boast about? You are nothing but trash. Chen Gu, stung by his words, felt his temper flare and unleashed his maximum energy, revealing a battle power of 300,000 after a year of training. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for Vegeta to breathe. The others, feeling equally irked, raised their own energies to their peaks, excluding Goku and Raditz. Piccolo and Tien each boasted over 40,000, Krillin over 30,000, while Yamcha, who had not trained much, lingered around 25,000, and Kaiotsu stood at 18,000. Though Vegeta could not precisely gauge the strength before him, he felt the immense pressure from all but Raditz and the zombie-like child, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he thought, damn it, how could they all be so strong? How dare they insult the Prince of Saiyans? Chen Gu, noticing Vegeta's evident discomfort, broke the silence. We plan to confront Frieza. If you wish to join us, I might consider it. The group paused, with Piccolo's eyebrow twitching in disbelief. What is it with him and recruiting others? Vegeta laughed derisively. Ha! How absurd. I, the Prince of Saiyans, would never submit to you. Frieza alone is not enough to make me bow down, let alone you. Chen Gu appeared to have anticipated this situation long ago. He remained unperturbed, gradually reducing his ki to 5,000 as he gazed into the distance. In a certain part of the earth, a group of individuals stood together, clad in garments of various hues. The surroundings had long been ravaged, resembling the aftermath of a colossal weapons assault. The Dragon Ball warriors reigned in their ki, quietly awaiting Chen Gu's ensuing words. Unhurriedly, Chen Gu approached Nappa, pried the scouter from his face, and crushed it beneath his foot. He then returned to Vegeta, extracting the scouter from his embrace and gently yet firmly crushing it as well. The onlookers regarded Chen Gu's actions with puzzled expressions, prompting him to explain, "It is prudent to ensure that our forthcoming conversation does not reach the ears of Frieza's technicians." Raditz, his face a picture of astonishment, remarked, "The scouter possesses a detection function." He then turned to Chen Gu, realizing why Chen Gu had destroyed his scouter upon their first meeting. Chen Gu's mouth twitched. That action had merely stemmed from his concern that Raditz might use the scouter to locate Bulma and the others. Vegeta, meanwhile, regarded Raditz with an expression of incredulity, while a flicker of surprise danced in his gaze directed at Chen Gu. What meticulous reasoning! Chen Gu then turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Do you know how our homeland, planet Vegeta, met its demise?" Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on Chen Gu, as if eager to discern the words that would emerge from his lips. Raditz interjected, "Was it not destroyed by a meteorite impact?" He continued, "What kind of meteorite could obliterate planet Vegeta? Are the warriors of planet Vegeta not formidable?" Chen Gu cast a sidelong glance at Raditz, who seemed to realize the incongruity of his statement. Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Chen Gu, demanding, "What are you implying?" Chen Gu smiled gently and replied, "What I wish to convey is that planet Vegeta was not destroyed by meteorite impact, but rather by Frieza himself. Prior to the destruction, nearly all warriors have been summoned back. Do you not find that peculiar? It was indeed Frieza who called them back." Raditz, perplexed, questioned, "But why would Frieza do such a thing? The Saiyans are his most potent fighting force." Chen Gu exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting to the horizon. "Legend has it that a Super Son emerged among us Saiyans. The might of a Super Saiyan is formidable. And Frieza's ancestors were defeated by our ancestors, the Super Saiyans. Thus the Frieza clan has long believed in the existence of Super Saiyans, fearing that one might arise on planet Vegeta and threaten his life. Super Saiyan, Goku exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta scoffed, that is merely a myth. If Super Saiyans truly existed, we Saiyans would not be subjugated by Frieza. Chen Gu chose to disregard Vegeta's dismissal, continuing, I understand that you, Vegeta, wish to confront Frieza. There is no need for you to hastily refute. Allow me to finish. To everyone's surprise, Vegeta did not argue back. While the legendary Super Saiyan may be just that, a legend, there is still a probability that ordinary Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyans. Chen Gu's words were nothing short of astonishing. What? Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Raditz appeared almost frozen, reflecting on how, since meeting Chen Gu, the highest battle power he had encountered was just over 30,000, and now it had escalated to hundreds of thousands. With Chen Gu's assertions, Raditz found himself utterly unfazed. Is that true, brother? Can we also become Super Saiyans? Goku asked, elated. Chen Gu nodded, stating, all Saiyans possess a certain probability of transforming into Super Saiyans. But there are many prerequisites. The Saiyans present perked up their ears, Vegeta included. Observing their reactions, Chen Gu smiled. Based on my estimates, one must first achieve a battle power exceeding 1 million, coupled with extreme emotional intensity, to have a chance of becoming a Super Saiyan. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. You did say it's just your conjecture. How can you guarantee that this is the truth? Vegeta retorted. Raditz chimed in. A battle power of 1 million. Can Saiyans truly reach that level? The strongest I've seen is you, Chen Gu, and even you barely exceed 30,000. To how long until we reach 1 million? Chen Gu's mouth twitched slightly. Internally he thought, this is merely my hypothesis. Logically, if one's ancestors are Super Saiyans, it should be easier to transform. However, if they are not, the specifics remain unclear. My deductions stem from witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan in my previous life. Nevertheless, Chen Gu maintained a facade of conviction. I inquired of the dragon. This is the answer I received. Both Vegeta and Raditz wore expressions of skepticism as Chen Gu continued. The dragon is the manifestation of the Dragon Balls. The answers provided by the dragon are infallible. The others nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, Vegeta pondered, why are you sharing this with me? The group regarded Chen Gu with curiosity. Chen Gu replied with a smile. Because I believe you possess the potential to become a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned to expressions of hostility. If Vegeta were to become a Super Saiyan, Earth would surely be doomed. Vegeta observed the individuals behind Chen Gu, grinning wickedly. Your companions do not seem to share that belief. With a single statement, Chen Gu dispelled the tension. It matters not, while I am uncertain about Raditz. Goku and I have a significant chance of becoming Super Saiyans, and it will likely occur before you. Chen Gu continued. Frankly speaking, Frieza's power far exceeds your expectations. With your current strength, it is impossible to defeat him. Even with our combined forces, we stand no chance. However, that may change in the near future. At this moment, Vegeta began to ascend towards a spaceship, declaring, we shall see when you possess the strength to challenge him. Piccolo observed Vegeta's ascent towards a ship, gathering energy in his right hand, a flicker of electricity crackling as if he intended to eliminate Vegeta. Chen Gu slowly pressed Piccolo's hand down, saying softly, it is more crucial to deal with Frieza. We may yet require his assistance. Piccolo gradually lowered his hand, choosing silence. Chen Gu watched as Vegeta laboriously climbed into his spaceship before remarking, you seem to have forgotten a companion. Vegeta, seemingly enraged, shouted, this trash is unworthy. He then turned to Chen Gu, asking, what is your name? Chen Gu replied with a calm smile, Chen Gu. With that, Vegeta's spaceship shot into the sky. Chen Gu turned to Raditz, instructing, place him in the spaceship as well, set it for Frieza's territory, and send him off. Raditz swiftly shoved Nappa into the ship, adjusted a few settings, and stepped back. Subsequently, Nappa's spaceship slowly departed from Earth. Goku, watching Nappa's departure, asked, brother, why not keep him here? Chen Gu gazed into the distance, responding, he is not suited for our company. He fell silent thereafter. Internally, Chen Gu mused, Raditz can be swayed due to his blood ties to Goku and his rejection by Vegeta. However, Nappa is a loyal subordinate of Vegeta, and I have no desire to keep a ticking bomb by my side. As Chen Gu watched the two ships vanish from sight, he turned to the group, stating, "Next, we shall journey to a place where you can enhance your strength, planet Namek." The group displayed expressions of delight. However, it was also the destination that Frisia sought, rendering it perilous if anyone wishes to abstain. "Please speak up," Chen Gu said nonchalantly. After a moment of silence, no one chose to depart. Chen Gu thought to himself, indeed, a gathering of martial arts enthusiasts. He then led the group in an instant transmission back to Bulma's home. Ensuring everyone was settled, Goku remarked, "I must return home to inform Chi-Chi." Chen Gu nodded in acknowledgement. That evening, within Bulma's room, Chen Gu held her gently, whispering, "Bulma, do you truly wish to go? This journey is fraught with danger." She replied, "Where you go, I shall follow. Besides, without me, would you all even know how to operate a spaceship?" Chen Gu paused, realizing the truth in her words. The following morning, a massive package appeared in the distant sky. Upon closer inspection, it was Goku, carrying a large bag, accompanied by a miniature version of himself, Gohan. Chen Gu sensed Gohan's head approximately 1,000, marveling at the prowess of the second generation in the days of yore. "When I was of a similar age, my prowess was merely a playful leap." Bulma, gazing at the hefty burden brought by Goku, chuckled, "Goku, are you moving house?" Upon landing, Goku scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "I had no choice." Chi-Chi said, "These are for Gohan studies. By the way, Gohan insisted on coming along, so I had no option but to bring him." Gohan looked at Chen Gu with sparkling eyes and inquired, "Brother Chen Gu, may I train in martial arts with you?" Everyone was taken aback. Even Goku appeared bewildered, instinctively scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. Chen Gu, intrigued, asked, "Your father is a formidable martial artist. Why not train with him?" Gohan replied softly, "My father is indeed powerful, but he is not suited to be a teacher. I wish to learn from you. Is that all right?" Chen Gu pondered for a moment and then asked, "Gohan, do you not aspire to be a scholar?" For he recalled that Gohan was averse to fighting and had a passion for learning. What had caused this shift? Gohan affirmed, "Yes." Chen Gu thought, "This is the Gohan I know." Yet, the words that followed left him at a loss. Gohan continued, "I want to be a scholar researching martial arts, dedicating my future to the study of combat techniques." Chen Gu's lips twitched. Something felt amiss. If Gohan truly commits to studying martial arts, he could become a significant ally in the future. Taking him on as a disciple would be worthwhile. However, what if one day he surpasses me? How embarrassing that would be. Chen Gu mused that he then addressed Gohan. "I can teach you what I know, but I will not take you as a disciple. That I hope we can cultivate a relationship of mutual respect and friendship, where we can learn from one another. For I believe your future achievements may indeed eclipse mine at that moment." The group's impression of Chen Gu seemed to elevate significantly. Gohan nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." "Goku, put down your things," Bulma urged. Goku quickly complied. "Oh, all right." He then placed Gohan's hefty burden on the ground. Bulma retrieved a universal capsule and stored the burden within, subsequently handing a box of capsules to Goku, saying, "Use this in the future. It will be much more convenient. We cannot let ourselves embarrass the people of Earth when we are out and about." The group stifled laughter, and Krillin could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Chen Gu observed the group and declared, "Then let us embark." Soon, a large spaceship soared into the clouds, vanishing from sight in an instant. At Bowsy Mountain, Chi-Chi gazed at the receding spaceship in the sky, tearfully imploring, "Gohan, make sure to write to your mother." Meanwhile, at the Kalen Sanctuary atop Kalen Tower, three figures were engaged in discussion when suddenly, Kalen Sage looked toward the direction where Chen Gu and the others had disappeared and murmured, "Have they set off?" "Chen Gu, I wish you all a smooth journey." Yajirobe continued munching on food, seemingly insatiable. Another figure, upon hearing Kalen's words, paused his training and gazed into the distance. If Chen Gu were present, he would recognize this individual as the one he had previously rescued, Sito. Sito, fixated on the direction of Kalen's gaze, resolutely thought, "I will strive with all my might not to disappoint your guidance." Brother Chen Gu. Time flowed like a river. In the vastness of space, there was no day or night, leaving one feeling weary. A fortnight had passed since Chen Gu and his companion's departure, but a streak of light zipped through the cosmos. Within the expansive spaceship, on the uppermost deck, Bulma was fervently searching for something that on the second level. Tin, Krillin, and others were engaged in mental training, all drenched in sweat, while Piccolo sat cross-legged in a corner, absorbed in his own practice. In another corner, Chen Gu was instructing Gohan in various aspects of Ki, and Gohan was thoroughly satisfied with Chen Gu's teachings. Compared to his father's more instinctual approach, Chen Gu's methods were evidently more comprehensible. The lowest level of the spaceship housed the gravity chamber. In the center, the control panel displayed a prominent number, 100. The chamber appeared to be under immense pressure, with smoky wisps of air swirling about that a figure was diligently training within the gravity chamber. Goku. Perhaps spurred by Chen Gu's influence, Goku had significantly intensified his training regimen in recent days, rapidly enhancing his strength, as if fearful of being outpaced by Chen Gu. Just then, the spaceship's alarm blared suddenly. Chen Gu swiftly darted to Bulma's side and inquired, "What is it?" Bulma's fingers flew across the spaceship's controls as she replied, "There is a planet ahead with an overwhelming gravitational pull. This planet isn't marked on the star chart you provided, Chen Gu, yet here it is appearing. The spaceship may be drawn toward it. And the planet is peculiar, almost as if it moves." Chen Gu, sensing something amiss, looked at Bulma. "This may not be a planet. Do we have spacesuits?" "Yes, but Chen Gu, what do you intend to do?" Bulma asked. Chen Gu responded calmly. "I will use the reaction force generated by the Kamehameha wave to propel the spaceship away from this planet." He then donned a spacesuit, opened the spaceship's hatch, and stepped onto its exterior. Gazing at the immense object before him, Chen Gu placed his hands on his hips, slowly gathering energy, and finally shouted, "Kamehameha!" A blue beam shot forth towards the colossal planet. Yet it was still insufficient to escape its gravitational grip. Chen Gu then utilized telepathic communication to call out to the others within the spaceship, "Come out and help. The gravity is too strong. My strength alone is insufficient." Before long, the others emerged in their spacesuits, employing their techniques against the looming planet. Yet the effect remained minimal. Chen Gu urged, "Everyone, exert your full strength and concentrate on a single point. Prepare for a breakthrough." Subsequently, they intensified their efforts, focusing their energies, and, at last, they gradually broke free from the planet's pull. Chen Gu maintained contact with Bulma through telepathic communication. Upon receiving her confirmation that all was well, he guided everyone to instantaneously teleport back into the spaceship. Bulma exhaled deeply, as if liberated. Chen Gu silently gazed at the receding massive planet, lost in thought. Another half-month passed, and Bulma, eyeing a gigantic green planet ahead, rushed to the second level of the spaceship. Calling out to everyone, "We have arrived at Namek." Chen Gu used telepathic communication to convey a message to Goku, and after a moment, a tremendous aura emanated from the gravity chamber. The door leading to the lowest level opened slowly. As Chen Gu sensed Goku's Kian remarked, "Pressure breeds motivation." It seems to be effective. Goku had reached an impressive strength of 120,000, having increased by 40,000 in just a month, surpassing Chen Gu's expectations. Goku scratched his head and grinned. "Not bad, but I'm still far behind my senior brother." Chen Gu remained silent, internally admiring Goku's innate talent while reflecting on his own pace of improvement, which filled him with a twinge of melancholy. Sensing the complex signatures on Namek, Chen Gu detected one particularly sinister presence, exuding an aura even more malevolent than that of the demon race. He solemnly stated, "Did you all feel that?" Bulma, noticing Chen Gu's furrowed brow, asked quizzically, "What did you sense?" "Yes, this ki is incredibly strong and exceedingly wicked. It unsettles me," Goku replied. The others nodded in agreement. "Everyone suppress your ki as much as possible. The lower, the better," Chen Gu urged, his demeanor grave, for it was the first time he had felt such weighty concern since arriving in this world. The power of Frisia was simply too terrifying, necessitating such caution. "Bulma, bring the spaceship down in that direction," Chen Gu instructed, pointing toward a location opposite Frisia's stronghold. Bulma questioned, Why not land directly here? It would be much more convenient. Do you wish to encounter Frisia directly? Krillin inquired. Bulma fell silent, steering the spaceship to the designated location. We are entering the atmosphere. Everyone, hold on tight, Bulma announced seriously. The spaceship swiftly breached Namek's atmosphere and chose a spot far from the village to land. As soon as they touched down, the group fell into an uneasy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chen Gu paused before speaking. The Grand Elder of Namek possesses the ability to unlock the potential of individuals, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. This is what I previously mentioned as a means to rapidly augment your fighting capabilities, though the extent of the enhancement will ultimately depend on your innate potential. Piccolo gazed at the scene before him, as if recalling something elusive, yet failing to grasp it fully, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This place was in fact Piccolo's homeland, a site of past tragedies that had led him to Earth. The specifics of the situation would be best conveyed by the Elder. Chen Gu sensed the energy of Namek at that moment. Internally, he speculated, has Vegeta not yet arrived? It seems we have set out a bit too early. However, the energy emanating from the two individuals by Frisia's side is formidable as well. They must be Shambo and Dodoria. Their strength appears to be around 22 to 23,000, which is not overly concerning. Yet it seems Shambo possesses the ability to transform, so we must remain vigilant. There's another presence of 18,000. That must be Chioi. Yes, I have located it. This energy should belong to the Elder. Chen Gu instructed the group. I have detected the Elder's energy. Let us proceed. However, everyone should suppress your energy to around 2 to 3,000, as that is the typical battle power of the Namekians. He turned to Bulma and asked, will you find a place to hide? Or will you accompany us? Of course, I will stay with you. I have no desire to be alone in this unfamiliar territory. I have told you, wherever you go, I go, Bulma replied. Chen Gu gently kissed Bulma's lips and softly said, all right, embracing her. He once more attuned to the direction of the Elder and declared, let us go. With that, he soared towards the Elder's location. The others silently nodded, suppressing their energy to 3,000, and followed Chen Gu's lead. Observing the group catch up, Chen Gu remarked softly, at our current speed, it will take us at least half a day to arrive. Krillin inquired, Chen Gu, why don't you use instant transmission to take us there? The others wore expressions of confusion as well. Chen Gu shook his head in resignation. Instant transmission can only be utilized to locations where one has previously sensed the energy. Otherwise, it is not safe and could result in complications. The group then understood and continued their flight in silence. Meanwhile, on another side of Namek, a being exuding an aura of cold indifference sat in a spacecraft, arms crossed over its chest, with blood-red eyes, purplish-black lips, and a brown scouter affixed to its face. Were Chen Gu present, he would undoubtedly recognize this figure as Frisia, the one he most feared. Frisia's lips moved slightly as his crimson gaze fixated on a handsome young man with green skin. Shambo. Mr. Shambo, we are still short 4 Dragon Balls. We must hasten our pace, for I am growing impatient. With that, he struck the ground a few times with his tail that a cold sweat instantly broke out on Shambo's back as he bowed before Frisia. Murmuring, yes, Lord Frisia, I shall expedite my efforts. He then turned to his subordinates and commanded, move quickly, and hurry to the other villages. Beside Frisia stood Dodoria, a corpulent figure with pink skin and spines protruding from his body, grinning broadly. Frisia, sensing Dodoria's amusement, smirked slyly. Dodoria, you seem rather idle. Dodoria's grin froze in place, and he stammered, no, Lord Frisia, I am quite busy. Frisia scoffed and continued, Dodoria, please promptly contact the Ginyu Force and have him arrive on Namek at once. I wish to accelerate our plans. I can hardly wait to attain immortality. Yes, Lord Frisia. Dodoria pressed a few buttons on his scouter to summon the Ginyu Force on the other side. A massive and weakened Namekian reclined in a colossal chair, beneath which rested a gigantic Dragon Ball, sparkling under the light of a single star. Flanking him were 2 young Namekians, both silent. The Elder sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, I hope you can save Namek. Hearing the Elder's words, one of the young Namekians furrowed his brow and asked, Elder, who can save Namek? The Elder gazed gently at him and replied, you shall soon find out. Nailu, you are a good child. From now on, Namek shall be entrusted to you. My time is drawing to a close. Nihilus solemnly stated, I will always be by your side. Elder, he then stepped outside, falling silent. The elder sighed once more, gazing into the distance, towards the direction from which Chen Gu and the others approached. After a considerable journey, Chen Gu and his companions finally beheld a grand structure perched upon a towering cliff. Chen Gu exhaled, at last, we have arrived. This journey has been painfully slow. The group descended to the entrance of the building. Krillin pointed at Nailu and remarked to Piccolo, Piccolo, look, he resembles you exactly. Piccolo shot a glare at Krillin, retorting, of course I see that. He then fixed his gaze on Nailu, remaining silent. Nailu, in turn, scrutinized the group without uttering a word. Chen Gu sensed Nailu's energy, estimating it to be around 42,000, nearly surpassing Piccolo's. Chen Gu then spoke, greetings, we are here to visit the Elder. Nailu sensed the group's energy at merely 3,000 and firmly concluded that they were not the ones the Elder spoke of as capable of saving Namek. Thus he bluntly refused. The Elder is not someone you may see at will. Just as Chen Gu opened his mouth to respond, a faint and unfamiliar voice emanated from within the chamber. Nailu, let them in. Nailu paused, replying, but before seemingly coming to a realization, he proceeded through the door, returning to the Elder's side, silent once more. Chen Gu and his companions followed Nailu into the building, where they discovered an expansive interior. Chen Gu's gaze was drawn to a colossal foot before he looked up to behold the immense Elder. Surprised, he greeted, Elder. The Elder nodded and said, I am aware of your purpose. The Dragon Balls can be granted to you, but I have a request. Chen Gu thought to himself, after all this time, the Elder believes we have come for the Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, he nodded, please, Elder, go ahead. The Elder slowly exhaled, I hope that when Namek faces peril in the future, you will lend your assistance, if possible. Certainly. Chen Gu replied without hesitation. The Elder smiled, that is good to hear. Nailu, however, regarded the group with skepticism, voicing, with their strength, how could they protect Namek? The Elder replied sternly, Nailu, do not be disrespectful. Only then did Nailu cease his objections, grumbling under his breath. The Elder turned to Chen Gu and apologized. I beg your pardon. This child has such a temperament. Chen Gu responded, there is no need for such courtesy. Elder, since I have made a promise, I will strive to fulfill it. You must possess the strength to back your words, Nailu interjected. Chen Gu, now provoked by Nailu's attitude, glared at him. What is your issue with me? You've targeted me from the start. Nailu shot Chen Gu a look of self-awareness. Chen Gu, suppressing his anger, declared, I need not prove anything to you. Our common enemy is Frisia, so please keep that in mind. Nailu challenged, dare to compete. In an instant, Chen Gu elevated his energy to 100,000, swiftly appearing beside Nailu, delivering a blow that sent him flying. He then promptly reduced his energy back to 3,000 after a lengthy pause. Nailu emerged from the rubble, gradually returning to the Elder's side, now devoid of words, his gaze towards Chen Gu filled with respect. Chen Gu mused inwardly. In this world, strength indeed reigns supreme. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Namek, Dodoria's scouter suddenly flickered before returning to calm. Dodoria paused in confusion, then chuckled lightly, impossible. It must have been an error. Noticing Dodoria's expression, Frisia inquired, what is the matter? The scouter had detected an extraordinarily potent battle power, nearing 100,000. How could such strength exist on this planet? It must be a malfunction. Dodoria respectfully returned. Frisia nodded, offering no response to Dodoria, while inwardly contemplating, perhaps this is a race capable of altering their combat power. However, a power level of 100,000 is merely trash. Upon returning to the Grand Elder's chamber, the Grand Elder glanced at the two without any intention of blaming Chen Gu and slowly inquired, Child, what is your name? Chen Gu replied, I am Chen Gu, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder observed, you appear to be a Saiyan, yet the ki emanating from you is not malevolent, and your combat power seems exceedingly formidable. I am quite curious about your origins. The Grand Elder, wise and sagacious, listened as Chen Gu briefly recounted his experiences. The Grand Elder then looked at Chen Gu, then at Goku and Gohan, before finally directing his gaze to Piccolo behind Chen Gu, asking, you are also a Namekian, aren't you? Piccolo was taken aback. unsure of how to respond. Chen Gu interjected, "Our Earth's deity is a Namekian. However, in order to inherit the divine position, he separated his malevolent side, resulting in Piccolo. Furthermore, our Earth also possesses Dragon Balls, crafted by this deity. How intriguing! To maintain such formidable combat power while having separated a part of oneself, and to create Dragon Balls as well. It seems you are a nearly omnipotent Namekian. Few Namekians survived the calamity that befell their planet, so those who did are indeed fortunate. It seems we share a profound connection." The Grand Elder's gaze softened as he regarded Chen Gu. Chen Gu nodded silently, contemplating, "Much of the martial arts practiced by us is derived from Namekians. Indeed, the roots run deep." The Grand Elder surveyed the group and gently stated, "Chen Gu, come forth. Let me enhance your strength. I can unlock a portion of the potential hidden within your bodies." Goku and the others displayed expressions of realization, curious about how Chen Gu possessed such extensive knowledge. Noticing their expressions, the Grand Elder inquired, "What is it that you know?" Goku candidly replied, "Brother, it is simply that Chen Gu and we initially sought the Grand Elder's potential enhancement, not the Dragon Balls." Chen Gu scratched his head, seemingly forgetting to explain how he knew this, and then said, "I encountered a bottleneck in my power enhancement, and the Dragon of Earth informed me." The Grand Elder regarded Chen Gu with a deep gaze, pondering something internally before smiling. "Everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as those before me are not malevolent and can assist Namek, that is sufficient." The Grand Elder continued, "Child, come forth. Allow me to lend you my assistance." Chen Gu nodded and approached the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder placed his enormous hand atop Chen Gu's head, enveloping his entire head within his palm. A soft white glow emanated from the Grand Elder's hand, and Chen Gu unconsciously manifested. The surroundings reverberated with the sound of Chen Gu's ki, and soon white flames of energy erupted from him, creating an overwhelming pressure that left everyone gasping for breath, as if one slight suppression from Chen Gu could snuff out their lives. After a while, Chen Gu gradually reigned in his ki, and the others felt as though a mountain pressing down on them had suddenly lifted, leaving them drenched in sweat. The Grand Elder, beads of perspiration on his brow, gently remarked, "Your potential is astonishing. I could only draw out a fraction of it." Chen Gu felt as if every cell in his body was joyfully pulsating, a smile gracing his lips as he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Grand Elder." Although he had suppressed his ki, the latent energy within his body was palpable, and he couldn't help but reflect that he had truly come to the right place. The others recalled the immense ki that had emanated from Chen Gu moments ago, their hearts still racing with trepidation at its sheer power. Their gazes towards the Grand Elder grew fervent. I could see that moment. Nail stepped forward, stating, "Grand Elder has just helped Chen Gu unlock his potential. He needs to rest for a while." Chen Gu looked at Nail and then retrieved a senza bean from his pocket, offering it to the Grand Elder, saying, "This is a senza bean cultivated by our Earth's deity. Consuming it will restore your stamina." Nail glanced at the Grand Elder with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing the Grand Elder nod in affirmation, he accepted the senza bean from Chen Gu and presented it to the Grand Elder. After consuming it, the Grand Elder's vitality was indeed restored instantly. The Grand Elder looked at Chen Gu in astonishment. "Earth is truly remarkable. If it weren't for my impending demise, I would wish to visit." Chen Gu seemed to recall something and suggested the Grand Elder could send Namekians to Earth for exchange. Such interactions would foster learning and advancement. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Continue. Your strength is crucial in confronting Frisia." Subsequently, Goku and the others each underwent the Grand Elder's potential enhancement, their powers multiplying exponentially. Goku eagerly inquired, "Brother, how strong are you now?" The others turned their attention to Chen Gu. Chen Gu smirked mischievously. "You'll find out in due time." The others looked displeased, feeling that he was withholding information. Chen Gu then addressed the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, my current strength is insufficient to defeat Frisia. However, there's a way to save the remaining Namekians." "What is it?" the Grand Elder asked slowly. "We can use the Dragon Balls of Namek to locate a suitable planet for Namekians to inhabit. Moving the remaining Namekians there," Chen Gu stated bluntly. Nail frowned. "Must it be this way?" Chen Gu nodded, looking towards the Grand Elder, awaiting his final decision, thinking, I cannot defeat Frieza at present. This is the only option available. Bulma, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, remarked, Chen Gu, 3 Dragon Balls have already gathered together on Namek. If we wish to collect the Dragon Balls, do we need to seize them from Frieza? Chen Gu replied calmly. No worries, I have a plan. However, we need to familiarize ourselves with our newfound strength, lest we stumble at a crucial moment. He then slowly shared his plans with them. Chen Gu utilized instant transmission to transport everyone to the Earth-S Kami's palace. Kami, sensing the ki of those before him, struggled to maintain his balance. Chen Gu introduced the situation to Kami and began to harness their powers, allowing them to adapt to their dramatically increased strength at this moment. Chen Gu perceived the strengths of his companions. Goku had reached a combat power of 1.5 million. The potential of Saiyan was indeed terrifying. Piccolo had attained 500,000. Tien Shinhan stood at 430,000, which was quite impressive. Krillin was at 300,000, while Yamcha and Kairatsa hovered around 200,000, and Raditz nearly reached 80,000 combat power. Meanwhile, Dodoria, beside Frieza, was sweating profusely, his grip on the Dragon Balls trembling, his body shaking uncontrollably. Frieza, growing impatient, remarked, Dodoria, you seem to be acting strangely today. Dodoria stammered, the detector just registered several unusual energy signatures, but they have since vanished. The weakest was at 16,000, while the strongest what? Frieza, his crimson eyes fixed on Dodoria, inquired. The strongest detected was at 320,000. This is impossible. How could there be someone so powerful? The detector must be faulty. Dodoria quaked. Frieza regarded Dodoria. Dodoria, once is a malfunction. Do you think the detector could malfunction so many times? Dodoria dared not respond. Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile. 320,000. How interesting to IT seems to be a race capable of altering their combat power. When did Namek see the emergence of such individuals? I wonder what kind of chaos a large ant could stir up. Continue collecting the Dragon Balls. Let them come to us at their leisure. Days passed swiftly, and Vegeta also descended upon Namek. Upon discovering Vegeta's presence, Kuei rushed immediately to his location. However, Vegeta had lost interest in dealing with Kuei, his focus now directed towards the Super Saiyan transformation. Upon landing, Vegeta felt the power of others through ki, having previously relied on a detector that merely displayed numerical changes. This first-hand experience of sensing power ignited an insatiable thirst for strength within him. Clenching his fists and feeling the latent power within him, he thought, after being injured by Kakarot last time, my battle power surged to 24,000. Perhaps this could be the key to enhancing my strength. Subsequently, Vegeta sensed Chioi's aura approaching and gradually suppressed his own energy until it reached 15,000. One must admit that Vegeta is indeed a genius. After a single battle, he had learned to control his own energy and perceive that of others. He then awaited Chioi's arrival in silence. Before long, Chioi arrived, looking at Vegeta with a mocking expression. Isn't this Vegeta? I don't recall King Frieza sending you here. Vegeta merely snorted in response, remaining silent. Chioi then began to scan Vegeta's energy with his detector, revealing a cunning smile. Having always been at odds with Frieza, he sneered, Vegeta, where are your 2 subordinates? Especially that particularly loyal one. What was his name again? Nappa, right? Fury surged within Vegeta, yet he managed to suppress it, reminding himself that his own strength was paramount, though he couldn't shake off the irritation. That traitor Raditz severely injured Nappa, leaving him unconscious and still lying in nutrient solution. What a bunch of trash. It's utterly outrageous. Believing Vegeta had suffered a significant setback, Chioi remarked, you seem injured, Vegeta. A smirk flickered at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. But he concealed it from Chioi, bellowing, what business is it of yours? To Chioi, it appeared that Vegeta was merely embarrassed and enraged to hide his injuries. So he continued, currently, your battle power stands at 15,000, while mine is 18,000. Do you think you can escape from me? Vegeta feigned fear, retorting, don't get too cocky. I won't let you off when I'm fully healed. Once Chioi confirmed that Vegeta was indeed injured, He approached him with a sinister grin that, this moment, Vegeta felt a twinge of satisfaction. What a fool, falling for this so easily. As Chewie neared him, he unleashed an energy blast, Vegeta, appearing genuinely wounded, slowed in his reactions, and was struck by Chewie's blast, sending him hurtling backward. Cunning by nature, Chewie now confirmed Vegeta's injuries and, with a fierce glint in his eye, intended to eliminate him right then and there. He ceased holding back, soaring towards Vegeta and delivering an elbow strike. Vegeta seemed unable to keep up with Chewie's speed and was directly hit. Chewie relentlessly bombarded Vegeta, who could only occasionally block a few particularly vulnerable spots. Otherwise, he made no effort to defend himself. Chewie grew increasingly exhilarated, sensing Vegeta's energy diminishing. Relishing the opportunity to avenge his long-held grudge, he spat, letting you run rampant all the time. You're just a Saiyan. What is so impressive about that? If it weren't for Frieza sparing you, you would have been dead long ago. Saiyans deserve to perish. You should have been obliterated along with planet Vegeta. Then, as if recalling something, Chewie continued, did you know? Your mother planet, planet Vegeta, was personally destroyed by King Frieza, that I can still picture the stunning scenery when it was annihilated. It was truly a rare beauty. Vegeta remained expressionless, only occasionally blocking Chewie's attacks. Before long, Chewie stepped back, gazing at the battered Vegeta, and said slowly, don't worry, I'll send you to join your beloved planet Vegeta in hell. He then gathered a purple energy wave in his hand, slowly condensing it. Elsewhere, Vegeta sensed a slight increase in his strength, though it paled in comparison to his abilities on Earth. Observing Chewie gathering energy, he murmured, is it because my injuries aren't severe enough? Must I be gravely wounded for my power to rise? Perhaps I need to sustain serious damage. Chewie, noticing Vegeta muttering to himself, taunted, what is the matter, Prince Vegeta? Do you have any last words? If you plead with me. Lord Chewie, perhaps I might grant your final wish. What do you say? Care to consider it? Vegeta merely regarded Chewie coldly, as if he were gazing at a fool. Enraged by Vegeta's dismissive stare, Chewie shouted, It's that look again, that same look as always, as if you were some formidable being. You deserve to die. He then hurled the energy wave directly at Vegeta, declaring, Die, Vegeta, Vegeta, observing the incoming energy wave. Hesitated for a moment. Kakarot has grown so powerful. This is an opportunity that if being gravely injured would enhance my strength, I could surely close the gap between myself and Kakarot, as well as that absurd claim of 1,000,000 battle power. With that, Vegeta lowered his energy further, down to around 10,000, facing the approaching energy wave. A fierce look crossed his face as he dropped his defenses and charged headlong into the blast. A tremendous noise erupted from Vegeta's form. Meanwhile, Shambo, who had been monitoring the situation, reported to Frieza, Lord Frieza, Chewie and Vegeta are engaged in battle. That it seems Vegeta is injured and his power has diminished significantly. Frieza scoffed, no need to worry about them. Vegeta is no pushover, and that fool Chewie isn't over his head. The battle site. A colossal crater marred the ground, where a battered figure lay, his battle suit in tatters, clearly on the brink of death. Vegeta's expression turned grave. This is bad. Chewie, peering into the pit at the injured Vegeta, checked his power with a detector, which indicated it had dropped to just over 1,000. That with a mocking glare. He said, Vegeta, I think this is our last meeting. He casually formed an energy blast in his hand and flung it at the injured Vegeta. Vegeta screamed, ah, and then fell silent. Chewie checked Vegeta's energy again, confirming he no longer registered any power nearby. Before he slowly departed a while later, Chewie returned to the crater, confirming Vegeta's demise. He then ascended into the air, unleashing a massive energy blast into the pit, where Vegeta lay before flying away. Back in the crater, Vegeta appeared lifeless, devoid of any reaction. After a significant time had passed, however, his finger twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Feeling his body, Vegeta muttered, Damn, Chewie, throwing that energy blast at the end. If it weren't for my battle suit, I might have truly met my end. He then glared at the direction Chewie had departed, vowing, Next time, you'll pay for this with great effort. He activated his flight technique and headed in the opposite direction, seeking Frieza's spaceship. Only within it could he find the nutrient solution necessary for his recovery. Upon returning to one of Frisia's ships, Shambo reported to Frisia, as expected, just as you said, Lord Frisia. Chewie thinks he has killed Vegeta. However, Vegeta is very much alive and seems to have returned to our ship. Frisia, his blood-red eyes fixed on the distant Dragon Balls, remarked slowly, not surprising. After all, Chewie lacks intelligence. Days passed swiftly, and on this day, 5 ships descended upon Namek. Frisia heard the voice of Jinyu in his ear. Jinyu forces arrived at the destination, requesting instructions from Lord Frisia. Frisia revealed a sly smile. Proceed at full speed to search each village for Dragon Balls. Show no mercy to those who resist. Yes, came Jinyu's respectful response from the detector on Earth. Chen Gu was feeling the battle power he could now fully control and looked at the others. How are you all adapting? Krillin chuckled. I never expected my battle power to rise so much. I'm fully acclimated now. The others nodded in agreement. Then let us head to Namek. We have a formidable foe to confront. Chen Gu said, gazing into the distance with determination. On Namek, Nail turned to the Grand Elder, expressing concern. Elder, do you think they will escape? The Grand Elder slowly exhaled. I hope it is not so. That young man gives me an extraordinary impression. Are you referring to that individual named Chen Gu? Nailu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded. With a swift motion, a group of individuals materialized before the Grand Elder, precisely Chen Gu and his companions. Chen Gu gazed at the Grand Elder and spoke softly. I apologize for the delay. There is still time, yet my lifespan is waning. You must act swiftly, the Grand Elder replied. Nailu, sensing that the combat power of those present remained at 5,000, asked in confusion. Why do you consistently maintain your battle strength at 5,000? It was the same when I first encountered you. Chen Gu chuckled. The Frisia Force possesses power detectors. We do this to avoid detection. We feign weakness to create opportunities. After hearing this, Nyla ceased to dwell on the matter and instead asked, you previously mentioned relocating the Namekians to other planets, which poses no issue. However, this requires the Dragon Balls, which are in the possession of various elders. Several have undoubtedly fallen into Frisia's hands. What shall we do? Chen Gu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Nailu furrowed his brow, about to speak, but was interrupted by Krillin. No need to rush. Whenever Chen Gu smiles like that, it means he has a plan. Let him gather his thoughts. Nyla nodded and stepped aside. After a moment of silence, Chen Gu spoke. Grand Elder, might you be able to contact the villages that still possess Dragon Balls not seized by Frisia, and have them send their Dragon Balls here? That is feasible, the Grand Elder nodded. The Dragon Balls we have are manageable, but the critical issue is how to deal with those in Frisia's possession. Chen Gu replied with a sly smile. I have my own strategies, but for now, I need to fetch someone. Who? Do we not have enough personnel? Nailu asked in confusion. Most of my companions can handle anyone other than Frisia on their own. However, with this individual, my chances against Frisia would significantly improve. Chen Gu mused, stroking his chin. Goku inquired, who could possibly earn such regard from you? Chen Gu smiled. This individual is someone you all know. You can't mean him? Krillin was the first to realize. Chen Gu displayed a look of approval. Krillin, you are quick-witted. Piccolo wore an expression that suggested he had already anticipated this. Hey, who are you talking about? Speak up, Goku exclaimed. Irritated, Vegeta, Chen Gu replied. You hold him in such high regard. After all, he once sought to destroy Earth, and quite frankly, his strength is rather lacking, Tianjin Fan remarked. Chen Gu explained, Vegeta is far more formidable than you can fathom. His innate talent is nearly on par with Goku's. With his assistance, my chances would increase significantly. The others regarded Chen Gu with skepticism, but as his decisions had consistently proven sound, they withheld further objections. Piccolo interjected, Are you certain he will assist us? Chen Gu cryptically responded, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Nailu was left bewildered, as was the Grand Elder. Goku proceeded to clarify Vegeta's situation to the Grand Elder. Nailu was the first to object. No. How can we allow the Grand Elder to associate with such a dangerous individual? Chen Gu ignored Nailu and turned to the Grand Elder. If the Grand Elder were unwilling, he would have to devise another plan, yet Chen Gu was reluctant to relinquish such a formidable ally. The Grand Elder seemed to ponder for a long while before slowly stating, Chen Gu, do you have confidence against Frisia? I lack absolute certainty, but I estimate my chances to be around 60 to 70%. With Vegeta's involvement, it would increase further, Chen Gu replied. The Grand Elder scrutinized Chen Gu's eyes, as if attempting to discern any deceit, but seemingly found none, and finally sighed in relief. Bring him here. I am willing to assist. Grand Elder. Nyla frowned. The Grand Elder waved his hand decisively. Enough, Nyla. I understand the stakes. And besides, is Vegeta truly more dangerous than Chen Gu and Goku? Nylu fell silent. Chen Gu bowed respectfully to the Grand Elder. Subsequently, Chen Gu sensed Vegeta's energy, which was significantly stronger than before, yet somewhat weakened. As if he had sustained injuries, he frowned slightly, and with a swift motion, Chen Gu vanished from his location, reappearing within the confines of a spaceship, observing Vegeta lying in a nutrient solution, surrounded by a group of peculiar extraterrestrial beings, which Chen Gu surmised to be logistical personnel of the Frisia Force. He promptly launched an energy blast, rendering the group unconscious in an instant. I could see that moment. Vegeta seemed to react, his closed eyes fluttering, as if he were striving to awaken. After a brief interval, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes. Initially, he beheld the chaos around him, his brow furrowing in concern, and then turned left to recognize the familiar surroundings, his frown deepening. Chen Gu released the nutrient solution, waiting for it to fully drain, only to discover that Vegeta remained unresponsive due to his severe injuries. Vegeta, clutching his arms, panted heavily, glaring intently at Chen Gu. The unexpected arrival of Chen Gu caught him off guard. Without further ado, Chen Gu tossed a senza bean toward him. Vegeta, noticing the object, grasped it and found it to be a green bean, looking at Chen Gu in confusion. Chen Gu explained, "This is a senza bean. Consuming it will restore your injuries." He then retrieved another from his waist and, after a few chews, swallowed it, immediately feeling a surge of vitality. Vegeta, not hesitating, swallowed the bean in one gulp, and his injuries swiftly healed. He stared in astonishment at his own body, regarding Chen Gu with an expression akin to admiration. Chen Gu, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Do not look at me like that. I have come to seek your assistance. We are not well acquainted. Why should I help you?" Vegeta replied with a sly grin, flexing his fist to gauge his strength. "Do not be so quick to refuse. Allow me to present my terms first." Chen Gu responded. Vegeta appeared intrigued, awaiting further explanation. Chen Gu continued, "I am aware of your desire to enhance your strength to confront Frisia. To be candid, reaching 60,000 is commendable. However, this level of combat power falls short." Vegeta felt a sense of pride from the initial compliment, yet his mood soured upon hearing the latter statement. Undeterred, Chen Gu pressed on, "I possess a method to significantly elevate your power. You need not doubt my intentions. I would not seek you out were it not for this matter." "What are your terms?" Vegeta inquired directly. Chen Gu smiled, finding it pleasant to converse with an astute individual. "You wish to confront Frisia, and we too must face him. Let us collaborate. What do you say?" Vegeta appeared contemplative, remaining silent for a moment before asking, "How shall we collaborate?" Chen Gu's lips curled into a slight smile. "First, I will assist you in enhancing your strength. We can discuss other matters later. Come, let me take you to a place where you can amplify your power." As Vegeta prepared to take flight, Chen Gu quickly interjected, "You are moving too slowly." Vegeta looked at Chen Gu in confusion. Chen Gu placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder, and with a swift motion, they vanished from their location. Before the Grand Elder, two figures appeared out of thin air. Both possessed tails, yet one exuded a comforting and tranquil aura, while the other radiated an evil and chaotic energy. Chen Gu and Vegeta, respectively. Upon arriving, Vegeta sensed the palpable hostility from those around him and remarked, "Chen Gu, hurry up." Nilu, feeling irked, yet realizing Vegeta's strength exceeded his own, suppressed his anger and fixed his gaze intently on Vegeta. Chen Gu turned to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I implore you." The Grand Elder nodded and addressed Vegeta. "Step forward, Saiyan." Vegeta slowly approached the Grand Elder, who placed his hand upon Vegeta's head, but Vegeta's energy flared momentarily, as if resisting, but the Grand Elder gently urged, "Do not resist. Yet Vegeta maintained his defensive posture. Chen Gu asked, "Do you not wish to enhance your strength?" Humph. Vegeta let out a grunt and lowered his defenses. Immediately, a radiant white light emanated from the Grand Elder's hand. Bulma, standing beside Chen Gu, gazed at the fearsome Vegeta and inquired, "Is he the Saiyan who intended to invade Earth? He doesn't seem particularly formidable, does he?" Chen Gu swiftly covered Bulma's mouth, casting a furtive glance at Vegeta. Strangely, Vegeta appeared to disregard Bulma, as if he had not heard her at all. After a short while, an overwhelming aura emanated from Vegeta, prompting Chen Gu to envelop Bulma and Gohan with his own energy. Feeling the pressure of the aura surrounding him, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, is Frieza still my opponent this time? The others regarded him as if he were a fool, and Chen Gu spoke up. Yet with a combat power of only 650,000, you're feeling cocky. Not to mention, Goku currently possesses nearly 1.5 million in combat power. Vegeta seemed doused with cold water, gradually retracting his aura and reducing it to 60,000, asking, "So Kakarot has a combat power of 1.5 million. Does that mean he can transform into a Super Saiyan?" Chen Gu's heart sank. How did he fixate on the Super Saiyan transformation? He thought for a moment before responding. "That is quite possible. As I mentioned, becoming a Super Saiyan requires a combat power exceeding 1 million and extreme emotional intensity. However, there is indeed another condition." "What condition?" Vegeta asked impatiently. "Currently, Saiyans cannot transform into Super Saiyans due to their diluted bloodline, which hinders their power. Yet, since we have reached such high levels of strength, we have overcome the issue of insufficient combat power. However, the bloodline problem is not easily resolved and can only be addressed through another method." Chen Gu paused momentarily. "What method?" Goku inquired. "Within our bodies exists a substance known as S cells, but these cells are scarce at birth for Saiyans to increase the number of these S cells. There is but one way." Chen Gu pondered aloud. Vegeta's anger flared. "Can't you just say it all at once?" Chen Gu waved his hand dismissively. "During periods of peace, the growth rate of S cells is significantly faster than for Saiyans who are in constant battle. This is why I previously stated that Goku and I would find it easier to transform into Super Saiyans before you. Are you suggesting that even if I reach a combat power of over 1 million and attain extreme emotional intensity, I still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta's aura began to rise again. "I've shared the method with you. But whether you can achieve it is up to you. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige, but you must think it through," Chen Gu stated sternly. Vegeta seemed to regain his composure, and his aura gradually subsided. "Now, let us discuss our plan to retrieve the Dragon Balls from Frieza." Chen Gu gestured for everyone to gather around. "Why not just go and take them? Why make it so complicated?" Vegeta retorted confidently. Chen Gu exhaled deeply and replied, "Everyone, I must confess that I have withheld some information. I owe you all an apology, but there is a crucial fact I must share." The group looked at him with puzzled expressions. Chen Gu continued, "Previously, I stated that Frieza's combat power is typically 530,000, which is accurate. However, when he transforms, his true power reaches an astonishing 120 million. 120 million? Krillin gasped, his mouth agape. Vegeta was equally astonished. "What?" Thus, I approached Frieza with utmost caution, even with the Kaioken tenfold. I would not survive a full force attack from Frieza. Therefore, we must strategize carefully. Chen Gu observed the serious expressions on their faces. "Now, let me outline my plan. I hope everyone pays close attention. Currently, Frieza is in his normal state, possessing only 530,000 in combat power, which facilitates our operation. Should he transform, we will be in dire straits, which is why I've been urging everyone to suppress their energy." Chen Gu paused. "Our objective this time is the Dragon Balls. And our goal is clear. I will use telepathic communication to maintain contact with everyone, so please remain vigilant." Goku nodded earnestly. "Brother, can a Super Saiyan defeat Frieza?" Vegeta also turned to Chen Gu. Without answering directly, Chen Gu replied, "We will do our utmost. Perhaps only by becoming Super Saiyans will we find out." With that, the group adhered to Chen Gu's plan and set off towards their objective. After they departed, 3 figures stood outside the Grand Elder's chamber, 2 with tails and 1 without. The trio comprised Chen Gu, Vegeta, and Goku. Chen Gu spoke slowly. We cannot afford to be careless. Confronting Frieza will undoubtedly be a tremendous strain. Although he has restrained his power, he remains a formidable opponent. Vegeta seemed to have an epiphany, his expression lightening. Chen Gu, as if reading Vegeta's thoughts, asked Vegeta, if you were to suppress your power to 10,000, could Guldo from the Ginyu Force kill you? Vegeta instinctively responded. If I suppress my power to 10,000, I would barely be able to fight back. Killing me would be impossible. Therefore, do not entertain the foolish notion of taking advantage of Frieza's untransformed state to eliminate him. Chen Gu warned coldly. Vegeta appeared to have been exposed, his pride slightly bruised. He huffed and fell silent. Goku voiced his concern. Brother, do you really think Gohan can handle this? Chen Gu furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. Exhaling, we must place our trust in him. This is a test for him, and besides, he has the sins of beings, does he not? Goku gazed anxiously into the distance. All right, it is time for us to depart, Chen Gu declared. The three of them soared towards Frieza. Just as they left, Bulma emerged from the Grand Elder's residence, watching their retreating figures with deep concern. Namek was as verdant as ever, with trees occasionally whizzing past. Gohan felt the weight of his objective's energy, his nerves fraying. This was his first real battle, and his opponent was a ruthless killer. That I can do this, Gohan affirmed resolutely, instinctively touching the sense of beans tucked in his chest. With his hands positioned in front, Gohan steadily approached his target, feeling the malevolent energy emanating from his foe that a flicker of fear gripped him. But he quickly steeled himself and flew onward. Not far from Gohan, a blue-skinned alien was on the move, and the scouter detected a combat power comparable to his own. An intensity of 16,000, the blue-skinned alien then gazed into the distance. Moments later, a child with a crew cut flew into view. Upon spotting Gohan, he inquired, "Who are you?" A kid with such strong combat power. Gohan, feeling a surge of anxiety, stammered, "I am Gohan." "Huh, so it's a snot-nosed brat." The blue-skinned alien laughed unabashedly. Gohan regarded the alien with gravity. Muttering to himself, "It's all right. Brother Chen Gu said that Xiuyi's combat power is only 2,000 above my own, so I still have a chance." The blue-skinned alien was none other than Xiuyi, who believed he had killed Vegeta, that he sneered disdainfully. "I killed Vegeta, who had a combat power of 18,000. Do you think you can come here and seek death? Enough chatter. I'm here to kill you, Xiuyi," Gohan declared boldly. Xiuyi's eyes gleamed with interest. "Oh, you know me. I won't tell you," he retorted. "Prepare yourself," Gohan shouted as he charged at Xiuyi. Xiuyi, despite his initial dismissiveness, did not underestimate the approaching child. Though Gohan was merely a kid, his combat power of 16,000 was undeniably real. Xiuyi met Gohan's charge head-on, and they engaged in close combat. Gohan, lacking battle experience, appeared quite naive in comparison to Xiuyi, who had fought numerous times. Moreover, Xiuyi's combat power surpassed Gohan's by 2,000. Gohan found himself repeatedly struck by Xiuyi's attacks, while most of Gohan's own strikes were deftly parried. The intensity of their battle escalated, causing the surrounding area to be ravaged by the shock waves of their conflict. Initially battered and bruised, Gohan gradually began to match Xiuyi's speed as time passed. As Gohan's strikes against Xiuyi increased in frequency, the latter gradually lost his advantage, leading to a deadlock in their close-quarters combat. Frustrated, Xiuyi pondered, "What is this kid's deal? He clearly couldn't hold a candle to me at the start, yet now he is matching me blow for blow. Could he possibly be a Saiyan? But he has no tail. Damn it." Unbeknownst to Xiuyi, Gohan's tail had also been removed. If Xiuyi were aware that his suspicion held truth, he might very well be driven to fury. Gohan, realizing that he seemed to no longer be at a disadvantage, quickened the pace of his assaults. Gradually, Xiuyi found himself struggling to withstand Gohan's relentless onslaught and decided to create some distance between them. Floating in the air, both combatants locked eyes, breathing heavily, their strenuous exertions leaving them somewhat oxygen-deprived. That moment, Xiuyi hurled an energy blast directly at Gohan. Caught off guard, Gohan was struck, exacerbating his injuries, clutching his wounded arm. Gohan's movements became sluggish. Xiuyi erupted into laughter. "You little brat, your growth truly astounds me. In such a short skirmish, you've managed to catch up to me, but the gap in our powers is exceedingly difficult to bridge." With that, Choi continued to bombard Gohan with energy blasts, most of which landed squarely on him. Gohan's injuries were becoming increasingly severe. Nevertheless, he refused to concede. As he beheld the multitude of energy blasts approaching, he shouted defiantly, positioning his hands before him to concentrate yellow energy orbs. Though some of Choi's blasts were deflected, the majority still surged toward Gohan. After a fierce exchange, Gohan was left battered and bruised. Choi, though not heavily injured, was also feeling the strain from his prolonged energy attacks, panting heavily. Gazing at Gohan, Choi declared, "No matter who you are, since you've come here, there's no turning back." He then assembled his most formidable technique. Gohan's left eye had swelled, making it difficult for him to see Choi clearly, yet he sensed a formidable energy gathering before him. Subsequently, Gohan placed his hands at his waist, invoking the Kamehameha as taught by Master Roshi. As the two warriors concentrated their energy, powerful auras radiated outward from their cores, colliding and then continuing to expand. "Kamehameha!" Choi shouted, unleashing his concentrated energy. Simultaneously, Gohan thrust his hands forward, sending forth a blue beam that collided with Choi's attack. The two combatants poured their energies into one another, striving to amplify their respective attacks. The junction of their energy waves, one blue and one purple. Friction generated a palpable tension, as if an explosion were imminent. Yet, as they continued to channel their energies, the anticipated explosion never occurred. Instead, the beams swayed back and forth, akin to two contenders engaged in an arm wrestling match. Gradually, Gohan's Kamehameha began to wane, the blue beam shortening whilst Choi's energy wave loomed larger, threatening to engulf Gohan. "Damn it! Is this truly insufficient?" Gohan muttered under his breath at that moment. A voice echoed in his mind. "If you perish, how heartbroken will your mother be? Do you wish for her sorrow?" Exhausted, Gohan seemed to discover a renewed sense of purpose, shouting, "I do not want that." With a surge of newfound vigor, he thickened the Kamehameha, pushing back against Choi's energy wave. Choi, witnessing the expanding blue energy wave before him, exclaimed in disbelief, "Why? Ah!" And with that, he vanished from existence, consumed by the Kamehameha. Gohan, his remaining eye barely open, smiled with relief as Choi disappeared, before collapsing to the ground. Just as he was about to hit the earth, a figure appeared beside him, steadying him and placing a senzu bean in his mouth before vanishing. Upon regaining consciousness, Gohan found himself alone, the earlier confrontation having been no mere dream. Assessing his newfound strength, he realized it had increased significantly, likely around 30,000, and he smiled with joy. Then, sensing the Elder Namekian's energy, he flew toward that direction. In a certain location on Namek, a figure materialized in midair. The person clad in yellow attire looked at the suddenly appearing figure dressed in white and inquired anxiously, "So, did Gohan win?" The two were none other than Goku and Chen Gu. Concerned for Gohan, Chen Gu had been vigilantly monitoring his energy. With a smile, Chen Gu replied, "All right, now it's time for us to get down to business." "I really don't understand you all. That if you sent him, why go and assist him?" Vegeta huffed in displeasure. Chen Gu and Goku exchanged glances but chose to ignore Vegeta. Subsequently, Chen Gu shifted the topic. "Let's go. Frieza is waiting for us." He then used telepathy to communicate with Krillin and Yamcha. As they drew closer to Frieza's malevolent and powerful energy, Chen Gu felt an increasing sense of dread. Shanbua, after a few beeps on his scouter, turned to Frieza and reported, "Lord Frieza, 3 power levels are approaching us. Point 2 at 50,000 and 1 at 60,000. The 60,000 seems to be Vegeta." After speaking, Shanbua remembered that his own base power level was only 23,000, not exceeding 30,000 even in transformation, and he gulped nervously. Frieza smirked slightly. "Oh, is that so? How intriguing." From a distance, the trio spotted Frieza, along with Shanbua and Dodoria by his side. Chen Gu felt a surge of alarm. This sensation is so oppressive. This was Chen Gu's first encounter with Frieza, and he wore a faint, somewhat eerie smile that Frieza's blood-red eyes fixated on Vegeta, who Chen Gu could clearly see was trembling slightly. The three of them gradually descended to a location not far from Frieza. Frieza regarded Vegeta with a casual demeanor, stating, "Vegeta, have you come to present the Dragon Balls to me?" He licked his lips as he spoke. Vegeta huffed, "You think too highly of yourself. There's no way I'd assist you in finding the Dragon Balls." Before Frieza could respond, Dodoria mocked, "How dare you speak to Lord Frieza like that? Vegeta, you must be seeking death." Vegeta retorted coldly, "I'm not like you. Just a dog for Frieza." Dodoria's anger flared, but recalling Shamba's earlier remark about Vegeta's power level, he restrained himself from responding. Meanwhile, Chen Gu's attention was fixated on the three Dragon Balls held by Shamba and Dodoria. Due to the larger size of Namex Dragon Balls, Dodoria cradled one in each hand. The green-skinned handsome man beside Dodoria was likely Shamba. If it weren't for knowing how repulsive Shamba became in his transformed state, even Chen Gu would find him quite appealing. Shamba also held a Dragon Ball in his right hand. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza remained unfazed, still sporting a sly smile as he replied, "Vegeta, you're not just here to insult Shamba and Dodoria, are you? Or do you believe you can take me on?" Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. "What if I can?" Frieza raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused, as if observing a child at play. Indeed, given Frieza's power level of 120 million, Vegeta's current strength of 60,000 appeared childlike in comparison. Frieza chuckled, "I wonder who has instilled such confidence in you. Is it your 60,000 power level?" After Frieza spoke, Shamba and Dodoria burst into laughter, believing they understood Frieza's strength well enough to know that 60,000 stood no chance against 530,000. Little did they realize, the power levels they were familiar with were merely suppressed. Seeing that the moment was right, Chen Gu stepped forward, smiling, "Greetings, Lord Frieza." Frieza turned his gaze to Chen Gu and, upon noticing the tail swaying behind him, his brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. Frieza did not recall any Saiyans still surviving, but thinking a single Saiyan posed no significant threat, he eased his frown and replied, "And who might you be?" "I am Chen Gu, and this is my companion, Kakarot," Chen Gu stated nonchalantly. Frieza smiled faintly, appearing quite gentlemanly, and nodded slightly at Chen Gu. "Might I inquire if Mr. Chen Gu and Mr. Kakarot would be willing to serve under my banner, with privileges and status equivalent to that of the Jinyu Force?" Chen Gu paused, taken aback by Frieza's unexpected turn of events, seemingly struck by a thought. He replied, "Even if we were to agree, I fear that you, Lord Frieza, would not feel entirely at ease with our compliance." "Oh, pray tell, Mr. Chen Gu, what leads you to such a conclusion?" Frieza inquired with an arched eyebrow. His curiosity piqued. Chen Gu smiled subtly, directly amplifying his battle power to 600,000, equivalent to Vegeta's total power at present. The formidable aura he emanated whipped through the air with a resonant whoosh. Shamba and Dodoria, gazing at the numbers displayed on the scouter, were rendered speechless, as the intensity of this aura matched their understanding of Frieza's own strength. Chen Gu continued, "I wonder, with such prowess, does Lord Frieza still feel secure in utilizing my services?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Mr. Chen Gu, you truly delight me with surprises. Allow me to assure you, even if you were 10 times stronger, I would still be willing to employ you. What say you, Mr. Chen Gu? I would be pleased to have you as the second in command of the Frieza force." Noticing Chen Gu's inclination to refuse, Frieza persisted, "Mr. Chen Gu, I am genuinely in search of talent. Consider this carefully. The terms are negotiable, and I find myself quite intrigued by you." As he spoke, Frieza's crimson eyes seemed to deepen, as if he sought to peer into Chen Gu's very soul. After all, no Saiyan had ever exhibited a battle power of 600,000 before. Chen Gu shook his head with a smile. "I have come to engage in battle with Lord Frieza, not to surrender." Frieza narrowed his eyes, seemingly attempting to discern Chen Gu's intentions. Eventually, he regained his composure and slowly remarked, "Since Mr. Chen Gu harbors such a desire, it seems I must demonstrate my strength to persuade you otherwise. Respectfully, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Let us find a secluded place to avoid damaging the Dragon Balls." Chen Gu replied with a sardonic grin. Frieza directed his gaze at Shamba and Dodoria. "I entrust you both with the protection of my Dragon Balls. I shall return shortly. Despite the politeness, his tone brooked no argument. Both Dodoria and Shamba responded simultaneously, yes. Subsequently, Chen Gu exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, leading Vegeta and Goku to soar into the distance, with Frieza in close pursuit. Chen Gu, mindful of Frieza's presence, utilized telepathic communication to inform Krillin and Yamcha. Frieza has taken the bait. Await our signal to engage. Lest we draw his attention prematurely, act decisively and swiftly. Remaining vigilant of Frieza, Chen Gu was suddenly addressed by him. I am curious, Mr. Chen Gu, how did you acquire such formidable battle power? I recall that the strongest Saiyan had a power barely exceeding 10,000. Oh wait, now, it is Vegeta, who possesses over 60,000. As the distance between them widened, Chen Gu gazed at Frieza with an enigmatic smile. Are you familiar with the term Super Saiyan? Frieza's body halted abruptly, his expression shifting to one of wariness as he fixed his blood-red gaze upon Chen Gu. As if ready to devour him whole, he then slightly parted his lips. Are you suggesting that you are a Super Saiyan? Chen Gu chuckled softly. Lord Frieza, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary Saiyan. As for the Super Saiyan, I believe you have indeed heard of it, or else you would not be so taken aback. What brings you to know of the title Super Saiyan, Mr. Chen Gu? Frieza narrowed his eyes, his aura intensifying ominously. Chen Gu released the formidable power he had previously displayed, the 600,000 battle power radiating forth as he calmly stated. If Lord Frieza wishes to uncover the truth, perhaps we should witness your strength first. Frieza withdrew his dangerous gaze and smirked. It appears that without showcasing my own power, I cannot elicit an explanation from Mr. Chen Gu. Chen Gu raised a hand to halt the conversation. I am not yet inclined to engage you. Let him take the first strike. He gestured toward Vegeta. Both Vegeta and Frieza furrowed their brows. Vegeta glanced at Chen Gu, attempting to discern his intent. Frieza, equally perplexed, scrutinized Chen Gu. What does Mr. Chen Gu imply by this? Frieza perceived Vegeta's battle power of merely 60,000 as a foe he could easily annihilate. Chen Gu maintained his serene demeanor, addressing Vegeta. This is your opportunity to elevate your strength, is it not? What elevation? Vegeta began to retort, but then seemed to have an epiphany, turning to Frieza and declaring, Frieza, come at me. Frieza pointed a finger at Vegeta, mockingly declaring, Vegeta, you seem quite confident. However, I wonder if your confidence aligns with your actual strength. In an instant, a beam of purple energy shot forth from his fingertip, striking Vegeta squarely in the chest. Without even sparing a glance at Vegeta, Frieza turned his attention back to Chen Gu, preparing to speak. Suddenly, a fist collided with Frieza's face, sending him crashing into a lake. Leaving him momentarily dazed, Vegeta, observing Frieza's plunge into the water, wore a smug expression and taunted, Frieza, I must say, I am rather disappointed. I expected you to possess far greater strength. After a brief interval, a figure emerged from the lake, revealing Frieza, albeit with a spacecraft in a state of ruin beneath him. Frieza glared at Vegeta, his fury evident as he noted the scouter's reading of 650,000 battle power, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features before he erupted into laughter. I did not anticipate that even Vegeta had grown so powerful. Mr. Chen Gu, my interest in you is truly piqued. He licked his lips as if savoring a delectable dish. Vegeta reveled in Frieza's humiliation, wearing an expression of pride. Frieza regarded the trio before him and stated coolly, I concede that you are formidable. However, do you truly believe this level of power is sufficient to vanquish me? With that, Frieza began to roar, as though unleashing some pent-up energy. Chen Gu communicated telepathically to his companions, be cautious. Frieza is about to transform. Though they had heard Chen Gu mention Frieza's transformations, neither had witnessed it firsthand, and both were filled with curiosity. Moments later, they beheld Frieza's form expanding, his two horns growing larger and curving ominously. Vegeta, feeling the oppressive aura of Frieza's power exceeding 1,000,000, swallowed hard but did not falter. He charged directly at Frieza. At this juncture, Frieza no longer feared the 65,000 battle power of Vegeta, yet perhaps due to having suppressed his own strength for an extended period, he initially struggled to fully control his newfound power. finding himself only slightly ahead of Vegeta at the outset. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Chamber and Dodoria inquired, "How long do you think it will take Lord Frieza to deal with those individuals?" Chamber replied, "Though their strength is commendable, they are little more than playthings in Lord Frieza's hands that I am uncertain how long he intends to toy with them. We shall simply wait patiently." Suddenly, two shadows darted past behind them. In an instant, two figures materialized before Chamber and Dodoria. Observing the newcomers, Chamber noted one was a bald man with no nose, while the other had long hair, and he frowned, asking, "Who are you?" The two figures were none other than Krillin and Yamcha, part of Chen Gu's plan. Krillin turned to Yamcha. "Which one do you want?" Yamcha surveyed the scene and declared, "I want that plump one." Chamber and Dodoria, noticing the bald man had not responded to their inquiry and was instead dividing the two like prey, first checked the scouter for their battle power, which fell below 10,000, and mocked, "With such pitiful power, you dare to discuss who will face us?" Turning to Dodoria, Chamber instructed, "You safeguard the Dragon Balls. I shall handle them." Krillin retorted, "It seems you are the ones who fail to grasp the situation. You think you can take us both on alone?" Exchanging a resolute glance with Yamcha, they both raised their battle powers to 80,000, adhering to Chen Gu's instruction to avoid exceeding a certain limit. Otherwise, if detected by Frieza, it would spell trouble. Thus, the two merely elevated their power levels to a standard sufficient to easily contend with Shanbua and Dodoria. Shanbua observed the escalating battle powers on the detector, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he thought, "Damn, why are there so many races that can alter their battle power?" At that moment, the voices of Chen Gu echoed in the minds of Krillin and Yamcha. "Make it swift, do not linger in battle. The Dragon Balls are our primary objective." Understanding the urgency, Krillin and Yamcha charged directly at Shanbua and Dodoria. Shanbua, disregarding everything else, transformed into the grotesque form of a frog. The battle between the two sides was imminent. Krillin, upon witnessing Shanbua's frog-like transformation, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After unleashing an energy wave, Shanbua attempted to flee towards Frieza. Noticing Shanbua's escape, Krillin unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kienzan. Cleaving Shanbua in half, he then retrieved the two Dragon Balls that had fallen to the ground and awaited Yamcha at the predetermined location. Meanwhile, Yamcha engaged Dodoria in close combat. Dodoria, clutching a Dragon Ball in one hand, struggled to counter Yamcha's onslaught. Soon, Dodoria could no longer withstand the pressure and threw the Dragon Ball to the ground. However, even with both hands, Dodoria found it difficult to fend off Yamcha, whose battle power far exceeded his own, and he quickly began to falter, realizing that the attack coming from Yamcha was the Spirit Ball. Dodoria, knowing he was outmatched, cried out for help to the detector. "Lord Frieza, save me." Then he vanished from existence. Yamcha, oblivious to Dodoria's final words, picked up the Dragon Ball from the ground, grinning with delight. What a stroke of luck! And proceeded to the rendezvous point with Krillin on the other side. Frieza, having heard the distress call emanating from the detector, coldly remarked, "So, you dare to covet my Dragon Balls?" He then ceased holding back, unleashing his full power against the nearby Vegeta. Aware of his disadvantage, Vegeta nonetheless fought tenaciously, clinging to Frieza like a tenacious leech. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Chen Gu immediately communicated telepathically with Krillin and Yamcha. "Hurry. Frieza has sensed that his subordinate has fallen." Krillin and Yamcha exchanged startled glances, realizing that encountering Frieza could lead to their swift demise. They quickened their pace, reaching the meeting point before swiftly flying towards the Elder's location. Chen Gu watched as Vegeta was knocked to the ground by Frieza's punch, yearning to intervene, but ultimately holding back. As Vegeta struggled to rise, Goku urged, "Brother, let us go help him." Chen Gu assessed the situation and decided it was time to rescue Vegeta. The trio maintained their telepathic connection, with Vegeta's faint voice resonating in their minds. "Don't come over, I can still fight." He then charged at Frieza once more, observing Vegeta repeatedly rushing at Frieza only to be repelled each time. Chen Gu noted the increasing severity of Vegeta's injuries. However, Vegeta appeared undeterred, a relentless machine driven by determination. Frieza, seemingly fatigued, unleashed his death beam, manifesting multiple purple beams that surged towards Vegeta. Exhausted, Vegeta gazed at the incoming beams with a smile, only to be pierced through multiple times, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's loss of consciousness, fixed his gaze intently on Frieza. Although he wasn't particularly familiar with Vegeta and had battled him before, the fact that he was one of their own stirred discomfort within him. Frieza maintained a faint smile. Now, tell me, where have you hidden the Dragon Balls? If you return them, I may spare your lives and allow you to continue as my subordinates. Mr. Chen Gu, what say you? It seems I shall once again disappoint Lord Frieza. We still have two individuals on our side. Chen Gu replied with a wry smile directed at Frieza. Frieza raised an eyebrow. Oh, just the two of you? Even if your powers are equal to Vegeta's, you are still no match for me. Goku stepped forward, gravely declaring, Frieza, I challenge you. Frieza glanced at Chen Gu, noting his lack of reaction. Then spoke, if you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. Once you are all dead, I will reclaim my Dragon Balls. Goku raised his energy to 1,050,000, assessing his strength before facing Frieza. Come on. Frieza, let me see just how powerful you truly are. Frieza, amused by the numbers on the detector, remarked, oh, a battle power of 1,050,000. Truly, only Saiyans could be the finest toys. Chen Gu, sensing Goku's 1,050,000 battle power, sighed inwardly. This guy, regardless of his past life or present, is ever so fond of fighting. Given the chance, he must experience it to the fullest. Observing the distant sky, he noted Goku and Frieza poised for confrontation. Goku adopted a fighting stance, his left hand bent, right hand resting at his waist, left foot advanced, seemingly searching for Frieza's weakness. Frieza floated calmly, his blood-red eyes regarding Goku with a bemused expression, as if this toy must be savored to the fullest. A leaf drifted between them, carried by a gentle breeze, fleeting past as they prepared to engage. The air resonated with the sounds of their clash, reminiscent of colossal entities colliding. Chen Gu's gaze followed their movements. Captivated by the intensity of their battle, the atmosphere crackled with energy as Frieza taunted Goku, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that appeared to barely faze him, as though he felt nothing while relentlessly attacking Goku. Goku, brimming with excitement, relished the encounter. Finding it rare to face an equally matched opponent, he soon realized that his punches against Frieza felt akin to a mere mortal striking steel. Frieza seemed unfazed while Goku endured the pain from Frieza's relentless assaults. Gradually, Goku heightened his energy, reaching his current limit of 1,500,000 before halting to this point. He found a match against Frieza considerably easier, Frieza's punches feeling less painful, and his own attacks proving effective. With newfound resolve, he unleashed his full force in a relentless assault against Frieza. Frieza, observing Goku's battle power steadily rising on the detector until it reached 1,500,000, grinned with excitement. It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. This truly is thrilling. Goku replied, I feel the same. It's exhilarating. Their forms then dispersed. Frieza cracked his neck and remarked, after all these years aside from my father and brother, you are the first to push me this far. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered. Goku assumed a fighting stance. Frieza continued, since you possess such confidence, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. With that, Frieza bent down, his expression contorted with effort. Yet Goku sensed an immense surge in Frieza's energy. Without interference, Goku allowed Frieza to transform. Moments later, Frieza's muscles expanded further, resulting in a more robust physique. Chen Gu, observing Frieza's transformation, could not help but acknowledge that this was the most grotesque of all his forms. Reminiscent of Babidi minion, Pui Pui, the hideous Frieza declared, this is my third form, with a battle power nearing 3 million. Twice yours, I wonder if you can still maintain that confidence. Goku seemingly disregarded Frieza's grotesque appearance, exclaiming, wow, that's incredible. You can transform, and your energy is twice mine. Frieza, pleased by Goku's admiration, could not suppress a smile, relishing the praise. However, Goku's subsequent words obliterated Frieza as pride, that I too can become stronger. I simply don't change physically. Goku placed his hands at his waist, gradually gathering energy, before shouting, Kaioken times 2. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy enveloped Wukong, doubling his strength to an impressive combat power of 3 million. Wukong cast a radiant gaze upon Frieza. Exclaiming, "Shall we continue?" Frieza paused momentarily, then responded with a tone of intrigue. "Fascinating, truly fascinating." His repetition of the word fascinating suggested he had never encountered a Saiyan quite like Wukong before, and he cast a fleeting glance towards Chen Gu. Meeting Frieza's gaze, Chen Gu thought to himself, "It seems Frieza has already deduced that I might possess a similar technique. I must tread carefully. He's yet to take this seriously, but if he decides to focus on me, I will be in dire straits. I cannot match his strength at present." Noticing Frieza's distraction, Wukong turned to follow his line of sight and found him observing Chen Gu, without a hint of hesitation. Wukong announced, "This technique is called the Kaioken, and my brother, Chen Gu, can also utilize it. Now let us resume our battle." Frieza's expression morphed into one of knowing acknowledgement. Chen Gu, hearing Wukong disclose his technique so brazenly, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What audacity! How overconfident he is! Suspended in midair, Wukong and Frieza seemed to share an unspoken agreement, as they both darted towards each other simultaneously. Engaging in a flurry of blows, the devastation they wrought upon the surroundings appeared to amplify exponentially, with mountains and trees being obliterated as their forms flickered in and out of existence. Wukong, exhilarated by Frieza's presence, unconsciously intensified his ki. As their attacks proved ineffective against one another, they momentarily disengaged. Wukong thrust his hands forward repeatedly, each motion conjuring a yellow energy sphere that sped towards Frieza. Frieza, observing the incoming orbs, concentrated energy into his hands, swatting them aside with deft movements, causing devastation to the terrain around them. With a sinister grin, Frieza proclaimed, "Now, let you taste my death ball." He extended a finger towards Wukong. Gathering a swirling mass of purple energy, soon, beams of violet light erupted from the sphere, hurtling towards Wukong. In response, Wukong crossed his arms before his chest, enveloping himself in ki. Just as he completed this maneuver, Frieza's death ball struck him directly, and an explosion echoed through the air, each detonation powerful enough to obliterate a small city. Gradually, as the dust settled, Wukong emerged unscathed, proclaiming, "Triple Kaioken." His energy surged, doubling once more to a formidable 5 million. Chen Gu, witnessing the vibrant aura surrounding Wukong, felt a weight lift from his heart, a slight smile gracing his lips. It appears this fellow relishes a good fight, even when the situation is dire. Frieza, observing Wukong's newfound strength, smirked, "Oh, you can increase your power even further? I wonder just how much you can elevate it." After uttering this, Frieza's visage transformed into one of malice, and in an instant, he underwent a metamorphosis. His form shrank, his head and shoulders adopting a purple hue, while the rest of his skin remained a ghastly white. Chen Gu furrowed his brow, recognizing Frieza's final form. So, he is finally transformed. Subsequently, Chen Gu utilized telepathic communication to reach out to Krillin, inquiring, "Have you arrived at the Grand Elder's location yet?" In mid-flight, Krillin hesitated briefly before continuing, responding, "Not yet, but we are close to it. Should be any moment now. Make haste to the Grand Elder without holding back your power." Chen Gu urged. Frieza, in his initial form, regarded Wukong with a slow, deliberate tone. "You are fortunate. This is my base state, with a combat power of approximately 3 million. However, he paused as his ki began to escalate. Sensing the impending danger, Wukong charged at Frieza, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, which Frieza effortlessly countered. The two engaged in a high-speed exchange, and while Chen Gu initially managed to keep pace, he soon found himself unable to track their movements without resorting to the Kaioken, merely sensing their positions through ki. Wukong's voice rang out, "Quadruple Kaioken," and he rejoined the fray. "Quintuple Kaioken, sextuple Kaioken, septuple Kaioken, octuple Kaioken, nonuple Kaioken, decuple Kaioken." Finally, after a powerful declaration, Wukong fell silent. leading Chen Gu to surmise that this was Wukong's ultimate limit. As the two fighters separated, Chen Gu noted Frisia remained unscathed, a faint smile still gracing his lips, while Wukong was battered and his ki appeared chaotic. Their eyes met, and sensing Frisia's ever-increasing ki, an unease settled in Chen Gu's heart. Ultimately, Frisia's ki felt as potent as 25 million, and it continued to rise, darkening Chen Gu's expression. Furrowing his brow, Chen Gu telepathically inquired of Wukong. Wukong, can you endure? The opponent's ki has reached 25 million and is still climbing. Wukong replied resolutely, I'm fine. Brother, should I find myself unable to continue, I will rely on you. Chen Gu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, I cannot withstand this either. Yet he responded affirmatively, very well. Frisia observed Wukong and stated nonchalantly, I've only unleashed roughly 1/5 of my power, and you are already faltering? Wukong gasped in disbelief. What? His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, that if Frisia truly had only revealed 1/5 of his strength, then it was likely that his brother would not fare any better in a final act of desperation. Wukong communicated telepathically with Chen Gu. Brother, there is no turning back. We must fight to the end. Chen Gu replied resignedly. It seems we have no other choice. He turned to Frisia, stating, Since you are so formidable, would you mind if my brother and I join forces? With a wicked grin, Frisia retorted, Even if you both attack together, what of it? Since you challenge me, I shall not hold back, Chen Gu responded directly. Placing his hands on his hips and steadily amplifying his power until it peaked at 3.2 million, he then declared, Decuple, Kaioken. Instantly, a vibrant crimson aura erupted around him, even more intense than Wukong's, despite Chen Gu's superior strength. He had discovered that surpassing the tenfold Kaioken was beyond his physical limits, nearly overwhelming him in the tranquil wasteland of Namek. The scene unfolded with two young warriors encased in red energy and a pallid alien locked in a tense standoff. Chen Gu, Wukong, and Frisia. Frisia glanced at the scouter displaying Chen Gu's 32 million power level, grinning malevolently. Mr. Chen Gu, your surprises are anything but ordinary. Ordinary. I am still quite weak in comparison to you, Frisia, Chen Gu humbly replied. Exchanging a glance with Wukong, they charged towards Frisia from opposite sides. Frisia's expression darkened as he observed the impending assault. I had intended to spare you, but now I have changed my mind. I will kill you both, Chen Gu scoffed. Enough of your idle chatter. He delivered a powerful punch to Frisia's face, sending him careening into the distance. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Gu followed up with jabs, elbows, and kicks, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts towards Frisia. With Wukong joining in the assault, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, and after a moment, Chen Gu taunted Frisia, who appeared as if emerging from the earth. It seems, Frisia, that you have quite the taste for dirt. Enraged, Frisia's power surged as he bellowed. Chen Gu, I will make you pay. Chen Gu laughed. You wish for my demise? I must admit, Frisia, you are the first to address me so directly, and I find it rather amusing. But threatening me is not merely a matter of words. Though he maintained an outwardly relaxed demeanor, Chen Gu's inner tension was palpable, because he knew that just moments ago, Frisia's ki intensity was only 2500 W, and he had been carelessly injured by himself. However, Chen Gu had distinctly felt Frisia's ki surge once more, gradually surpassing 3000 W, 4000 W, 5000 W, 6000 W, ultimately stabilizing at an intensity of 6,000 W. Chen Gu's brow remained furrowed, and Goku also wore a concerned expression. Chen Gu turned to Goku. Shall we, as brothers, unite our strength for once? Goku appeared to have come to a realization and smiled back at Chen Gu. Sure. Brother. The two then assumed serious expressions, fixating intently on Frisia. Observing their solemn demeanor, Frisia declared, Prepare to meet your demise, and charged directly at Chen Gu and Goku. Chen Gu raised his hand in defense, but was instantly sent flying by Frisia's punch. Immediately afterward, Frisia unleashed a ki blast that struck Chen Gu squarely. Chen Gu crashed down, colliding with numerous mountains, ultimately embedding himself in a small hill. Looking at his slightly trembling arm, Chen Gu self-deprecatingly remarked, My strength is truly lacking. As for Goku, He had vanished from sight, and only upon closer inspection did Chen Gu realize he had fallen into a cluster of rocks on the other side. Chen Gu extracted himself from the mountain, gazing at Frisia. "You truly are formidable, Frisia. However, I seem to be feeling rather exhilarated." With that, he charged once more toward Frisia, just as Goku launched himself in the opposite direction. The two engaged Frisia in a relentless flurry of punches and kicks mid-air. Frisia, unperturbed, casually dealt with each of them with one hand, occasionally shifting to evade their lethal strikes. Although Chen Gu and Goku failed to inflict any tangible damage on Frisia, they remained undeterred, pouring their full strength into their assaults. While fending them off, Frisia retaliated, causing both of them to sustain continuous injuries. As the battle wore on, the mountains and rivers seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming force of their conflict. Trembling intermittently, Goku gradually began to tire, his ki waning. Chen Gu's own ki also diminished to some extent, whereas Frisia's ki showed no signs of decline. Realizing the dire situation, Chen Gu summoned a sliver of mental energy, constructing a psychic bridge to contact Krillin. "Have you arrived? We can't hold on much longer." Hearing the familiar voice, Krillin joyfully replied, "Chen Gu, we're here. The remaining Dragon Balls are on their way. Hurry and come over." Chen Gu thought to himself. Finally, they had arrived, but he did not feel relieved, responding, "Stay safe and be cautious of the Jinyu force." Noticing that the Dragon Balls in Frisia's possession had already been returned to the Grand Elder by Krillin, Chen Gu felt a sense of relief and prepared to return to the Grand Elder. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he flashed Frisia a sly grin. For reasons unknown, Frisia's heart skipped a beat upon seeing Chen Gu smirk. But he quickly reassured himself that even if Chen Gu's combat power had reached 3200 W, it was still insufficient to overcome him, allowing him to relax. The battle among the three continued as Chen Gu noticed Goku's ki was on the verge of collapse. Just as Chen Gu contemplated facing Frisia alone, Goku's voice echoed in his mind. "Brother, I can do this." Chen Gu glanced at Goku and nodded. However, not long after, Frisia's assault suddenly intensified, and both Chen Gu and Goku felt the pressure mounting. Chen Gu suspected that Frisia aimed to conclude the battle swiftly, yet he had no effective strategy against him. Suddenly, Frisia's attacks focused squarely on Goku, followed by a barrage of energy blasts that overwhelmed him. Chen Gu sought to assist, but found himself consistently obstructed by Frisia, unable to save Goku. "Damn it," Chen Gu cursed, yet he remained powerless to shield Goku from the onslaught. Soon, Goku's ki became exceedingly feeble. Frisia prepared a planetary piercing blast aimed at Goku. Sensing Goku's weakened state, Chen Gu estimated that if this blast connected, Goku would surely perish. Without hesitation, he activated instant transmission, positioning himself between Frisia and Goku. In an instant, he unleashed Kamehameha, colliding with the planetary piercing blast. However, Chen Gu's ki paled in comparison to Frisia's, and the planetary piercing blast detonated violently beside him. The ensuing explosion generated a thick cloud of dust that lingered for an extended period. As Chen Gu suddenly appeared between Frisia and Goku, Frisia's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not clearly seen how Chen Gu had materialized between him and Goku. Subsequently, his gaze turned ruthless, resolving to eliminate both. Especially Chen Gu. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Chen Gu emerged, one arm numb and bloodied, while Goku lay unconscious, devoid of awareness. Observing the faint breath of Goku, Chen Gu sighed in relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness you're alive. Otherwise, I would be an utterly negligent brother." Suddenly, Chen Gu whipped around, only to find Frisia standing directly in front of him, a white fist hurtling toward his face. At this moment, Frisia disregarded all semblance of gentlemanly conduct. Chen Gu's display of power had instilled a sense of crisis within him, compelling him to eliminate Chen Gu at once. Caught off guard, Chen Gu was sent hurtling backward by Frisia's blow, which was quickly followed by Frisia closing the distance. Seizing the opportunity while Frisia was distracted, Chen Gu swiftly retrieved a senza bean from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, his injuries and ki were restored. He then charged forward. Seeing Chen Gu rush toward him, fully recovered and capable of movement, Frisia unleashed his full strength to confront him. The two collided, their forms flickering as they moved at breakneck speed. Appearing almost as if they were teleporting, Chen Gu discerned a slight increase in his power. Under the tenfold Kaioken, his battle strength had reached 3,500 W, aware of the significant disparity between his ki and Frisia's. Chen Gu refrained from allowing Frisia any opportunity for ranged attacks, opting instead to engage him in close combat relentlessly. Frisia, unfazed, recognized that his body's resilience far surpassed Chen Gu's, believing that Chen Gu's defeat was merely a matter of time. As Chen Gu felt Frisia's fists connect with his body, each strike seemed to invigorate his muscles, rendering them more robust and refined, subtly enhancing his ki. Realizing this, Chen Gu lowered his guard and fully committed himself to the assault. Frisia, benefiting from his superior physical endurance, adopted an offensive strategy as well. Their battle unfolded in a state of complete vulnerability, with Chen Gu experiencing a curious blend of discomfort and pleasure. The sensation of muscle transformation was gratifying, while the pain from Frisia's assault was excruciating. Over time, Chen Gu noticed that his muscles had reached a saturation point, unable to grow any further. Yet Frisia's relentless attacks continued. Perplexed, he thought, despite exerting maximum effort with each strike. How is Chen Gu managing to endure for so long? Enduring the intense soreness in his muscles, Chen Gu felt as if he were on the brink of collapse, yet Frisia's onslaught persisted. With a roar, Chen Gu realized he had no choice but to continue battling Frisia. After a while, Chen Gu's body could no longer withstand Frisia's barrage. Blood flowed freely, and he felt as though his body might shatter at any moment. Observing Chen Gu's waning strength, Frisia decided to unleash a death beam, targeting Chen Gu's eyes. Caught off guard, Chen Gu was struck by Frisia's death beam, rendering him blind, and darkness enveloped him. Momentarily stunned by his loss of sight, Chen Gu was then struck to the ground by Frisia's ki blast. Panic surged through him as he recalled his previous life as a severely myopic individual, fearing the darkness that now engulfed him. Sensing Chen Gu's distress, Frisia relentlessly bombarded him with energy blasts. Chen Gu found himself in a state of utter disarray, desperately shielding his chest with his arms, but soon lost consciousness. Regaining his composure, Chen Gu reassured himself, "It's all right. I can still use my ki. Stay calm. Chen Gu, stay calm." He then focused on sensing Frisia's attacks through his ki, yet still found himself struck by Frisia's relentless onslaught. The aura surrounding Chen Gu had grown faint and feeble. Struck by Frisia's flame splitter, he collapsed to the ground, appearing on the brink of unconsciousness. Observing the defenseless Chen Gu, Frisia slowly remarked, "Mr. Chen Gu, your strength seems to be at odds with the confidence you previously displayed. Does it not?" With blindness and a loss of sensation in both arms, Chen Gu managed to utter, "It appears that Lord Frisia is rather self-assured as well. Does Lord Frisia not wish to learn about the Super Saiyan? With the strength of you and your companions, it seems you are not far from the legendary Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan is merely a myth. Should I slay you, there will no longer be any Saiyans in this world, and consequently, no Super Saiyans either. What do you say, Mr. Chen Gu?" Frisia analyzed calmly. Chen Gu felt a jolt of surprise. Frisia was indeed not easily deceived. Just as he was about to respond, he sensed something. Due to his blindness, he relied entirely on his to perceive the world, discovering that Goku had slightly revived and that Vegeta still had a faint presence. Although his vision was obscured, Chen Gu turned his head towards Frisia, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Is Lord Frisia so certain he can annihilate us?" Frisia narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "You are but a shadow of your former selves. Eliminating you will be as effortless as child's play." "That may very well disappoint Lord Frisia," Chen Gu replied, maintaining a faint smile, as if Frisia's threat bore no weight upon him. Frisia gathered a death beam between his fingers, this time particularly robust. Chen Gu felt the immense ki Frisia was channeling, his heart racing with alarm. Frisia pointed at Chen Gu and slowly proclaimed, "This is farewell. Mr. Chen Gu, I must admit, you have brought me much surprise, and I have thoroughly enjoyed our encounter." He then unleashed the concentrated death beam towards Chen Gu. Just as the death beam was about to strike, Chen Gu whispered, "Now's the time." In an instant, his form vanished from the point of attack and reappeared beside Goku. Leaning against Goku, he vanished once more, leaving a large crater where Goku once stood. A testament to Frisia's destructive prowess, he then materialized next to Vegeta and, with a wicked grin directed at Frisia, declared, "I told you, you cannot kill me." He then disappeared from sight. Frisia stared at the spot where Chen Gu had vanished, pressing a few buttons on his scouter, only to find that he could no longer detect Chen Gu and the other's energy signatures. Narrowing his eyes in fury, he growled, "I hope I never cross paths with you again." After another series of button presses on the scouter, he discovered that even the Jinyu force had vanished. Frisia bellowed, "Is anyone there? Respond." After a considerable delay, a stranger's voice finally emerged from the scouter. "Lord Frisia." "It is truly you, Lord Frisia. We have been saved. What is the current situation? Where is the Jinyu force, and where are my soldiers?" Frisia frowned. The voice trembled. "Lord Frisia, several strangers boarded our ship earlier, and now it is nearly destroyed. The Jinyu force has also gone dark." Frisia shouted, "Quick! Investigate any high-energy life forms on this planet." "Yes, Lord Frisia," the voice replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Chen Gu, having returned to the Grand Elder's side, succumbed to unconsciousness, his ki dwindling to its lowest ebb. Krillin expressed concern. Is Frisia truly that formidable? Even Chen Gu was nearly killed. Bulma, seeing Chen Gu bloodied and battered, lifted him in her arms and wept. Suddenly recalling something, she rummaged through Goku's belongings until she retrieved a pouch of senzu beans. She gently placed a bean in Chen Gu's mouth, cradling him tenderly. Krillin took a bean from Bulma's hand and fed it to Goku. After a while, both Chen Gu and Goku gradually regained consciousness. As time passed, Chen Gu felt discomfort in his eyes as they slowly healed, eventually restoring his vision. Realizing he was in Bulma's embrace, he held her tightly, wiping away her tears from her tear-streaked face. Rising, he noticed Vegeta still unconscious and retrieved a senzu bean from Krillin to give to him. After a moment, Vegeta also began to awaken. At this juncture, Chen Gu turned to his companions, noting that all the Dragon Ball warriors were present. He smiled faintly. "How did your battles fare? Were they resolved?" "Resolved, though they were rather weak," Raditz bluntly replied. Seeing the three recover, the others relaxed with smiles, nodding in agreement. Chen Gu turned to Piccolo and Tien. "Did you both handle your opponents as well?" "Yes," Tien replied quietly. Piccolo scoffed. "I certainly didn't want to return in such a state." Chen Gu awkwardly scratched his head. Piccolo glanced at Chen Gu's tattered clothing, frowning. How powerful is Frisia to inflict such severe injuries? Everyone looked to Chen Gu, awaiting his response. He shook his head and sighed. "I was the last to battle Frisia, and at that moment his combat power reached an astounding 60 million. "What?" Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Vegeta's expression turned sour, as the disparity was simply too great. "Chen Gu, it is a relief that you return alive." Krillin exhaled, relieved for Chen Gu's miraculous escape. Chen Gu lamented, "At that time, Goku, and I utilized the Kyoken X10. My power peaked at 35 million, while Goku's was 15 million. Yet, we could hardly withstand a few of Frisia's blows. There truly no way out." The Grand Elder sighed, gazing into the distance. Chen Gu inquired, "Krillin, what are the Dragon Balls? Are they gathered?" Oh, the Dragon Balls are indeed collected. The other elders have brought them." Krillin seemed to snap back to reality from his astonishment at Frisia's power. Chen Gu surveyed the group and slowly declared, "Friends, our adversary is exceedingly perilous. Now that the Dragon Balls are assembled, I've devised a plan." "What plan?" Vegeta's previously cold tone softened slightly. Taking a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, Chen Gu replied, "We must evacuate everyone except for myself from Namek." "Absolutely not," Bulma and Vegeta shouted in unison. Chen Gu looked gently at Bulma. "Frisia is truly a significant threat. I lack the confidence to confront him. If necessary, I can instantaneously leave this place. But what about you? To put it bluntly, your powers are insufficient against Frisia." The group frowned in discontent, yet no one contradicted him. For they were indeed weaker. Bulma stated resolutely, "Chen Gu, you promise to take me wherever you go. I want to be with you. Leaving alone serves no purpose. Even if it means death, I wish to be with you." Chen Gu gazed into Bulma's tear-filled, yet unwavering eyes. Feeling something stir within him, he thought, "How fortunate I am. This is the first time someone has shown me such kindness, If only I could stay by your side forever. Brother, I shall not leave either. You said we had the greatest potential to become Super Saiyans. I will remain to assist you. Goku affirmed with determination that I will not leave. As fellow Saiyans, I am no less than you. Vegeta huffed. Namek is my homeland, and I bear the responsibility to protect it. I will not abandon it. Piccolo stated, arms crossed, with a calm demeanor. Ten and Kairatsu exchanged glances. We shall not leave either. The remaining members echoed their unwillingness to depart. Chen Gu looked at his steadfast friends, his spirit reignited, and gradually smiled. Very well. We shall all stay and confront Frieza together. Nail, I implore you to summon the Eternal Dragon. Relocate all Namekians to a habitable planet. As for us, Chen Gu surveyed the determined gazes around him, deciding not to retreat. Nail surprisingly did not oppose Chen Gu's command. Nodding, I will ensure their safe passage. I will remain to assist you. Chen Gu momentarily paused, then seemed to recall something, nodding in acknowledgement. The group proceeded to the rear of the house where the Dragon Balls were placed. Chen Gu gazed at the 7 enormous Dragon Balls resting on the ground and murmured, Every time I behold the Dragon Balls, I feel an inexplicable sensation. How peculiar! What did you say? Bulma inquired, standing beside Chen Gu. Nothing, it might just be my imagination, Chen Gu replied, gently ruffling Bulma's hair as he turned his gaze back to the Dragon Balls. Chen Gu addressed Nail. Let us begin. Understood. Nail responded. Nail then displayed a look of reverence as he inhaled deeply and spoke to the Dragon Balls in the Namekian language, which Chen Gu could not comprehend. Arise. Shenron, please grant our wishes. In a distant part of Namek, the 7 shimmering orbs flickered incessantly, as if something were about to burst forth. Sure enough, a brilliant yellow light erupted from the Dragon Balls, and a dark cloud materialized in the sky, enveloping the area for miles. Before the onlookers appeared a colossal Shenron, seemingly emerging from the Dragon Balls themselves. Chen Gu observed the majestic dragon, noting its red eyes akin to those of Earth's Shenron, its upper body resembling a human, while its lower half was that of a dragon, adorned with powerful muscles that left a striking impression. Krillin swallowed hard. This Shenron looks rather unusual. The dragon's gaze seemed to fixate on Krillin, rendering him speechless with fear. Nail clarified, I cannot speak for what Shenron is like on your planet, but our Shenron is a figure of great respect among all Namekians. Please show him the respect he deserves. Krillin obediently fell silent. Goku, filled with curiosity, remarked, This Shenron appears much larger than the one on Earth, and seems quite formidable. Could we perhaps engage him in a battle? Nail raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Goku's words. Chen Gu, equally exasperated, interjected, Goku, don't be foolish. I'm serious about wanting to challenge him. Senior brother, Goku replied innocently. Let us deal with Frieza first. You can go ahead. Chen Gu shook his head. All right, Goku responded eagerly. Nail listened to their exchange, beginning to question his own values and beliefs. Piccolo urged, Hurry and make your wish. We cannot afford to waste time. Remember, Frieza is still on this planet and could find us at any moment. The group's expressions turned grave, and they ceased speaking, looking towards Nail. Nail nodded and turned his attention to Shenron. Just as he was about to voice his wish, an overwhelming and malevolent energy suddenly surged from the distant sky, suffocating the group and approaching them at an alarming speed. Chen Gu declared urgently, This is bad. It's Frieza. Quickly, make your wish. We don't have time to waste. He shouted at Nail, seeing Chen Gu's serious demeanor and feeling the suffocating energy approaching. Nail immediately spoke to Shenron in the Namekian language to express his wish. Chen Gu activated his technique, Sky Dance, propelling himself towards Frieza. Goku and Vegeta followed closely behind, while the others hastily joined in, leaving Bulma behind to voice her complaints to eye in the distance. Frieza observed Shenron and bellowed, I wish for eternal life. Chen Gu watched Frieza with a bemused expression, silently observing without adding further comments. After Frieza made his declaration, he floated in the air, sensing no immediate changes within himself after a prolonged wait. Frieza continued towards Shenron and soon spotted Chen Gu and the others. Noticing Chen Gu's amused demeanor, Frieza's urgency diminished. To him, Shenron could be sought again, but the individuals before him must perish. With a sly grin, he remarked, Mr. Chen Gu, I did not expect to see you again so soon. As Frisia's gaze shifted to the others floating beside Chen Gu, he initially displayed a wary expression, then activated his scouter, scoffing. Mr. Chen Gu, do you truly believe that this ragtag group poses any threat to me? Haha. Chen Gu regarded Frisia's arrogance with a calm demeanor. It seems King Frisia still enjoys underestimating others. I wonder if this time will leave you astonished? Frisia replied slowly. Oh, I am indeed looking forward to the surprises you may unveil. Mr. Chen Gu, he then concentrated a purple energy sphere at his fingertip, causing Chen Gu to sense an ominous threat. What do you intend to do? Chen Gu cautioned, I have no interest in toying with weaklings. It is far more efficient to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Frisia taunted. Vegeta and Piccolo charged directly at Frisia, but as they approached, they were met with Frisia's multiple death beams. Everyone, stay safe. This technique is immensely powerful. Chen Gu warned that in an instant he unleashed a tenfold Kaioken. Yet it was still insufficient to protect everyone in time. Chen Gu managed to save Gohan, while Goku shielded Piccolo, and Vegeta braced himself against Frisia's assault. The remaining members of their group suffered severe injuries and fell unconscious, their energy levels plummeting to the brink of death. Frisia gazed at the 5 remaining individuals suspended in the air, noting the crimson aura emanating from Chen Gu and Goku, indicative of the Kaioken. Observing the scouter's readout, he mused, Saiyans are indeed a remarkable race, their power continuously escalating. Under Chen Gu's tenfold Kaioken, his battle power soared to 50 million, while Goku reached 30 million. Vegeta, lacking the Kaioken, still managed a battle power of 2 million. Piccolo and Gohan, in Frisia's eyes, appeared relatively weak. A.S. Chen Gu furrowed his brow. He suddenly sensed that the energy on Namek had dissipated almost instantaneously. Instinctively, he glanced towards Nail, who signaled him with a knowing look. Chen Gu understood immediately. Establishing a mental connection with Nail, he thought, it seems we have succeeded. Indeed. However, we have expended 2 wishes, one to locate a suitable planet, and another to transfer the remaining individuals to that planet. Nail replied. Chen Gu acknowledged with a brief then remained silent, his gaze fixed on Frisia, wary of his potential actions. Suddenly, he heard Nail's voice. Chen Gu, I hope you can lead everyone to defeat Frisia. Chen Gu instinctively responded, I will do my utmost. After a moment's hesitation, Nail stated solemnly, please summon Piccolo. I require his assistance. Chen Gu pondered, are you truly going to make this decision, Nail? He then turned to Piccolo and said, Nail is seeking you. You should go, he may have no other choice. And take Gohan with you. Piccolo, somewhat bewildered by Chen Gu's request, realized he was unable to contribute in this situation and nodded. Addressing Gohan, let us go, kid. Gohan glanced at Chen Gu, then at Goku. Before following Piccolo towards Nail, Frisia observed the departure of the 2 without uttering a word, a faint smile lingering on his lips, as if everything was firmly under his control. Goku turned to face Frisia, stating, Senior brother, I said I would go first. You mustn't go back on your word. Before Chen Gu could respond, Vegeta interjected, I never agreed to that. The 2 then charged at Frisia. Frisia regarded the approaching duo, his lips curling into a slight smirk. With your combined power, you are hardly a challenge worthy of my full attention. He then conjured a purplish-red energy wave in his hand and sent it hurtling towards them. Goku managed to withstand Frisia's casual attack, but Vegeta sustained significant injuries. Vegeta cursed, damn it, what techniques are Chen Gu and Kakarot employing? Despite having a base power only a couple of million higher than mine, they can amplify their strength tenfold. How infuriating. I cannot even contribute. As he ranted, Vegeta charged towards Frisia again. While Frisia was engaged in close combat with Goku, he unleashed another death beam aimed directly at Vegeta's chest. Damn it, not this move again. I can't even evade it. How infuriating, Vegeta thought, before losing consciousness. Chen Gu, witnessing his fallen comrades, activated Sky Dance to fly towards them, intent on administering the Senzu beans as soon as Chen Gu began to move. Frisia unleashed a devastating energy wave directly at him, forcing Chen Gu to fend off Frisia's assault. Chen Gu turned to Frisia and inquired, if they are not your adversaries, why must you resort to violence against them? Frieza responded with a sinister grin. Mr. Chen Gu, you have surprised me greatly, and has left me quite displeased. Therefore, I shall indulge in anything that brings you discomfort. You! How despicable! Chen Gu exclaimed. Mr. Chen Gu can indeed get angry. It seems these individuals are quite significant to you. Frieza observed the injured figures on the ground with narrowed eyes, then unleashed another death beam toward the severely wounded combatants. You dare, Chen Gu shouted, soaring into the air to confront Frieza. No, Goku yelled, channeling all his energy toward Frieza. Frieza, noticing the two charging at him, smirked as if his plan had succeeded, then directed the death beam at both Goku and Chen Gu. Chen Gu cursed, how dare you toy with me? Quickly, Chen Gu enveloped his arms in energy, shielding his chest. However, just as he regained his composure, a barrage of death beams struck him unawares, sending him hurtling into a massive boulder, momentarily immobilized. Senior brother, Goku cried out, continuing his fierce melee with Frieza. Meanwhile, Nelu addressed Piccolo, we must act this way to seize our chance for victory. This is my decision. At that moment, Piccolo finally grasped the meaning behind Chen Gu's earlier remark about perhaps lacking a choice. Ultimately, he simply nodded faintly. I understand. Seeing Piccolo relent, Nelu smiled in relief and released his energy. Piccolo placed his hand upon Nelu's chest, and a surge of pure energy flowed into him. He felt as though his heart and body had become more complete, as if his previous self had been lacking. This sensation soon faded, leaving behind an impression of a mere illusion. The moment Nelu offered his energy on a distant planet inhabited by Namekians. The elder sighed softly, Nelu, you have chosen this path. As Nelu's energy dissipated entirely, Piccolo's energy surged from 500,000 to 1 million. 2,000,000,500,000, stabilizing at the latter intensity. Piccolo clenched his fists, feeling the immense power coursing through him as he gazed at Frieza. Simultaneously, Goku, engaged in close combat with Frieza, paused. Both Frieza and Goku turned their attention to Piccolo, with Frieza chuckling, how intriguing that a Namekian could grow so powerful. Goku exclaimed in delight, Piccolo has become incredibly strong. This is wonderful. Chen Gu extricated himself from the boulder, exclaiming, damn it, if I transform into a Super Saiyan, I'll obliterate you. Ouch, that really hurts. After a moment of reflection, he sensed Piccolo's energy had reached 5,000,000. Pondering, I recall that in my previous life, Piccolo and Nelu's fusion only yielded a battle power slightly over 1,000,000. Even with Piccolo's strength significantly increased, how could it reach 5,000,000? Moreover, there's a hint of Dragon Ball energy emanating from him. What could this mean? Unbeknownst to Chen Gu, this time Piccolo and Nelu had fused without sustaining injuries, both at their peak. Their mutual acceptance had rendered their fusion remarkably perfect, combined with Piccolo's original 500,000 battle power, resulting in his newfound strength. With a newfound ease, Chen Gu smiled. Having an additional 5 million in battle power greatly enhances our chances. He and Piccolo swiftly joined Goku's side. Frieza observed the trio, one with 3,000,000 battle power, and the other two at 5,000,000, his smile growing ever wider. With Piccolo's newfound strength, he felt emboldened, scoffing, you possess merely 6 million in battle power, with two at 5 million and one at 3,000,000. What is there to laugh about? Chen Gu's mouth twitched as he thought. Piccolo seems a bit too confident. I almost forgot that Frieza has only revealed half of his power. Oh, then why don't you all come to me together? I am eager to see how you intend to deal with me. Frieza remarked as if he had heard a joke. Chen Gu ignored the warning, exchanging knowing glances with Piccolo and Goku, nodding in silent agreement. Charging forward, Chen Gu led the way, with Goku on the left and Piccolo on the right, the three of them simultaneously rushing toward Frieza. Humph, just you three? Frieza bellowed, igniting a violet flame of energy around him. He unleashed a powerful kick toward the approaching Chen Gu, simultaneously deflecting Piccolo's right fist and catching Goku's left fist with his right hand, then sweeping horizontally to strike at all three. The battle erupted, the air crackling with the sound of violent collisions, reminiscent of explosions. Gohan, standing beside Bulma, marveled at the explosive sounds overhead, exclaiming, "How impressive! If only I could be that powerful. I must strive to become stronger." Gohan's eyes sparkled with determination. Bulma, covering her ears, anxiously gazed upward, murmuring, "Chen Gu, you must not come to harm." Initially, the skirmish among the three was manageable, but as the number of combatants increased, it became challenging to control their strikes without injuring their allies. Growing increasingly frustrated, Chen Gu employed telepathic communication to establish a mental link. From now on, follow my lead. Piccolo and Goku recognized that continuing in this manner would lead to their inevitable defeat and nodded in agreement with Chen Gu. While they engaged in telepathic communication in their minds, their physical movements remained relentless. However, they struggled to inflict significant damage upon Frieza, and their stamina was rapidly depleting. Internally, Chen Gu strategized using telepathic communication. "Next, we will proceed this way." He gradually outlined his plan. Subsequently, the trio suddenly split apart. Piccolo surged forward, unleashing his full strength against Frieza without reservation. Frieza, surprised by Piccolo's escalating onslaught, found it manageable to counter his attacks. Meanwhile, Chen Gu and Goku executed occasional feints while continuously gathering energy. Observers would note that their energy was steadily coalescing in their hands, growing stronger by the moment. Piccolo engaged Frieza in a frenzied melee. Initially, Frieza appeared unperturbed, but as time passed, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. And he scrutinized the attacking trio without perceiving any apparent change. As the battle progressed imperceptibly, Frieza's sense of unease intensified. He suddenly flew backward, evading their encirclement. "Now's our chance," Chen Gu shouted. With that, he placed his left hand on Goku's shoulder and executed instant transmission, teleporting both of them behind Frieza. Simultaneously shouting, "Kamehameha!" Two blue energy beams intertwined in an S shape before merging into one, swelling 4 to 5 times in size before striking Frieza. At the same time, Piccolo stacked his hand upon his forehead. Shouting Masenko, the combined Piccolo's Masenko unleashed a powerful assault upon Frieza. From the sidelines, Gohan cheered. "We did it!" Bulma, hiding behind Gohan, exclaimed in surprise. "Really? Has Frieza been defeated?" The tremendous explosion resonated, causing a ringing in their ears, enveloping the entirety of Namek in the cacophony of the blast. The sheer magnitude of the energy unleashed was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. However, the brows of Chen Gu and his companions furrowed in unison. They distinctly felt Frieza's energy not only remained unchanged, but appeared to have grown stronger. Intensifying by the moment, as anticipated, a dense cloud of smoke began to dissipate, revealing Frieza's figure, still adorned with a faint smile that now seemed even more menacing. Frieza cracked his neck and remarked nonchalantly, "It has been many years. You are the first to compel me to unleash my full power. I must admit, you have provided me with great amusement." A sense of exhilaration enveloped the atmosphere. But the phrase "very enjoyable" reverberated in the ears of Chen Gu and his companions like a grim reminder of their impending doom, instilling within them a powerlessness akin to that of an infant standing before a robust adult. Upon seeing the unscathed Frieza, Piccolo was taken aback. How could this be possible? The overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza rendered them breathless. Both Goku and Piccolo bore expressions of utter astonishment, while even Chen Gu felt an unease creeping in. Frieza regarded the trio with a sinister glint in his blood-red eyes, parting his lips slightly to utter, "This is the entirety of my power. What I previously used against you is merely half of my strength." What?" Piccolo exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Chen Gu reflected inwardly. The oppressive force of 120 million battle power is astonishingly potent. Experiencing such pressure firsthand is truly suffocating. He abruptly interrupted the stunned duo through their mental link. Frieza's strength is somewhat beyond expectations. "We can only fight to the death." Goku and Piccolo nodded in agreement, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Frieza smirked and inquired, "Do you know what I relish the most?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "I take great pleasure in witnessing the expressions of despair and shock that people exhibit before their demise. That blend of resentment and hopelessness is my favorite expression." With that, he licked his lips. Simultaneously, in the underworld, a figure with blue skin and antenna-like protrusions on his head stared at a particular direction, drenched in cold sweat. Were Chen Gu and his companions present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as King Kai of the North. Trembling, he muttered, "I never anticipated Frisia's full strength to be this formidable. Chen Gu and his friends are in grave danger. What to do? What to do?" Suddenly, an idea struck him. Soon after, Chen Gu heard King Kai's voice resonate within his mind. "Chen Gu, you can teleport like the yard rats, can't you? Since that planet now only has you left, use your instant transmission to bring them back. You have grown quite strong. With further training, you may yet defeat Frisia." "Lord King Kai, I've considered this method, but they are too scattered. I can't save that many," Chen Gu replied, frowning in his thoughts. "If all else fails, bring Goku and Piccolo back with you. Earth possesses Dragon Balls. You could use them to resurrect the others," King Kai suggested helplessly. Initially, Chen Gu found this feasible, but then he countered, "That won't work, Lord King Kai. The Dragon Balls require physical bodies to resurrect. If I take Goku and Piccolo away, the remaining bodies will surely be destroyed along with Namek, leaving them unable to be revived. I have no solutions left," King Kai sighed in resignation. Their mental exchange lasted but a fleeting moment, while Frisia continued to observe the three before him, making no move to attack, as if savoring the hatred and fear emanating from them. However, Frisia found little pleasure in their reactions, for Chen Gu merely glared coldly at him. Goku maintained a cautious gaze, hinting at a lingering desire to confront him, and Piccolo simply regarded him with disdain. The trio's eyes reflected a lack of profound hatred or fear towards Frisia. Though they acknowledged Frisia's might, there was no overwhelming resentment, for they remained alive and were aware that Chen Gu possessed the ability to teleport, allowing for a potential escape, thereby rendering fear unwarranted. Frisia, eyeing the trio, remarked wickedly, "It seems you are not particularly filled with despair or hatred for me. Have I been too merciful? Perhaps I need to be more ruthless." With that, he raised his hand. Chen Gu, as if struck by a thought, shouted, "Stop!" Yet Frisia maintained a faint smile, seemingly oblivious to Chen Gu's plea. In an instant, the injured individuals in the distance levitated uncontrollably into the air. Witnessing this, Chen Gu recalled the moment he had seen Frisia obliterate Krillin, who had also floated into the air before exploding. Without a moment to lose, Chen Gu unleashed all his energy and charged toward Frisia. Intent on stopping him before he could act, Frisia grinned malevolently and said, "This is more like it, Mr. Chen Gu. Allow me to let you experience the sensation of your companions perishing," as Frisia's raised hand clenched violently. Raditz exploded, leaving not a trace of flesh behind, akin to a firework bursting in the night. Initially, Piccolo and Goku were oblivious to Frisia's intentions, but upon witnessing Raditz's demise before them, dread washed over them, and they rushed toward Frisia without a second thought. Frisia regarded the furious trio and effortlessly repelled them back to their original positions with a single hand, coldly stating, "Who will be next?" Although Chen Gu was furious, he remained composed, knowing that even in death, they could be revived using the Dragon Balls. Piccolo retained a semblance of calm, yet Goku charged forward again, for to him, his friends were everything. "Then let us take them all together." With a slight grip of his hand, Frisia unleashed a devastating death ball, resulting in the instantaneous obliteration of Tien, Kairatsu, and Yamcha, reducing them to mere dust. As Chen Gu and his companions beheld the deaths of their comrades once more, their anger surged. Goku, witnessing his once-cherished friends fall victim to Frisia, roared, "Frisia, you will pay for this!" Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark clouds swirled ominously around Goku as an unseen force seemed to scatter them. Chen Gu sensed the air around them thickening, while an eerie stillness enveloped the sky. Goku's gaze was fixed on Frisia, his eyes ablaze with an invisible fury. Abruptly, a bolt of blue lightning struck nearby, and soon, countless arcs of blue electricity surrounded not only Goku, but also Frisia and Chen Gu. These bolts seemed to express a pent-up rage. Frisia, sensing the shift in his surroundings, merely took note of it, seemingly reveling in Goku's fury, remarking, "Such an expression of anger is truly delightful. Let us amplify your rage. With a swift motion, Frieza clenched his hand, causing Krillin and Vegeta's bodies to explode as if they had never existed in this realm. Frieza! Goku bellowed. Chen Gu stood beside Goku, acutely aware of the escalating energy radiating from him, and the surrounding blue lightning surged ever more intensely, as if on the verge of eruption. Suddenly, Goku's eyes turned entirely white. As though he had lost consciousness, his body uncontrollable, yet his power continued to rise without apparent limits. Frieza! Goku roared. The energy surrounding him became wildly chaotic, influenced by some unseen force. Chen Gu, positioned beside Goku, felt a slight loss of control over his own energy. In astonishment, he thought, how is this possible? Even my energy is beginning to slip from my grasp. Piccolo, equally astonished, gazed at Goku, gulping nervously as he asked, Chen Gu, is this what you meant by Super Saiyan? Chen Gu shook his head. Not yet. Not yet? Piccolo questioned, perplexed. Just wait and watch. Chen Gu urged with in an instant, a brilliant yellow beam of light enveloped Goku, shooting skyward as if reaching for the heavens. The sheer energy radiating from this beam left Chen Gu and Piccolo breathless. Goku's clothing and hair danced in the windless air, lifted as though caught in a tempest. Yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. This energy emanated a sense of immense power, as if Goku had transcended to a new realm. The red aura that once surrounded him had vanished, entirely eclipsed by the radiant yellow beam. Chen Gu carefully sensed the energy, noting that it had reached a formidable strength of 3 million, even without employing the Kaioken tenfold technique. Yet, it instilled in him an overwhelming sense of danger. Frieza, too, felt the weight of this energy, but the number 3 million displayed on his scouter did little to alleviate his tension. Then, Goku seemed poised to unleash his fury, shouting, Frieza! Wukong's eyes remained a ghastly white, yet his hair seemed to defy gravity, gradually standing upright. Simultaneously, his eyebrows and hair oscillated between shades of black and yellow, as if on the verge of transforming entirely into yellow. The atmosphere around him shifted dramatically from a tranquil silence to a tempestuous whirlwind. As if influenced by some ferocious force, before long, Wukong's once pure white eyes gradually revealed emerald pupils, while his hair and eyebrows settled into a vibrant yellow. That moment, his hair glimmered like golden strands, standing defiantly upright against gravity. Chen Gu sensed the immense chi emanating from Wukong, estimating it to be around 150 million. Strangely, this power exuded a sense of intimacy, as if it were intricately connected to his very being. Yet upon closer inspection, he felt nothing at all. The crimson aura surrounding Wukong shifted into a golden blaze, seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path. While it screeched through the air, the once tumultuous atmosphere appeared to revert to its original state. With the clouds above long gone, swept away by the winds, Wukong, feeling the formidable chi coursing through him, turned to Chen Gu and said, Senior brother, please take Bulma, Gohan, and Piccolo and leave. I cannot guarantee I can control myself at this moment. Chen Gu understood that transforming into a Super Saiyan for the first time often led to an inability to reign in one's overwhelming power. He nodded in agreement. Frieza squinted at Chen Gu and the others, declaring, None of you shall escape today. You will all perish here. Chen Gu regarded Frieza with a mocking tone, saying, Frieza, have you not always feared the Super Saiyan among the Saiyans? Allow me to enlighten you. Wukong's current form is indeed that of a Super Saiyan. Frieza appeared stunned by this revelation, exclaiming, Impossible! That is merely a myth. You cannot be a Super Saiyan. It cannot be. Wukong coldly locked eyes with Frieza, stating, Frieza, today marks your demise. For reasons unknown, Frieza felt a sudden pang of dread upon hearing Wukong's words. As if he were truly facing death, he then laughed, retorting, Even if you are a Super Saiyan, what does it matter? I have already annihilated your race. Even a Super Saiyan will perish in my hands. Wukong glared at Frieza before vanishing in an instant. Reappearing directly behind him, Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. This is merely the disparity in power. Wukong responded, his expression unfazed. He then delivered a crushing elbow strike to Frisia's nape. Frisia gasped, plummeting towards the ground in a flash. Wukong appeared beneath Frisia, executing a spinning kick that sent Frisia soaring once more into the air. After several exchanges, Frisia found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, it seemed that no party could maintain a position of ease for long. Gradually, Frisia appeared to acclimate to Wukong's strength, initiating a direct confrontation. The two engaged in a relentless melee. Chen Gu observed their battle from a distance, solemnly remarking, "This is not looking good." "What?" Piccolo inquired. Chen Gu elaborated, "Frisia's physical prowess is formidable. Even the body of a Super Saiyan cannot withstand prolonged close combat with a member of Frisia's race. That Wukong's current advantage lies in the intensity of his chi, not his physical strength." Subsequently, Chen Gu employed telepathic communication to reach out to Wukong. "Wukong, Frisia's physical strength far surpasses yours. Utilize your advantages to defeat him, but proceed with caution." After a lengthy wait, Chen Gu received no response from Wukong. The two continued their fierce battle, seemingly tireless. Chen Gu furrowed his brow. Is Wukong truly unable to control himself? This is troubling. As the clash between Wukong and Frisia intensified, Chen Gu contemplated leaving. Yet there were scarcely any spaceships left on this planet. If you were to take them away, Wukong would be left in a precarious situation, as Scions lack the ability to survive in the cosmos. Chen Gu continued to attempt telepathic communication with Wukong, but to no avail, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he resolved to disregard the frenzied Wukong for the moment. The battlefield's ferocity caused Namek to tremble, as if on the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, both combatants seemed to find a momentary equilibrium, parting ways, seemingly to catch their breath. Observing the panting Wukong and Frisia, Chen Gu felt an ominous premonition, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Only finding his brow furrowing deeper, Frisia spoke. "You are indeed formidable." Wukong, as if regaining his senses, replied nonchalantly, "You are no weakling either. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. But today you must die." Frisia continued, "Indeed." With that, he raised his hands to the sky, conjuring two orbs of purple light that coalesced in a circular energy disk reminiscent of Krillin's Kienzin. Frisia hurled these cutting discs towards Wukong, who, sensing their lethal potency, evaded them with a swift sidestep. However, the cutting discs circled back, targeting Wukong once more. Wukong felt the energy approaching from behind and dodged again, asserting, "Your attack cannot kill me. While its power is considerable, its speed is far too sluggish." "Oh, is that so?" Frisia replied dismissively. He then conjured more cutting discs, and soon a barrage of over a dozen discs pursued Wukong. He was forced to evade continuously, unable to swiftly counterattack. Frisia manipulated the discs with precision, relentlessly pursuing Wukong, whose movements became increasingly desperate as he eluded them. Just as the attention of all present was captivated by Wukong and the cutting discs in pursuit, several more discs hurtled towards Chen Gu and the others. Yet, they remained oblivious to the impending danger. Frisia observed Wukong's valiant demeanor, remarking, "I wonder if you can truly control your own power. Should it spiral out of control, who knows who will perish first?" For reasons unknown, Chen Gu felt an intensified sense of dread at Frisia's insinuation. In an instant, two purple cutting discs sped towards Chen Gu and Piccolo from behind. Although the speed was negligible for Wukong, it was alarmingly swift for Chen Gu and Piccolo. Sensing the ominous energy approaching, Chen Gu's skin prickled with foreboding. As if warning him of imminent peril, he swiftly grabbed Piccolo, vanishing and reappearing behind Wukong. The space they had occupied was obliterated in an instant. Chen Gu gazed at the remnants of their previous location, his heart racing with fear. The sudden pain coursed through his face as a crimson gash appeared. Blood trickling down, he wiped it away, his expression darkening. Wukong, noticing Chen Gu and Piccolo's sudden appearance behind him, realized the destruction of their former position. Wukong roared, "Frisia, you have gone too far." Frisia's chilling response echoed, "If I can provoke you into losing control, what does it matter?" His blood-red eyes betrayed no emotion. Frisia licked his lips, a sinister grin forming. "Ah, There are still consequences to come. Upon hearing Frisia's ominous words, Chen Gu experienced a fleeting pang of loss. As if something precious had been taken from him, that he quickly turned to Bulma, finding her gazing at him with concern, and felt a surge of relief. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed her expression was unnaturally rigid. Frozen in place in a flash, Chen Gu utilized instant transmission to appear beside Bulma. As he touched her, he noticed tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, and in that instant, her body split in two. Not only Bulma, but Gohan's form similarly tore apart. Chen Gu stood before the remnants of Bulma, stunned into silence, his face devoid of color. Bulma, 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 as he sensed Bulma's chi fading away until it vanished entirely. Chen Gu felt as if he had lost that which he held most dear, that he screamed, Bulma. In the wake of this, silence enveloped Chen Gu as despair settled in. Chen Gu felt utterly disconnected from any sound, as if he had completely lost consciousness, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. His awareness plunged into this void, rendering him incapable of perceiving even a glimmer of sunlight, leaving him akin to a helpless child gazing into the pitch-black surroundings. No matter how hard he looked, not a trace of daylight could be found, as if this world were solely composed of shadows, in a reckless abandon. Chen Gu began to run in a singular direction, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, yet still encountering no end, that he found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of why he had arrived in this desolate place. Suddenly, a faint beam of white light pierced through the distance, its clarity dim yet striking against the overwhelming darkness. Chen Gu instinctively shielded his eyes, squinting at the light as if it were a lifeline. However, utterly fatigued, he did not rush towards it. Instead, he remained transfixed. Lost in contemplation, with a hoarse whisper, he muttered to himself, "Why am I here?" But no response came, only the light seeming to grow ever more radiant. Chen Gu was compelled to squint even harder. Abruptly, a figure materialized before him, and as he beheld this apparition, tears began to flow unbidden from his eyes. The girl glanced at Chen Gu, waved him over, and then sprinted towards the light, watching her retreating silhouette. Chen Gu felt an inexplicable pang of anguish pierce his heart, and he instinctively cried out, "Don't go." With this utterance, his mind flooded with memories of the girl before him. From the moment he first laid eyes on Bulma at the World Martial Arts Tournament, her vibrant presence and whimsical nature had captivated him. The recollections of their years together unfolded as if they had just transpired. Yet, as he gazed upon his memories, Bulma's figure grew increasingly distant, prompting Chen Gu to scream, "Bulma, don't leave." Yet Bulma did not falter in her stride, continuing towards the light. Dragging his weary body, Chen Gu summoned every ounce of strength to pursue her. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood beside him, observing as Chen Gu clutched the battered Bulma, his body trembling uncontrollably, the energy surrounding him fluctuating dangerously, as though it might erupt at any moment. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Chen Gu's eyes had lost their pupils, becoming a ghastly white. Goku, witnessing his son Gohan, severed in two, also found his gaze devoid of pupils, reduced to mere white, while the golden aura enveloping him began to blaze uncontrollably, as if intent on annihilating everything in existence. A savage energy permeated the air. The atmosphere of Namek trembled with instability, as if the very planet were quaking. Goku, his emerald eyes fixed on Frisia, he bellowed, "Frisia, I will make you pay with your life." With that declaration, he charged directly at Frisia. In that moment, Goku appeared to have lost all rationality, his attacks driven purely by instinct and a primal urge to destroy Frisia. Unfazed by Goku's fury, Frisia merely laughed. "Ha! Come on, let us see how long you can keep this up." Thus began their fierce confrontation. That Goku's strikes became erratic yet ferocious, while Frisia deftly evaded, occasionally countering Goku's increasingly wild assaults. Realizing the ineffectiveness of his attacks, Goku let out a ferocious roar, escalating his assault from close combat to unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Piccolo, witnessing the explosions reverberating across the sky and the devastation wrought upon the landscape, felt the impending threat of turning to ruin. Standing resolutely beside the trembling Chen Gu, he sensed the volatile energy radiating from him, all the while remaining vigilant against the energy blast that might come hurtling towards them. Goku, consumed by rage, seemed to have surrendered his rationality, unleashing every technique capable of inflicting harm upon Frieza. "Frieza, take this!" he shouted, conjuring a Kamehameha wave and launching it towards Frieza. The latter, seeing the wave approach, deftly sidestepped, evading the attack. Goku, realizing his assault had missed its mark, adjusted the energy blast's trajectory, sending it hurtling after Frieza once more. Frieza, now acutely aware of the powerful energy within the blue sphere pursuing him, accelerated his flight that a dramatic scene unfolded in the sky, with the Kamehameha relentlessly chasing Frieza. As time passed, the Kamehameha maintained its pursuit, while Frieza continued his frantic escape. The prolonged exertion of energy drained Goku significantly, leading him to ultimately abandon the Kamehameha, redirecting it skyward. Gasping for breath, he glared at the returning Frieza, his fury intensifying. Frieza, seemingly relieved, fixed his blood-red gaze upon Goku and taunted, "Super Saiyan. Huh. A being unable to control their own power is hardly impressive." No matter how formidable, Goku, undeterred by Frieza's derision, unleashed a right hook aimed at him, only to have it effortlessly dodged, as if Frieza had anticipated Goku's every move. Observing Goku's increasingly desperate plight, Piccolo frowned. "That fool Goku has laid bare his intentions. Even I can see his every move, let alone Frieza." Goku fought mindlessly for what felt like an eternity until he gradually regained his senses. His eyes, once a stark white, began to return to their familiar emerald hue. He gazed at Frieza, suppressing the tempest of rage within him, striving to maintain control. Frieza, perceiving Goku's return to lucidity, mockingly remarked, "Oh, has Mr. Goku regained his composure?" Goku merely cast a glance at Frieza, remaining silent. He then turned his attention towards Chen Gu, who was trembling with his head lowered, his energy spiraling out of control as if he were on the brink of losing his sanity. Upon seeing Bulma, battered and almost unrecognizable in Chen Gu's arms, a wave of guilt washed over Goku. If only he had heeded his mentor's advice and relied on strategy against Frieza, perhaps none of this would have transpired. These thoughts consumed him. Goku's rage gradually morphed into guilt, as if he bore the weight of responsibility for everything that had unfolded. Piccolo, sensing the instability of Goku's energy, shouted, "Goku, this is not your fault. Only by defeating Frieza can you avenge Bulma." While Goku listened to Piccolo's words, the guilt that had enveloped him felt all-consuming, rendering him unable to suppress it. Gradually, his fury seemed to be overshadowed by this overwhelming sense of remorse. Suddenly, Goku's golden hair and emerald eyes flickered before reverting to black, his gaze fixated on Chen Gu, his face a mask of guilt. Frieza, observing Goku transform back to his original state, pressed a button on his scouter and noted Goku's battle power at 300,000. Smirking, "It seems the Super Saiyan has a time limit. Goku, let us see how you fight me now." It was only then that Goku realized Frieza remained unvanquished, and he had made yet another mistake. Slowly, he began to gather his rage, attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan once again. However, just as Goku began to concentrate his energy, Frieza unleashed a death beam that pierced through his chest, sending him plummeting from the sky. As Goku felt himself falling, he was unable to summon the flying technique to keep himself afloat. Murmuring, "Brother, I'm sorry," Piccolo, witnessing Goku plummeting, cursed, "What a fool." He then soared upwards, charging towards Frieza. Yet the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Piccolo's attacks merely tickled Frieza, inflicting no real harm, while he himself was battered by Frieza's relentless onslaught. As time wore on, Piccolo's injuries deepened, and Frieza appeared to toy with him, allowing his wounds to worsen without delivering a fatal blow. Observing the increasingly somber visage of Piccolo, Frieza seemed to revel in the moment. Chen Gu's body continued to tremble incessantly, and the energy emanating from him appeared to undergo some transformation, yet remained as volatile as ever. His consciousness raced through the darkness, but the beam of light seemed a distant hope. Dragging his weary form, Chen Gu slowly made his way toward the place Bulma had ventured to. time became an abstract concept, and numbness began to settle in. Nonetheless, something within him persisted, as if he were destined to reach that light. Where answers awaited him, not on planet Namek, thunder clapped ominously. Injured and lying on the ground, Sun Wukong watched as Piccolo was mercilessly ravaged by Frisia. Fresh wounds appearing on his body, he yearned to rise but found himself unable to stand. Yet Piccolo did not roar in anguish. He merely wiped the blood from his lips and charged once more at Frisia, in a state of helplessness. Piccolo thought, "Chen Gu, when will you awaken? We can only rely on your instant transmission to escape." Piccolo's thoughts were mere self-reassurance, for he understood that even if Chen Gu regained consciousness, he would recklessly seek vengeance against Frisia. Watching his beloved perish in his arms was a reality that could easily shatter anyone's resolve. However, Piccolo had no other choice but to buy time. Frisia, observing Piccolo's waning strength and the unconscious Chen Gu, finally fixed his gaze upon the fallen Sun Wukong. "It seems the Saiyans are not as formidable as they claim. Even the Super Saiyan is not so impressive," he taunted. Just as Sun Wukong was about to respond, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest in silence, his eyes fixed on Frisia with a burning intensity. As if he wished to consume him whole, "That I truly admire the fire in your eyes," Frisia remarked with a satisfied grin. "What a pity. Such exceptional talents shall ultimately not be of service to me." A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, tinged with a hint of regret, though it was impossible to discern whether it was genuine or a deliberate mockery. However, those expressions of hatred truly bring me delight. Frisia mused, captivated by the disdainful gazes of Wukong and Piccolo. Then Frisia raised his right hand and pointed a finger at Piccolo, sending a purple beam directly at his right leg. Instantly, Piccolo gasped, feeling his leg lose sensation. With a chuckle, Frisia remarked, "What a delightful sound. I wish to hear it a few more times." Another beam struck Piccolo's left leg, rendering it numb as well. Splendid, but still insufficient, Frisia continued, targeting Piccolo's arms, which fell limply against his body, leaving him barely able to hover in the air. "Now it is time to deliver the final blow, so you may understand the consequences of provoking me. Frisia the Great." His blood-red eyes narrowed as he pointed his finger, unleashing an even more potent purple beam aimed at Piccolo's chest. As Piccolo beheld the rapidly approaching beam, his eyes could scarcely keep up, and he instinctively shut them tight. Sun Wukong, lying on the ground, cried out, "Piccolo!" Just as Piccolo's body was about to collide with the death beam, it suddenly veered off course, soaring into the sky. Gradually, Piccolo opened his eyes, realizing he was still alive. The attack had been thwarted. As though the impending death had merely been an illusion, before him stood a robust young man with short black hair, clad in a white training outfit, a black tail dancing in the wind. The youth made no grand gestures, simply floating serenely in the air. Piccolo's heart stirred as he recognized the figure blocking his path, Chen Gu, who had just moments ago been unconscious. Although they had trained together, they had rarely fought side by side, and Piccolo had not fully entrusted Chen Gu with his faith. For the first time, Piccolo considered that having Chen Gu as a companion might be a worthy choice, at least more reliable than Wukong, who, though powerful, often became too enamored with battle and occasionally lacked common sense. Upon seeing Chen Gu before him, Wukong exhaled in relief, but then glanced at his own injuries, his expression turning to one of guilt. Frisia, noticing Chen Gu's sudden appearance, observed that he had not changed significantly. He had not transformed into a blonde-haired, blue-eyed form, which relieved him somewhat. A closer inspection revealed that Chen Gu's hair remained black, and his pupils were still dark. However, his energy was quietly surging, as if seeking to break free from its restraints. Chen Gu surveyed the scene before him, momentarily lost in thought before regaining clarity. His consciousness had raced through the darkness for what felt like an eternity until it arrived at the light. Where he spotted an exit, Bulma's form had already slipped away, and without further contemplation, he stepped through. Instantly, Chen Gu's awareness returned, and he gazed down at Bulma's battered body in his arms. His rage materialized, and his energy surged uncontrollably. Unlike Wukong's previous chaotic fury, Chen Gu's energy remained calm, steadily climbing yet firmly within his control. Although he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, The escalating power made him feel as though he could achieve that transformation whenever he chose. Sensing Piccolo's weakened energy behind him, Chen Gu glanced back and tossed a pouch of senza beans, coldly declaring, "Leave the rest to me." He then offered Piccolo a reassuring smile, prompting Piccolo to fly toward Wukong. Frisia, unwilling to allow Piccolo to reach his ally, conjured a death beam and shot it toward him in a flash. Chen Gu intercepted the beam with a swift motion, dispersing it effortlessly. Once he ensured Piccolo's safety, he turned his attention back to Frisia. The moment Chen Gu's gaze locked onto Frisia, his pent-up fury became palpable, causing his energy to surge exponentially. Frisia, meeting Chen Gu's eyes, felt as if a mere mortal were being stalked by a ferocious beast, an instinctual fear creeping into his heart. Chen Gu, typically reserved in expressing his anger, often remained calm and rational, burying his negative emotions deep within. Such individuals rarely became enraged, but when they did, their wrath could unleash cataclysmic devastation. With a cold, detached stare akin to that of a corpse, Chen Gu addressed Frisia. "You are the first to have provoked my ire since my arrival here." Without waiting for Frisia's response, he bellowed. In an instant, his energy reached its zenith. Chen Gu's pupils transformed into a vibrant green. His hair stood on end, turning golden alongside his brows, radiating an aura of resplendent energy, feeling the immense power coursing through him. Chen Gu sensed an endless strength at his disposal. Yet, he understood this was merely an illusion brought on by his surging power. Upon closer reflection, the Super Saiyan transformation granted a 50-fold amplification that felt extraordinarily potent. Yet it differed from the sensation of the Kaioken. While the Kaioken's multiplier increased the strain on one's body, the Super Saiyan transformation felt almost effortless, as if tailored specifically for him. What Chen Gu did not realize was that while Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan did not impose a 10-fold burden on his body, it remained significantly taxing, making it difficult for him to maintain for long. Conversely, Chen Gu found himself effortlessly bearing the weight of the Super Saiyan transformation, as if it were custom-fitted for him. Observing Chen Gu floating in the sky, radiating golden energy and an aura far more formidable than Wukong's, Piccolo murmured, "This sensation, it exudes a psychological pressure upon me that Wukong's transformation did not possess." What could this mean? Son Wukong gazed in astonishment at the dazzling Chen Gu above him, exclaiming, "My senior brother has also transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he seems far more powerful than I." As Chen Gu transformed into a Super Saiyan, he seemed to embody a kind of mystical power, blending seamlessly with the surrounding nature, exuding an aura of utmost tranquility. Frisia, observing the metamorphosis of Chen Gu, with his blood-red eyes feigning composure, remarked, "What does it matter that you have become a Super Saiyan?" Even Son Goku reverted to his original form. Despite Frisia's outward nonchalance, his inner turmoil was palpable. Ever since encountering the Saiyan, known as Chen Gu, Frisia's perceptions had been continuously challenged. He then pondered. That previous Son Goku, after a period of being a Super Saiyan, returned to his former state. Perhaps if I endure long enough, Chen Gu too will not sustain this form for long. Chen Gu fixed his gaze upon Frisia, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Frisia, bewildered by Chen Gu's sudden disappearance, exclaimed, "Where are you?" "I am right here," came Chen Gu's cold voice from behind Frisia. Following this, Chen Gu executed a swift turn and unleashed a powerful elbow strike aimed at Frisia's neck. Frisia sputtered, astonished as he beheld Chen Gu, seemingly questioning the source of his newfound strength. Before Frisia could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Gu vanished once again, reappearing behind the retreating Frisia and stating softly, "This kick is for my fallen comrades." With that declaration, he concentrated his into his leg, delivering a devastating roundhouse kick that struck Frisia squarely in the chest. The moment Chen Gu's leg made contact, a palpable wave of force radiated outward. The Frisia's chest visibly caved in, and as he plummeted downward, Chen Gu's cold, piercing gaze flashed with a glimmer of emerald light before he vanished once more, reappearing to catch Frisia mid-fall. "Next, this is for my Bulma." Upon mentioning Bulma, Chen Gu's aura surged to its zenith, causing the very ground of planet Namek to tremble as if struggling to bear such overwhelming power. Focusing intently on Frisia's head and chest, Chen Gu unleashed a flurry of punches, straight jabs, hooks, and uppercuts, complemented by whip-like kicks. With each strike, he concentrated his ki at the point of impact, amplifying the force of his attacks. Frieza could do little but endure the onslaught. After consuming the sins of beans, Piccolo and Son Goku found themselves unable to track the speed of Chen Gu's assaults on Frieza. Not only they, but even Frieza himself was incapable of keeping pace with Chen Gu's relentless fury. The air was filled with the sounds of collisions and Frieza's anguished roars, punctuated by the rippling shockwaves of Chen Gu's strikes. "Why is he so strong?" Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Son Goku scratched his head, perplexed. "I don't know why my brother's transformation into a Super Saiyan grants him such incredible power that I feel like my strength has increased 50-fold. And he must feel similarly. But what?" Piccolo inquired. "But my brother gives off a sensation akin to that of a superior being, as if he exerts a mental pressure over me," Son Goku confessed. Bewildered, Piccolo was taken aback, realizing, even Goku can sense it. What transformation has Chen Gu undergone? Yet, no one had an answer to Piccolo's unvoiced questions. Frieza had initially believed that his naturally robust physique would withstand Chen Gu's blows, recalling how he had easily dealt with Son Goku's melee combat. However, facing Chen Gu, he found himself on the back foot, relentlessly pummeled. As Frieza felt his injuries worsening, he suddenly called out, "Wait!" Chen Gu, noting Frieza's abandonment of defense, paused his fist momentarily before delivering a crushing blow that caved in Frieza's face. Frieza crashed to the ground, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the earth around him. As he struggled to rise, it became apparent that nearly every bone in his body lay shattered or pulverized. "Chen Gu!" Frieza shouted furiously. "Do not push your luck." "I said wait." Facing Frieza was Chen Gu's icy gaze, reminiscent of a reaper surveying the dead, as he slowly began to gather a golden energy sphere in his palm. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he allowed the energy to dissipate, coldly fixing his gaze on Frieza, intent on hearing what he had to say. Frieza, witnessing Chen Gu's withdrawal of the energy sphere, finally spoke. "I concede. I hope you will show mercy and spare me." He bent slightly, demonstrating his sincerity. Suspended in the air like a war god, Chen Gu coldly regarded the bowed Frieza, his voice dripping with iciness. "What?" The proud Frieza would admit defeat. Seeing Chen Gu respond, Frieza's face broke into a familiar sinister grin, as if everything were proceeding according to his plan. "Indeed, I am genuinely impressed by your strength. Mr. Chen Gu, from the first moment I laid eyes on you, I realized you were no ordinary individual. I detest idle chatter. If you continue to prattle on, I will not hesitate to end your life. I have no patience for those who waste words." Chen Gu's palm ascended, slowly coalescing another energy sphere. Frieza, startled, chuckled nervously. "Mr. Chen Gu, with such might, would you entertain the idea of joining me in conquering the universe? Together, we could reign as its sovereigns." Chen Gu appeared contemplative, almost intrigued, as he replied coolly, "Go on." Sensing Chen Gu's interest, Frieza continued, "I have a father named King Cold, who has always impeded my growth, that if you would ally with me, we could eliminate my father together. What say you, Mr. Chen Gu?" Gazing into Frieza's narrowed eyes, Chen Gu coldly responded, "What do I stand to gain?" Frieza, seemingly having anticipated the question, replied, "My father's territory shall belong to you. Mr. Chen Gu, provided you promise not to interfere with my territorial expansion." Chen Gu fell into contemplation before resting his chin in thought, declaring, "Let us collaborate pleasantly." Frieza was taken aback by the ease with which he had secured this agreement. He even contemplated offering half of his territory to Chen Gu, believing that after a period of training, he could ultimately defeat Chen Gu and claim the entire universe for himself. However, noticing Chen Gu's abrupt agreement, Frieza continued, "In that case, shall we not proceed to my planet to discuss the finer details?" He bowed slightly, adopting a demeanor of a perfect gentleman. "Very well," Chen Gu replied coolly. Son Goku, hearing Chen Gu's decision, shouted, "Brother, are you truly going to ally with Frieza? Do not forget that Bulma and the others perished at his hands." Piccolo regarded Chen Gu with a cold stare, as if contemplating something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Upon the mention of Bulma, Chen Gu's ki surged wildly in all directions as he responded. I can resurrect Bulma and the others with the Dragon Balls. There is no need for concern. But Goku attempted to protest. Yet Piccolo stepped in front of him, signaling him to cease his words. Goku glared at Piccolo in frustration, but fell silent. Subsequently, Chen Gu retracted his Super Saiyan form, his hair and brows returning to black. And his pupils regaining their original hue, he looked at Frieza and said calmly, Let us depart. Frieza, with a mocking glint in his eye, replied, I did not expect this. I did not anticipate that you, Mr. Chen Gu, would be so enamored with power. Then, with a chilling tone, Frieza continued, I merely sought to deceive you. I had no idea you would fall for it so easily. Is it true that all Saiyans are this Navi? Chen Gu, perplexed, asked, So, Frieza, were your earlier words merely a ruse? Frieza erupted into laughter, clutching his sides as he exclaimed, Did you genuinely believe I would join you in conquering the universe? The universe belongs solely to me. Even my father, King Cold, is no match for me. How could I, the illustrious Frieza, possibly ally myself with a mere scion like you? Oh, was all your previous chatter merely an attempt to persuade me to relinquish my Super Saiyan form? Chen Gu wore a subtle smirk that eluded the notice of others as he inquired. You aren't entirely foolish. That is indeed the case. Frieza continued to chuckle. Chen Gu's expression shifted to one of fury. Frieza, do you dare to toy with me? Both Sun Wukong and Piccolo regarded Frieza with evident displeasure, while Wukong shot a disgruntled glance at Chen Gu. Oh, how I adore your expressions. They are truly delightful to behold. Frieza cackled, relishing their anger. Observing Frieza's laughter, Chen Gu suddenly joined in, mirthfully chuckling. Sun Wukong, perplexed by the two laughing together, was at a loss for understanding, while Piccolo's furrowed brow relaxed, revealing an expression of realization. Frieza, watching Chen Gu laugh alongside him, thought to himself, Is this kid insane? What is there to find amusing at a time like this? As if regaining his composure, Chen Gu gazed at Frieza, his lips curling into a slight smile. Do you honestly believe that by simply exiting my Super Saiyan state, you could easily slay us? Frieza responded with an expression of certainty, as the disparity in their powers was evident. Was there any need for further contemplation? Chen Gu maintained a faint smile and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, Frieza, I must apologize for my earlier ignorance. It seems I must disappoint you. Frieza huffed disdainfully. Merely bluster. Sun Wukong cannot control his transformation. Do you think you could become a signal scion at will? Ignoring Frieza, Chen Gu placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, Ha! In an instant, he transformed back into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, surrounded by a blazing golden aura, with a gentle smile upon his lips. I wonder, Your Majesty Frieza, are you satisfied with my mastery of the Super Saiyan form? Frieza gazed at the newly transformed Chen Gu as if witnessing the miraculous, exclaiming in disbelief. How is this possible? Sun Wukong cannot maintain control. Why can you? Chen Gu retorted, Why? In this world there are far too many whys. I can control it. A wicked grin spread across his face. You did this on purpose, didn't you? From the very beginning, you feigned interest in attacking my father, allowing me to feel as though everything was under my control, only to plunge me into despair at the end. Why? Frieza demanded. Isn't this the very scheme you relish, to witness others' despair and fury? I merely wish to allow your Majesty Frieza to experience it. Chen Gu replied. Piccolo's furrowed brow finally relaxed, coldly muttering. This guy, Sun Wukong, on the other hand, sported a look of relief, scratching his head with a grin. I knew my senior brother would never collaborate with Frieza. Otherwise, he wouldn't be my senior brother. Were you not the first to doubt him? Piccolo scoffed, glancing at Sun Wukong. Frieza, seething with rage, unleashed his energy as if ready to explode. Chen Gu, you have gone too far. Oh, is that so? Chen Gu replied, releasing his own energy as he fixed his gaze on Frieza. In a flash, Chen Gu vanished from sight. Frieza, witnessing Chen Gu's disappearance, bellowed in anger. If you have the ability, then do not use your power to suddenly appear elsewhere. Chen Gu laughed heartily, as if he had heard a hilarious joke. Your Majesty Frisia, you jest. I wouldn't resort to instant transmission to battle you. Could it be that my speed is simply too great for you to follow? Frisia's face turned a shade of purple as Chen Gu continued to mock him. Frisia began to conjure cutting discs between his hands, launching them toward Chen Gu. Chen Gu regarded the incoming cutting discs with disinterest, merely clenching his fists as if testing the differences in his body. After exiting the Super Saiyan state, he felt rejuvenated, his body reminiscent of his youthful self in his 20s, which astonished him. Thus, Chen Gu remained in place, unperturbed by Frisia's attack, primarily because he perceived little threat from Frisia's cutting discs. Wukong, noticing Chen Gu's lack of response, shouted, "Senior brother, be careful." Frisia, seeing Chen Gu unflinching, coldly laughed. "I refuse to believe you can survive this." "Oh, is Your Majesty Frisia so confident in his abilities? It seems I shall disappoint you once more." Chen Gu's voice echoed from a distance that, in a display of skill, Chen Gu pinched the cutting disc with 2 fingers, which continued to spin in his grasp. "How is this possible?" Frisia exclaimed in shock. Chen Gu, intrigued by the cutting disc, scrutinized it with a detached demeanor, responding, "I told you, nothing is impossible." After uttering this, he resumed his examination of the spinning cutting disc. To Frisia, this scene was the utmost humiliation, his hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his flesh, as he glared at Chen Gu. "You have gone too far." Chen Gu, as if just recalling Frisia's presence, merely cast a dispassionate glance in Frisia's direction before returning his focus to the technique in his hand. After a moment, golden energy erupted from the fingers gripping the cutting disc, and with a forceful motion, Chen Gu shattered the purple disc, dispersing it into energy. "I no longer wish to hear you utter the words impossible. They have become tiresome to my ears," Chen Gu stated coldly, revealing no trace of emotion in his eyes, only indifference and annoyance. Next, Chen Gu slowly raised his right hand, gradually forming a yellow energy orb. Piccolo, witnessing Chen Gu's stance and the gathering energy, exclaimed, "Could it be?" Frisia, recognizing Chen Gu's intent, swiftly turned and fled into the distance. Chen Gu observed Frisia's retreat, but made no effort to intervene, merely accelerating the gathering of energy in his right hand. Before long, a disc resembling Frisia's cutting disc materialized in Chen Gu's grasp, albeit a translucent yellow instead of purple. Chen Gu examined the spinning yellow cutting disc, exhaling softly. "It does bear some resemblance to the energy disc, though it seems I can control its direction, and its power far exceeds that of the energy disc." After capturing Frisia's cutting disc, Chen Gu found himself intrigued, instinctively studying it. Upon perceiving the energy's trajectory, he unwittingly released it. "I can actually see the energy's flow within the technique," Chen Gu muttered in astonishment. Transforming into a Super Saiyan had not only rejuvenated him, but also endowed him with the ability to discern the trajectory of energy. Having noticed Frisia still fleeing, Chen Gu glanced at the rotating yellow cutting disc in his hand and softly commanded, "Go." With a gentle flick of his wrist, the yellow cutting disc sped toward Frisia, its velocity surpassing that of Frisia's own creation. Moments later, Frisia, realizing Chen Gu had not pursued him, let out a small sigh of relief. However, turning around, he caught sight of a yellow blur racing past him and instinctively struck out to his dismay. He discovered that the object was a disk of energy, and though he attempted to react, it was a moment too late. Frisia stared in horror at the severed portion of his tail, which continued to writhe on the ground, his heart filled with dread. "This is a cutting disc, yet it is not." Frisia's expression darkened as he contemplated the implications. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chen Gu observed his attack miss its mark. Bringing his right index and middle fingers together and giving a slight tug backward, in the distance, the yellow cutting disc soared through the air once more, heading straight towards Frisia, unperturbed by the implications. Frisia charged directly toward Chen Gu. As Chen Gu observed Frisia's rapidly approaching form, he surmised the latter's intentions. Just as the two were within close proximity, Frisia not only maintained his speed, but accelerated further. A subtle smirk crept upon Chen Gu's lips as he watched Frisia's actions the moment of impending collision. Frisia abruptly veered upward. In that fleeting instant of their face-off, Chen Gu caught sight of a long-lost smile gracing Frisia's lips. as if his scheme had come to fruition. Indeed, the yellow cutting disc pierced through Chen Gu's body, eliciting a sudden expression of agony upon his visage and cleaving his form in two. Frisia's smile blossomed into a radiant grin. "Mr. Chen Gu, you remain as careless as ever." Subsequently, the severed halves of Chen Gu began to blur and distort, gradually vanishing from existence. Frisia, witnessing Chen Gu's disappearance, felt a pang of unease. Chen Gu, observing Frisia's expression shift from surprise to gravity, remarked coolly, "King Frisia, you are still so naive. Do you truly believe I would commit such a fundamental error?" In the skies above Namek, a figure radiating golden flames floated effortlessly, a tail languidly swaying behind him, exuding an air of dominion over the cosmos. Chen Gu regarded Frisia with an icy demeanor, refraining from immediately unleashing his energy wave or attacking, his gaze betraying a hint of hesitation. Frisia, noticing Chen Gu's inaction, concealed his uncertainty, pondering the depths of Chen Gu's strategy. Then, with swift motions, Frisia unleashed a barrage of mad death beams. Chen Gu's lips curled into a slight smile. With his left hand behind his back and his right hand raised, he concentrated his energy in that hand, gently waving his arm to Frisia's multiple death beams were violently repelled. Erupting in a fiery explosion, in the instant of the explosion, Frisia grimaced and swiftly descended to the ground. Placing his hands upon the surface, he exerted force and ascended back to his previous position in a seamless motion, nearly undetectable by onlookers. After effortlessly dismantling Frisia's attacks, Chen Gu bore a faint smile, having discerned the trajectory of Frisia's death beams with remarkable clarity. Pointing his right index finger at Frisia, he attempted to release an attack. On the first try, no beam emerged, but on the second, a yellow beam shot forth from Chen Gu's finger towards Frisia. Initially puzzled by Chen Gu's actions, Frisia's eyes filled with a fierce determination upon realizing Chen Gu had replicated his technique. Vowing to eliminate him right there, Piccolo observed Chen Gu's ability to replicate Frisia's moves and muttered, "What kind of power does this guy possess to learn others' techniques so swiftly?" Goku exclaimed, "Incredible." Piccolo shot a resigned glance at Goku, choosing to ignore him. Frisia turned to Chen Gu, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen Gu, you truly astonish me, mastering my technique in such a brief span. Since you wish to see, I shall grant you a full display." With that, Frisia raised his right index finger skyward, a fiery red energy coalescing and expanding, dazzling like the sun. Sensing the immense energy, Piccolo marveled. This intensity is more than sufficient to obliterate Namek. What could Frisia possibly intend? Chen Gu, perplexed yet absorbed in the act of covertly learning Frisia's technique, gazed at the swelling crimson energy mass, as if he could distinctly perceive the flow of energy within. Instinctively, he exclaimed, "How remarkable! Prepare yourself, Mr. Chen Gu. This attack is called Planet Destruction Ball, the ultimate version of the technique I used to annihilate Planet Vegeta, that I hope you relish it." Frisia thrust his right index finger forward. The fiery red planet destruction ball swelling to the size of 10 King Kai planets as it approached Chen Gu. Captivated by the trajectory of the skill before him, Chen Gu reached out, hesitantly placing his right hand upon the surface of the planet destruction ball. As Chen Gu's form was engulfed by the planet destruction ball, the ground beneath it disintegrated like tofu, leaving no trace. Goku watched as Chen Gu's figure gradually became obscured, murmuring, "Brother." Only when Chen Gu's form was entirely enveloped did he begin to lift it skyward, gathering energy in his right hand. Frisia, unperturbed by the spectacle, recognized that given Chen Gu's overwhelming strength, the attack would ultimately prove futile. This display was merely a ruse to buy time. Chen Gu gently pushed the planet destruction ball back towards Frisia. Caught off guard, Frisia cursed, "Damn it," and began to coalesce a similar planet destruction ball. The two fiery energy spheres collided in a cataclysmic explosion, reminiscent of two miniature planets colliding, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that propelled Goku and Piccolo away, flooding Namek with a blinding white light, as if heralding the apocalypse. As the chaos subsided, a serene stillness enveloped the scene. Chen Gu, radiating golden energy, hovered in the air, gazing ahead. Following his line of sight, one would discern a figure marred by injuries, the pallid form of Frisia. Chen Gu lightly closed his eyes, mentally simulating the trajectory of the planet destruction ball, and then opened them abruptly, a wicked grin adorning his face as he raised his right index finger. Simultaneously, the injured Frisia looked at Chen Gu, drenched in cold sweat, at a small, marble-sized magma-colored energy sphere materialized at the tip of Chen Gu's finger, slowly swelling and expanding. Chen Gu regarded the planet destruction ball he had conjured, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he prepared to test its potency, naturally aiming at Frisia. Just as he was about to release it, an instinctive awareness struck him. Suddenly, a torrent of fiery magma erupted from the ground, engulfing Chen Gu entirely. When the magma receded, his clothing lay in tatters, leaving only the belt containing his universal capsules, shielded by his energy. Glancing at his disheveled appearance, Chen Gu noted the relentless magma flows from Namek, as if the planet were on the brink of destruction. Turning his gaze to Frisia, he found no trace of his adversary, who had already fled to the edge of Namek's atmosphere. In an instant, Chen Gu utilized instant transmission to appear beside Frisia, stating coolly, "Was this your doing?" Frisia laughed unabashedly. "Mr. Chen Gu, it seems you failed to anticipate this turn of events. Our race thrives in the cosmos, while the Scions do not. Moreover, it appears the spaceships on Namek have been destroyed. What does strength matter if I ultimately prevail?" Chen Gu regarded Frisia's triumphant demeanor in silence, as if conceding to his assertions. Frisia, misinterpreting Chen Gu's calm exterior as feigned composure, smirked. "Namek is on the verge of explosion. Shouldn't you be seeking an escape vessel? You may yet find a way out." Chen Gu's cold gaze fixed upon Frisia. "Are you so certain I will perish here? Do not forget, my battle power far surpasses yours." Frisia dismissed him. "And what of it? I have arrived at this juncture. Can you truly pursue me into the cosmos? Oh, right, if you are unafraid of death. You may attempt to do so." With that, Frisia swiftly fled the atmosphere of Namek. Chen Gu gazed at the retreating Frisia, refraining from pursuit. Just as Frisia had asserted, Scions lacked the capability to survive in the cosmos. Chen Gu placed his hands on his waist, continuously elevating his ki. As his ki surged, it seemed that the entire planet of Namek accelerated towards its demise. Moments later, enveloped in a golden aura, Chen Gu gradually concentrated this into his hands at his waist. Softly uttering, came that he was determined to eliminate Frisia in one decisive blow. Allowing Frisia to escape would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. With a forceful thrust of his hands towards the direction Frisia had fled, an immense blue beam of light erupted from his palms, racing towards Frisia with astonishing speed. Feeling the oncoming blue beam, Frisia's heart raced with trepidation, prompting him to accelerate his flight. Yet, the disparity in their power was not easily surmountable. As Frisia realized he was about to be overtaken, he concentrated his energy and unleashed a counterattack with planetary piercing ball. If a combat power of 100 million can't prevent your escape, then I might as well give up, Chen Gu scoffed, intensifying his ki output. And planetary piercing ball collided in an instant, generating a colossal ripple throughout the cosmos, akin to a planetary explosion. Daha! Chen Gu shouted, his command doubling in size and ferocity as it surged towards Frisia. Observing the encroaching blue coma overpowering his planetary piercing ball, Frisia fumed. "I, the mighty emperor of the universe, Frisia, cannot perish here." Frisia pulled his hands forward, gathering all his ki into them, enhancing the size of the planetary piercing ball. Piccolo watched as the two energy waves clashed, neither willing to yield. Yet, it was evident that Chen Gu was inching closer to Frisia. "Today marks your end." Chen Gu's eyes widened as he recalled the moment of Bulma's death, his fury surging that he bellowed. The power and diameter of the command surged again, swiftly pushing back Frisia's planetary piercing ball. As Frisia saw the command approaching, he exerted more force. Yet it was futile. No. How can I, the Emperor Frisia, die here? He felt the command strike him, and as he gazed at the impending explosion of Namek, his visage twisted with rage. "Even in death, I shall take you with me." Seeing Frisia suffer under the assault of his Kamehameha, a faint smile crept upon Chen Gu's lips. In Frisia's mind echoed Chen Gu's voice. "Let me inform you. My instant transmission allows me to traverse between planets, even without a spaceship. We could depart safely from Namek. Disappointment once more. King Frisia, upon hearing Chen Gu's voice, Frisia, filled with resentment, declared, Chen Gu, if we meet again, I shall eliminate you at once. With that, Frisia's ki vanished into the cosmos, floating at the edge of Namek's atmosphere. Chen Gu gazed at the spot where Frisia's energy had dissipated, murmuring, what a pity there are no second chances, should we cross paths again. You may only meet a more tragic end. Boom! A thunderous crack reverberated from the fractured surface of Namek below Chen Gu. He surveyed the devastated planet, shaking his head in resignation before releasing his Super Saiyan state. In an instant, he utilized instant transmission to join Goku and Piccolo. Goku looked at Chen Gu's arrival and inquired, Brother, what happened? Chen Gu nodded but said nothing. His gaze fell upon Bulma's lifeless form not far away, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Bulma had been the one to rekindle the warmth and joy of home for Chen Gu after arriving in this world. He glanced at the location of the Dragon Balls, now devoid of any remnants. Chen Gu flew over to Bulma's body, asking, Where are the Dragon Balls of Namek? Piccolo replied solemnly, After I fused with Nail, the Dragon Balls of Namek disappeared. I am unsure of their current whereabouts. They likely went to the Grand Elder. After contemplating, Chen Gu sensed the Grand Elders inside with relief. Fortunately, it isn't too far. With my current mental strength, I can reach him. He then knelt and gently caressed Bulma's terrified face, softly vowing, I will bring you back. Subsequently, he stored Bulma and Gohan's bodies into a capsule. Piccolo observed Chen Gu's actions in silence, while Goku displayed a look of guilt. After a prolonged silence, Piccolo spoke. You should find some clothes to wear. In this state, Chen Gu followed Piccolo's suggestion and glanced at his attire. When the magma of Namek had engulfed him, apart from the belt containing the capsule, all his clothing had turned to ashes, leaving him nearly bare. He retrieved a white training suit from the capsule, swiftly donned it, and gently touched the belt Bulma had made for him before fastening it around his waist. Piccolo, noticing Chen Gu's sorrowful demeanor, grunted, If you don't take us away soon, we will become dust along with Namek. Snapped back to reality, Chen Gu realized there was scarcely any ground left to stand upon. Namek was on the verge of explosion. That he nodded and placed his hands on Piccolo and Goku's shoulders. In an instant, they vanished from their location. Just as they departed, Namek swiftly crumbled to ashes. In the vastness of space, on a verdant planet, Namekians were observing their new home. With a whoosh, 3 figures materialized out of thin air. One donned a white training suit. Another wore a tattered yellow training suit. And the last had skin akin to the Namekians, yet emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura. Chen Gu and his companions had arrived on the new Namek, taking in the azure sky and fresh air. Chen Gu remarked softly, This environment is truly delightful. Surrounding Namekians initially displayed hostility upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the trio, assuming them to be foes. However, upon recognizing Chen Gu and his companions, they led them to a spacious meadow. From a distance, Chen Gu observed a gathering of people encircling a central figure. Unaware of their activities, as he approached, he discovered it was the Grand Elder of Namek. Now devoid of life, a group of Namekians mourned the Elder's passing. That moment, an elder Namekian stepped forward, managing a faint smile as he regarded Chen Gu and his companions. You have finally returned. Chen Gu nodded and looked towards the deceased elder, gesturing for the elder Namekian to continue. The elder, addressing the group, sighed, The Grand Elder has recently passed away. I am Yulin, formerly the 3rd Elder of Namek, now appointed as the Grand Elder. Chen Gu acknowledged Yulin with a respectful nod. Those who ascended to the position of Grand Elder were immensely revered among the Namekians, warranting Chen Gu's respect. Yulin gazed at Chen Gu and his companions, inquiring, Where are the warriors who fought alongside you? Upon hearing Yulin's question regarding Krillin and the others, Goku's expression turned sorrowful. Understanding Goku's demeanor, Yulin continued, Is Frisia truly that terrifying? I have slain Frisia. I have more pressing matters to discuss with you. Chen Gu interjected, urgency coloring his tone. His concern for Bulma's soul being sent to reincarnation spurred him to act swiftly to revive her. You killed Frisia. Is that true? Mulan questioned incredulously. He then glanced at Piccolo and Goku, who nodded in affirmation. Mulan finally believed Chen Gu's words and sighed in relief. Furrowing his brow, Chen Gu asked, Elder Mulan, may I inquire if the Dragon Balls are still usable? Mulan pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, the passing of the Grand Elder has rendered the Dragon Balls petrified, making them temporarily unusable. Upon hearing this, Chen Gu furrowed his brow even deeper. But Mulan hesitated, as if lost in thought. But what? Chen Gu urged impatiently. Follow me, Mulan instructed, leading the way to stand respectfully before the Grand Elder, bowing in deference. Chen Gu and his companions followed suit, acknowledging the Grand Elder's past assistance in enhancing their powers. After Mulan finished his bow, he continued to guide the three into a dense grove, where they ventured deep within the woods. Chen Gu noticed 7 stones on the ground and looked toward Mulan. Mulan continued, the Grand Elder imparted to me the creation and utilization methods of the Dragon Balls, but their restoration requires a cycle. The Dragon Balls of our Namek can grant 3 wishes at a time, with each wish taking a year on Namek, or 130 days. Chen Gu nodded and inquired before the Grand Elder's passing. 2 wishes were used to locate Namek and to transfer the Namekians, leaving 1 wish remaining. Does that mean we can use it in just over 80 days? I'm afraid not. We must wait for the full 130 days before it can be utilized, Mulan replied. Chen Gu frowned and reluctantly shook his head. Senior brother, isn't it possible to use the Dragon Balls of Earth to resurrect everyone? Son Wukong asked. Piccolo contemplated and responded, the Dragon Balls resurrect souls. However, without a physical body, the soul merely wanders the earth. The reason you were able to be revived was that you had a body when you entered the underworld, but Piccolo paused, glancing at Chen Gu, who displayed no particular expression. But what? Wukong pressed. But Bulma, Gohan, and Tien Shinen's bodies were all destroyed by Frieza. This means that if we were to resurrect them, their souls would have nowhere to go. Chen Gu sighed, clasping his hands behind his back, staring into the distance. Wukong's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he fell silent. Piccolo turned to Chen Gu. Chen Gu, what are your plans moving forward? Next, Chen Gu directed his gaze toward the horizon, toward Earth. I intend to return to Earth. Piccolo and son Wukong nodded in agreement. However, before that, I have another matter to attend to. Chen Gu glanced at Elder Mulan. What is it? Piccolo observed Chen Gu, sensing a newfound maturity within him. Compared to his previous reckless training, Chen Gu now exuded a steadiness that inspired trust. Instead of answering Piccolo, Chen Gu countered, what are your plans? I wish to learn instant transmission from you, senior brother, and then venture into the universe for training, son Wukong stated resolutely. Observing Wukong's clear determination, Chen Gu mused, after this experience, Wukong has matured significantly. What about you, Piccolo? Chen Gu inquired. Piccolo snorted. While you are away, Earth will be mine. It will be effortless for me to rule over it. Chen Gu listened to Piccolo's words, secretly smiling. Piccolo, pretending to be a villain while wanting to protect Earth, was indeed true to his character. Chen Gu then turned his attention to Mulan, saying, Elder Mulan, I recall the Grand Elder expressing a desire to visit Earth. I believe his intention was to foster communication between Earth and the Namekians. Indeed, the Grand Elder believed that Earth could nurture such exceptional warriors as yourselves, indicating it is undoubtedly a remarkable planet. Therefore, he hoped for increased exchanges between our peoples, Mulan affirmed with a nod. A subtle smile graced Chen Gu's lips as he asked, Our Earth's deity is also a Namekian. I trust Elder Mulan is aware of this. Mr. Chen Gu, please do not hesitate to speak plainly. You are considered a benefactor among us Namekians, so there is no need for circumlocution, Mulan replied earnestly. Chen Gu paused momentarily before responding with a grin. I may have been somewhat petty. I shall be direct. I believe that most Namekians are exceptionally kind and wise, and furthermore, our Earth's deity is indeed a Namekian. Piccolo, upon hearing this, looked at Chen Gu in astonishment, as if finally grasping the essence of Chen Gu's intentions. However, the Earth deity is aging and is in search of candidates for the next generation of deities, while we warriors are not fond of being constrained. Therefore, I wish to ask Elder Mulan if it would be possible to find a versatile Namekian to serve as a candidate for our Earth deity, thus promoting the exchange between our 2 planets. Chen Gu articulated his purpose candidly. Elder Mulin fell into contemplation, to which Chen Gu added, "If it is not feasible, I shall not insist. It is of no consequence." It's not that. It's just that there are not many versatile Namekians, and I am unsure if they would be willing to go to Earth. Allow me to gather everyone and inquire. I will provide you with an answer shortly. Mulin replied, "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." Elder Mulin, Chen Gu smiled. "This is a mutually beneficial endeavor. There is no need for concern regarding any disturbance." Mulin responded sincerely. With that, Elder Mulin departed to convene a meeting. As Chen Gu observed the gathered Namekians, he sighed softly and turned his gaze to the cosmos, seemingly contemplating his subsequent plans. Only Chen Gu and his two companions remained. Piccolo asked, "Shouldn't you explain the situation regarding Super Saiyan to me?" Both Chen Gu and Piccolo paused, and then Chen Gu slapped his forehead, replying, "From my perception, Super Saiyan likely amplifies power by approximately 50 times. This means that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, my strength would increase to 50 times its current level. And Wukong's would be similar." After speaking, Chen Gu turned to son Wukong, who nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was taken aback. 50 times amplification. Son Wukong, noticing Piccolo's astonishment, analyzed, "My base battle power is 3 million. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, my battle power becomes 150 million. However, my transformation into Super Saiyan is not something I can control at will. While its physical burden is not as severe as that of the Kaioken, I still find it challenging to adapt to it." Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chen Gu, upon hearing this, sensed something amiss. Unlike Wukong, he could control his transformation from the very first change, and he did not feel the physical burden to the extent Wukong described. In fact, he could maintain it without issue, as he pondered. A frown creased Chen Gu's brow. Wukong and Piccolo seemed to notice Chen Gu's expression, and Wukong asked curiously, "What's wrong, senior brother? Did I say something incorrect?" Chen Gu glanced at the two before stating, "Firstly, I have felt from a moment of my first transformation that I could control it at will. Secondly, the burden of Super Saiyan seems almost negligible if I were to rate the burden of the Kaioken at 10. I would estimate that the burden of Super Saiyan is perhaps only..." Chen Gu hesitated, maybe 1.5, and it might even be less than that of a twofold Kaioken. "I am unsure if I should even mention this." "Speak your mind," Piccolo urged candidly. "I feel that after my initial transformation into Super Saiyan, my mental fortitude has undergone a qualitative leap. It feels as though I have ascended to a new tier. Though I cannot fully comprehend this sensation, and it seems I have even become younger." Chen Gu confessed, somewhat perplexed. Son Wukong, after hearing Chen Gu's analogy regarding the burden of Super Saiyan, opened his mouth, ultimately concluding, "Perhaps each individual's experience with becoming a Super Saiyan varies, along with the associated burden." Piccolo, however, was particularly intrigued by Chen Gu's mention of an elevated tier. He scrutinized Chen Gu's pressure closely. Yet, due to Chen Gu's energy being retracted, he felt nothing. "Release your energy. Allow me to sense the tier issue you mentioned," Piccolo instructed. In response, Chen Gu unleashed his 500,000 power level energy, along with his aura and mental strength. Piccolo and Wukong exchanged glances, beads of sweat appearing on their brows. After a lengthy silence, son Wukong spoke. "Senior brother, your presence feels akin to that of a deity, yet distinctly different." Piccolo snorted, "I cannot ascertain what changes have occurred within your body. But your dimension seems to have ascended to my level, even exuding an implicit pressure over me." Chen Gu was astonished. "Piccolo, are you suggesting that I have elevated my dimension?" The sensation I experienced was somewhat akin to an elevation of realms, yet it lacked the purity of an ascension akin to that of a celestial deity. It felt as though both my physical and spiritual powers were augmented simultaneously, imparting a distinctly different impression. Piccolo, after a brief moment of contemplation, could only offer this interpretation. Chen Gu continued his analysis. "Thus, it appears my dimensional state has ascended to that of a celestial being, resulting in an extended lifespan and a rejuvenation of youth. This explanation seems to elucidate the matter clearly. However, it is peculiar that I have never encountered a mortal capable of such a dimensional enhancement. You are the first." Piccolo regarded Chen Gu with an expression of intrigue. Chen Gu shrugged, pondering. It seems I must inquire with the elders of planet Yardrat regarding this matter, as dimensions and spiritual energy are undoubtedly interconnected. They may possess records on the subject. At that moment, two Namekians approached. Chen Gu turned to see Elder Mulin accompanied by a Namekian of similar stature to Gohan. Observing the youthful Namekian, Chen Gu's heart skipped a beat. Could this be Tian Tian? Fate has indeed conspired for our meeting. A smile unconsciously crept across Chen Gu's lips. In his memory, Tian Tian was a Namekian endowed with healing abilities. Though not as potent as the mystical Senza beings, his skills were formidable. Most importantly, Tian Tian possessed the capability to repair the dragon. Thus, should the Celestial Guardian of Earth retire, Tian Tian could inherit the role, ensuring the continued utility of the Dragon Balls. As Elder Mulin and Tian Tian drew near, Chen Gu revealed an inquisitive expression. Elder Mulin chuckled, saying, "This is Tian Tian, an extraordinary talent among our Namekians. His friend was slain by Frisia's minions. Upon hearing about your exploits, he insisted on accompanying you to Earth, and I brought him along." Piccolo scrutinized the diminutive Namekian, his expression skeptical. Tian Tian introduced himself. "Hello, I am Tian Tian." "Greetings, I am Chen Gu," Chen Gu replied, a rare smile gracing his features as he gently ruffled Tian Tian's hair. Piccolo, observing Chen Gu's warmth towards Tian Tian, reassessed the young Namekian, but chose to remain silent. "Ah, you are Brother Chen Gu." "Thank you," Tian Tian exclaimed, bowing respectfully. Chen Gu understood that Tian Tian's gratitude stemmed from the vengeance they had exacted on his behalf, thereby safeguarding the Namekian people. Son Goku chimed in. "I am Son Goku. There's no need for such formality." Piccolo coldly interjected, closing his eyes. Tian Tian bowed once more to both Piccolo and Goku, expressing his thanks. "Chen Gu, should we not return to Earth?" Piccolo urged. Chen Gu nodded in agreement and addressed Elder Mulin. "Elder Mulin, we shall take our leave now. Should any matters arise, please contact us through the dragon. We will respond at once. Until we meet again." Elder Mulin replied with a nod. Chen Gu turned to the trio, instructing, "Simply place your hands upon me." Piccolo and Goku, familiar with the routine, rested their hands on his shoulders. Noticing Tian Tian's puzzled expression, Chen Gu smiled and took the young Namekian's hand. He then bid farewell to Elder Mulin. "Farewell, Elder Mulin." As his words faded, the four of them vanished in an instant before Elder Mulin's eyes. The elder stood in stunned silence for a moment, gazing at the space where they had been, and mused. Chen Gu's abilities are indeed remarkable. In the North Galaxy on Earth, the sky over Earth remained a vibrant blue, exuding tranquility. Within the Celestial Hall, the Celestial Guardian observed the planet's subtle shifts while Bobo tended to the flora. Suddenly, a ripple coursed through the air, and four figures materialized within the Celestial Hall. Chen Gu and his companions gazed upon the familiar surroundings, their expressions reflecting comfort and nostalgia. Tian Tian, however, surveyed everything with wide-eyed curiosity, seemingly fascinated by all he encountered. Chen Gu, noticing Tian Tian's inquisitiveness, remarked, "This is the Celestial Hall of Earth. Feel free to explore." Tian Tian shyly shook his head, obediently standing beside Chen Gu, though his eyes darted around in wonder. Chen Gu, seeing this, could only chuckle in exasperation. "Chen Gu, Goku, and Piccolo, is that you?" The voice of the Celestial Guardian resounded from a distance. Goku scratched his head and replied, "Indeed, it's us, Celestial Guardian, but why is it only the three of you who have returned?" "Where are the others?" the Celestial Guardian inquired further. Goku, with a sorrowful expression, began to recount the events that had transpired in recent days. Meanwhile, Chen Gu explained to Tian Tian, "This is our Celestial Guardian, that he is also a Namekian. Originally one with Piccolo, though circumstances led to their separation. I believe you can sense this connection." Tian Tian nodded. "I can feel the bond between Uncle Piccolo and the Celestial Guardian souls." With that, he turned his gaze toward the Celestial Guardian, who reciprocated with a warm smile. Tian Tian's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as he averted his gaze. Chen Gu redirected his attention to the Celestial Guardian, inquiring, "Celestial Guardian, might I ask if the Dragon Balls on Earth are currently gathered?" The Celestial Guardian replied, "I anticipated that you might require the Dragon Balls upon your return from Namek, so I had Bobo collect them in advance. I never expected they would indeed prove useful." He gestured towards Bobo. "Bobo, maintaining a stoic expression, stated, "Please, follow me." He then led them deeper into the celestial hall, with Chen Gu and the others close behind. As the celestial guardian approached Chen Gu, he sensed an elusive aura emanating from him and exclaimed, "Chen Gu, how is it that your dimensional presence seems to subtly suppress my own?" Chen Gu shook his head. "I am uncertain of the specifics. I will inquire with someone knowledgeable about this later. However, it appears that my dimensional elevation is indeed genuine." The celestial guardian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and swallowed hard. "You never fail to astonish me with each encounter. I fear you may one day frighten me to death." Chen Gu offered an awkward smile, choosing to remain silent. The celestial guardian turned his gaze to Tian Tian, speaking gently. "Tian Tian, why not stay with me from now on?" Tian Tian glanced at Chen Gu, who nodded in encouragement, then looked back at the celestial guardian, replying, "Very well, celestial grandfather." The celestial guardian regarded the adorable Tian Tian, reminiscent of his own childhood, and felt a surge of affection. Bobo pushed open a dusty stone door. Gesturing for everyone to enter, they complied without hesitation and stepped inside. Chen Gu's gaze fell upon the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls, and he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Piccolo sensed the energy emanating from the Dragon Balls, feeling an inexplicable connection, yet upon closer examination, he could discern nothing. Chen Gu approached the 7 Dragon Balls, took a deep breath, and declared loudly, "Come forth." Shenron. Shortly thereafter, dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by a beam of golden light shooting upwards. A resounding roar of a dragon pierced the heavens as the golden light coalesced into a green dragon. Hovering before Chen Gu, observing the dragon, Chen Gu felt a shift in perception. This time, the dragon seemed less divine and more akin to a being of his own essence. "State your wish, whatever your desire. I shall grant it." The green dragon spoke, its crimson eyes fixed upon the assembly. Tiantan gazed with curiosity at this dragon, so different from the one on Namek. Chen Gu boldly stated, "Could you resurrect the bodies of those killed by Frisia and his minions on Namek?" "That wish is quite simple." The dragon responded without hesitation. Suddenly, the red light in its eyes intensified and then flickered. Before Chen Gu, a multitude of bodies appeared, belonging to the Dragon Ball warriors and Bulma. "Your wish has been granted. I must now take my leave." With that, the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring into the sky and scattering across the globe. Chen Gu gazed at Bulma's lifeless form. Appearing as if in a deep slumber, yet exuding an enchanting allure, he stepped forward, cradling Bulma's body gently, caressing her cheek tenderly as he whispered, "Bulma, wait for me." Subsequently, an idea struck him, and he retrieved Gohan's and Bulma's bodies from the universal capsule. Witnessing their original forms dissolve into stardust and vanish into the ether, Chen Gu marveled inwardly. Does the emergence of a new body cause the old one to disappear? It seems this is the rule of this world. Chen Gu glanced at the bodies of those on the ground and promptly tossed out a universal capsule. Encasing their forms within it, he secured the capsule to his belt and turned to the celestial deity, stating, "I must take a trip to the underworld. I beseech you to merge their bodies with their souls." "Not a problem," replied the celestial deity without hesitation. Piccolo observed the group's decision and remarked nonchalantly, "I too must depart. The remaining matters are yours to resolve." With that, without waiting for Chen Gu's response, he activated his flight technique and soared away from the celestial palace, vanishing into the horizon. Chen Gu watched the direction in which Piccolo had disappeared and softly said, "Piccolo, in the days to come, I entrust the earth to you." At that moment, Piccolo, having left the celestial palace, subtly raised the corners of his mouth and nodded silently. "Very well, esteemed deity, that we must make our journey to the underworld. For I fear delays may bring unforeseen changes," Chen Gu urged. The celestial deity nodded. "Follow me. By the way, Bobo, please accompany Tian Tian to familiarize her with the celestial palace." "Understood," Bobo replied with his usual stoic expression. Soon after, the celestial deity led Chen Gu and Wukong to the room Chen Gu had previously returned to. This time, as Chen Gu observed the formation on the ground, it seemed reminiscent of a component of the instant teleportation principle. Before Chen Gu could delve into his analysis, the celestial deity interjected, "Let us depart." Chen Gu turned to the celestial deity, We should go directly to the King of Hell. I have matters to discuss with him. Certainly, the celestial deity positioned himself alongside Chen Gu and Wukong upon the formation, and shortly thereafter, the three vanished from Earth. In hell, colorful clouds floated in the sky. The King of Hell sat within his throne room, examining the souls before him. Among them stood a particularly haughty alien with pallid skin. Suddenly, three figures materialized before the King of Hell. A Namekian, leaning on a cane, addressed the king, "My Lord King of Hell. I beg your pardon for the interruption." The king nodded but did not respond. Instead, he gazed at Chen Gu behind the Namekian. Chen Gu smiled and greeted, "Good to see you again, King of Hell." The King of Hell scrutinized Chen Gu for a moment, astonished. "You are Chen Gu? It's rare for the King of Hell to remember me." Chen Gu replied, scratching his head. Frowning, the King of Hell regarded Chen Gu, pausing for a long while before saying, "Chen Gu, you give me the impression that you do not belong to the realm of mortals." Chen Gu sighed, "I am uncertain of the reasons. Perhaps I may find answers when I consult the King of the Universe." The King of Hell nodded, then inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Chen Gu pondered for a moment, about to speak when he was interrupted by a loud voice. "Who are you?" "Release me, Frisia the Great. At once, or I shall not spare you." Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Gu raised an eyebrow and turned to see Frisia, whom he had recently slain. With a smirk, Chen Gu remarked, "Ah, if it isn't Frisia the Great. I never expected our paths to cross so soon." Frisia, upon hearing Chen Gu's voice, seethed, "Chen Gu, it's you again. I will not let you escape. I shall kill you at the first opportunity." Impudence, before Chen Gu could respond. The King of Hell's roar echoed through the room. Feeling the King's wrath, Chen Gu noticed that he did not experience the usual tremor of souls. However, Frisia, in terror, fell prostrate on the ground. The king continued, "Now that you are in hell, you will behave or face the consequences." Chen Gu glanced at Frisia and chuckled. "I recall Frisia the Great proclaiming that he would kill me upon our next encounter. Yet here we are, and he has not fulfilled that promise." Frisia glared at Chen Gu, as if wishing to devour him whole. Chen Gu then turned to the King of Hell and queried, "What shall be your judgment regarding Frisia?" The King of Hell perused Frisia's misdeeds, and after what felt like an eternity, declared in fury, "Having committed so many crimes, it is only fitting that you suffer in the 18th layer of hell." However, Chen Gu interjected before the king could finalize his decision. "May I suggest an alternative course of action?" Upon hearing this, the king's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he regarded Frisia, as if he were a mere plaything. Frisia, feeling the intensity of the gaze, shivered, realizing that Chen Gu likely had no benevolent proposal in mind. The king gave a few instructions to his attendant, who appeared momentarily stunned before escorting Frisia out of the throne room towards paradise. In a secluded part of paradise, Frisia, wrapped in bindings, was unceremoniously tossed onto a tree while the sounds of Swana echoed around him. By the way, Chen Gu, you have yet to inform me of your purpose for visiting." The King of Hell said, turning his attention back to Chen Gu. Chen Gu recalled his intent and retrieved the universal capsule from his waist, placing it on the ground, revealing a multitude of bodies. The surrounding spirits stirred, eyeing the bodies hungrily, but the King of Hell let out a dismissive snort, causing the spirits to fall silent. "What is the meaning of this, Chen Gu?" the king inquired, puzzled. Chen Gu explained the battle against Frisia alongside the Dragon Ball warriors, concluding with, "I wish to know if my friends are still here. I hope to allow them to possess their bodies for training in the underworld." The king replied, "These warriors have performed great deeds and could have ascended to paradise. However, they refused that path, insisting on training under the King of the Universe. Lacking bodies, I had no choice but to keep them in my throne room." With a wave of his hand, a grand door appeared, from which spirits began to emerge. "You may begin the process of merging them with their bodies," the king instructed. Chen Gu nodded and turned to the celestial deity. "I implore you, esteemed deity." "Of course." The deity responded without hesitation, seamlessly merging the souls with their respective bodies. As Chen Gu watched the bodies awaken one by one, a relieved smile slowly spread across his face. Eventually, only Bulma remained unresponsive. and with no additional souls present, Chen Gu furrowed his brow, questioning the king. What of Bulma? The king regarded Chen Gu, pausing momentarily before responding. Bulma, she is a girl from Earth who came with them. She is also my girlfriend, Chen Gu clarified. The king flipped through his records and, after a lengthy search, announced there appears to be such a person. However, he glanced at Chen Gu. Do not be alarmed by what I am about to say. Chen Gu's frown deepened as he inhaled deeply, then exhaled, speak. Although Bulma accompanied them and perished in the battle against Frisia, she did not contribute significantly. Consequently, according to the Underworld's judgment, she has been sent to be reincarnated, the king explained. What? Chen Gu thundered. You mean Bulma has been sent to be reincarnated? Observing Chen Gu's contorted expression, the king nodded with resignation. Bulma, unlike your other companions, did not accrue significant merit. Thus she was sent for reincarnation. However, you need not worry. She will be reborn into a good family. Upon hearing that Bulma had been sent to be reincarnated, Chen Gu's expression darkened. Why? Why what? The king inquired. Why did you not wait before deciding Bulma's fate? Why send her to be reincarnated immediately? Chen Gu glared at the king, his aura surging uncontrollably as if he might explode at any moment. Despite his regard for Chen Gu, the king of hell would not permit such insolence. His demeanor turning stern. Chen Gu, understand this. These are the regulations of the underworld. Judgments must be made as they are. Ordinary souls have no choice in the matter. Chen Gu's aura continued to escalate. Gritting his teeth, so, ordinary souls lack the freedom to choose. You are well aware that Bulma came with them. Why could you not allow her a moment of consideration before sending her away for reincarnation? Why? Why? As Chen Gu's aura intensified, Wukong, sensing the rising energy from Chen Gu, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Humph, Chen Gu, I advise you not to push your luck. The king of hell warned with a fierce glare, and no longer restraining his aura, Chen Gu unleashed it fully, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Chen Gu exuded a golden aura, with his hair and eyebrows transformed into shimmering gold, while his eyes turned to striking azure, coldly gazing at the king of hell. In the instant Chen Gu ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan, the surrounding spirits were violently thrown about, some trembling on the ground as if faced with an unparalleled terror. The king of hell, feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from Chen Gu, spoke sternly. Chen Gu, what are you doing? What am I doing? Today, I shall dismantle your throne of hell. I am eager to see what rules you speak of. Chen Gu bellowed, his fury palpable as it seemed to take on a tangible form in his eyes. Sun Wukong and the other newly corporeal warriors watched the scene unfold, first in awe of the intensity of Chen Gu's aura, then turning their attention to him in silence, the king of hell. Witnessing the chaos wrought upon the spirits by Chen Gu's energy, erupted in anger. Chen Gu, if you destroy the throne of hell, the consequences will be dire. The spirits of the underworld will descend into chaos, and the entire universe will be affected. Chen Gu merely regarded the king of hell with indifference, a faint wicked smile gracing his lips as he retorted. Consequences? What concern are they of mine? You are utterly blind to the bigger picture. I have misjudged you. The king of hell trembled with rage. If I cannot even protect my own woman, what does this world matter to me? With a sweeping motion of his hand, a surge of energy erupted forth, obliterating everything around them save for the king of hell and the Dragon Ball warriors. Suspended in the air, Chen Gu directed his gaze at the king of hell, and with a pointed finger summoned a fiery red energy sphere that began to swell in size, a technique he had learned from Frisia known as the planet-destroying ball. In that case, I shall bury this underworld alongside my Bulma. Chen Gu declared, the planet-destroying ball growing ever larger, the energy within it intensifying as it pressed towards the king of hell. The king of hell swallowed hard, fully aware that the energy before him was beyond his capacity to resist, and resignedly closed his eyes. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without feeling the impact of the planet-destroying ball, he opened his eyes to find himself, along with Chen Gu and a host of others, positioned not far from the throne of hell. Just as the king of hell prepared to question Chen Gu's reluctance to strike him down, a tremendous explosion resonated in the distance, leaving him momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he turned to witness his throne of hell disintegrating into dust, the entire realm of the underworld laid to waste. Staring at the ruins before him, the king of hell's mouth moved silently, struggling to articulate a single word. Chen Gu, observing the obliterated underworld, felt his rage begin to dissipate slightly. Soon after, another planet-destroying ball coalesced at the tip of his finger, steadily enlarging. The king of hell, now witnessing the terrifying power once more, shouted, "Chen Gu, while your destruction of my throne is one matter, if you obliterate the facilities of the underworld, chaos will truly ensue throughout the universe." The warriors sensed the cataclysmic energy in Chen Gu's hands and felt a tightening in their chests. Though it was not aimed at them, its intensity was suffocating. Chen Gu, contemplating the energy sphere in his grasp, recalled the scenes of chaos he had witnessed in a past life that a wave of trepidation washed over him. While he could not predict the emergence of formidable beings, he feared that should they appear, he and his companions might not survive. Gradually, the planet-destroying ball shrank in size until it vanished completely. The group exhaled a collective sigh of relief as they observed the dissipating energy. Turning his back to the king of hell and the others, Chen Gu spoke softly. "I spare your life because you once aided me. I do not wish to be ungrateful. Consider this a settlement regarding the throne of hell. From this day forth, we owe each other nothing." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Gu vanished, reappearing beside Sun Wukong. He regarded the newly corporeal Dragon Ball warriors with an unwavering tone. "You may train with the Kaioshin or go wherever you please. I must emphasize that you are all still far too weak. Earth will face many dangers in the future, and you will be powerless to protect it." "Chen Gu, where are you going?" Gohan inquired. Sensing the cold energy radiating from Chen Gu, "Gohan, train diligently. Your talent is on par with anyone here, and I hope that one day you can stand alongside us to safeguard Earth," Chen Gu said, his voice softening as he looked at Gohan. Vegeta, meanwhile, fixed an intense gaze upon Chen Gu, initially astonished by his Super Saiyan form, then turning his attention to Gohan after hearing Chen Gu praise his potential. Subsequently, Chen Gu seized Sun Wukong and vanished from the underworld. The king of hell, gazing at the desolation before him, seemed to lose all strength and sank to the ground. The Dragon Ball warriors began to process Chen Gu's recent statements, ultimately deciding to return to the Kaioshin for training. Gohan, who had been inspired by Chen Gu to take an interest in martial arts, resolved to train fervently, determined not to disappoint Chen Gu's expectations. On Yardrat, Chen Gu and Sun Wukong materialized before Kashu. Initially, Kashu mistook their sudden appearance as a result of the Yardrat people practicing instant transmission and mismanaging it. Upon recognizing Chen Gu and his companion, a fellow Saiyan, Kashu exclaimed, "Chen Gu, it has been such a long time." Chen Gu offered a strained smile to his old acquaintance. "Indeed, Kashu, it has been far too long. What brings you to my realm?" "These years, Yardrat has been quite secure and has not suffered any attacks from Frisia's forces, which has been a relief. However, I am concerned about when Frisia's army might arrive on our planet. I would appreciate your assistance," Kashu stated. Chen Gu shook his head. Seeing this, Kashu frowned, fearing Chen Gu was about to renege on a past promise, and was about to inquire when Chen Gu continued, "Frisia has been slain by my hand. His army should no longer threaten Yardrat." What? Frisia is dead." Kashu's hand trembled as he initiated telepathy. "Moments latte." Cardon appeared alongside them. Chen Gu clasped his hands in greeting. "Master Cardon." Cardon nodded and asked, "Chen Gu, is what you say true?" "Indeed. Absolutely true," Chen Gu affirmed. "That is wonderful news. I never imagined you would be able to slay Frisia." "The universe will enjoy a greater peace," Cardon remarked, gazing into the distance with a sense of wonder. Kashu joined in the laughter. His mood lifted, as their spirits brightened. They began to jest with Chen Gu. Cardon inquired, "Chen Gu, how has your progress with the third step of telepathy been?" Chen Gu remained silent, and soon after, Cardon heard Chen Gu's voice resonate in his mind. Cardon stared at Chen Gu in shock. This is truly remarkable." "Ha ha, it has only been 2 years, right?" Chen Gu nodded, confirming the time frame. Had they known that Chen Gu had mastered telepathy merely 6 months after returning to Earth, they would have been even more astonished. However, Chen Gu had no desire to engage in banter. He shifted to the matter at hand. Master Cardon, I have come to request your assistance. Feel free to ask. Chen Gu, you have helped us avert a crisis. Anything we can do to assist you? I will gladly oblige. Cardon replied readily. Chen Gu nodded and gestured to Sun Wukong. This is my fellow disciple, a scion who fell to earth in his youth, yet possesses a kind heart. We have come to ask Master Cardon to teach him instant transmission. Sun Wukong nodded toward Cardon. I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to your guidance. Cardon appraised Sun Wukong, noting that while his mental fortitude was not particularly strong, it was not weak either. He then turned to Chen Gu. No problem. However, the time it takes to learn will depend on him. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Master Cardon. Chen Gu expressed his gratitude. Cardon waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities between us. By the way, where's your girlfriend? I recall you brought her along when you came to Yardrat for training. Upon hearing Cardon's inquiry, Sun Wukong felt a pang of guilt. Chen Gu gazed into the distance and replied, Master Cardon, until we meet again. Upon concluding his words, he vanished with a swift whoosh. Carton, in the moment of Chen Gu's farewell, distinctly sensed the fluctuations of Chen Gu's mental energy. He also noticed the shift in emotions of Sun Wukong beside him, his brows gradually knitting in concern. Turning to Sun Wukong, Carton offered a warm smile, saying, Sun Wukong, come with me. I shall guide you in the art of instant teleportation. Upon hearing instant teleportation, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Carton continued, might you share the events that have transpired during this time? With a sigh, Sun Wukong slowly recounted to Carton and Caxiu the experiences of their journey to Namek. Meanwhile, in West City on Earth, a discordant voice rang out, get out of the way. Are you seeking death? The driver continued to berate. Look at you, standing in the middle of the road, daydreaming. Do you wish to perish? Standing in the street was none other than Chen Gu, clad in a pristine training outfit, having just materialized from Yardrat. Ignoring the driver who had nearly collided with him, Chen Gu's gaze drifted toward a nearby wall, where the words Universal Capsule Company glimmered. This was the very place where he and Bulma had shared countless moments. However, unlike before, the sight of the radiant letters pierced his heart with an inexplicable pain. Arriving at Bulma's doorstep, before he could act, the voice of the intelligent robot welcomed him home. Welcome back, Master Chen Gu. Chen Gu lingered at the threshold for an extended moment. Finally, taking a deep breath, he stepped into Bulma's abode. Surrounded by the familiar sights, he couldn't help but reminisce about the whimsical Bulma, just as he was lost in nostalgia. A voice shattered the tranquility. Ah, Chen Gu, you're back. Do you have time to go on a date with me? Turning to face Mrs. Brief, Chen Gu mustered a strained smile. No, thank you, Mrs. Brief. Oh dear, where has that child Bulma gone off to this time? Mrs. Brief glanced around, unable to spot Bulma, and inquired. At a pang of anxiety struck Chen Gu. He opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to speak, mistaking Chen Gu's hesitance for secrecy regarding Bulma's whereabouts. Mrs. Brief laughed. All right, I won't pry. Have fun. I have a date to attend. With that, she departed. Watching Mrs. Brief's retreating figure, Chen Gu extended his hand, hesitating before lowering it, his gaze drifting toward the distant sunset, for reasons unknown. The evening sky appeared to mirror his sorrow, growing dimmer as the somber twilight enveloped him. Chen Gu walked the streets of West City as if he were an outsider, acutely aware of his disconnection from the world around him. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived beside a modest eatery, its sign unpretentious yet stylish. In front of the restaurant, two frail figures leaned on one another, an elderly man and his grandson. Both were clad in tattered clothing. The grandson's oversized, worn shoes contrasted starkly with the grandfather's bare feet. The chill of West City's evening air was palpable as they huddled together for warmth. The grandson looked up, and Chen Gu noticed his unusually large eyes. Reminiscent of Bulma's playful gaze. Grandpa, I'm so cold, the boy murmured weakly. Fear not, my dear. Everything will be all right. Grandpa will fetch you something to eat, the elderly man reassured him, embracing the boy, though it offered little comfort. Witnessing this poignant scene stirred memories of his own mentor. Silently, Chen Gu brushed past them, discreetly leaving a universal capsule at their feet before disappearing from sight. The grandfather, trembling, picked up the capsule, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, divine spirit. If only Chen Gu were present, he would find it amusing. for he was no deity. On Alpha Star, a figure materialized within a forest. A dinosaur-like creature was feasting, its tail notably truncated. Upon spotting Chen Gu, it lunged forward, jaws aimed at his head. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Gu raised his hand slowly, releasing his chi to subdue the creature, pinning it to the ground. The beast trembled, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from Chen Gu, feeling insignificantly small in comparison. "Well, it seems you've grown quite a bit since we last met," Chen Gu remarked. The creature appeared to comprehend, falling into a contemplative state. Suddenly, it shook violently, as if exclaiming, "It is you! It truly is you!" Chen Gu chose to ignore its antics, surveying his surroundings as he sought the direction of his mentor's grave. That utilizing flight technique, he soared towards the burial site. The creature, witnessing Chen Gu take flight, displayed shock before hastily retreating in the opposite direction. In no time, Chen Gu arrived at his mentor's grave. He mused, noticing the lack of overgrowth and the care taken to maintain it. Could it be that someone familiar frequented this place? Shaking his head, he thought, "This is for the best. I wouldn't want the grass on my mentor's grave to outgrow me." From his belt, he retrieved 3 incense sticks from a universal capsule, channeling a bit of chi to ignite them. Kneeling by the grave, he inserted the sticks while saying, "It has been far too long since I last visited. Dear mentor, I apologize." Sitting beside the grave, he uncorked a flask of wine, exclaiming, "Initially, I trained to survive in this world. Later, it became a pursuit of martial arts. Yet, I have lost the girl I cherished most. What should I do?" After speaking, he took a hearty swig. Suddenly, laughter erupted from him. "Oh, mentor, how I wish you were still here. Here's to you." He poured some wine onto the ground as an offering. After another sip, he voiced, "I find myself in a fog of confusion. Should I continue my martial training? I fear I may lose even more people dear to me. Can you provide me with an answer?" Sighing, he reclined on the ground, lamenting, "You might as well be asking me, mentor, why did you persist in martial arts? In this technologically advanced world, you are the sole martial artist." Chen Gu gazed skyward, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months slipped by one night. As Chen Gu gradually succumbed to sleep, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, brushing against his slumbering form. His closed eyes fluttered momentarily before he opened them, taking in the starlit sky. Suddenly, a colossal shadow soared into the heavens, striving to breach the atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, Chen Gu discerned it was a gigantic eagle, attempting to transcend the layers of air. Each time it neared the edge of the atmosphere, the pressure and lack of oxygen thwarted its ascent. Yet, it pressed on relentlessly, as if that was its singular objective. Observing the eagle, Chen Gu murmured, "What an enigma!" He then prepared to take another sip of wine, but his hand faltered, slowly lowering back down. With a touch of self-mockery, he mused, "Indeed, what an enigma!" I, too, was quite the enigma. Embarking on a journey to Namek to confront Frisia without the requisite strength, would waiting for someone to become a Super Saiyan have led to a different outcome? The answer eluded him. Shaking his head in frustration, he felt increasingly lost as the eagle continued its futile struggle, its body sustaining wounds and losing feathers along the way. However, the gaze of the eagle remained unwavering, as if even in death, it would strive to break through the atmosphere, embodying its ultimate goal and the very purpose of its existence. Chen Gu looked at the eagle, initially perceiving it as incomprehensible, but gradually became inspired by its fearless bravery. As time passed, Chen Gu's eyes began to radiate determination. "My decision is not erroneous. The flaw lies in my insufficient strength. Only by becoming more powerful can I protect myself and those I cherish in the face of adversity. Since I have arrived in this world, I must live an extraordinary life that I will continuously cultivate my skills and stand atop this realm. Only in this way can I truly realize the person I aspire to be." Chen Gu abruptly cast the wine to the ground, his gaze fervently fixed upon the eagle soaring in the sky. "Old man, I shall visit you again." Chen Gu offered a slight bow towards the old man's grave. With a swift motion, he vanished from Alpha Star. Shortly thereafter, a flying vessel landed at the spot where Chen Gu had disappeared, and a blonde-haired woman emerged. The woman gazed at the 3 piles of ashes atop the grave and the wine bottle on the ground. Looking into the distance, Chen Gu, is that you? If Chen Gu were present, he might have recognized that this girl was Fong Duo, whom he had saved in his childhood on the planet Adralat. Sun Wukong was listening to Master Cardon explain some intricacies of instant transmission. Suddenly, Master Cardon seemed to sense something, pausing to look in a particular direction. Sun Wukong noticed Master Cardon staring intently at a spot in silence, and turned his gaze there as well, but saw nothing. Moments later, a figure materialized before them. Dressed in a white training outfit, he emanated an ethereal aura akin to that of a divine being. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. "Ah, senior brother." Master Cardon, upon recognizing Chen Gu, relaxed his furrowed brow. Chen Gu nodded to both of them, slightly bowing as he apologized. "I am sorry for not managing my emotions earlier. Please do not take offense." "What are you saying, senior brother? We are comrades. If I were in your place, I might have lost my composure too. This should not be blamed solely on you. I share the fault as well. Had I eliminated Frisia sooner, the subsequent events might have been averted," Sun Wukong said with a sense of guilt. Master Cardon smiled and nodded, indicating that it was all right. Chen Gu replied, "Wukong, this is not your fault. IT simply indicates that we were too weak, unable to protect those around us, that we must grow stronger, strong enough to safeguard our loved ones." "Indeed," Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Master Cardon observed Chen Gu's newfound clarity and smiled gently. "It is wonderful that you have come to terms with it so swiftly. I had anticipated it would take you longer. Your capacity to endure has surpassed my expectations." Chen Gu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Then he glanced at Wukong and asked Master Cardon, "Master Cardon, how is Wukong progressing with instant transmission? Do you think everyone can master instant transmission in just 3 months like you?" Master Cardon rolled his eyes, then recalling how quickly Chen Gu had learned mental communication, chose to ignore him. Chen Gu scratched his head in exasperation and directly asked Wukong, "Wukong, how is your progress with instant transmission? I still cannot use it yet, but I believe it will be soon. I feel like I'm grasping something." Wukong spoke in a manner that suggested partial understanding. Wukong's talent is not lacking. When I felt I was grasping something, I was on the verge of mastering instant transmission. However, that final piece of understanding is elusive. I wonder why the original Wukong took so long to learn it. Perhaps it was to achieve perfect control. Chen Gu pondered as he looked at Wukong. "Can the transformation into Super Saiyan be controlled?" Chen Gu inquired further. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes burning with intensity as he gazed at Chen Gu. "I've been able to control it since a month ago, and my base strength has significantly increased. Senior brother, shall we engage in a match?" Observing Wukong's confidence, Chen Gu surmised that he had already experienced the immense power that the Super Saiyan transformation bestowed and nodded. "If you feel ready, you may call it off." Wukong nodded, and the two distanced themselves. Just as they prepared to battle, Master Cardon appeared between them. Chen Gu and Wukong looked at Master Cardon in confusion. Clearing his throat, Master Cardon said, Last time Wukong was training, he demolished my house. You two should fight farther away." Wukong scratched his head sheepishly, and then he and Chen Gu flew off into the distance. "Senior brother, let's go to the sky," Wukong suggested as he soared alongside Chen Gu. Chen Gu agreed. "All right." As they ascended thousands of meters into the air, Chen Gu declared, "This will do." They floated quietly in the sky, gazing at Wukong in the distance. Sun Wukong, placing his hands on his hips, began to gather his energy. Wukong shouted in a deep voice, "Huh." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the clouds within a several-kilometer radius dissipated above their heads. Wukong transformed, sporting emerald eyes and golden hair, striking a battle-ready pose as he stared at Chen Gu. Chen Gu, too, gradually elevated his energy, effortlessly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Despite both having become Super Saiyans, their auras were markedly different. Wukong's energy surged wildly and boisterously, akin to an enraged child, instilling fear. In contrast, Chen Gu's aura radiated with the calmness of a composed child. The two faced each other, neither making the first move. This was Chen Gu's first experience transforming into a Super Saiyan alongside another. And as he felt Wukong's energy, he reflected, Though both are a 50-fold increase, Wukong's initial combat power should be around 400,000, which seems somewhat lacking. But am I perhaps being overly at ease? Meanwhile, Sun Wukong sensed the pressure emanating from Chen Gu and pondered, we are both Super Saiyans, yet why does my senior brother instill such a sense of mental pressure? Then, as if struck by a realization, Chen Gu allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, murmuring, is this the disparity between dimensions? It appears that sensations from different dimensions are indeed distinct. Eager to comprehend the changes within him, he intently warned, Wukong, be cautious. He then suppressed his energy to approximately 80 of Wukong's and charged toward him, instinctively throwing a punch. Wukong, too, tensed up, launching himself at Chen Gu. The moment their fists collided, a thunderous sound erupted, and a powerful shockwave radiated from their point of contact. As the first thunderclap resounded, their exchanges became increasingly frequent. Master Cardon observed the commotion in the sky, listening to the booming sounds, and murmured, these two lads are truly fearsome. The inhabitants of Adralat, hearing the continuous booming from above, displayed expressions of alarm, with some seeking refuge in their homes. Master Cardon sighed, shaking his head, and swiftly appeared beside Kashu. He informed Kashu about the battle occurring overhead, urging everyone not to panic. Once Kashu utilized mental communication to reassure the people of Adralat, their anxiety lessened, though they still regarded the two fighters' power with trepidation. The two combatants in the sky suddenly separated, locking eyes. Chen Gu, feeling an intense burning ambition deep within, shouted, that should suffice for probing. Let us go again. However, Chen Gu maintained his energy at around 70 of Wukong's. Wukong's eyes sparkled as he responded. All right. Their previous skirmish had merely been a mutual test, as neither wished to reveal their full strength initially. They charged toward each other once more, and with their earnestness. The sounds of their attacks and the resulting shockwaves grew increasingly thunderous. Wukong delivered an elbow strike aimed at Chen Gu's left cheek. Chen Gu, attempting to knee Wukong in the abdomen, narrowly dodged the blow. Wukong rubbed his stomach and looked at Chen Gu. Senior brother, I'm going to use my full strength. All right, I am eager to see just how strong you truly are, Chen Gu replied. Massaging his face where he had been struck, Wukong focused intently on Chen Gu, his energy escalating. The golden flames surrounding him became more radiant, and the temperature surged further. It seemed as though the air surrounding them was resonating with a golden blaze. Crackling with intensity, Chen Gu, in a fit of determination, summoned 80% of his strength, elevating his chi to match that of Wukong's formidable intensity of 200 million. However, the golden aura enveloping Chen Gu was far less tempestuous, and the atmosphere around them remained oddly tranquil. Furthermore, the golden flames emanating from Chen Gu appeared significantly more solid than those of Wukong. With a calm demeanor, Chen Gu declared, come on, in an instant. The two figures shattered the sound barrier, finding themselves side by side in the blink of an eye. Wukong immediately swung a powerful punch aimed directly at Chen Gu's forehead. Unfazed by the approaching fist, Chen Gu raised his hand, concentrating his chi to catch Wukong's blow effortlessly, and then swiftly pivoted to deliver a kick towards Wukong. Wukong was no pushover. Upon noticing Chen Gu's evasion, he bent low, attempting to sidestep the incoming kick, but was a fraction too slow and ultimately found himself sent flying by Chen Gu's strike. As Chen Gu sensed the similarity in chi between himself and Wukong, he reflected on how facing Wukong had become comparatively easier. When I maintained my chi at 80% of Wukong's strength, I was able to hold my ground. However, as soon as I reduced my chi to 70%, I found myself at a disadvantage. Chen Gu pondered, observing Wukong charging at him. He continued to match Wukong's intensity, managing to counter his attacks with relative ease. Wukong, realizing that Chen Gu was consistently parrying his strikes, intensified his assault, quickening his pace. It seemed as if Chen Gu had discovered balance. Gradually, he began to use his right hand exclusively to deflect Wukong's attacks, while his left hand occasionally reached out to intercept any strikes that slipped through. Suddenly, Wukong halted. Chen Gu clenched his fists and looked at Wukong, questioning, what's wrong? Shall we continue? No more. It's too frustrating, Wukong replied, promptly reverting from his Super Saiyan form to his black-haired, black-eyed state. Chen Gu chuckled lightly and followed suit, shedding his Super Saiyan appearance. Let us seek out Master Kaidan. Perhaps he holds the answers. Wukong nodded in agreement. All right. Subsequently, Chen Gu placed his hand upon Wukong's shoulder and utilized instant transmission, vanishing from the sky in a flash. Master Kaidan was deep in meditation when the two suddenly appeared before him. Wukong gazed at the abrupt change in scenery, feeling a strange stir within him, as if he had grasped something significant. Chen Gu regarded Master Kaidan and inquired, Master Kaidan? Slowly, Master Kaidan opened his eyes, smiling at Chen Gu. Is it over? Yes, Chen Gu replied. I have a question I wish to pose to you. Observing the seriousness etched on Chen Gu's face, Kaidan lowered his legs and approached a table, retrieving 2 chairs for Chen Gu and Wukong, pouring them each a cup of water. Speak your mind. I may not have answers to everything, but I will certainly assist with what I know. Chen Gu nodded and then elevated his chi, transforming into his Super Saiyan form that at first, Kaidan did not comprehend Chen Gu's intentions, but upon sensing the unique aura of Chen Gu's spiritual energy, he began to scrutinize him closely. Revert to your normal form and release your Qian spiritual energy, Kaidan instructed. Chen Gu hesitated for a moment before complying, returning to his regular form and unleashing his Qian spiritual energy. Kaidan closed his eyes to absorb the sensation for a while, then sighed softly, lifting his cup to sip his tea. Observing Kaidan's sigh and leisurely tea drinking, Chen Gu's lips twitched in exasperation. Master Kaidan, could you please be direct? You had me revert from Super Saiyan and then remain silent. Setting down his teacup, Kaidan remarked, Are you implying that you wish for me to assess the changes in your dimensional state? Chen Gu's eyes brightened, realizing he had indeed not misjudged him. Precisely, if I am not mistaken. Your dimension has likely ascended to a new level, perhaps akin to that of a deity of a planet. Kaidan observed Chen Gu with a knowing glance. Chen Gu, slightly taken aback, noted that both Piccolo and Master Kaidan had reached the same conclusion. You truly are fortunate, Kaidan continued with a grin. What do you mean? Chen Gu inquired. The deities possess lifespans far exceeding that of ordinary beings, and the direct benefit of such a dimensional enhancement is the opportunity to connect with higher-level divine entities. Kaidan elaborated. How does Master Kaidan possess such profound knowledge? Chen Gu questioned, puzzled. Kaidan sighed. Do you know why our planet's inhabitants have such potent spiritual energy? It is due to the methods and applications of spiritual energy cultivation. However, these techniques were not innate to us, but rather inherited from our ancestors. Our forebears were the deities of this planet, who imparted the cultivation methods to ensure the survival of their descendants. Just as our planet's Karen sage teaches martial arts to those on Earth, Wukong interjected. Chen Gu glanced at Wukong, acknowledging the shared understanding. Kaidan smiled and continued, although I am unsure of the reason behind your dimensional enhancement. I believe it is closely intertwined with both your spiritual energy and strength. Chen Gu nodded, responding, in fact, I had previously heard our planet's deity mention dimensional enhancements, but this time I wish to inquire about something else. Kaidan nearly spat out his tea. Having just feigned deep understanding, nearly exposed, he cleared his throat. So, it is a different matter. Please ask away. When I recently sparred with Wukong, I discovered that I could match him using merely 80% of his chi. Is this due to my dimensional enhancement? Chen Gu cast a glance at Wukong. Kaidan furrowed his brow, replying, according to our ancestors' records, dimensional enhancements solely assist in the cultivation of spiritual energy and the prolongation of life, but should not directly influence one's strength. Your situation? Chen Gu frowned, contemplating, does Master Kaidan truly not know? Noticing Chen Gu's furrowed brow, Kaidan continued, to my knowledge, while dimensional enhancement may aid in strength development, it cannot allow one to wield 80% of another's power in combat. Can you tell me when your dimension was elevated? It was during the Namek saga, when I first transformed into a Super Saiyan, after which I realized my dimension had ascended. Chen Gu replied candidly. So your dimension was enhanced as a result of becoming a Super Saiyan. Is that correct? Kaidan probed further. Chen Gu pondered on the surface. That seems to be the case. However, but what? Kaidan pressed, intrigued. Since my initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, my spiritual energy has also seen significant improvement. It seems to have undergone a qualitative change akin to my dimensional elevation, Chen Gu explained. Kaidan chuckled helplessly. Your situation is unprecedented. No, perhaps not just for me. There may not be another being in the entire universe who shares such a condition. Chen Gu scratched his head. Very well. I believe your strength surpasses merely matching another's 80%. You possess the capacity to stand toe-to-toe with others that it may be a result of your own combat prowess being enhanced. Kaidan analyzed further. What do you mean? Chen Gu asked, confused. Kaidan smiled, elaborating, perhaps the simultaneous qualitative changes in your strength, spiritual energy, and dimension have augmented your inherent power in relation to the intensity of your qi. Instead of using the intensity of others' qi as a reference. Do you understand my meaning? Chen Gu was stroking his chin, contemplating. In other words, my mental strength and dimensional enhancement will reflect back on my own power, allowing me to possess the same qi as others. Yet my actual qi is stronger than my own. One could interpret it this way. For instance, during your battle with Goku, when you control your qi to 80% of Goku's, is it truly at 80%? Chen Gu seemed to grasp the concept, pulling Goku along as they rushed outside. Master Kardon followed suit. Chen Gu declared, Goku, let us maintain our qi at an intensity of 10,000. Oh, all right. Goku complied, albeit without full understanding. Subsequently, both Chen Gu and Goku sustained their qi at the specified intensity, and Chen Gu unleashed his full power, launching an energy sphere. Observing the crater formed upon impact, Chen Gu looked at Goku, who understood the cue and unleashed his own energy sphere, resulting in another sizable crater on the ground. Chen Gu dashed into the pit, gazing at the two craters of differing sizes, murmuring, as expected, my crater is approximately 25 times larger than Goku's, indicating that my mental strength and dimensional enhancement provide a 25-fold increase to my power. This is truly astonishing. Goku, examining the disparate craters, inquired, Senior brother, is this the reason you asked me to do this? It appears your ability is quite extraordinary. Hee. I concur, Chen Gu chuckled. Master Kardon appeared beside them, observing the two craters, and slowly remarked, generally speaking, enhancements in mental strength and dimension do not impact one's power. Otherwise, deities would vastly surpass mortals of the same rank. However, the contrary is often true. Many mortals possess strength far exceeding that of deities. After hearing this, Chen Gu nodded in agreement, recalling how the god of destruction could not defeat Majin Buu. Your situation likely arises from the fusion of qi within your body and mental strength, subsequently enhancing the dimension and reflecting back to boost your physical prowess. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare. Kardon took a deep breath. Chen Gu also found it remarkable. In the ensuing days, Chen Gu diligently trained on the planet Adalat. Most of his time was spent in rigorous practice, and recognizing the significance of mental strength, he engaged in meditation. Occasionally, he would spar with Goku. One day, beneath the sky of Adalat, an individual gazed intently into the distance. Before long, the clouds ahead morphed into a tiger, then transformed again into a divine dragon, entirely white in hue. Chen Gu, watching the ever-changing clouds nearby, revealed a subtle smile. At last, I have succeeded. I never anticipated telekinesis to be so fascinating. Over the past 2 months of relentless training, he had also learned a new skill, telekinesis, from Master Kardon, enabling him to control objects while using mental strength. Suddenly, a ripple in the air announced the arrival of a yellow figure beside Chen Gu. Clad in yellow, Sun Wukong stared at the white dragon in the sky, exclaiming, "Is that the dragon?" "Wait, no, it merely resembles one. Indeed, that I was practicing telekinesis, using it as a training exercise, with a flick of his right hand." Chen Gu dispersed the dragon-shaped cloud. Goku marveled. "Senior brother, you truly are impressive. You are quite remarkable yourself. In these 2 months, you have mastered instant transmission." Chen Gu replied. Goku nodded. "However, I am still unfamiliar with it. At times it works, but I need to concentrate to focus my mental energy." Chen Gu understood Goku's implication as he placed his finger on his forehead. No rush. Practice makes perfect. He then turned his gaze towards the horizon. Goku nodded. Yes, he too focused on the distance, The contrasting figures of white and yellow appeared particularly striking in the sky. After an indeterminate time, Chen Gu asked, Goku, what are your plans moving forward? I'll continue training. I must become stronger. Only by growing stronger can I protect those around me. This is what you said, isn't it, senior brother? Goku replied, hands clasped behind his head with a grin. Yes, I meant to ask where you plan to train next? Chen Gu inquired. Goku looked puzzled. Where? I will train here. You are here, and we can spar to progress more quickly, right? Are you planning to leave? Chen Gu nodded. You have already learned instant transmission. Although it occasionally falters, you can still utilize it without major issues. Only through constant practice can one become a true warrior. Do you understand my meaning? Chen Gu articulated, borrowing a phrase he had encountered online in his previous life. Are you going to train in the universe? Goku instantly grasped Chen Gu's intention. Chen Gu smiled. Yes, I've lingered here long enough. I intend to train in various environments across the universe and attempt to push my limits. With that, Chen Gu clenched his fist. Breakthrough myself? Can the Super Saiyan still achieve breakthroughs? Goku seemed intrigued. Chen Gu smiled mysteriously and replied nonchalantly. Naturally. The reason the Super Saiyan is deemed super is that it can constantly surpass its limits. Chen Gu felt the surge of his own strength, internally pondering. During these 2 months, my Super Saiyan realm has stabilized, and my foundational combat power has risen from 5 million to 7,000,000 to Goku's strength has also increased to 4,000,000. Observing the excitement in Goku's eyes, Chen Gu articulated the stages of Super Saiyan 1 he recalled. Through my recent training, I have discovered that Super Saiyan can indeed be transcended, that I refer to our current state as Super Saiyan First Stage, which represents the initial form of Super Saiyan with average combat power. Does that mean there is a second stage? Goku asked eagerly. Based on my analysis, there should be a second stage, third stage, and so forth. But specifics will only be revealed through further training, that we may be the only 2 Saiyans currently cultivating the Super Saiyan realm. Thus, we must wait until we reach that stage to draw conclusions. In any case, the path of the Super Saiyan appears to be lengthy, and the potential for our power increase should be immense, Chen Gu mused. Observing the yearning in Goku's eyes, he contemplated. The Super Saiyan 1 comprises 4 stages. First stage as the standard state. Second stage where power surges dramatically. Third stage resembling the muscular transformation of future Trunks. And finally, the full power form that I wonder if my dimension will continue to enhance, that if it does, wouldn't reaching Super Saiyan 2 be utterly extraordinary? Chen Gu's mind was filled with such thoughts, his expression appearing dazed. Goku, noticing Chen Gu's bewildered demeanor, gently called. Senior brother? Senior brother? Huh. What is it? Chen Gu snapped back to reality upon hearing Goku call him. Sun Wukong cast a disdainful gaze at Chen Gu, pointing a finger at him in disapproval. Senior brother, what were you just thinking? Your expression was quite peculiar. Chen Gu's face flushed crimson, and he swatted Goku's hand away, exclaiming, How was it peculiar? After that, he chose to ignore Goku. Hey, senior brother, Goku shouted with a laugh. What is it? Speak. Chen Gu replied impatiently, clearly still affected by Goku's earlier teasing. When do you plan to leave? Goku asked, somewhat reluctantly. Chen Gu glanced at Goku and then gazed into the distance, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, he slowly spoke. Tomorrow. I will set out as soon as I wake up. Great. Then I will also depart tomorrow. Goku replied decisively. Chen Gu and Goku exchanged a glance, and in an instant, both figures vanished from their location. In Master Carden's abode, 2 figures materialized, one on either side of him. Chen Gu and Goku. Both were unwilling to concede, casting challenging glances at one another, before informing Master Carden of their plans, to which he wholeheartedly agreed. The following day, the sun over Adalat shone unusually hot, and Chen Gu savored a rare lazy morning. Upon awakening slowly and sensing the surrounding chi, he wondered, where is Goku? In a flash, he appeared beside Master Carden. Carden looked at the suddenly appearing Chen Gu and remarked, You are quite lazy. Sleeping until now. Chen Gu chuckled. I'm about to depart. It's rare to indulge in a lazy morning. Has Goku gone out to train? Goku. He woke up early, then packed his things and set off. As for where he went, I have no idea. as Kajuan slowly exhaled, he gazed up at the sky upon being queried by Chen Gu regarding Wukong. Chen Gu was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "Did Wukong have any messages for me?" "Indeed." Kajuan nodded, his countenance growing significantly more somber. Observing Kajuan's sudden shift in demeanor, Chen Gu too adopted a serious expression and asked, "What did he say?" Kajuan continued, "Wukong mentioned the resurrection of everyone on Earth. He intends to consult the elders of Namek." Chen Gu, "Focus on your cultivation." Chen Gu nodded, though a hint of sadness crept into his voice as he asked, "Is there anything else?" "Yes," Kajuan proceeded. "Could you not convey everything in one go?" Chen Gu shot a glare at Master Kajuan. Unperturbed, Kajuan replied, as if oblivious to Chen Gu's gaze, "Wukong also remarked that you are quite lazy." "What?" Chen Gu was taken aback, then chuckled in mock reproach. "This fellow. I shall certainly set him straight when next we meet." Turning his gaze towards the cosmos, a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, "I wonder if you will surprise me upon our next encounter. Come, let us share a farewell meal," Master Kajuan suggested. Thus, Chen Gu dined with Master Kajuan one last time. Afterwards, he returned to his room. Surveying its contents, his fingers brushed against the slightly worn belt at his waist, and he murmured, "If only Bulma were here. Now I possess the means to protect you." Lost in reverie, Chen Gu was jolted back to reality by a strange cry emanating from the window. He shook his head in resignation as he began to pack his belongings in the afternoon. Chen Gu stowed his possessions into a universal capsule, securing it within his belt before fastening it around his waist and stepping out of the room. He gazed at the emptiness of the space, murmuring, "Once we departed as two, now I leave as one, yet the memories remain vivid and unforgettable." Shaking his head, Chen Gu exited the room, shutting the door behind him. "Are you leaving?" Master Kajuan observed Chen Gu, still clad in his white training garb, with the slightly tattered belt seeming somewhat out of place. Chen Gu bowed respectfully to Master Kajuan and said earnestly, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Kajuan. Your mentorship has been akin to that of a teacher. I am forever in your debt." Noticing the sudden seriousness in Chen Gu's demeanor, Kajuan paused, then sighed gently. "Chen Gu, I hope you will spread the abilities I have imparted to you in the future. That will suffice for my contentment, certainly, if I encounter suitable individuals." Chen Gu affirmed with a nod. A satisfied smile spread across Kajuan's face, for Chen Gu was his most cherished disciple. "I shall take my leave now, Master Kajuan." Chen Gu bid farewell. "Safe travels," Kajuan replied softly, watching as Chen Gu's form swiftly vanished from the planet Adalat. Kajuan murmured to himself, "I hope this young man achieves his aspirations." In the vast cosmos, on an ochre-hued planet, two children with pointed ears and elongated noses frolicked while their parents prepared a meal nearby. Everything appeared harmonious, akin to the tranquil life on Earth. Suddenly, a tremor resonated through the sky, striking the planet's core. The entire world began to erupt with lava, as if heralding the apocalypse. The inhabitants displayed expressions of despair, gazing at the ever-expanding darkness above, capable of devouring even light. Amidst their playful antics, the two children found themselves inundated by a torrent of lava, engulfing nearby structures. The dark void in the sky continued to swell, threatening to consume half the planet. The children, like startled birds, sat paralyzed, weeping inconsolably. Their parents had already vanished into the molten chaos, and everything had unfolded so unexpectedly. Just as the fierce lava threatened to consume them, a white figure appeared seemingly from thin air. With a swift motion, he cradled the two children, lifting them into the air. It was Chen Gu employing instant transmission. Upon his arrival, Chen Gu immediately recognized the imminent peril facing the children and rescued them without hesitation. As he gazed upon the planet on the brink of destruction, a frown creased his brow. Chen Gu had randomly selected a planet had executed instant transmission without forethought. Looking up, he noticed a massive black void obscuring the sun's radiance, continuously expanding. Witnessing this dire scene, Chen Gu exclaimed, "What the? Is that a black hole?" "Surely not. My luck can't be this unfortunate." The children in his arms continued to wail, as if crying was their sole recourse. Chen Gu, observing the encroaching black hole, concentrated his mental energy, and attempted instant transmission once more. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes to find himself still in the same spot, unchanged. This cannot be good. Chen Gu thought, frustration mounting as he redoubled his efforts with instant transmission. Yet to no avail. The black hole loomed ever closer, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, as instant transmission seemed utterly ineffective. Suddenly, a memory of Master Kajuan's words resurfaced. Instant transmission is contingent upon stable spatial conditions. If the space is unstable, the technique will fail. Thus, one must refrain from using it in such circumstances. As the black hole approached, Chen Gu felt fear for the first time, exclaiming in panic, "Surely I won't just vanish like this? No, I cannot give up." Chen Gu's resolve solidified. He persisted with instant transmission, and after countless attempts, he sensed a flicker of success. "I did it." With a whoosh, Chen Gu and the two children vanished from the doomed planet, mere moments before it was devoured by the black hole. The universe is perpetually shrouded in mystery and chaos, particularly when spatial fabric is unstable, leading to unpredictable and perilous situations. Hey, are you all right? How are you?" A voice echoed in Chen Gu's ears as he groggily regained consciousness, feeling someone shaking him. Slowly opening his eyes, he regarded the person before him, who was supporting his throbbing head. "Are you from Earth?" he murmured weakly. "Are you daft?" "Who else could I be if not from Earth?" the individual shot back, regarding Chen Gu as though he were a fool. Gradually shaking off the haze, Chen Gu's mind began to clear as he looked at the Earthling standing before him, suddenly jolted awake. "Where am I? Earth? No, I was on that planet about to be consumed by the black hole. Right? That's it. My instant transmission worked. I escaped." With this realization, he let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "I made it out." He resolved to never misuse instant transmission again under uncertain circumstances. Feeling secure, Chen Gu reclined and relaxed. However, he suddenly sat upright, exclaiming, "What about those two children?" The nearby individual, witnessing Chen Gu's erratic behavior, assumed he had lost his wits, and as he noticed the universal capsule attached to Chen Gu's belt. A greedy glint sparked in his eyes, and he reached out to seize it. As Chen Gu sat up, he swiftly grasped the man's hand, for he despised anyone touching Bulma's belongings, particularly this belt. "What do you think you're doing?" he bellowed, unleashing his aura, which sent the man flying. Observing the man unconscious on the ground, Chen Gu redirected his attention to his surroundings, only to discover a landscape of ruins. As if ravaged by some calamity, groups of people gathered, casting fearful glances at him. Noticing the somber lives they led, Chen Gu felt a surge of curiosity and murmured, "Has something transpired on Earth?" But wait, the android saga hasn't even begun. Moreover, Wukong's strength should be sufficient to handle any threat. How could this be? With that thought, Chen Gu released his own, sensing those around him, only to furrow his brows in confusion. He detected neither Sun Wukong, Piccolo, nor any other Dragon Ball warrior's energy signatures. However, there was an overwhelming aura, approximately 600,000 units strong. Chen Gu furrowed his brow and remarked, "How can there be such a formidable presence? Aside from the Saiyans and Piccolo, could there be others capable of exhibiting such power?" Just as Chen Gu felt a wave of confusion, the aura he sensed rapidly approached his direction. He decided to quell his impatience and chose a suburban area. Summoning a house from his universal capsule, he entered and began to indulge in the food contained within, contemplating the situation at hand. However, trying to think while eating was decidedly unsatisfactory. "Forget it. I won't dwell on it. Once that aura arrives, everything will be revealed." Resolute, Chen Gu focused entirely on his meal. Before long, a young man bearing a sword appeared outside the house, conjured by Chen Gu's universal capsule. The young man stared at the capsule with furrowed brows, seemingly perplexed. Yet, as he sensed the aura emanating from within, he hesitated, uncertain whether to venture inside. Meanwhile, Chen Gu continued to feast inside, as if the food before him was the entirety of his world. Once he had satiated his hunger, he finally perceived the aura outside. "Has it finally arrived? Let me see who you are," Chen Gu muttered, wiping his mouth and stepping to the door, twisting the knob and stepping outside. The moment Chen Gu emerged, he beheld the young man, sword slung over his shoulder, still frowning. The young man wore a violet coat emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation's emblem, beneath which he donned a black tank top. Upon seeing the young man, Chen Gu was momentarily taken aback. All his prior concerns dissipated, and he internally exclaimed, "Trunks, did I inadvertently use instant transmission to enter a time rift and end up here? Just like Bardock? Is this the future of my world, or a parallel universe where future Trunks exists?" As Chen Gu observed Trunks, Trunks too scrutinized Chen Gu, his curiosity piqued by the Saiyan clad in white training attire, complete with a tail. Caution accompanied his intrigue, especially given that Chen Gu possessed the unique universal capsule of the Capsule Corporation. The two regarded one another, sensing no hostility in each other's auras, and fell into a silent understanding. Finally, Chen Gu cleared his throat and inquired, "Is this Earth?" "Indeed," Trunks replied coolly, maintaining his gaze on Chen Gu. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am Chen Gu, a Saiyan," Chen Gu declared, revealing his tail to affirm his identity. "I am Trunks," Trunks replied. For reasons unknown, Trunks felt a certain affinity towards this stranger, perhaps because his father was also a Saiyan. "Hello, may I ask how Earth came to be in such a state?" Chen Gu pressed once more. "You know of Earth?" Trunks replied, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Indeed, I once battled alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and my strength has seen significant growth stemming from my time on Earth." Chen Gu explained that so, you have fought on Earth as well. "But why has my mother never mentioned you?" Trunks questioned, his skepticism evident. "Your mother is still alive?" Chen Gu exclaimed, both surprised and elated. Trunks regarded Chen Gu with caution, responding slowly, "My mother has always been alive." "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting my mother once died?" Chen Gu, his expression a mixture of complexity, looked at Trunks and said, "Trunks, tell me what you know of your world's history, and I shall share the history I am familiar with. It seems we may not belong to the same parallel universe." Trunks, taken aback, did not fully grasp Chen Gu's meaning, but nodded nonetheless. "Come in. Let's sit and talk." Chen Gu gestured for Trunks to enter the house created from the universal capsule. Chen Gu stepped inside first, with Trunks following. Trunks surveyed the various decorations within the abode. A look of curiosity spread across his face. Noticing this, Chen Gu urged, "Feel free to look around. It's no trouble." Pouring a glass of water, Chen Gu mused, "This world's Trunks must have endured a tumultuous childhood. The world has been ravaged, alas." He then handed the glass to Trunks, saying, "Now, share the history of your world." Trunks nodded and began recounting the tale, starting from when Bulma first encountered Goku. Chen Gu reciprocated by sharing the stories from his own world, though he chose not to divulge details about his relationship with Bulma. For reasons he could not articulate, he felt reluctant to discuss Bulma with Trunks. Upon hearing Chen Gu's narrative, Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment. "So, you are from another parallel universe, Mr. Chen Gu? This is simply astounding." Chen Gu sipped his water, replying slowly, "Indeed." Trunks pondered for a moment and exclaimed, "Mr. Chen Gu, since you mentioned you can transform into a Super Saiyan, would you be willing to assist me in confronting androids 17 and 18? His expression darkened, as if harboring deep-seated enmity. "Certainly. However," Chen Gu began, hesitating, "that I will do whatever it takes, provided it is within my power. The inhabitants of Earth have been suffering for far too long that I only hope you will join me in confronting those two androids and restore peace to the planet." Trunks implored, bowing slightly in respect. Observing Trunks' earnest demeanor, Chen Gu gently lifted him, saying, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Do not rush to make promises." Trunks, with his violet eyes fixed on Chen Gu, asked, "Mr. Chen Gu, do you harbor something you cannot disclose?" Chen Gu walked to the window, gazing into the distance, and softly replied, "Let us find a time to gauge their strength. I am uncertain of just how powerful they are. Androids 17 and 18 must possess combat powers in the millions. Currently, with my power at 700,000, transforming into a Super Saiyan would yield only about 35 million, that even with a 25-fold increase, I might barely match 440 million, Chen Gu reflected, furrowing his brow. The key issue is that Cell is likely hiding somewhere, stealthily attacking humanity. We will have to search for him, and if he proves elusive, I may have to confront him in the past. My current strength is still too inadequate. I must accelerate my training." Chen Gu resolved, inadvertently crushing the cup in his hand. Trunks, witnessing Chen Gu's display of strength, remained silent, choosing instead to sip his tea with a calm demeanor. "Trunks," Chen Gu called out. "Yes? What is it, Mr. Chen Gu?" Trunks responded immediately, standing at attention. Chen Gu regarded Trunks thoughtfully, asking, "How strong are you currently?" I'm not entirely certain. Ever since Gohan's death, I transformed into a Super Saiyan, and I have remained at this level." Trunks admitted candidly, "So, you have not trained since becoming a Super Saiyan?" Chen Gu exclaimed, rolling his eyes in frustration. "What a waste of potential." Trunks lowered his head in embarrassment, murmuring, "It's just that neither Uncle Goku nor my father could match me. And Gohan was not a match for the androids either. Didn't he know how to train? Gohan only taught me how to become a Super Saiyan." Chen Gu sighed. "Very well, then I shall guide you in your training." Internally, he pondered. In this world, Gohan was merely a late bloomer, and Piccolo's mentorship was rather lax. It's no wonder Trunks finds himself in such a predicament. "Mr. Chen Gu, I don't mean to discourage you." Trunks began, casting a furtive glance at Chen Gu before continuing. "Though you can become a Super Saiyan, it does not necessarily mean you are stronger than I am. I do not intend to undermine your abilities. Rather, we must not allow any further senseless sacrifices." Chen Gu's lips twitched at Trunks' words, thinking, after all this time, he still doubts me to know. Rather, he doubts my strength. "Would you like to spar, then?" Chen Gu fixed his gaze upon Trunks, narrowing his eyes slightly. Trunks, feeling a bit bashful under Chen Gu's scrutiny, resolutely declared, "If it's possible, I would be most eager." The two then exited the capsule house without delay. "Let us ascend to the heavens." Chen Gu intoned slowly. With that, he activated the void dance technique and soared into the sky. After a brief moment of hesitation, Trunks followed suit. "Let us unleash our full power. There is no need for cautious probing." Chen Gu stated matter-of-factly, gathering energy before transforming into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. Trunks, observing Chen Gu's transformation, felt an entirely different sensation than what he had merely heard about. A smile crept onto his lips. But soon his expression shifted to one of fury as he let out a roar. "Ah!" The air around them grew increasingly turbulent in response to Trunks' outburst. Moments later, as if struck by inspiration, Trunks shouted, and his lavender hair stood on end before transforming into a golden hue, flowing in the wind. Watching Trunks' metamorphosis, Chen Gu mused, "It seems he can somewhat control the Super Saiyan transformation, though his energy feels rather superficial. Come forth." Chen Gu extended his right hand, his left arm resting behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. "My apologies," Trunks responded, his tone subdued, before launching himself toward Chen Gu. Chen Gu concentrated energy in both hands, which emanated a golden radiance, more intense than elsewhere. As Trunks' attack approached, Chen Gu deftly caught Trunks' right fist with his left hand and blocked Trunks' left punch with his knee, exhaling softly. "Your intent is too transparent. Your force is excessive and lacks control. Against a superior opponent, while one must exert full effort, if you cannot even command your own body, it is truly inadequate. Come again." Chen Gu urged in a low voice. "There are far too many extraneous movements. Do you wish for me to counterattack?" "Pathetic. Again." Chen Gu continued to chastise. Trunks, seemingly ignited by the reprimand, drew a large sword from behind and charged at Chen Gu. Chen Gu focused energy between his two fingers, watching as Trunks swung his sword. With a swift motion, he pinched the blade between his index and middle fingers, his left hand still resting behind him, gazing at Trunks with a slight shake of his head. "Let us lower our energy and engage in a purely technical duel." Once more, Chen Gu suppressed his energy to slightly below Trunks' level, estimating that with a 25 amplification, he could match Trunks' strength. The two continued to exchange blows in midair, punctuated by Chen Gu's admonitions, while Trunks diligently corrected his movements. Time slipped away unnoticed as the evening glow painted the horizon. The sun's last rays illuminated Chen Gu and Trunks. Trunks panted heavily, eyes fixed on Chen Gu, a glimmer of hope shining within them. Chen Gu, slightly breathless himself, regarded Trunks with a composed demeanor. "Let us conclude here." A flicker of disappointment crossed Trunks' face. Such opportunities for sparring were rare. Since Gohan's passing, his own strength had stagnated, yet this brief encounter had afforded Trunks a measure of growth. Chen Gu sensed an increase in his own energy as well. Murmuring, I did not expect that the dimensional enhancement would also improve my innate abilities. What a pleasant surprise. Once they landed, Chen Gu retrieved the capsule house once more, and the two indulged in a hearty feast. Trunks savored his meal with evident delight. Looking at Chen Gu, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Chen Gu, I have an earnest request. What is it? Chen Gu mumbled, his mouth full of meat. Trunks swallowed his food, rose, and bowed seriously to Chen Gu, then said, I hope you will become my mentor and guide me in my training. It seemed as though Chen Gu had not heard Trunks' request, as he continued to eat heartily. Trunks remained bent forward, awaiting a response. An awkward silence enveloped them, and after a lengthy pause, Chen Gu finally spoke, I fear I cannot grant your request. Why not? Trunks' expression fell. Chen Gu smiled gently in reply. Do not be hasty. The my refusal is not due to any inadequacy in your talent. On the contrary, your character could make you an exceptional martial artist. However, he sighed, I shall not remain in this world for long. And upon my return, I fear I will be unable to continue guiding your training. Moreover, my strength is not significantly greater than yours. I too must strive for improvement. I do not care about your strength. I believe you will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. How about this? While I am by your side, you may guide my training. If that would suffice? Please, Trunks implored earnestly. Chen Gu shook his head in resignation. Thinking to himself, Trunks possesses considerable talent, and his character, shaped by his upbringing, is both cautious and decisive, truly befitting a warrior. Then, with a smile, Chen Gu helped Trunks to his feet. If you do not mind that my strength is somewhat lacking and that my time to guide you will be brief, I can assist you. However, let us maintain a relationship of both mentor and friend, without excessive formality. Really? This is marvelous. Thank you. Teacher Chen Gu, Trunks expressed with reverence. Observing Trunks' earnest gratitude, Chen Gu shook his head in mild exasperation and continued to feast alongside him. If my mother were to learn of this, she would surely be overjoyed, Trunks chuckled as he ate. Chen Gu, seeing the light-hearted smile on Trunks' face, thought, this Trunks has had a rather unfortunate upbringing. I hope he becomes stronger in the future. When Chen Gu heard Trunks mention his mother, he momentarily halted his chewing, then resumed eating. Bulma. Chen Gu's spirits dampened slightly, sensing Chen Gu's shift in mood. Trunks, once they finished their meal, cautiously suggested, Mr. Chen Gu, would you accompany me to meet my mother? Chen Gu froze for a moment, his mouth agape, but ultimately managed to nod in agreement. Trunks led Chen Gu toward Bulma's location. With Chen Gu flying silently beside him, Trunks refrained from interrupting Chen Gu's thoughts, guiding him without a word. Who do you believe is stronger, myself or those two androids? Chen Gu finally broke the silence, deciding to speak. Trunks pondered briefly before responding, Teacher, you feel slightly weaker than them. However, they lack energy, so I am uncertain of their true strength. Chen Gu nodded, formulating his plans for the future. The atmosphere fell silent once more. And before long, they arrived above a city. From a distance, Chen Gu sensed the city's distinct aura. Although the city appeared as a wasteland on the surface, he could clearly feel the pervasive energy within as Trunks descended onto an open area. A group of individuals clad in green military uniforms quickly approached them, armed with various firearms and ammunition, ranging from teenagers to the elderly. Upon seeing Trunks, they greeted him warmly, with one child even offering him candy. As if Trunks were a deity to them. Chen Gu observed this scene with a sense of detachment. This how humanity endures in the apocalypse, clinging to hope? If not, it seems they would struggle to survive. Seeing Chen Gu and Trunks arriving together from the sky, the crowd greeted Chen Gu with warmth as well, with many young women regarding him with hopeful eyes. I could see that moment. A young woman with long hair stepped forward from the crowd. Approaching Trunks, Chen Gu, gazing upon her, seemed to connect the dots, wearing a slight smile as he looked at Trunks and the woman. This must be Trunks' girlfriend, Mai, the leader of this military group. Trunks, noticing Chen Gu's smile, looked at Mai and gently said, Mai, this is my teacher. I will be training in martial arts with him. When I return, I will deal with the androids. After Trunks finished speaking, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Xiao also looked at Trunks with hope, nodding yes. Teacher, this is Xiaowu. She is my good friend, Trunks said, glancing at Chen Gu with a knowing smile, scratching his head awkwardly. Chen Gu and Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, signifying their acquaintance. Compared to the Trunks from his own world, Chen Gu found himself more drawn to this version of Trunks, who was not only resilient, but also deeply loyal. Chen Gu mused that perhaps such individuals could truly be regarded as heroes in the hearts of the people. Shortly thereafter, Xiao arranged for everyone to return to their original location. Trunks turned to Chen Gu, saying, "Teacher, follow me, we're going to meet my mother." Upon hearing Trunks mention Bulma again, Chen Gu felt a surge of mixed emotions within him. As he walked alongside Trunks, he gradually entered the city, feeling an inexplicable anxiety, even more intense than facing a black hole. Before long, they arrived at Trunks' home. Trunks called out the door, "Mom, I'm back." "Oh, Trunks is back. Come, let us eat," came a familiar yet strange voice from inside. Listening to that voice, which carried a sense of weariness and helplessness, Chen Gu felt a pang of sympathy. She must have endured great hardship over the years. He thought silently. "Teacher, please come in." Trunks gestured for Chen Gu to enter. Taking a deep breath, Chen Gu slowly stepped through the doorway, closing the door behind him. "Oh, Trunks has brought a friend back." Bulma's tone was slightly surprised. It was then that Chen Gu clearly saw Bulma's figure. Gazing at this familiar yet unfamiliar person, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat as the sadness within him surged unbidden. "Oh, I apologize. It's just that Trunks rarely has friends, so I was a bit surprised." "Hello, I'm Bulma." She introduced herself. Chen Gu looked at the familiar figure before him, noting that she appeared much older than he remembered, as if the years had etched themselves upon her face. Has even her most cherished skin become so wrinkled? "Bulma, how much have you suffered?" Chen Gu thought, his heart heavy. He swallowed hard, eager to express countless thoughts to Bulma. Yet he knew that the Bulma before him was not the vivacious and charming one he remembered. Ultimately, he managed to utter just a few words. "Hello, I am Chen Gu." Trunks, noticing the situation, chimed in, "Mom, this is my teacher. He is a Saiyan from another timeline and has fought alongside Uncle Goku." "Oh, you fought alongside Goku?" Bulma raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Gu as if she were about to unearth a lie. However, lost in his sorrow, Chen Gu remained silent. Subsequently, Trunks recounted the history of Chen Gu's world to Bulma. Upon hearing it, Bulma displayed a peculiar expression, occasionally glancing at Chen Gu's tail. It seemed that Chen Gu had finally regained his composure as he stated, "Our worlds do not exist within the same timeline. Many things may differ. However, my origins are genuine. There's no need for deception. Perhaps in your world, I never existed, which is not surprising. That's true. I've never heard your name, nor seen you before. That if Trunks hadn't mentioned you, I would have thought you were a fraud." Bulma scrutinized Chen Gu, yet doubt lingered in her eyes. "All right, let us eat," Bulma continued. Trunks awkwardly interjected, "Mom, we've already eaten. Mr. Chen Gu has capsules from our capsule corporation, filled with plenty of food, and we had some after our sparring." Bulma raised an eyebrow again, exclaiming, "You have capsules? You really do know me. By the way, how is the Bulma from your world?" Chen Gu averted his gaze, refraining from responding. Trunks cleverly took over the conversation, gradually explaining to Bulma. Bulma appeared displeased, questioning, "Why did I die and get reincarnated?" Chen Gu paused momentarily. That matter is mainly my fault because he wrestled internally, then found clarity. Indeed, this Bulma is not the one I know. Why should I torment myself?" Seemingly enlightened, Chen Gu decided to be forthright, explaining his relationship with the Bulma from another timeline, laying out the entire backstory. The two listened, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Bulma scrutinized Chen Gu again, saying, "You look quite young. At first, I thought you were just Trunks' friend. I never imagined you'd have such a relationship in another timeline." Trunks also gazed at Chen Gu in disbelief. "Teacher, you never mentioned this to me. You and my mom." Chen Gu shook his head helplessly. "I hadn't intended to share this, but given that the histories of the two timelines are completely different, the people in our hearts are also distinct. I figured it best to be honest. Otherwise, keeping it bottled up is unbearable." Chen Gu sighed in relief, shaking his shoulders. "Well, you're quite handsome. Thought if I'd met you first, I might have truly fallen for you at first sight." Bulma teased, giggling. Chen Gu smiled at Bulma's light-hearted jest, though a hint of bitterness lingered in his heart as he recalled the persistent Bulma who had always been by his side. Bulma circled around Chen Gu, inquiring, "So, can you also become a Super Saiyan?" "Of course, my teacher is far stronger than I am, which is why I decided to train under him. Ever since Brother Gohan passed away, no one has been able to guide me," Trunks interjected eagerly. "That's fine. My Trunks must grow stronger to better protect everyone in the world." Bulma nodded in agreement. Chen Gu realized that this world's Bulma was indeed very different from his own. Seemingly shaped by the passage of time into two entirely distinct personalities. By the way, Trunks, the energy for the time machine will be fully charged soon. It should be ready in about a month. "Do you still plan to go back and find Goku?" Bulma asked. Chen Gu's heart raced at the thought. The time machine will be operational in a month? That means I've spent over half a year in this temporal rift. Trunks hesitated. Having initially sought Goku's help to eliminate the androids, but now with Chen Gu's presence, he was uncertain whether to return to find Goku, glancing at Chen Gu for guidance. Chen Gu feigned ignorance, asking, "What time machine?" Trunks succinctly explained, "It's a device that can take us back to the past, but whether it can truly succeed is still theoretical. We haven't tested it yet. However, if the time machine can transport me to a past that isn't yours, then I might be able to return to my own world," Chen Gu asserted confidently. Bulma furrowed her brow. "What do you mean?" Chen Gu clarified, "I fell into this timeline due to spatial instability. If the time machine can traverse time, it might also cross dimensions, providing me an opportunity to return." Bulma's eyes lit up. "That sounds quite plausible. According to your reasoning, there is a chance of reaching your original timeline. But it could also lead to other timelines, which seems rather unreliable." Bulma remained doubtful. Chen Gu replied, "As long as there is a chance, no matter how slim, I must give it a try. All right, I'll continue to supply energy to the time machine. In a month, you all will head to the past," Bulma declared decisively. Chen Gu and Trunks nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Trunks and Chen Gu focused on training, striving to enhance their strength before departure. If possible, Chen Gu also intended to find a way to resurrect those who had perished in this world. "What? You can bring everyone back to life, but Piccolo is already dead, and the Supreme Kai died along with him. The Dragon Balls can't be used anymore," Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Gu replied with a calm smile, "But there are still the Dragon Balls from Namek, right? There will always be a way." "Really? That's wonderful." Trunks was also filled with joy. Subsequently, Chen Gu directly retrieved a universal capsule from his belt, extracting over 100 Senza beans, which he placed into a bag and handed to Trunks, saying, "These are Senza beans procured from Kalen in our world. Keep them for your use." Trunks gazed at the mound of Senza beans, his eyes gradually softening. "If only we had some Senza beans back then, my brother Goku wouldn't have died." Chen Gu patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not worry. They will all be revived." "Yes, thank you, teacher." Trunks once again bowed to Chen Gu. Chen Gu hurriedly helped Trunks back up and declared, "Then let us set off tomorrow morning." "All right," Trunks replied. Bulma, observing their exchange, chuckled. "This is the best outcome. Please take good care of my Trunks." Chen Gu nodded earnestly. The following morning, Chen Gu, Trunks, and Bulma gathered together, and Chen Gu stated directly, "It is time for us to depart." Trunks nodded but then inquired with curiosity, "But how do we reach Namek? The spaceship from before was destroyed in the city." Upon hearing this, Chen Gu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Who said we are heading to Namek?" Trunks and Bulma were taken aback, responding in unison. "If we're not going to Namek, then where are we going?" "Naturally, we're going to the underworld to reunite with Goku and the others and ascertain if this is the optimal time for their revival. The details can be discussed upon our meeting," Chen Gu explained while stroking his belt. Trunks exclaimed in shock. "The underworld?" Chen Gu nodded. "When one dies, they go to the underworld, where most people are reincarnated. However, those who have accumulated great merits typically do not reincarnate immediately. That I suspect they've gone to train under King Kai. We shall meet them there." "King Kai? Who is that?" Trunks asked, his expression one of confusion. "You know the Grand Kai, right?" Chen Gu inquired. Trunks nodded, then shook his head. "What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head?" Chen Gu's lips twitched slightly. "I know of the Grand Kai's existence, but I have never seen him in person. After everyone dies, I am unaware of what happens to the Grand Kai. So, technically, I do not know the Grand Kai," Trunks clarified. Chen Gu, resting his head in his hand, sighed. Simply put, the Grand Kai is the deity of Earth, while King Kai hold a higher rank than the Grand Kai. Just understand it that way. So how do we find this King Kai? Trunks continued to inquire. Chen Gu responded, You need not worry about that. There are 4 kings, one for each direction, east, south, west, and north. This time, we are seeking the North King. Place your hand upon my shoulder. Although Trunks did not comprehend why Chen Gu requested this, he obediently placed his hand on Chen Gu's shoulder. Chen Gu sensed the energy of the North King and murmured, Though we are from different worlds, the energy of the North King is exactly the same. How fascinating. Found it, Chen Gu suddenly exclaimed after a moment. Let us go, Bulma. With a whoosh, his voice echoed through the air, yet he had already vanished from sight. Bulma, watching the two disappear, opened her mouth in surprise, then slowly shook her head, returning to her research on the time machine. In the underworld, on North Kai's planet, 2 figures materialized behind North Kai. Chen Gu looked around at the familiar surroundings with a hint of delight. It still looks the same. Trunks, however, was bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend how the two had suddenly appeared in this place after just being at home. Suddenly, the inhabitants of North Kai's planet turned their attention to Chen Gu and Trunks. Displaying expressions of surprise and wariness, soon a young man with one arm stepped forward, gazing at Trunks in astonishment. Trunks, is that you? Dumbfounded, Trunks turned around, tears welling up uncontrollably. Gohan, is that you? It is I. Gohan responded, Did you also perish? How did you end up in the underworld? Gohan then introduced Trunks to the others, and their wariness dissipated. Trunks opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond to Gohan's question. When Gohan introduced Goku, Trunks displayed an expression of admiration and hurriedly greeted Goku, but a serious-looking man emerged from the crowd, observing Trunks but remaining silent. Trunks did not recognize him, but continued to greet everyone. It was only when Gohan introduced Vegeta that Trunks finally realized, looking at his father with a sense of unfamiliarity, they exchanged introductions. Chen Gu also surveyed the group, noting that the warriors of this world appeared significantly weaker. Moreover, Gohan had lost an arm, and Goku seemed as though he hadn't trained in a long time. Except for Gohan, their energy levels were surprisingly lower than Trunks's. Chen Gu shook his head in resignation, silently pondering, has life in the underworld made them complacent? However, Gohan seemed quite formidable, his baseline energy estimated to be around 10 million. Goku was about 5 million, Vegeta approximately 4 million, while the others were rather weak. Before long, the group seemed to notice Chen Gu standing behind them. Goku approached him and asked, Hello? I ask who you are? Everyone's gaze shifted towards Chen Gu. Chen Gu's lips twitched, thinking, after all this time, only now do you notice me. Trunks, too, should have introduced me. If I'm not mistaken, the only technique capable of instantaneous appearance is instant transmission, a technique of the Yard Rats. You can do that as well. Goku exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Chen Gu. Chen Gu maintained a calm demeanor while observing Goku, but he noticed that Goku appeared pale, as if he were being tormented by something. It's a long story. Let Trunks explain. I have some matters to attend to. With that, Chen Gu continued to sense the energy of the Namekian elder, Guru. With his eyes closed, Chen Gu exuded an aura that discouraged approach. Vegeta, observing Chen Gu's demeanor, felt a surge of displeasure and glanced at Trunks. Goku also looked at Trunks, who awkwardly scratched his head and began to explain, I went to Namek for a bit. I'll be back shortly. Just as Trunks was about to speak, he heard Chen Gu's voice in his mind. Trunks then turned to look at Chen Gu, and the others followed his gaze. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Chen Gu vanished from their sight. Goku stared at the spot where Chen Gu had disappeared, his conviction that Chen Gu was of significant origin solidifying in his heart. Meanwhile, Trunks began to recount Chen Gu's background to the others. Chen Gu's form reappeared on Namek, and upon seeing the Namekians before him, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he had not gone astray. After the recent incident with the Time Rift, Chen Gu felt a shadow of apprehension. Elder Guru regarded the sudden arrival of Chen Gu with concern for his kin, calmly asking, May I inquire what brings a guest from afar? Chen Gu assessed the elder before him and replied, I hail from Earth. You must be aware of it. Earth has faced a great calamity. The creator of the Dragon Balls has passed away, rendering them unusable. I seek to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek, if I may. Certainly, Guru responded, and upon hearing Chen Gu was from Earth, He promptly instructed those nearby to prepare the Dragon Balls. Chen Gu took the opportunity to retrieve a universal capsule, entering it to rest. Moments turned into hours, and when Chen Gu awoke, it was already evening. Upon emerging from the room, he noticed the bright sky outside and shook his groggy head before stepping out. As he exited, he was greeted by a gathering of Namekians surrounding 7 enormous Dragon Balls on the ground. Guru smiled at Chen Gu. "Shall we begin?" Chen Gu nodded and watched as Guru addressed the 7 colossal Dragon Balls in the Namekian language. Before long, dark clouds gathered in the sky, a massive dragon materialized before the crowd, and the Namekians bowed respectfully to it. "This dragon's dimension is quite similar to mine." Chen Gu thought silently. "State your wish." "I can grant any desire you have," the dragon proclaimed, speaking in a language Chen Gu could comprehend. Chen Gu pondered. "I can understand the dragon's words, but wishes must be articulated in Namekian. I truly wonder how the Namekians designed this." Chen Gu approached Mulan directly and stated, "For my first wish, I wish for the resurrection of the Namekian Piccolo on Earth." Mulan nodded in response and began to converse with the eternal dragon in a hushed tone. Shortly thereafter, the dragon's crimson eyes gradually enlarged and then slowly returned to normal, uttering, "Your wish has been granted. Please state your next desire." Simultaneously, in the underworld, Piccolo suddenly noticed that the yellow halo above his head had vanished. Meanwhile, atop the heavenly temple on Earth, 7 Dragon Balls, which had taken the form of stone, reverted to their original state, brimming with vitality. Bobo gazed at the now yellow Dragon Balls and remarked, "This is splendid." On Namek, Chen Gu contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "May I wish for Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan to be healed of their ailments and injuries?" Mulan continued to relay the message. After a brief interval, the dragon's eyes, once again, began to glow red, then reverted to their former state. Chen Gu was certain of success. "Excellent. The second wish has been fulfilled. Please hasten to voice your third." Chen Gu gathered his thoughts and slowly articulated, "Is it possible for a reincarnated soul to regain her memories from a previous life?" Shortly after Mulan translated, the dragon fell silent. After a lengthy pause, the dragon's voice resonated in Chen Gu's ears. "I am sorry, but that wish is beyond my capabilities." Disappointment flickered across Chen Gu's face as he murmured, "Is it truly impossible? However, perhaps the dragon above can accomplish it." The dragon's voice continued to echo in Chen Gu's ears. A realization struck him. "Of course, I could seek out the Super Dragon Balls. It appears I must first return to the previous timeline." Just as hope rekindled within him, Chen Gu was once again engulfed in despondency and asked, "What limitations do you possess?" The dragon remained momentarily dazed, ignoring Chen Gu's inquiry. Chen Gu refrained from pressing the issue. And after a while, the dragon slowly replied, "I can only locate individuals after their reincarnation, then assist me in finding the reincarnated person. Her name is Bulma." Chen Gu thought urgently. Mulan, who was translating, appeared perplexed, unsure of Chen Gu's intentions. After a while, the dragon responded, "I regret to inform you that your wish cannot be fulfilled." Chen Gu exclaimed in frustration, "What is this? Are you mocking me? Did you not previously claim it was possible? Do you truly think I am easily deceived?" As Chen Gu's exasperation echoed, Mulan, slightly taken aback, translated, "May I inquire what is unattainable?" "The Bulma of this timeline is thriving. The reincarnated individual you seek may not reside in this dimension, thus rendering me powerless. You may wish in the appropriate timeline. Do you have a third wish? If not, I shall take my leave." The dragon's tone seemed to grow colder, as if it understood Chen Gu's ire. Chen Gu continued, "Could you grant me the ability to traverse parallel dimensions?" "I am afraid that is beyond my powers," the dragon replied once more. Chen Gu fell silent and finally stated, "Let me master the Namekian language and the tongue of the gods." A moment later, the dragon's eyes flashed red. Emotionlessly, the dragon declared, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, it transformed into 7 stones and dispersed across named in that instant when the dragon's eyes turned even redder. Chen Gu felt a surge of knowledge. He could now comprehend the whispers of the Namekians around him. Frustrated, he cursed, if this world were not part of the Dragon Ball Super Universe, where would the Super Dragon Balls come from? I wonder if the original world will follow the GT storyline or the Super storyline. Never mind, I shall ponder that later. After venting his frustrations, Chen Gu turned to the somewhat awkward Mulin and said, "Thank you." With a swift motion, he vanished from Namek. On King Kai's planet. Chen Gu reappeared before the astonished crowd. The expressions on their faces reflected both surprise and gratitude. Detecting that Sun Wukong appeared significantly better and that Wu Fan's severed arm had been restored, Chen Gu directly asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Sun Wukong, gazing at Chen Gu with gratitude, expressed, "We plan to train for a while longer, then use the Dragon Balls of Earth to revive everyone. Afterwards, we shall deal with the androids." Chen Gu frowned. "By the time you're strong enough to defeat the androids, it will be too late. I intend to utilize the time machine to return to the past in a month. Time is of the essence." Chen Gu was resolute in his quest to locate the Super Dragon Balls, yet felt lost in his approach, agitation brewing within him. "First, I shall return to Earth to revive you all, and then take you to a place where you can rapidly enhance your strength." Thereby, saving time, Chen Gu continued, "What location could possibly expedite our training?" "Do not suggest the gravity chamber. Its effectiveness is minimal for us now, and Earth cannot produce such a facility anymore," Vegeta scoffed. Chen Gu shot Vegeta a glare, enveloping him in a mental pressure that was palpable, and calmly stated, "There are indeed other methods. If you do not wish to join, you need not. I shall not coerce you." Vegeta, feeling the mental pressure emanating from Chen Gu's gaze, broke into a cold sweat, remaining silent and merely stepping aside with a huff. The others looked on curiously, as it was rare to witness the proud Vegeta in such a humbled state. In a flash, Chen Gu vanished before the group's eyes. On Earth, Bobo, noticing a figure clad in white training attire suddenly appear, sensed that the energy surrounding Chen Gu was not malevolent. He cautiously inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to Earth?" "I am Chen Gu. I need not elaborate further. The Dragon Balls of Earth should be functional now, so please revive everyone promptly," Chen Gu said, surveying the heavenly temple and sighing in relief upon seeing all the facilities intact. Had the temple been destroyed, the Room of Spirit and Time would also be rendered unusable, jeopardizing his promise to expedite their training. Bobo, somewhat astonished, replied, "Very well, I shall revive everyone at once," as Bobo sensed the dimensional energy radiating from Chen Gu. His curiosity about this newcomer grew. "Are you the new guardian of Earth?" he ventured to ask. "Certainly not." "Why do you inquire?" Chen Gu responded, puzzled that Bobo's expression turned quizzical as he explained, "The guardian of Earth has fused with Piccolo, leaving Earth without a guardian. However, your dimensional energy resembles that of previous guardians, which led me to speculate you might be the new one. If not, my apologies for the intrusion." With that, Bobo proceeded to prepare the Dragon Balls. Chen Gu mused aloud. "Has the guardian never come to Earth? How peculiar." "Never mind. I shall prioritize my own affairs and disregard these trivial matters." Before long, the Dragon of Earth had granted Bobo's wish. Suddenly, the Dragon Ball warriors appeared before Chen Gu, who remarked indifferently, "As long as you have all been revived, that suffices." Bobo, witnessing the return of those who had been absent for years, felt a surreal sense of disbelief. It was only after confirming that everyone had indeed returned that he accepted the reality. Chen Gu then turned to Bobo, asking, "Is the Room of Spirit and Time still operational?" Bobo paused, his expression growing strange as he asked, "How do you know about the Room of Spirit and Time?" Not only Bobo, but the others also looked perplexed, wondering what this Room of Spirit and Time was. I inquired with the Namekian dragon. He informed me of its existence. Now, answer my question. Is the Room of Spirit and Time usable? Chen Gu reiterated. "Yes, it is," Bobo confirmed with a nod. Chen Gu gestured, "Then please lead us there. I wish to enter with Trunks first." 2 days later, "You can send the others in." With that, Chen Gu began to follow Bobo, accompanied by Trunks. Before long, a modest door appeared before them, and Bobo opened it. Chen Gu felt the space within pulse with energy, reminiscent of the sensations experienced during instant transmission, but distinctly different. Turning to the group, Chen Gu stated, "Trunks and I will enter first. Once we emerge, you may follow. Allow Bobo to guide you through the Room of Spirit and Time." He then addressed Trunks. "Shall we proceed?" Trunks glanced at everyone before nodding his head in acknowledgement and following Chen Gu inside. Once they entered, Chen Gu promptly closed the door, for he wished to avoid the possibility of too many people causing the entrance to vanish, thereby trapping them in this place indefinitely. Just as the two stepped in, Sun Wukong could hardly contain his excitement as he inquired of Bobo, "What is the room of spirit and time? What treasures lie within that can rapidly enhance one's cultivation?" Bobo was taken aback. Enhance cultivation? The others nodded in agreement, and Gohan explained, "Chen Gu mentioned he would take us to a place where we could swiftly elevate our power. And then we arrived here. The room of spirit and time cannot enhance one's cultivation," Bobo stated bluntly. "What? I knew it. That guy is a fraud," Vegeta exclaimed, disappointment etched across the faces of the others. Unfazed by their dismay, Bobo continued, "The room of spirit and time is an isolated space where the flow of time differs greatly from the outside world. 1 year inside equates to just 1 day outside. Moreover, the environment is exceedingly harsh, making it suitable for training, but it does not enhance one's cultivation. Such a place exists." "Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Vegeta shouted. Bobo cast a cool gaze at him. "You never asked." The group fell into silence, realizing that the notion of rapid cultivation enhancement was far from what they had anticipated, and Chen Gu had already seized the opportunity. Vegeta bellowed, "No way. I must enter too. I want to go in right now." With that, he attempted a charge inside. Bobo swiftly blocked his path and calmly stated, "Only 2 individuals can enter the room of spirit in time to time, and they may only stay for 2 days in their lifetime. Otherwise, the entrance will disappear, and those inside will be trapped there forever. Humph. That Chen Gu. When he comes out, I will have words with him." Vegeta huffed, ceasing his advance, and instead standing guard at the entrance, for he did not wish for his son, whom he had just seen, to vanish before his eyes again. After closing the door, Chen Gu observed a spacious room within, complete with a bathroom, food, and a kitchen, everything one could need. Yet when he gazed into the distance, he beheld nothing but a blank void, as if emptiness reigned supreme. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "The air here is exceedingly thin, even more so than the edge of a planet's atmosphere." Trunks looked on with astonishment at the scene before him, then turned to Chen Gu. Pondering, since meeting this master, I have been continuously amazed. A small thought began to take root in Trunks' mind, though he refrained from expressing it. Chen Gu, surveying the surroundings, explained to Trunks, "Here, 1 year is equivalent to 1 day outside. We will train for 2 years before we exit." Trunks gasped. "What? 1 year equals 1 day outside?" "Yes, do not be so surprised, my disciple. You may encounter even more astonishing events in the future. Stay calm in the face of challenges." Chen Gu spoke with an air of profound wisdom, his demeanor resembling that of a master martial artist, further elevating his mysterious and majestic image in Trunks' mind. Chen Gu smiled. "First, we must correct the unnecessary movements in your attacks to avoid wasting energy. Otherwise, during prolonged battles, your stamina will not hold up." "All right, thank you, Master," Trunks responded respectfully. Over the course of 2 months, Chen Gu imparted nearly all of his knowledge and experience to Trunks, who absorbed it rapidly. After 2 months, Chen Gu addressed Trunks, "Next, I will guide you in the training of Super Saiyan." "The training of Super Saiyan? Haven't I already transformed into a Super Saiyan?" Trunks furrowed his brow in confusion. Chen Gu replied slowly, "We are currently at the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. The Super Saiyan form can be divided into 4 stages. But the 3rd stage has flaws, and I plan to skip it." "What?" Trunks gasped in shock. Noticing Chen Gu's indifferent glance, he cleared his throat awkwardly and regained his composure. "Master, please guide me." Chen Gu continued. "Over the next 2 years, I will explain the specific divisions and training methods for the 4 stages of Super Saiyan to you. However, I do not mind if you choose to train in the 3rd stage." Half a day later, Trunks swallowed hard. "There are such specific divisions. This is truly astonishing. I will strive to reach the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan in these 2 years. Such lack of ambition." Chen Gu chastised, "With your talent, if you apply yourself, you might even achieve the final stage, the full power of Super Saiyan. Setting your sights so low, you can't even call yourself my disciple." "Yes," Trunks replied, lowering his head. The subsequent days were spent in training and guiding Trunks through his development. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. This day marked Chen Gu's attempt to break through to the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan. Trunks returned to the entrance of their quarters, observing the pale expanse of the space, which radiated golden energy, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in its path. Chen Gu roared, striving to elevate his kin, a single surge to shatter the barrier of the first stage. He then unleashed his ki to its utmost limits, and with a decisive shout, "Ha!" he propelled his ki to its peak, after which the surroundings gradually calmed. Clenching his fists, Chen Gu felt the ki within him. Fundamentally, he had not grown stronger. Still retaining a 50-fold increase, a hint of disappointment crept in as he murmured. One would expect the second stage of Super Saiyan to enhance strength, yet it feels as though aside from solidifying somewhat, there is no change. From a distance, Trunks observed Chen Gu's muscles swell and his aura intensify, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on successfully breaking through to the second stage." Chen Gu smiled. "Let us see if there is any difference." "All right," Trunks beamed, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging toward Chen Gu. Their confrontation ignited, as Chen Gu sensed a distinction in their ki. It seemed more refined, with both speed and power having increased. After a short while, Chen Gu paused, murmuring, "It appears there is little change." He then suppressed his to match Trunks' strength and resumed their sparring. Soon, he discerned a difference. My increase in power seems to have risen, roughly from 25 to 30. However, this state appears to consume more energy. Chen Gu pondered, "If I were to transform in a full-power Super Saiyan, the increase should enhance further, but to what extent, I wonder." Trunks, while enduring Chen Gu's onslaught, found himself in a precarious position despite their key strengths being equal. Chen Gu stated, "That will suffice. I have grasped the distinction." Trunks nodded and continued his training. Another 6 months passed, and on this day, Trunks also ascended to the second stage of Super Saiyan. Chen Gu observed the golden flames of Trunks' Ra and calmly declared, "Let us test it." Without waiting for Trunks' consent, he soared into the air. This time, Chen Gu maintained his ki at the same intensity as Trunks, engaging in combat. After a moment, he exclaimed, "So that is how it is?" "What?" Trunks halted, puzzled. Chen Gu paused, asking, "What do you feel now?" "Well, it feels as though my strength and speed have surged significantly in an instant. I can't quantify how much, but it seems far stronger than the first stage, though the intensity of my ki remains unchanged at 50-fold, Trunks replied, scratching his head in confusion. Chen Gu explained, "When you transition to the second stage, there was a brief surge in power, approximately a quarter increase in strength, though its source eludes me." Chen Gu mused, "This bears some resemblance to my own increase, albeit mine incurs no energy cost, while yours consumes quite a bit. I wonder what changes will occur at full power." "All right, continue your training." Chen Gu nodded that on this day, everything in a room of spirit and time remained profoundly tranquil. It seemed as if everything was unexpectedly tranquil. Chen Gu and Trunks were quietly seated in the air, as if in a meditative state. Shortly thereafter, Chen Gu abruptly opened his eyes, a surge of energy emanating from him, ultimately stabilizing at a certain point. He then dissipated the aura surrounding him. However, even after the flames of energy subsided, his hair retained its golden white hue, and his eyes remained an emerald green. With a mischievous grin, Chen Gu exclaimed, "It worked!" The sensation was delightful, perhaps a 40 increase in power, and the toll on his body was minimal. Suddenly, Chen Gu burst into laughter. I could see that moment. Trunks beside him experienced a similar surge of energy, reaching its peak in an instant. Just as he was on the brink of surpassing that limit, it gradually receded. With a resigned shake of his head, he thought to himself that there was no need for disappointment. His foundational skills were not particularly solid. He should first consolidate his base before attempting a breakthrough again, that you're only a hair's breadth away from full power. Chen Gu reassured him. "Yes, thank you, Master," Trunks replied earnestly. "By the way, Master, what made you laugh just now? Is there good news?" Chen Gu chuckled and responded, "Nothing much, just the joy of enhancing my strength." He realized that maintaining the state of full power as a Super Saiyan allowed the energy to gradually nurture his own being, as if he were in a perpetual state of training. Continuing down this path, his foundational battle power would consistently rise, prompting Chen Gu to suppress his laughter, though he chose not to share this revelation with Trunks. Trunks nodded and said, "Shouldn't we head out? It's been 2 years. "Indeed, we ought to leave. I feel as if I'm starving," Chen Gu remarked, patting his stomach. Trunks also laughed while doing the same. After a year within the time chamber, they had not only consumed all the meat stored inside, but had also exhausted the meat from Chen Gu's versatile capsules, resorting to a vegetarian diet thereafter. Chen Gu maintained his full power state, his muscles consistently in peak condition, while Trunks had returned to his normal state, his muscles gradually reverting from their inflated form. "Master, do you think we will frighten them upon our exit?" Trunks chuckled. Observing the subtle change in Trunks' demeanor, Chen Gu inquired, "What is your current foundational battle power?" 80 million, Master. "And yours?" Trunks replied. 100 million. Chen Gu laughed. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing a faint smile as they stepped through the door of the time chamber. As the door swung open, two disheveled figures emerged. The onlookers, including Vegeta and Goku, hurriedly approached the now open door. Upon sensing the formidable energy radiating from the two, they were momentarily struck by an overwhelming feeling, as if confronted by two unfathomable abysses. Initially taken aback by Chen Gu's state, the crowd pondered why he had maintained his Super Saiyan form, but soon dismissed it, acknowledging Chen Gu's eccentricity. Goku, observing Chen Gu's appearance, felt a stirring within, igniting some thoughts. Chen Gu called out, "Is there anything to eat? I'm famished." Baba busily retrieved food from the Supreme Kai's palace, while Chen Gu and Trunks seated themselves, devouring their meals heartily, oblivious to those around them. Their voracious appetite stemmed from having gone far too long without meat. "I expected to see significant results from your training, yet it seems there has been little change, merely a slight increase in strength. Once I exit,